Chapter 1. A Legacy of Compassion. It is unclear whether it is day or night within the ostentatious yet eerily deserted confines of a castle, resplendent on the exterior yet devoid of life. A dim, golden light filters through the vibrant stained glass windows, illuminating the antiquated chambers. The interior is adorned with intricately carved beams and pillars, exuding an air of ancient elegance. In one of the towers, flickering candlelight dances in the gloom, casting shadows upon the floor, which is littered with the remnants of severed limbs. Should an unwitting stranger stumble upon this foreboding scene, the air swirling around them would echo with a haunting wail as it brushes against the eaves and doors, mingling with the incessant rustling emanating from within. The juxtaposition of luxurious decor, polished floors, and the dim light creates an atmosphere that is unsettlingly peculiar. However, a discerning observer would soon realize that these dismembered forms are not of flesh and blood, but rather puppets carved from an unknown wood, devoid of life. Yet, for the diminutive figure illuminated by the candlelight, none of this holds any significance. Following the flickering glow, one can see a child, appearing no older than 3 or 4, diligently tracing the contours of a piece of wood with his fingertips. Each caress of his tiny fingers sends with shavings swirling through the air, and these seemingly lifelike figures appear to be the fruits of his meticulous crafting. If this were indeed the case, it is fortunate that no one bears witness to this scene, for a person with even a modicum of understanding would undoubtedly grow wary. In the realm of ninjas, anyone capable of such feats alone, regardless of their true age, would never be regarded as a harmless child. Such actions, coupled with the chakra blades emanating from his fingertips, reveal him to be one who has successfully refined chakra ninja. Given his tender age, possessing such mastery over chakra marks him as an extraordinary talent. Underestimating any ninja is to invite potential peril upon oneself, as few within the 5 great ninja villages can claim to have achieved chakra refinement at such a young age. Yet, this place appears devoid of any other presence, allowing the sound of the chakra blades relentlessly carving through the wood to persist unimpeded. The boy's movements are precise, his expression imbued with sincerity and devotion. Through the flickering candlelight, one could discern his features, the pallor of his skin betraying a prolonged absence from sunlight. This unhealthy hue, paired with his blue-white hair and the white garb adorned with a magatama necklace, creates a strangely harmonious image. Beneath his delicately arched willow leaf brows, his eyes remain tightly shut, yet when his eyelids flutter, the void of his eye sockets is revealed possesses no eyes. Yet in this rather inconvenient situation, the youth appear to have long since adapted and grown accustomed. The inability to perceive his surroundings did not hinder his movements, rather, his hands exhibited remarkable dexterity. His fingertips glided over the final edge, and a lifelike arm took shape. The boy casually placed the arm on the adjacent table, and then picked up a round wooden block. Once again, the chakra-concentrated carving tool manifested at his fingertips, and this time he began to outline the facial contours of a puppet. On either side of his chair, several completed wooden figures were already arranged. These puppets, crafted by his own hands, seemed to pulsate with life. They varied in age and gender, differing in height and build. The only commonality among them was the eerie and unsettling smiles they all bore. Moreover, the pupils of the puppets had all been hollowed out. In the flickering candlelight, they resembled a group of eyeless beings, collectively directing their gaze towards the boy seated in the chair. The boy remained silent, his nimble fingers summoning sharp chakra blades, continually sketching the round piece of wood until, in less than a moment, a rough outline emerged. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and the flame on the candlestick appeared to flicker even dimmer, yet the boy did not pause. Every movement he made was imbued with sincerity, as if he were completing a sacred rite. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the room, pushing the half-closed door ajar. The candlestick remained steadfast, the flickering flame dancing in the breeze without extinguishing. However, what had seemed like an empty room was awakened by the wind, revealing the presence of another frail figure. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow and his body hunched, struggled to lift himself. He appeared in poor condition, exerting considerable effort merely to support his own weight. As the wind buffeted him, he could not suppress a series of coughs. "Shuren, Shuren, come here," he rasped, opening his pure white eyes to regard the boy diligently carving in the front room of the tea that moment. A flicker of vitality surfaced in the elder's gaze. Upon hearing the call, Shuren halted his work, placing the roughly sculpted puppet head on the nearby table. "I am coming, grandfather," he replied. With a push of his hands, Shuren leapt from his chair, brushing off the wood shavings that clung to his clothing. He then expelled a long breath of stale air and formed a hand seal. As he uttered the incantation, it seemed to connect with something of great significance. In the void of his spiritual sight, a soft yellow glow began to ripple, and his mind conjured an intertwined black and white image. Everything in the vision appeared calm and untroubled. Only the flow of his own chakra within his meridians, alongside the waning and nearly extinguished chakra flame of the elder in the room, remained present. After thoroughly investigating the scenario, the young man stepped forward, making his way into the dwelling. With the assistance of this monochromatic depiction, even in the absence of sight, it had little impact on him. In fact, he perceived the surroundings with greater clarity than an ordinary human eye could provide. Particularly upon witnessing the elder's chakra nearing its extinguishment, a flicker of joy stirred within the young man's previously tranquil heart. My grandfather truly possesses remarkable strength. While others can barely endure a few months, he has steadfastly held on for 2 years. Had age not been a factor, he could have likely persisted even longer. Such prowess must be what is referred to as the pinnacle of a shinobi, or perhaps even of a kage. It is no wonder he could nurture the future of our clan. The young man was not fully cognizant of the hierarchical distinctions between the ranks of ninja and their corresponding levels of power. His estimation of kage was merely conjectural and not entirely accurate. The Tsutsuki clan had indeed been isolated from the ninja world for far too long. Moreover, possessing the Tsutsuki legacy, they held a certain disdain for the so-called ninjutsu and shinobi of the ninja realm. In comparison to their own utilization of chakra, the elemental techniques such as fire release, water release, and wind release required hand seals for activation, rendering them exceedingly inefficient. However, the young man, well aware of the future of the ninja world, did not share this sentiment. Furthermore, he had his own objectives to fulfill. For the sake of these ambitions, he needed to strategize swiftly. Thus, the remaining elders of the Tsutsuki clan must be expeditiously removed, hastening their passage to the afterlife. Only by shedding burdens could he proceed unimpeded. As for the young man's parents, they had already been sacrificed by the clan elders at the time of his birth. Their bloodline was utilized to sanctify him, elevating the purity of his lineage, bringing him closer to the essence of Tsutsuki Hakui. Setting aside the moral implications, in terms of their actions, these elders had indeed shown a certain regard for him, but of course, this regard merely positioned him as a tool to realize the will of the ancestors. Had their desire for control not been so overpowering, treating him solely as an instrument for training, he might not have awakened such compassion so early, seeking to liberate himself from their shackles by guiding them to the realm of bliss. After all, every beginning is rooted in orphanhood, and he was merely embracing this reality. Yet, as he drew closer to the elder, a shift in his emotions unfolded, distinct from before. In comparison to the other elders with whom he shared little connection, this elder indeed represented his last familial tie. Now, witnessing the elder's chakra flame on the verge of extinguishment, the young man's compassion surged anew. Entering the inner room and reaching the bedside, he grasped the elder's frail hand. His hollow eye sockets seemed to glisten as he spoke with utmost filial piety and sincerity. "Grandfather, are you feeling any better? I still have much to learn, and I am eager for your swift recovery to guide me." The earnest emotions of the youth undeniably stirred the old man, awakening within him an overwhelming affection. Yet, the elder was acutely aware that his time was fleeting. Summoning all his strength, he opened his pure white eyes, activating his ocular bloodline limit, with veins visibly pulsing at the corners. After scrutinizing the youth's entire being, the old man's countenance suddenly darkened further. He instinctively closed his eyes and was seized by a fit of coughing. Cough, cough, cough. The elder coughed several times, covering his mouth with a silk handkerchief, from which a dark red droplet escaped the corner of his lips. "Child, I long to continue imparting my knowledge to you, yet my health deteriorates rapidly. I fear I may not endure much longer." If sensing his impending demise, the elder's emotions became heightened. He grasped the youth's wrist with his frail, wrinkled hand. "Child, regardless of your past actions towards our kin, the very fact that you have concealed them from me signifies that you possess the capability to survive in this world. Whatever your future endeavors may be, you must resolutely and thoroughly uphold the will of our ancestors." The old man's withered visage radiated a fleeting brilliance as he gazed intently at the child before him, seemingly searching for something within. However, the youth's expression remained devoid of any anomaly, filled instead with sorrow and compassion for the elder, along with trepidation at the forceful transmission of ancestral will. "Grandfather, you will recover, and I shall certainly uphold the will of our ancestors." The youth's demeanor shifted with remarkable fluidity even through the bloodline limit of his white eyes. The elder sensed no hint of irregularity. Yet, the elder, who had begun to wander into a state of confusion, failed to notice the flaws in the youth's words. The youth did not refute his actions towards their kin. Gradually, the elder relinquished his inquiries in comparison to the ultimate goal. All else was trivial. Summoning the last vestige of his strength, he questioned the youth. "Can you truly promise me this?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of determination ignited on the youth's pale face, and he resolutely replied, "Grandfather, I vow to you, I shall accomplish it." The elder nodded and instructed, "Swear before our ancestors and the goddess of the moon." Meeting the elder's solemn gaze, the youth stood tall, forming an ancient oath seal with his hands. Ancient oath. The world created by the Sage of Six Paths has failed. This world must be brought to an end in accordance with the will of our ancestors. As the final descendant of the Tsutsuki clan, I, Tsutsuki Shuren, hereby swear. I shall dedicate my life to eradicating all ninjas, spawned from the world of the Sage of Six Paths, and I shall thoroughly realize the will of our ancestors, bringing true nuclear peace to the ninja realm. In the vast emptiness of the castle, the dim candlelight flickered incessantly, and the tender voice of the young boy reverberated far and wide. Deep within the heart of the artificial sun, it seemed as if his solemn vow echoed. "Well, well, well, young one, you truly embody the last lineage of our mighty Tsutsuki clan. Come forth, for I bestow upon you the final authority of the sacred treasure, the Rebirth Eye. No, grandfather, you will recover, I know you will." The boy's voice trembled with emotion, his heart seemingly unperturbed by the weight of the authority spoken by his grandfather. Upon witnessing the pure filial piety emanating from the child, the elder's last remnants of vigilance and doubt gradually dissipated. "My child, to carry the honor of the Tsutsuki clan, you must not weep. Assist me to rise." "Yes, grandfather." Wiping away the tears from his cheeks with his sleeve, the boy stifled his sobs and hurriedly moved to support the elder. Despite his youthful frame, he exhibited a surprising strength, and for a fleeting moment, the old man perceived within him the potential to shape an expansive destiny. Casting aside his distractions, the elder's eyes glimmered with a yellow light, which then descended upon the boy's brow. Once satisfied that all was in place, the elder's gaze swiftly dimmed. "Young one, the ninja world is perilous at present. You must remain vigilant. The outer path's demonic statues, once sealed by our ancestors, were forcibly summoned away over a decade ago. An exceedingly terrifying power undoubtedly lurks within the ninja realm now." The elder entrusted everything to this diminutive child, revealing secrets known only to him. "After my demise, extract my eyes and place them into the Rebirth Eye. As for your own eyes, you must journey to the ninja world and seek the purest Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. You possess the purest bloodline, cleansed through generations of our Tsutsuki clan. By merging it with the Hyuga's bloodline, you shall undoubtedly awaken the coveted rebirth. However, all of this will depend on your own efforts. I truly wish to accompany you for a few more years." The elder's breaths grew increasingly labored, the exhalations far outnumbering the inhalations, and the brilliance in his eyes gradually faded. His grasp upon the boy's hand loosened, resting upon the edge of the bed. After a moment's pause, witnessing the elder's apparent cessation of breath, the boy's sobs gradually subsided, his expression returning to a serene calm, even revealing a fleeting hint of relief at the corners of his mouth. Skillfully retrieving a vial of potion from beside him, the boy pried open the elder's eyes. The chakra blade at his fingertips transformed into the shape of a scalpel, effortlessly extracting the two immaculate Byakugan and securing them within the potion to maintain their vitality. "Grandfather, ever since you removed my eyes, I have been awaiting this day," he said, shaking the vial gently, his words imbued with compassion. "I shall not incorporate your eyes into the rebirth. After all these years, one more pair will not matter. Let them serve as my eyes for the time being." With that, the boy placed his other hand upon the elder's body, feeling for a moment the surging chakra within him due to the early activation of the reincarnation eye's power by. The elder did not dissipate entirely with the old man's passing. "As for your desire to accompany this aging body, though it has seen better days, it remains the most formidable vessel of our Otsutsuki clan. To obliterate it would be a tremendous waste. My grandson has already prepared a way for you to remain by my side." Upon finishing his words, the flickering candlelight within the room wavered, illuminating the puppets arranged in the anteroom once more. Chapter 2. The vow to achieve nuclear peace in the Shinobi world is no falsehood. A luxurious flying carriage emerged from the artificial sun above, soaring through the desolate and dilapidated town. Standing atop the vehicle, Shuren gazed down from his elevated position, a hint of incredulity in his eyes. I never imagined that the moon base, which struggled valiantly in our previous lives, would flourish in this world. To think that a civilization established on the moon could possess such an expansive town. In Shuren's eyes, there was a glimmer of novelty. At this moment, he had donned his grandfather's white gaze. After undergoing a fortnight of acclimatization, all forms of rejection had vanished. This marks the first occasion since his birth into the ninja realm that he has beheld this world with his own eyes. Do not find it implausible to change one's eyes. In this legendary world of ocular prowess, the Byakugan possesses a compatibility akin to that of the Sharingan. However, due to his youth and the considerable time since his own eyes were removed, he requires a minor surgical preparation and a period of acclimatization to the fetal movements. Moreover, although his grandfather's Byakugan boasts a high purity and has been extensively developed, its compatibility with him is not entirely flawless, having been utilized for many years. To address this, he employed the power of the Rinnegan to cleanse it. At this moment, he possesses the highest authority of the Rinnegan and has gained a profound understanding of its myriad abilities. In his previous life, he had some knowledge of this world. Aware of the existence of the Tsutsuki clan residing on the moon and recognizing their considerable numbers. Yet, in his former incarnation, he lacked sight and was confined to a limited sphere of activity. Thus, he had never witnessed these wonders with his own eyes. Now, standing amidst the relics once inhabited by the Tsutsuki, he cannot help but feel a sense of awe. He is not the true Shuren, nor is this his first reincarnation. Rather, he has been elevated to this world as a preterm infant by a system whose intricacies he cannot fully comprehend. In his previous life, he resided in a realm where superpowers were wielded in tennis. Through rigorous training, he ascended to become the foremost champion in that world, at which point the system was activated, facilitating his transition to the current universe of Naruto. However, upon arriving in this world, after bestowing upon him a perfect identity, the system seemed to exhaust its energy, retreating into a state of dormancy akin to his previous world, unresponsive to Shuren's various inquiries. Nevertheless, compared to his last existence, this time the system has at least indicated a direction, having issued a primary quest before falling silent, and he is able to access certain abilities. The primary quest, to become the singular source of chakra in the Naruto universe. Even after encountering this task numerous times within the confines of his mental realm, Shuren still finds himself somewhat speechless at its demands. This utterly absurd task is the system designating a goal for his struggle. However, despite its ludicrous nature, this objective aligns remarkably well with his identity. After all, the current ambition of the Tsutsuki clan on the moon is to obliterate the ninja world established by the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, this is also why, when the elder urged him to take an oath, he articulated it with remarkable ease. The congruence of their aspirations is evident, and with proper execution, he can essentially fulfill his own ambitions while simultaneously honoring the so-called oath of his ancestors. In this manner, oaths and promises held no binding power over him. Moreover, compared to his mission of annihilating all ninjas in the Shinobi world to restore true peace, the task seemed utterly simplistic. Furthermore, he could leverage other strengths to accomplish such an endeavor. Although the passage of time and the span of 2 lifetimes had rendered his understanding of the Shinobi world somewhat hazy, he still retained memories of several significant events. For instance, he recalled the likes of Senja Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Naruto, the Fourth Great Ninja War, and the origin of his bloodline, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Additionally, for Kaguya to regain her former glory, she must absorb the chakra of the entire Shinobi world and initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi to bring about a state of universal tranquility. Thus, the most straightforward path for him to achieve his objective lay in enabling Kaguya's success. Subsequently, he would overpower her, devour her, and assimilate her entire chakra. In doing so, he would naturally ascend to become the progenitor of chakra in the Shinobi realm, the singular source. Thus, one might wonder if it is sufficient to merely assist Obito and Madara at critical moments, allowing everything to unfold seamlessly. Could he then simply rest in tranquility? However, such fortunate circumstances are merely fanciful musings. Considering the formidable prowess of Uchiha Madara and the terrifying power of Kaguya's bloodline, Shuren remains grounded in reality. The notion of idleness is a distant impossibility. Moreover, should Kaguya truly succeed, he would likely lack any capacity to pose a threat to her. The transcendence of the Six Paths bloodline must rely on the strength of the protagonists, enabling a scenario where they conflict, allowing him to reap the benefits of their struggle. Shuren disembarked from the flying vehicle and strolled through the desolate town, his mind incessantly contemplating strategies, eventually settling upon a seemingly viable plan. However, the most pressing matter now is to ascertain the current state of the ninja world. Is Naruto already born? Suddenly halting, Shuren picked up a battered kunai from the ground. Applying slight pressure with his fingertip, the severely corroded weapon shattered instantly. Observing the iron sand that fell through his fingers, Shuren clearly recognized his immediate course of action. It appears he must first activate the Rinnegan to utilize its surveillance capabilities over the ninja realm, though he is uncertain of the extent of energy required for such an endeavor. Given the formidable power of the Rinnegan, Shuren has made his decision. Yet before undertaking this task, he must first seek out a certain individual. Casting a glance at the surrounding structures and observing them closely, Shuren proceeded directly towards a dilapidated temple. As he drew nearer, the signs of destruction and the remnants of battle became increasingly apparent. This did not surprise Shuren, as a grievous conflict had indeed transpired here. The combatants were both from the Tsutsuki clan on the moon, much like the Hyuga clan. The Tsutsuki also have distinctions between the main house and the branch family. Shuren hails from the branch family. This was also the reason why his grandfather insisted that he seize the eyes of the Hyuga clan's main family before his passing. Only by merging the eyes of the main family with his own Tsutsuki branch lineage could he complete his genetic makeup, bringing him closer to the traditional Tsutsuki clan and to Tsutsuki Himura. Unlike the Hyuga clan on the surface, the Tsutsuki clan did not bear the cage bird curse mark. Consequently, the main family could not exert the same level of absolute control over the branch family as the Hyuga clan did. Naturally, as the main family, the Tsutsuki possessed the vast majority of the clan's genuine legacy, allowing them to surpass the branch family in nearly all aspects for a considerable period. Moreover, during that time, the divergence between the main and branch families was not so pronounced. It was only when the two factions interpreted the stone tablet left behind by Tsutsuki Himura in entirely different ways that their rift truly manifested. The main family observed the ceaseless turmoil on the earth and saw no semblance of their ancestors' ideals. They believed that they should allow the world left by the Sage of Six Paths to take its course, entirely unrestrained. In contrast, the branch family felt that the descendants of Tsutsuki Kagaya had completely strayed from the will of their forebears and should be thoroughly cleansed. These two fundamentally divergent viewpoints clashed with fervor, and as the power of the branch family expanded, they sought to assert complete dominion over the discourse of the Tsutsuki clan. The contradictions between the two factions accumulated over time, exacerbating their differences until they ultimately culminated in the outbreak of war. However, the birth of the protagonist, Shuren, occurred long after the onset of this conflict. Initially, the strength of the main family within the Tsutsuki clan surpassed that of the branch family, yet they had grown complacent, indulging in peace for far too long. When it came time to act, they lacked the ruthlessness exhibited by the branch family. In a bid to triumph in the civil war, the branch family sacrificed numerous clan members, harnessing their Byakugan to forge a colossal Rinnegan. It is reasonable to speculate that the Hyuga clan on the surface developed the caged bird curse mark, partly in response to the looming threat posed by the Tsutsuki clan. After all, the branch family was in dire need of Byakugan, and their entire lineage might not suffice. Of course, this remains merely a conjecture from Shuren, as so much time has elapsed, and such shadowy affairs have gone unrecorded in the annals of history. Once the colossal Rinnegan was successfully crystallized, its power transcended the limits of an ordinary ninja. The ancestors of the branch family wielded it to sweep across the battlefield, annihilating the main family entirely. Simultaneously, they channeled all their Byakugan into the Rinnegan, augmenting its potency even further. However, Shuren possessed a deeper understanding than others within the Tsutsuki clan. The excessive infusion of the main family's Byakugan, coupled with the sealing techniques applied, had significantly diminished the Rinnegan's effectiveness against its Byakugan bearers. This is also why, in the original timeline, Hinata Hyuga's Byakugan could assist others in evading harm. This illustrates one of the drawbacks following the integration of the Byakugan within the Tsutsuki clan's main family. Hinata Hyuga, too, belongs to this esteemed lineage. If we liken the colossal Rinnegan to a formidable weapon of mass destruction, then those capable of wielding it are ranked by a hierarchy of authority. The foremost authority prior to Shuren undoubtedly belonged to his grandfather. Presently, this power has transitioned into the hands of Tsutsuki Shuren. Beneath him, the other clan members of Tsutsuki have vanished, with the next in line being the main family of the Hyuga clan. Naturally, the ranking of their authority is contingent upon the purity of their bloodline, specifically the clarity of their Byakugan. Thus, Shuren must learn from past mistakes and refrain from exposing the colossal Rinnegan to the gaze of other Hyuga clan members. A flicker of light danced within Shuren's pure white eyes as he plotted discreetly. Before employing the Rinnegan, it would be prudent to seek out the ancestral figure. He has likely been concealed here for quite some time. One wonders if he might, considering my relatively youthful age, wish to exert some influence over me. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, Shuren advanced at a measured pace, each step consistent in length, swiftly traversing the remnants of the desolate town before him. Before him stood a colossal tomb, inscribed solely with the emblem of the Tsutsuki clan. This grave was entirely constructed from a multitude of skulls, serving as the final resting place of the Tsutsuki lineage. The solemn Shuren paused momentarily, paying a respectful homage to the grand mausoleum before entering the dilapidated stone temple nestled behind it. Within this sacred space resided the ancestral spirit of Shuren's forebear, Tsutsuki Yukimura. However, it had been many years since any tribute had been offered, and the branch family had relocated the ancestral shrine to the heavens, to a fabricated sun, leaving this place forsaken for far too long. Beside the deity's statue, an altar bore ancient inscriptions. These archaic vows spoke of a transcendent eye awakening through the cycle of human reincarnation, proclaiming that the moon's fist would lead to humanity's annihilation. The resonant voice echoed through the temple as Shuren recited the oath that had irreparably severed ties between the clan and its branches. Gazing at the damaged inscriptions, he found himself at a loss for words. It was disheartening that the most crucial parts were obscured, which undoubtedly led to divergent interpretations among kin. The notion of transcending humanity could be seen as a detachment from the ninja world, allowing it to develop autonomously. Ultimately, the tragic outcome stemmed from these misunderstandings, and one could argue that the ancestors were to blame for not leaving clearer vows. Shuren, oblivious to the world around him, expressed his thoughts candidly, revealing his innermost feelings to those who quietly observed. At this moment, his innocence served as the finest disguise. Chapter 3. The Chakra of Tsutsuki Yukimura inside the stone temple. Apart from the dim flicker of candlelight and the central altar, there were no other objects in sight. Shuren retrieved the offerings he had meticulously prepared, stepping onto the altar and placing them atop the highest tier. As a descendant of the Tsutsuki branch family, he sought to atone on behalf of his ancestors for the irreparable tragedy caused by their misinterpretation of the ancestral oath. With heartfelt sincerity, Shuren bowed 3 times, his emotions betraying a profound sorrow for the once troubled state of the Tsutsuki clan. As he concluded his moment of remembrance and prepared to depart, a surge of gentle yet powerful energy swept over him in an instant. The immense chakra enveloping the individual was as vast as the heavens and the seas, filling him with a sense of vigilance and contemplation. For a fleeting moment, a look of alarm and wariness crossed his face, only to swiftly transform into calm composure and readiness. His fingers deftly formed a seal, as though the slightest hint of danger would prompt the activation of the colossal Rinnegan. The two sides remained locked in a tense stalemate for an extended period. Suddenly, the altar erupted with a crack, revealing a descending secret passage. "Come forth, my descendant, dear child." Upon hearing these words, the individual's gaze sharpened, and he felt a surge of elation within. It was indeed the right decision to pay homage here as the sole heir of the Tsutsuki clan. Gazing at the newly revealed passage, he could not help but be astonished by the prowess of the individual who resided below. He was well aware of who lay beneath. Every action he had taken was deliberately orchestrated for this very person. As the brother of the Sage of 6 Paths, Tsutsuki Yumura was a true 6 Paths level powerhouse. Moreover, compared to the early dispersal of chakra to his descendants and others by Tsutsuki Kagaya, Yumura had evidently lived a much longer life. As a genuine 6 Paths level entity, as long as he encountered no unforeseen circumstances, he could sustain his existence for an extended duration. Even in death, the chakra he possessed in life could endure for a significant time. According to the original timeline, he likely became disillusioned only after witnessing the extent to which the individual had been brainwashed by the will of the branch family, ultimately entrusting everything to Hinata Hyuga. With the chakra bestowed upon her by Yumura, Hinata, alongside Naruto, succeeded in obliterating the colossal Rinnegan, thereby ending what she perceived as a calamity. Considering the current age of the individual, it was evident that there remained at least 20 more years until that pivotal moment. Thus, Yumura's condition must surely be better than it was then. Therefore, it was imperative for the individual to first pacify him, ensuring that Yumura did not harbor animosity towards him. Ideally, He should facilitate a reunion with his brother. This would be the most favorable outcome. Otherwise, with such an ancient entity constantly observing, should he discover the individual schemes who could foresee the potential consequences of desperation, such uncertainty must be eradicated in its infancy. Moreover, this is a being of the six paths, one of the three legendary figures in the ninja world to date. Even if their strength does not quite match that of the Sage of Six Paths, it is likely to be only a stone's throw away. If one aspires to achieve their goals and bring nuclear peace to the ninja world, possessing the strength of the six paths is the minimum threshold. Without such power, all aspirations are but hollow dreams. However, given the capabilities of the Tsutsuki clan, it is evidently impractical for one to rely on force to escort him forth. This necessitates a certain emotional investment. This is evidently advantageous for the individual from the Tsutsuki clan, and his current age is deceptively youthful. Given this, the sinister plot unfolds towards the Tsutsuki as the compassionate and innocent scion reemerges. With the echoes of aged calls resonating in his ears, the newly transplanted eyes of the Tsutsuki reveal an unbounded purity. What was that just now? Beneath the altar, there exists a hidden chamber? What is the nature of this call? Why do I feel such an intimate connection? At this moment, the Tsutsuki's exceptional acting skills come to fruition. From the perspective of others, he seems to have shed the maturity of his youth. All emotional shifts align genuinely with his age. The Tsutsuki releases a barrage of inquiries, yet receives no responses. Nonetheless, an elusive sensation of being observed lingers around him. He is aware that someone continues to watch. The Tsutsuki understands that this is not the end. The true trial is only just commencing. At this moment, his youthful countenance displays signs of conflict and struggle. This is the sacred ground of our Tsutsuki clan, and there should be no others here. Could this voice belong to another clan member? Members of the same clan should not harm one another. Thus, I shall descend to investigate. Uttering these words, the Tsutsuki steps into the secret passage. However, as he speaks of kin not harming one another, a gentle warmth of chakra briefly flows through him, only to dissipate swiftly. Shortly after, he traverses the descending corridor and arrives in a dimly lit hall. The murky light does not hinder the observation capabilities of the Byakugan wielders. A mere glance reveals that this hidden hall beneath the altar is a graveyard, where tombs are arranged in neat succession. Round graves stretch into the depths of darkness, and even the Tsutsuki's Byakugan cannot ascertain the number of souls interred here. Could this be the true ancestral grave of the clan? The Tsutsuki's lips quiver, as his tender heart is stirred by the somber scene. He takes a deep breath and bows respectfully before the cluster of tombs. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the shadows, stumbling forth. Sensing something amiss, the Tsutsuki coldly demands, "Who goes there?" The figure slowly approaches, murmuring, "It is the Byakugan, but this is the ancestor of the branch family. Can we truly trust him?" The Tsutsuki scrutinizes the peculiar individual before him. Appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, clad in the attire of the Tsutsuki clan. He is not a living being. Yet, he seems to possess a degree of awareness, albeit more akin to a puppet under some form of control. A massive chakra envelopes him, shielding him from the ravages of time. His face bears only hollow eye sockets, devoid of eyes. After what seemed like an extended contemplation, the peculiar figure suddenly opened his mouth and expelled a luminous orb, which then floated in midair before erupting with a blinding flash. The brilliance was so intense that it prompted a startled cry from the onlooker, who then appeared entranced by a vision. He witnessed the fierce battle between the main family and the branch family, observing how the giant reincarnation eye, radiating a soft purple glow, had merely unleashed a fraction of its power, resulting in the downfall of the main family's members. The onlooker, fully aware of the appropriate expression to adopt in such a moment, displayed a pained countenance and cried out urgently, "Stop, please." Upon hearing this heartfelt plea, the strange figure seemed to disintegrate, his body collapsing entirely. With a soft thud, he fell to the ground. Yet, at that moment, he bore no regrets. Instead, a look of relief washed over his face as he tilted his head and remarked, "As a descendant of the branch family, to be able to represent us in offering an apology is an honor. Let the grievances of the Tsutsuki clan end with you. You must carry forth the glory of the Tsutsuki." The onlooker hurriedly approached to examine the figure, momentarily lost in thought. At this moment, an aged figure emerged from the shadows, and with his arrival, the world seemed to transform into a kaleidoscope of colors. A realm constructed purely of spirit enveloped the protagonist. However, the protagonist did not glance aside. Instead, he once again performed the highest homage of the Tsutsuki clan before the corpse of the peculiar being. The elder nearby did not urge him, but sat quietly in a meditative posture, his gaze toward the protagonist growing increasingly gentle. After a brief while, upon noticing the protagonist returning to his senses, the elder addressed him. "Do you recognize me?" The legacy of the Tsutsuki clan had not been severed. Thus the protagonist was well aware of the visage of Tsutsuki Kagaya. Moreover, even if he were uncertain, the two horns atop the elder's head and the Byakugan in his eyes made it evident. Consequently, he expressed sorrow and repentance, weeping as he addressed the elder. Ancestral spirit. Was the vision within the light truly real? Tsutsuki Kagaya nodded, then shook his head, explaining, "I am not the true Tsutsuki Kagaya. I am merely the chakra he left behind in this world. The genuine Tsutsuki Kagaya perished centuries ago. As for the images you witnessed, they are indeed authentic. I have safeguarded the world of Shinobi created by my brother for millennia and accompanied my mother for countless years. Yet I never anticipated that my demise would bring calamity upon the Tsutsuki clan. Just as you mentioned, it is precisely because I left behind a misunderstood oath that the rift between the branch and main families has deepened. The entirety of this burden falls upon me." It seemed that Tsutsuki Kagaya had not spoken for an eternity, and at this moment, encountering a descendant who could comprehend his plight, he unburdened his heart. Upon hearing such heartfelt confessions, the protagonist felt a sense of relief. He had accurately discerned that Kagaya, having resided on the moon for an extensive period, had merely witnessed the internecine strife of the Tsutsuki clan. In contrast to the cunning and deceit he encountered within the fissures of the shinobi world, Kagaya was far more innocent, prompting the protagonist to take the risk of testing him this way. In retrospect, it appeared that the protagonist's gamble had paid off. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, the protagonist stepped forward and grasped Kagaya's sleeve, displaying a demeanor akin to that of a younger relative before an elder. He softly reassured him, "Ancestral spirit, there is no need for self-reproach. Everything will improve from now on." Seeing the protagonist offer him comfort in return, a warm current flowed through Kagaya's heart. He nodded, saying, "Indeed. I am fortunate to have you." Chapter 4. The Unveiling of Truths. The measurement of total chakra. Although the protagonist's emotional intelligence was somewhat lacking, his experiences across 2 lifetimes allowed him to connect with anyone. Particularly when facing such a solitary elder, his current age appeared deceptively youthful. Observing a descendant who could truly understand him, Tsutsuki Kagaya's previously subdued conversation reignited. Subsequently, he recounted the tale of how he and the Sage of Six Paths worked together to honor their mother and the reasons behind his arrival on the moon. The scene unfolds much like the original narrative, where the Sage of Six Paths entrusts everything to Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. The expressions on Shuren's face transformed in tandem with Otsutsuki Yumura's tale, oscillating between laughter, tension, and exhilaration. Upon absorbing Yumura's revelations, admiration and resolve overtook his features. He calmly inquired, "Ancestor, having imparted so much knowledge, what do you wish for me to undertake?" Recognizing Shuren's astuteness, Otsutsuki Yumura felt an increased satisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, he articulated, "The conflicts within the shinobi world persist unabated. Currently, the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra has yet to manifest, while Indra's chakra appears suppressed, seemingly vanished from the shinobi realm, eluding my senses. However, an individual has awakened eyes akin to my brother S and has successfully summoned the outer path golem. I can no longer foresee the future of the shinobi world, nor discern the intentions of the one who summoned the golem." After a brief pause, Yumura continued, "I believe that if the destined reincarnate does not emerge, it falls upon you to aid the shinobi world, to quell this calamity, and to restore the peace my brother envisioned." At this juncture, Yumura's gaze lost its previous gentleness, replaced by a stern and resolute intensity. He would not permit anyone to disrupt the world established by Otsutsuki Yui, his elder sister. His initial decision to bring a portion of his clan here was a safeguard for his brother. Although only one clansman remained, such a decision must be upheld. Gazing into Shuren's eyes, Yumura inquired earnestly, "Can you promise me this, Shuren?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shuren declared, "Ancestor, rest assured. I shall not allow others to disturb the shinobi world. I will ensure its restoration to nuclear peace." Upon hearing Shuren's declaration, Yumura's demeanor softened slightly. He then recalled Shuren's recent vow before their grandfather and pressed further, "And what of your oath to your grandfather?" Shuren had anticipated this question. He replied with composure, "Of course, I shall adhere to the wishes of my ancestors. My grandfather and the others misinterpreted your words, and now I shall correct this misunderstanding. Moreover, I had promised my grandfather to bring nuclear peace to the shinobi world. Thus, reaffirming my commitment to you does not constitute a breach of my oath." With this promise from Shuren, a glimmer of joy emerged amidst Yumura's stern countenance. He had not anticipated such smooth progress, yet one looming threat remained. Shuren, I have faith in your promise, but the shinobi world can no longer endure further turmoil. Are you willing to destroy the colossal reincarnation Eye of the Branch family? The scholar's expression momentarily froze. At first glance, the request from Tsutsuki Kinshiki appeared entirely reasonable, as long as the colossal Rinnegan was destroyed. Even if his prior assurances were mere fabrications, he would no longer possess the capacity to obliterate the Earth. This would not only circumvent a looming threat, but also eliminate a formidable weapon from his arsenal. However, upon deeper contemplation, there was an unsettling peculiarity underlying this situation. The colossal Rinnegan is a manifestation of the combined white eyes from the entire Tsutsuki clan on the moon, embodying the essence of their power. Should it be destroyed, the remnants of this branch of the Tsutsuki would vanish without a trace. However, their bloodline endures, particularly through the Hyuga clan. This old fellow, though seemingly pleased with me, remains cautious and reluctant to entrust the mighty Rinnegan to my care. He would rather obliterate it than allow the shinobi world to harbor another threat. Upon reflecting on this, the resolve within the heart of the protagonist crystallized, leading to an immediate decision. In the present day, the Tsutsuki has yet to awaken the Rinnegan. Tsutsuki Waimura is unaware that, following the original plot's progression, he could transplant Hanabi's white eyes to evolve into the Rinnegan. The assertions made by my grandfather and others are mere hypotheses derived from experimentation, with no one having truly succeeded. Moreover, Tsutsuki Waimura's unwillingness to destroy the Rinnegan himself, instead opting for me to undertake this task, clearly indicates his inability or fear to approach the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan possesses an evident dominance over pure chakra. As long as the white eyes are not obstructed, even the most formidable chakra can be swiftly extracted. Despite Tsutsuki Waimura's formidable prowess, he is now deceased, existing solely as a conglomerate of chakra. Thus, he cannot approach the Rinnegan directly and must rely on others to do so. This is also the reason why he will pass on a portion of his chakra to Hinata Hyuga in the future, empowering her to obliterate the Rinnegan. The contemplation in his mind was swiftly concluded, and a fleeting look of reluctance crossed his face. However, he seemed to fully adhere to the ancestral decree, nodding in acquiescence. Ancestral spirit, since you have requested this, I shall undoubtedly destroy the Rinnegan. Yet, he lamented, at present, my age is still too tender. I have only just completed the refinement of my chakra, and the task of destruction appears daunting. His expression reflected evident distress, and indeed, his words were well-founded. Upon hearing Shuren's agreement, Otsutsuki Yuin finally smiled genuinely. He also expressed understanding regarding the difficulties mentioned by Shuren. Nevertheless, in order to swiftly eliminate the looming threat, Otsutsuki Yuin resolved to seize the moment. Fear not, Shuren, I shall assist you. Come, extend your hand. Ancestral spirit? Shuren's expression was tinged with confusion, yet he promptly extended his small hand. Suddenly, a formidable surge of chakra erupted from Otsutsuki Yuin, only to be swiftly diminished. A powerful chakra coursed through Shuren's hand and into his being. With this chakra of mine, you are now capable of destroying the Rinnegan. Furthermore, with this power, you will possess the confidence to confront any dangers that may arise in the future. As for how far you can grow, that will depend on your own diligence. It seemed that the extraction had taken a significant toll, as Otsutsuki Yuin appeared even more aged after partitioning a portion of his chakra. In that moment, Shuren felt the surging chakra within him, overwhelmed with joy. This chakra is remarkably gentle, its refinement surpassing his expectations. Particularly, Tsutsuki Yuin did not forcefully inject it. Instead, it flowed gracefully through the meridians of his body before settling within. It felt as though it were nurturing his physical form, which could only benefit him in the future. Shuren understood that this also constituted a slight compensation from Tsutsuki Yuin. However, just as he was preparing to continue his performance, the previously dormant system suddenly began to fluctuate. It detected an active source willingly sharing chakra with the host, and since the target had perished, it assumed that the offering was made with consent. The ability to devour and store was activated. The host was urged to collect this source promptly. This system could store a maximum of 30 units of chakra streams from the ninja world. The host was advised to utilize it wisely and convert it without delay. With a glimmer in his eyes, Shuren initially intended to engage in a feigned interaction with Tsutsuki Yuin, only to discover an unexpected surprise upon receiving the chakra from the other party. Since his system had brought him to this world, it had only assigned him a task and transformed all the gains from his previous life. It converted the pathways of light and darkness from his former existence into the purest forms of yin release, yang release, and a unique source of chakra belonging solely to him within the world of Naruto. The yin release and chakra fused with Shuren's body the moment he was born. However, the yang release and a portion of chakra had yet to merge due to his insufficient current strength and inherent attribute differences. As for other abilities, such as probing the strength of adversaries, they had not yet manifested. Thus, Shuren did not pay much attention to the system. Unexpectedly, the system prompted an inquiry into the total chakra capacity of Tsutsuki Yutsuen. In that moment, Shuren resolved to make a change. Given that Tsutsuki Yutsuen had bestowed upon him a portion of chakra, he was certain that he would not perish, but he would undoubtedly succumb to weakness. It was even possible that, as time progressed, the chakra would continue to dissipate and gradually vanish. Furthermore, his chakra would flow into the ninja world or into the bloodlines of descendants, thereby augmenting the total chakra quantity within the ninja realm. To retain the opportunity to preserve his chakra, one must realize that if this chance is missed, it may never return. As Shuren's thoughts surged like a tide, the system had completed its investigation. The chakra conglomerate of Tsutsuki village, deceased, holds the identity of the progenitor of chakra, Tsutsuki Kagaya's son. The brother of the sage of six paths, Tsutsuki Himura, and one of the original sources of chakra. The total chakra capacity has a limit of 35. Currently in a state of continuous decline, now falling below 20. The chakra tributaries flow towards the Hyuga clan, the Kagaya clan, and the Tsutsuki clan. Should it be collected? Shuren glanced at the content presented by the system, contemplating its implications. Tsutsuki village inherited its chakra branch from Kagaya at the height of his life. His total chakra capacity certainly reached 35%. In comparison, the sage of six paths must be stronger, possessing an even greater total chakra capacity. As for Kagaya, who had not yet given birth to her two sons, her total chakra must be 100%, even after parting with a portion to her sons. Kagaya's total chakra would undoubtedly surpass that of her two brothers. The direction of the chakra tributaries indicates that the chakra of Tsutsuki village flows through his lineage. Subsequently, Shuren examined his own total chakra capacity. Tsutsuki Shuren, childhood phase, holds a normal mature chakra capacity limit of 6, including Tsutsuki Himura's 4, currently inactive, with growth and refinement restricted. Thus, even if I were to reach adulthood, my maximum chakra capacity would only be 6, but in reality, I possess merely 2. If my limit is 6, does that not imply that I occupy for layers of the decline from Tsutsuki village's original 15? Indeed. I am the last of the Tsutsuki clan, and the Kagaya clan is also sparse. It seems the Hyuga clan holds the majority. I wonder how my absorption of village's chakra will compare to that of Senja Hashirama or Uzumaki Naruto. Of course, Shuren understood that Hashirama and Naruto cannot be measured by common standards. He swiftly adjusted his mindset and raised his gaze toward the increasingly dimming Tsutsuki village. A glimmer of compassion emerged in his eyes, which he regarded as a reward for being able to activate his system's hidden abilities. Ancestral forebear. I am grateful for your bestowal. Rest assured, I shall strive to restore nuclear peace to the ninja world. With a benevolent expression and a hint of a smile, Shuren reiterated his vow. Upon hearing this, the last vestige of doubt in Tsutsuki village dissipated entirely, filling him with immense satisfaction. However, before he could utter another word, Shuren's tone gradually grew colder. From here on, I shall take it upon myself to guard the ninja world, ancestral forebear. You may depart in peace. Collection. What? The chakra aggregation of Tsutsuki Kanshiki had yet to manifest any reaction before it simply vanished from sight. At this moment, within the system space visible only to the protagonist, the previously vacant chakra storage container experienced a sudden and significant elevation in its gauge. An emblem depicting the intertwining of the sun and moon materialized within the container, radiating brilliance. This sun-moon motif serves as the clan emblem of the Tsutsuki lineage. However, the main family's symbol emphasizes the sun, while the branch family is characterized by the moon enveloping the sun. Chapter 5, The Giant Rinnegan. Konoha 50 years later, upon departing the subterranean palace, the protagonist exited the town and, without lingering, boarded a flying vehicle. The craft descended towards the sun in the sky and, after penetrating a protective barrier, finally arrived at the castle where he now resided. The protagonist opened his Byakugan, and through its penetrating vision, he could discern the sentinels stationed around the periphery of the artificial sun. However, when his Byakugan gazed into the sun's interior, he found his line of sight distorted, rendering everything within invisible. This did not surprise him. It was merely an indication of the Tsutsuki clan's protective measures. As a wielder of the Byakugan, he was acutely aware of the methodologies employed to thwart its scrutiny. Moreover, traversing the barrier did not guarantee an unimpeded passage. As the dimly lit exterior of the castle was swarming with Rinnegan puppets, numbering in the hundreds, these puppets have all been crafted by the Tsutsuki clan. Although puppetry is not their primary legacy, every descendant of the Tsutsuki must certainly learn and comprehend its intricacies. This also elucidates the reason behind the creation of puppets by the Sage of the Six Paths. In contrast to the puppet techniques of Sunigakure, their puppets draw their power from the Rinnegan. As long as the Rinnegan remains, the puppets can function seamlessly. Furthermore, these puppets can be imbued with a modicum of autonomous consciousness, allowing the wielder of the Rinnegan to transfer their own awareness into the puppets. By infusing their consciousness, one can utilize the puppet as a second body with relative ease. Above the castle, enveloped by its protective barrier, the sky is similarly dotted with dark figures. These figures are Rinnegan puppets soaring through the air, and their numbers are indeed quite substantial. The castle wherein the Sage of the Six Paths resides is undoubtedly secure, fortified not only by a colossal protective shield, but also surrounded by countless Rinnegan puppets. Such a formidable defense renders it impossible for anyone to infiltrate. Moreover, aside from the Hyuga clan and Kagaya's Black Zetsu, the rest of the shinobi world remains oblivious to their existence. Even the Hyuga clan itself is entirely unaware of the whereabouts of their blood relatives. The only one who possesses such knowledge is likely Black Zetsu. Yet he would neither dare nor wish to approach this place. Standing upon the flying vehicle, the individual did not pay much heed to these puppets, instead directing the craft towards a specific destination. Upon exiting the protective barrier, his field of vision suddenly broadened. Below lay the majestic castle he called home, surrounded by towering, floating stone mountains. Each of these monolithic formations bore structures, some resembling lofty towers, others manifesting as sacred temples. These floating stone mountains are interconnected by drifting fragments of rock, presenting a breathtaking and magnificent spectacle. The floating temple of Daitamu Yutsuin graces the vicinity of the castle only during the annual rituals, wandering aimlessly at other times. To ascend, the seeker must manipulate the Rebirth Eye to slow its pace. While forcibly moving it closer is indeed possible, it is advisable to refrain from disturbing the natural trajectories unless one wishes to cause chaos. As the seeker approaches, the surrounding fragments begin to disperse, and a surge of chakra intertwines with the seeker, gradually drawing him closer to the airborne platform beneath his feet. With a decisive leap, the seeker bounds onto the stone dais of the floating ancestral temple. After a brief survey of his surroundings, he suppresses his excitement and strides cautiously deeper into the temple. The presence of the colossal Rebirth Eye significantly hinders the seeker's Byakugan vision within the temple's confines. Not only is the clarity of observation diminished, but the range is also severely restricted. Additionally, on massive beams, intricate puppets of the Rebirth Eye stand vigilant. These puppets granted free passage to the traveler, who smoothly made his way to the grand hall where the colossal Rebirth Eye was enshrined. In stark contrast to the dim interior of the sun, the hall radiated with a resplendent golden light. All shadows were dispelled by the magnificent golden Rebirth Eye suspended at the center of the chamber. Unlike the pale lavender hue of the Rebirth Eye captured in his memories within the underground palace, the present colossal eye displayed a striking golden pupil, adorned with 6 patterns resembling shurikens. Surrounding this magnificent eye, the once white scara was now suffused with pure golden brilliance, noble, sacred, and terrifying. This was the initial sensation that the Rinnegan bestowed upon the wanderer. After a few ascents and descents, he leapt onto a massive beam, closely examining the colossal Rinnegan before him. It was even more terrifying than what I had witnessed in the memories of the clan. Feeling the immense terror and power radiating from the Rinnegan, the wanderer pondered briefly and discerned the reason for the discrepancy. When he had vanquished the clan, it was merely the initial formation of the colossal Rinnegan. Subsequently, it had absorbed the numerous Byakugan from the clan, culminating in this magnificent Rinnegan. Such might could rival even the true Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. The formidable nature of the Rinnegan, however, posed a dilemma for the wanderer. How much chakra would be required to activate such a fearsome ocular power? Nevertheless, he was not one to hesitate. After gazing at the resplendent, star-like Rinnegan for a moment, he felt the chakra in his palm begin to surge. Overthinking was futile. It was better to directly test this treasure of the Tsutsuki clan. As the wanderer's chakra flowed into the Rinnegan, it became increasingly animated. Within the vast pupils, the 6-pointed shuriken patterns began to glow and spin rapidly. Streams of light, reminiscent of stars, erupted forth as the chakra within him surged like a river breaching its banks. Suddenly, the wanderer's expression changed. Although he had anticipated this, the overwhelming consumption still left him apprehensive. Fortunately, he had prepared for this moment. The few Tsutsuki elders he had secretly eliminated had suffered from excessive chakra depletion, and their lost chakra had been collected by him. Now, he had little choice but to utilize this gathered chakra, pouring it into the Rinnegan. Moments later, the starlight grew ever more radiant, gradually enveloping the wanderer. At that moment, he felt as though he could perceive events occurring anywhere within the realm of Shinobi, as if to affirm his thoughts. In the next instant, a lush, verdant forest materialized within his sight. His gaze traversed the forest, and suddenly, a bustling, colossal village came into view. At the highest point of that village, 3 massive faces were intricately carved into a great stone. Here lies the Hidden Leaf Village. It is the spring of 50 years in Konoha. And 4 to 5 years have passed since the commencement of the Third Shinobi World War. Although the 5 great ninja villages have been embroiled in relentless conflicts and confrontations, the prolonged standoff has exhausted both sides. The feudal lords of the great nations and the leaders of the ninja villages yearn for respite to recuperate and gather strength. However, the situation has become so dire that retreat is no longer a simple option, as the intensity of the war escalates. This conflict among the ninja world has grown increasingly brutal. Even the formidable Hidden Leaf Village hears daily reports of ninjas falling on the front lines. The air above the village is perpetually thick with tension and sorrow. Furthermore, as the battles drag on, even the once vibrant Konoha Ninja Academy has fallen silent. Void of laughter and joy, the continuous loss of personnel has compelled the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to alter the regulations established by the first and second Hokage, sending freshly enrolled children, who have just mastered chakra refinement and basic jutsu, to the battlefield. This group of children, mostly merely 4 or 5 years of age, has inadvertently transported the thoughts of the older generation back to the Warring States period. Since the conclusion of the initial generation's tumultuous era and the establishment of the hidden villages, 50 years have elapsed. Rarely in these past 5 decades has there been a moment when so many young souls have ventured onto the battlefield en masse. At this moment, within the heart of the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, now aged, gazes through a crystal ball with the telescope technique, observing the new generation of Konoha, stripped of its former vitality and imbued with a grim atmosphere. Reluctantly, he averts his gaze from the scene and turns his attention to the mountain of documents before him, alongside several members of the Umbu standing silently nearby. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, revealing a golden-haired youth kneeling before the third Hokage. Lord Third, here is the latest intelligence from the Land of Grass. Ah, it's you, Minato. Hand it over. The third Hokage waved his hand lightly, causing the image within the crystal ball to vanish, before reaching out to accept the scroll from Namikaze Minato. As he unfurled the scroll, the furrow in his brow deepened with concern. He was astonished to learn that Iwagakure had abandoned their battle with Kumogakure and had mobilized 1,000 shinobi towards the borders of the Land of Grass. What could they be plotting? Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his pipe onto the table in frustration. Enraged, the third Hokage's presence made those around him bow their heads in deference. At that moment, a youth with a pineapple-shaped hairstyle approached Minato and took a look at the intelligence in the third Hokage's hand. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded, Lord Third, all indications suggest that the war is nearing its end. The 5 great villages are no longer capable of sustaining the toll of this great conflict. However, before it concludes, we may witness one final, fierce counterattack. Unless we subdue them completely, they will not relent. Oh, Kakashi, do elaborate. Yes, Lord Third. Based on the intelligence from the Land of the Boar and the information relayed by Lord Minato, Iwagakure has disengaged from their battlefield with Kumogakure. Their next move will likely be against us. In that case, we must not allow them to enter the Land of Fire. We must intercept them in the Land of Grass. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose, scanning the map laid before him, his finger tracing a location at the border between the Land of Grass and the Land of Earth. Minato, lead your Team 7 ahead to assist Orochimaru in repelling Iwagakure's assault. Your primary objective is to lure the enemy and disrupt as many of their supply bases as possible. This mission is classified as S rank. Yes, Lord Third. Chapter 6. Towards the ninja world, frontline of the battlefield, it was unexpected that Naruto had not yet been born. Yet the conflict between Iwagakure and Konoha was reminiscent of the Shinobi Bridge. In this current timeline of the ninja world, it was indeed the final year of the Third Great Ninja War, marking the tumultuous 50th year of Konoha. The chakra infusion from the Shinobi had ceased, and the celestial light emanating from the giant Rinnegan gradually subsided. The expenditure had been immense. The chakra of the three clan elders was barely sufficient to sustain the operation of the Rinnegan, indicating that it would be some time before they could be utilized again. After a prolonged period of adjustment, the young man finally regained his composure. Although this was not his first time engaging the Reincarnation Eye, it was indeed the first occasion he had activated such a colossal surveillance of the ninja world. At this moment, he comprehended why his grandfather had required the combined efforts of three individuals during his baptism at the Reincarnation Eye. The sheer magnitude of the gigantic Reincarnation Eye made it nearly impossible for a single person to wield its power. Moreover, the young man was not entirely aware of the various strength levels within the ninja world. Had he been knowledgeable, he would have understood that to unleash any significant power from the enormous Reincarnation Eye, the presence of three genuine upper ninjas or those of even higher rank was indispensable. Despite the considerable toll it exacted, the endeavor was undeniably worthwhile. The excitement evident on the young man's face suggested that he had at least approximately discerned the timeline. At this juncture, only a few battles remained before the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. There was but a year left until the deaths of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, followed by the birth of Naruto. Furthermore, there were still approximately 14 or 15 years until the main storyline commenced. This is exceedingly fortuitous news for the individual known as Shuren, particularly considering that his corporeal age is merely 3 years. By the time the narrative commences, he will have reached adulthood, at which point his physical capabilities and strength should have ascended to their zenith. He is entirely qualified and possesses the capacity to engage in the significant events that will unfold within the realm of ninjas. Contemplating this, Shuren finds his mind ablaze with a multitude of thoughts. He cannot afford to remain dormant on the moon, simply awaiting the onset of the plot. He must take action during the intervening years leading up to the story to enhance the likelihood of achieving his aspirations. He is certain that his intentions do not revolve around rescuing Minato and Kushina. Shuren, of the Tsutsuki clan, does not possess such altruistic inclinations, and in fact, the demise of the fourth Hokage would appear to be more advantageous than detrimental to his ultimate objectives. If feasible, he would even consider facilitating their departure. Draining them of the chakra of the Nine Tails? The chakra of Minato Namikaze and the Uzumaki clan would undoubtedly serve as splendid specimens for his collection. And what of the Battle of Kanabi Bridge? Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara. Surely, Madara must be nearing his end at this juncture? It appears necessary to ascertain the location of his subterranean palace. At this moment, the young man, a mere pawn in the realm of ninjas, harbors no particular thoughts regarding this formidable figure, the Uchiha King. Although he might seize the opportunity to siphon off Madara's chakra while the latter is unsuspecting, it is far more likely that such an act would alarm Kagaya's Black Zetsu. He is still too young and not yet fully developed in any aspect. Thus, he cannot afford to rush his progress. Time is on his side, and he understands that adhering to the natural course of events is most advantageous for him. By minimizing interference with the unfolding narrative, he can gain greater foresight and flexibility, thereby securing more benefits for himself. Moreover, the optimal moment to acquire Madara's chakra will be when he emerges in a state of total victory. However, the Zetsu with the swirling visage must yield a portion of its cells to him. This particular Zetsu fundamentally differs from its counterparts. The so-called army of 100,000 Zetsu was merely a creation of Kagaya through humanity ages ago. In contrast, the swirling-faced Zetsu, known as Obito's, was birthed from Madara's manipulation of Hashirama's cells. It possesses an abundance of these cells, which have been masterfully harnessed. To attain the level of the Sage of Six Paths or even Kagaya's bloodline limit, mere transplantation of the Rinnegan is insufficient. Even if he reaches the future incarnation of himself, he would merely have grazed the threshold of the Six Paths, and the eyes would not be his own, resulting in significant rejection. Hence, from the outset, he never intended to fully adhere to his grandfather's vision. Transplanting the eyes of the Hyuga clan is a shortcut. While it may grant him access to the Rinnegan, it remains fundamentally rudimentary. At best, it would render him comparable to the incomplete Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Obito, who possesses a standard Rinnegan. He remains distanced from the 6-tomo Rinnegan of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, let alone Kagaya's 9-tomo Rinnegan. Moreover, they are Ten Tails Jinchuriki, endowed with unimaginable chakra and the power of yin and yang release. While Hashirama's cells may not be entirely effective for him, they are the quintessential tool in the ninja world, warranting further exploration. Furthermore, he has already identified a target for his deep ancestral cell research. Compared to the descendants of Otsutsuki Kenshiki, those of Otsutsuki Yui are evidently more suitable for his purposes. Aside from the Hyuga clan of the same origin, only Kagaya's lineage remains. Naturally, such ancestral research cannot be undertaken solely by him. Although he possesses fragments of future intelligence, he lacks knowledge in the realm of technology. And research is not his forte. Confirming the location of Uchiha Madara's subterranean palace and finding a way to infiltrate Konoha necessitates a visit to the hidden mist. After completing his meditation, he rises and strides toward the temple's exit. A journey through the ninja world is imperative. He did not anticipate that the promise made to you could be fulfilled so soon. Huff, huff. On the front lines of the Iwagakure and Konoha battlefield, a boy of 12 or 13 years, clad in clothing bearing the Uchiha emblem and wearing wind-resistant goggles, leans against a massive boulder, panting heavily. Beside him, a cute girl with short hair adorned with 2 blue stripes on her face is performing healing techniques on him. Seizing this opportunity to recover his nearly depleted stamina and chakra, he cautiously observes his surroundings. As he turns to face her charming visage, the boy breaks into a goofy smile. Lin, don't worry. We will definitely accomplish our mission. Be quiet, Obito. I need to bandage you quickly. Kakashi is still holding off the enemy. We must rush to support him. Oh, Lin, Kakashi has already been promoted to Chunin. It won't be long before he becomes a Jonin. He'll be fine, don't worry. Upon hearing Lin mention Kakashi, Obito felt a twinge of jealousy. Yet he couldn't deny Kakashi's prowess. After all, he regarded Kakashi as a rival and had strived to catch up to him. Lin was already accustomed to Obito's temperament and his attitude towards Kakashi, so she refrained from commenting further. However, her expression grew more serious, and she became increasingly focused on treating Obito. The sooner she addressed his injuries, the lighter Kakashi's burden would be. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air in front of Obito. In alarm, he disregarded his injuries and instinctively pulled Lin close, lunging forward. Just as they moved from their original position, a kunai embedded with an explosive tag whizzed past them. It struck the rock behind them, causing a spray of blood and detonating with a thunderous boom, creating a large crater in the ground. Lin, are you alright? I'm fine, Obito, but your wound has reopened. With Obito's protection, Lin remained unscathed, yet the sight of his previously stitched wound tearing open again brought a glimmer of moisture to her eyes. It's nothing, Lin. Let me deal with them first, then I'll handle this. Humph, these kids are quite arrogant. A grim-looking Iwagakure Chunin stepped from behind a tree, surveying Obito and Lin, and chuckled to his fellow Chunin. Konoha is truly overconfident, sending such kids to the battlefield. They don't even know how to write death. His companion emerged cautiously from the shadows, ignoring the taunt and scanning the surroundings for any anomalies. Relieved to find none, he said, Konoha ninjas, especially those from the Uchiha clan, shouldn't be underestimated. We need to eliminate him quickly and report back to our captain to deal with that white-haired fellow. Upon hearing this, the Iwagakure ninja immediately sobered, nodding in agreement as he and his companion charged toward Obito and Lin. Don't underestimate us, Uchiha. Fire style, great fireball technique. Chapter 7. The great fireball technique cannot hit or kill. On the moon, Shuren piloted a puppet bird. Trailing behind him was another puppet, its hands wrapped in bandages, bearing an uncanny resemblance to his grown self. This is precisely what the Shuren has transformed based on his appearance, relying on the body of his grandfather and other constructs of puppetry. However, at this moment, this puppet remains dormant. Having traversed the desolate city of Otsutsuki, along with forests and oceans, the Shuren arrives at a coastal entrance that resembles an eye. Here lies the nexus between the moon and the earth, a realm safeguarded by the formidable crab monster, a space of ethereal bubbles. Upon arriving at this extraordinary locale, the young man dismounted from the puppet bird. Subsequently, with the aid of the Rebirth Eye's powers, he fully immersed his consciousness into this advanced puppet, crafted from his grandfather's body, adeptly wielding its formidable strength. The sensation was nothing short of exquisite. The chakra coursing through him allowed him to finally attempt techniques from his lineage that had previously eluded his grasp. His awareness traversed every corner of the puppet's form, savoring the surging power within, and he was filled with exhilaration. Although he had begun to grasp the teachings of his Otsutsuki heritage, his youth rendered many seemingly potent techniques beyond his reach. Moreover, in consideration of his physical development, he had refrained from practicing martial arts. Thus, at this moment, he was merely a fledgling with a modicum of chakra, abundant in knowledge yet devoid of practical experience. This is one of the significant reasons why he must rely on a puppet to venture into the shinobi world. As the sole descendant of the current Tsutsuki clan, he is exceptionally cautious about preserving his life. Moreover, given the ongoing turmoil in the shinobi realm, it is indeed perilous for someone of his youth to embark on such a journey. However, in regard to the intricacies of the shinobi world, the accumulation of combat experience, and the development of offensive techniques, he finds himself compelled to prepare in advance. The inherited ninjutsu of the Tsutsuki clan is, to be honest, remarkably potent. Yet, the number of techniques truly accessible and learnable by ordinary individuals is exceedingly limited. Not to mention that the ultimate techniques such as the heavenly divine manifestation, Yomi's path, and the extermination of ashen bones are entirely beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. These techniques are formidable manifestations of the bloodline limit. Even the weaker variants, such as the 80 Gods airstrike, a principal heritage of the Hyuga and Otsutsuki clans, remain beyond their grasp. The Hyuga clan has been compelled to distill this technique to its essence, resulting in the Gentle Fist. However, this is not to imply that the Gentle Fist lacks potency. It possesses the remarkable ability to infuse chakra into an opponent's body, inflicting damage upon their internal organs and chakra network. The internal organs of a ninja are inherently fragile and cannot be fortified. Thus, once the chakra introduced by the Gentle Fist wreaks havoc, it is typically fatal. Moreover, the Gentle Fist, derived from the 80 Gods air strike, amalgamates defense, offense, close combat, and range techniques. In close combat, there are the Gentle Fist techniques: the 8 trigrams 32 palms, the 8 trigrams 64 palms, and the 8 trigrams 128 palms. The 32, 64, and 128 palms are essentially variations of a single technique, with their efficacy entirely contingent upon the innate capabilities of the Hyuga clan members. Furthermore, the speed of these attacks is far from the sluggish portrayal often seen in animations. They are executed in mere seconds. Defensively, the 8 trigrams palm heavenly return can thwart the majority of physical assaults. For ranged attacks, the 8 trigrams air palm excels, and due to its manipulation of airflow, it is exceedingly difficult for opponents encountering it for the first time to perceive. The entirety of this situation, combined with the innate immunity to illusions and the ability to discern all things granted by the Byakugan, renders the Hyuga clan's configuration remarkably impeccable. Among ordinary ninjas, they're undoubtedly exceptional. However, mastering the entirety of the Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist techniques remains a formidable challenge. Furthermore, due to the distinction between the main house and the branch house, typically only the head of the family possesses the complete repertoire of secret arts. The practice of such esoteric techniques cannot be achieved overnight. It demands both time and innate talent. After all, not everyone can ascend to the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 5 or 6, nor can they embark upon the 6 paths level in their mid-teens. Even in the original world of Naruto, true master-level shinobi are exceedingly rare, with perhaps only 1 or 2, or at most 3 or 4, per village. The primary forces remain the Chunin and Jonin, while the elite Jonin constitute the true upper echelons. Moreover, should a prodigy emerge from the Hyuga clan, mastering the clan's heritage and possessing a modicum of additional chakra, attaining the level of a shadow is not an insurmountable feat, regrettably. The Hyuga clan has not seen particularly formidable individuals for several generations. The only one who could be deemed a genius is from the branch house, who, lacking comprehensive knowledge of the Gentle Fist, relied solely on personal deduction and comprehension, ultimately falling victim to the narrative's whims. It can be said that it was both fate and circumstance. In contrast to the Hyuga clan of Konoha, the Otsutsuki clan's heir has access to a far broader array of legacies. Although he currently cannot learn the 80 Gods vacuum attack, he can study the simplified versions of the vacuum attack and the 8,000 Spears God. However, any technique bearing the name of a deity, regardless of its simplification, inherently belongs to the divine arts of the Otsutsuki clan. Without a certain level of strength, its efficacy would likely mirror that of the vacuum palm and Gentle Fist. As for other divine techniques, such as Takamagara, Kagetsuchi, Kurama Shinjitsu, and Tokitsuke's, it seems that only upon awakening the Rinnegan will he be able to learn them. The heir does not lack for heritage, yet he believes what he truly lacks is experience in combat and warfare. Perhaps, after centuries devoid of conflict, the Otsutsuki clan has allowed their ninjutsu to languish, particularly after acquiring the colossal Rinnegan. They perceived no threats and primarily engaged in training to wield the Rinnegan's abilities as offensive measures. At other times, they either refined their chakra or delved into puppet mastery. only occasionally sparring in taijutsu during moments of ennui. This truly exemplifies the adage, those who are warlike are destined for demise, while those who forget the ways of battle are bound to encounter peril. It is no wonder that in the original work, Tsutsuki Shinju, wielding the Rinnegan and bearing the chakra fruit, was still bested in a confrontation by Naruto, who, devoid of the chakra fruit, utilized a combination of taijutsu and sage techniques, leaving the latter to question his very existence. This situation is also quite evident in the character of Kaguya Tsutsuki, although she is far more powerful than Uchiha Madara. If the roles were reversed, Madara, possessing Kaguya's abilities and strength, might still hesitate to undertake the system's tasks. Compared to the seasoned ninjas who have fought in the Shinobi world for many years, the combat experience of the original characters, SH-10 and Kaguya, is significantly lacking. This is also one of the reasons why the protagonist must venture into the ninja realm. With the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War approaching, what could be a more opportune moment to accumulate combat experience? Having firmly established his objective, the protagonist maneuvered his puppet alongside the flying birds into the cavern. Meanwhile, his true self continued to refine chakra, diligently practicing the inherited divine arts and delving into the study of ninjutsu, such as the formless, attribute-less technique known as the Rasengan. Within the cavern, suffused with a blue luminescence, lay a mysterious lake whose waters defied the laws of nature, remaining dry to the touch, accompanied by a peculiar crab-like creature. Countless bubbles, expelled by the crab-like entity, transformed into orbs of yellow light, floating serenely on the lake's surface. The protagonist gazed in curiosity at the spectacle, feeling no adverse effects as he leaped forward, stepping onto the circular stone spheres, and soon emerged from the cave's entrance. Beyond lay a vast lake, encircled by a lush forest. This is Crescent Moon Island, a territory belonging to the Land of the Moon. At present, the Moon Ninja Village does not yet exist. Following the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, several elite ninjas from various villages, weary of the relentless cycle of violence, fled here to establish the Moon Ninja Village. However, none of this concerns Shuren. After discerning his direction, he deftly maneuvered his puppet bird, soaring directly towards the front lines of battle. Several days had passed since he had witnessed the third Hokage issuing the mission for Minato to join the fray. The war must have commenced by now, and he hoped to arrive in time. Shuren did not intend to interfere. His primary objective was to accumulate combat experience, with the secondary aim of locating the underground lair of Uchiha Madara. As he approached the vicinity of the battlefield, still several miles away, he began to disguise and conceal himself. Possessing the Byakugan, he was acutely aware of its formidable reconnaissance capabilities. However, knowing this also meant they had their own methods to counteract its effectiveness. As Shuren concealed his presence and lowered his chakra frequency, utilizing the power of the Rinnegan to disrupt the Byakugan's line of sight, he coincidentally encountered Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin being discovered by a Wagakure ninjas. Do not underestimate us, Uchiha, Obito exclaimed, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball hurtled toward the two Wagakure ninjas. Oomph, your fan betrays your identity. We have long been prepared for your tricks. The two Wagakure ninjas, unfazed, effortlessly leaped aside, propelling themselves off a tree trunk to charge at Obito and Rin. Simultaneously, they began forming hand seals. Earth style, Earth Flow River. Earth style, Earthstone Pile. Their coordinated efforts complemented each other flawlessly. The Earth Flow River softened the ground, restricting the movements of the two. Subsequently, sharp stone pillars erupted from the ground, aiming directly at them. Such a scene almost prompted a round of applause from Shuren. Although he had been born into the ninja world for 3 years, it was his first experience witnessing the diverse applications of ninjutsu. It felt as though a dream had materialized into reality. Nonetheless, Shuren swiftly adjusted his mindset, focusing on the composed and strategic responses of Uchiha Obito. While he was familiar with Obito's combat style and initial jutsu, he couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Obito, are you not aware that the Great Fireball technique is the most merciful of all ninjutsu? It is even more compassionate than I, incapable of causing death or even striking a target. Chapter 8. Exposure. Shuren concealed himself 2 kilometers away from the skirmish between the several combatants. The distance posed no challenge for the wielder of the Byakugan. Every movement, every expression, and even the flow of chakra within them was laid bare to his sight. With the Byakugan activated, his field of vision expanded dramatically, allowing him to see everything within a 2-kilometer radius with crystal clarity, encompassing a full 360 degrees without blind spots. Under the scrutiny of the Byakugan, the distant battle appeared almost as if it were unfolding right before him. Although Uchiha Obito's injuries remained unhealed, his bandaging incomplete, he, alongside Noera Rin, managed to fend off the assaults from the two Iwagakure ninjas, albeit with great difficulty. However, due to the surprise attack and his injuries, Rin's capabilities were limited, barely reaching the pinnacle of a Genin and only resembling that of a Chunin at best. As the primary defender, Obito soon found his wounds exacerbated. The injuries, previously treated, began to reopen just as their endurance was waning. Suddenly, a brilliant bolt of lightning surged towards their battlefield from afar. With a crackle, the flash of lightning revealed a figure, a youth with silver hair, clad in a black mask and a tight-fitting black combat suit. Complemented by green Chunin armor adorned with the red insignia of the Konoha Umbu on his shoulders and back, stood before them. The boy exuded a cold and formidable aura. After confirming that the two behind him were not in mortal danger, he approached the Iwagakure ninjas with a detached expression, sword in hand, and without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Obito and Rin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him. Rin hurriedly assisted Obito to sit down and resumed tending to his wounds. Observing Rin's focused attention on the battle while healing him, a flicker of jealousy crossed Obito's eyes as he observed their teammates effectively suppressing the Iwagakure duo. He exclaimed with a hint of disdain, "Kakashi, you arrived too late. I was just about to finish them off." "Obito, be quiet. Don't distract Kakashi," Rin scolded. Noticing his irritation, Obito, sensing her displeasure, reluctantly fell silent. How had Kakashi attained such formidable chakra and prowess at this point? From a distance, as he watched Kakashi support Obito and Rin in their retreat, the Byakugan user withdrew his gaze. Having never truly encountered Kakashi before, he had assumed that the playful jester, often used as a unit of chakra measurement, would possess limited energy despite his strength. However, he realized now that he had been mistaken. Through the lens of his Byakugan, it became evident that Kakashi's chakra at this moment surpassed that of the others by a considerable margin. It was clear that he had yet to reach his peak. And as he continued to grow, his chakra would undoubtedly expand further. Such an immense quantity of chakra has, astonishingly, reduced to merely a unit of measurement for chakra. Does this imply that ordinary individuals possess a meager amount of chakra? Or is it that the ocular prowess of the Sharingan demands an exorbitant consumption from those without Uchiha lineage? Perhaps I ought to seek a pair of Sharingan to experiment with this notion. Having merely a single pair of eyes proves rather inconvenient. As the hidden guise of the individual dissipates, they summon distant puppet birds, poised to pursue Kakashi's team. Uncertain, however, is whether my shadow manipulation chakra can sustain the daily expenditure required by the Sharingan. At this moment, I have come to grasp Kakashi's prowess. By correlating his performance, I have formed a rough estimate of the strength embodied in my grandfather's controlled form. The two ninjas from Iwagakure, before their demise, alluded to the fact that Kakashi's abilities might be nearing the level of a Nin. Thus, I regard him as a peak Chunin. And I harbor no fear towards him in this moment, for my chakra reserves are at least 3 to 4 times greater than his. As the puppet birds emerge within my line of sight, my vigilance slightly eases. I prepare to leap once they draw near, ready to chase after Kakashi and his companions. In the next instant, a swift sound of a blade slicing through flesh reaches my ears. Concurrently, an explosion reverberates in my mind. Instinctively, I compel my leg muscles to spring upward from the tree trunk. Oh, my reaction speed is surprisingly adequate? Is that the Byakugan? Alas, Lord Lus. While we have devised countermeasures against Konoha's Byakugan, it remains one of the most perceptive bloodline limits. Evading it entirely proves exceedingly challenging for our numbers. 5 ninjas suddenly emerged from the depths of the earth, encircling the escape route of the young man. The very ninja who had previously attacked him obliterated the ground where he had been standing. The young man glanced up at the towering figure opposite him, a man who appeared to stand at an imposing height of approximately 17 meters. His arms, legs, and torso were as robust as those of a giant. Adorned in earthy red garb, with his forehead bearing the 2 stone forehead protectors of Iwagakure. With a mere flicker of thought, the young man realized the identity of this formidable foe. He was none other than the son of the 3rd Tsutsuki, Inoki, and the father of the 4th Tsutsuki, Kuratsuchi. In the original narrative during the 4th Great Ninja War, this behemoth possessed the ability to suppress the Ten-Tails with his earth-style techniques. And he could send tailed beasts like Kinkaku flying with a single punch. Although both the official texts and Iwagakure's external references classified him as an elite Nin. In terms of raw power, he was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of Nin's strength, verging on the level of a Hokage. Though only in the midst of the Third War, his prowess was undoubtedly that of an elite Nin. The young man had not anticipated that the first challenge he would face in pursuit of battle experience would be such a formidable opponent. Upon recognizing his adversary, a fleeting thought of retreat crossed his mind, he genuinely doubted his ability to triumph over such a powerful foe, while others might engage with mere fodder to gain experience. His encounter was with an elite boss from the very beginning. Despite his extensive knowledge of many aspects concerning Onoki, his own information remained concealed. Furthermore, his Byakugan would lead the Iwagakure shinobi to mistakenly categorize him as a member of the Hokage clan, thus misleading them. However, when it came to confronting Onoki, even armed with knowledge, he had no means of countering his opponent. Conversely, although Onoki specialized in earth techniques, he was a well-rounded fighter. Yet, just as the rational thought of retreat began to take root in the young man's mind, it was swiftly overpowered by a surge of fervor. What use was it to seek out weak opponents? In the pursuit of battle, nothing could be more exhilarating and conducive to growth than the thrill of life and death encounters. In the fleeting moment when this frenzied thought was conceived, the individual who initially intended to flee straightened his back. During this contemplative confrontation, the shoulder, previously marked by the earth, began to heal rapidly under the transformative power of his will. Witnessing this scene, Huang Tu narrowed his eyes, pondering whether it was a healing technique. Another ninja from Iwagakure expressed a tinge of regret, remarking that if Lord Huang Tu favored poison, this moment could have rendered the opponent incapacitated. Huang Tu shook his head, choosing not to respond, sensing that even poison would be ineffective against this adversary. With a wave of his hand, he spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "No matter, you all pursue those 3 Konoha ninjas. I shall deal with this one." Upon receiving the command, the other 4 ninjas promptly complied, vanishing from sight like fleeting shadows. Unlike characters in romantic dramas, ninjas adhered strictly to orders. In this moment, the forest was left with only Huang Tu and the individual before him. Iwagakure Huang Tu. The other broke the silence, and as his words fell, the chakra that had been accumulating within his body surged forth with fervor. It appeared that Huang Tu remained oblivious to this movement. "From the Hyuga clan of Konoha? You bear no forehead protector. It seems you are on a clandestine mission." A glimmer of insight flashed in Huang Tu's eyes, as his preconceived notions began to shape a rough outline in his mind, sketching a trajectory for the actions of his opponent. It is, in fact, not entirely his fault. The reputation of the Byakugan's bloodline limit is exceedingly renowned, and all 4 of the great shinobi villages aspire to possess it, yet none have succeeded thus far. I can sense your formidable strength. Your chakra is quite potent. However, the combat prowess of the Hyuga clan cannot possibly rival mine. So it would be wise for you to surrender. As Huang Tu spoke, he exhibited no signs of impatience, remaining unperturbed by the situation. His confidence radiated not only in regard to himself, but also towards those pursuing Kakashi and his companions. His composure was as steadfast as a rock, suggesting that he had mastered the will of stone to its utmost degree. As Huang Tu's aura intensified, Shuren felt his own presence diminish, prompting him to decisively step forward. Chapter 9. The 8,000 Spear God Senior Huang Tu. I never anticipated that my very first battle on the battlefield would be against a formidable opponent such as yourself. Shuren remarked, a warm smile gracing his lips. It is an honor to engage with you. However, although you may not divulge this information, I am nonetheless curious. How did you discover my presence? At that moment, he appeared as a young adult, possessing a handsome visage, short blue-white hair, and pristine white eyes. Every movement he made was marked by elegance and courtesy, unmistakably indicative of a scion from a prestigious family. His demeanor resembled that of someone who had come for a leisurely outing rather than for the chaos of battle. And even Huang Tu could sense an aura of gentility and sunshine emanating from him. Huang Tu gazed at him for a moment, his eyes filled with confusion and inquiry. It seems as though you are unaware that currently, Iwagakure and Konohagakure are engaged in battle. Moreover, I have not encountered you on the battlefield before. You must be from the esteemed Hyuga clan, correct? The stoic H-Du silently nodded, deepening his impression of the individual before him. Furthermore, there is no trace of killing intent emanating from you, suggesting that you have yet to take a life. It is indeed astonishing that Konoha would send someone like you to the battlefield. It appears they are truly out of options. In light of this, you shall accompany me to Iwagakure, for we are in need of a bearer of the Byakugan bloodline. As for how I discovered your presence, do not assume that the Byakugan is infallible. After all, we have clashed more than once. The usually reticent H-Du found himself speaking at length to someone who is likely marked for death or capture. If others from the Rock-Hidden faction were to witness this, it would surely leave them astounded. However, the demeanor of the recluse is remarkably pure, akin to that of an untainted child. A ninja who has never taken a life, regardless of their strength, poses little threat in Huang Tu's eyes. Upon hearing this, Shuren nodded in understanding. His smile grew more radiant as he activated his Byakugan and gestured invitingly. In the next moment, the two vanished in an instant. The air momentarily stilled. Suddenly, Shiren's gaze sharpened, and through his Byakugan, he perceived everything about Huang Tu with remarkable clarity. At that moment, his eyes seemed to emit a piercing light, and the chakra within him surged forth. His feet transitioned from stillness to motion with the swiftness of a galloping steed, stirring up a fierce wind. The swirling chakra propelled him forward, closing the 10-meter distance in the blink of an eye. Huang Tu's pupils constricted. He realized that Shiren must possess considerable strength, or he would not have chosen to confront him directly. However, he was utterly unprepared for the explosive speed and formidable aura emanating from someone who appeared to lack any experience in combat. Nevertheless, Huang Tu was well aware of the Hyuga clan's characteristics, which emphasized close combat. With a sharp reaction, Huang Tu swiftly raised his hands, gathering earth-style chakra that enveloped them in a thick layer of rock in an instant. As Shiren charged towards him unexpectedly, Huang Tu did not flinch or evade. Instead, he launched a punch aimed squarely at the side of Shiren's head, intending to knock him unconscious and take him back. Yet, Shiren's punch was equally swift, creating a sonic boom. The collision between the two revealed the stark disparity in their experience. Huang Tu's physical prowess was formidable, and in a heartbeat, he seized the initiative from Shiren. His hands, encased in rock, executed a long-range strike, unleashing a powerful force meant to keep Shiren at bay, denying him the opportunity to employ his gentle fist technique. Allowing the Hyuga clan to close the distance would spell danger. This is a lesson learned through death by countless ninjas. By transforming the fist into a palm and executing an outward block, the swirling chakra manifests as white flames enveloping the palm, subsequently pivoting at the joints. The individual named Shiren rotates his arm, with chakra subtly emanating from his fingertips as his palm morphs into a claw, swiftly seizing the forearm of the earth-like figure. Huang Tuesday targeting a specific chakra pathway, he strikes accurately. Although the lineage of the Tsutsuki clan differs significantly from that of the Hyuga, their fundamental principles exhibit remarkable similarities. In the realm of Shinobi, martial arts can essentially be categorized into two distinct styles, the steel fist and the gentle fist. Unlike the gentle fist, which channels chakra into the opponent's body to disrupt their chakra pathways and internal organs, the steel fist is characterized by direct, physical assault. The Hyuga clan holds a certain disdain for practitioners of the steel fist. In contrast, the Tsutsuki clan, unbound by such rigid doctrines, possesses a broader legacy and understands that both the steel fist and the gentle fist ultimately simplify the principles of the 8 divination palms. Consequently, Shiren's initial assault employing the steel fist catches Huang Tu off guard. However, upon witnessing the attack directed at his chakra pathways, Huang Tu's expression shifts to one of realization. Soon after, the rocky armor enveloping his body expands significantly. On the battlefield, every fragment of chakra is invaluable. Thus, Huang Tu is keen to subdue Shiren directly with physical techniques, foregoing the use of his signature earth release. Boom. Thud. If your martial prowess is limited to this, and you cannot even execute your own 8 trigrams, then you might as well follow me. After exchanging a few blows, Huang Tu recognizes the disparity between himself and other Hyuga, feeling somewhat disheartened. Huang Tu, when did you come to believe that the Hyuga clan's martial arts are confined to the gentle fist and the 8 trigrams? 8,000 spears. Shiren's Byakugan fixates intently on Huang Tu's chakra pathways, and in the next moment, chakra surges from all the joints of Shiren's body. Instantly, it transforms into a series of menacing chakra spikes that pierce and shatter the rocky defense surrounding Huang Tuesday. Huang Tu's expression shifts dramatically as he swiftly retreats, twisting his arm in an attempt to escape. However, Shiren is relentless. His grip on Huang Tu's wrist is ironclad. He moves with agility, maintaining pace with Huang Tu's movements. The two lock eyes, and under Shiren's fierce, predatory gaze, Huang Tu feels a tingle of unease. Gone is the gentle demeanor of Shiren. It is coldness and madness that now define him. 8,000 spears God. With a firm grip on the wrist of the earth, the young man exerted force, pulling him closer once more. Subsequently, his other hand swung out, unleashing a barrage of chakra spikes that pierced through the earth's clothing, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. However, this was the first time the young man had attempted to manipulate chakra with such intensity, and his control over his body was far from adept. Uncertain of the optimal method for utilizing chakra, he felt the energy within him rapidly depleting. The chakra spears surrounding him appeared to number in the hundreds, compressing swiftly and becoming increasingly sharp, rendering one side of the earth's body a gruesome sight. Earth release, Hardening technique. The earth, enduring excruciating pain, finally managed to form seals, initiating the hardening of his body. Yet, as the hardened skin began to manifest, the young man's hand descended forcefully upon the earth's head. The penetrative and destructive power of the 8,000 spears was formidable, with unparalleled chakra-slicing capability. Earth release, earth clone. Boom. Within a second, the young man shattered the earth's clay clone and released his grip on the wrist. The clone, now lying on the ground, bore no spiderweb-like cracks on its surface. Instead, a remarkably smooth, massive hole had appeared at its center, as though it had been entirely severed and evaporated. Chapter 10. The Clash with the Earth. The Earth did not even spare a glance, his expression unchanged, embodying an unwavering calmness. However, the flickering light within his pupils betrayed his fade of composure. He was taken aback to discover that the Hyuga clan of Konoha possessed such formidable taijutsu. Was this a newly developed technique? It seems I must ensure your demise. Although he had achieved this outcome by leveraging an information gap, the young man felt no trepidation. Come on, I permit you to demonstrate your proud earth release ninjutsu. The young man was not belittling the earth. Despite his haughty tone, he was not incorrect. The earth indeed specialized solely in earth release techniques. Yet, the young man himself had only mastered taijutsu, partly due to the difficulty of learning the divine techniques inherited from the Tsutsuki. Additionally, he had not had the opportunity to study the transformation of chakra properties. His previous life had not afforded him the chance for such research, and the process of transformation required considerable time. Unfazed by the young man's taunts, the earth fixed his gaze intently upon him. Despite the blood continually flowing from one side of his body, he remained indifferent, swiftly forming seals with fingers that moved so quickly they left afterimages. His attack was a vast earth release ninjutsu. Earth release, earth flow wave. The ground within a radius of nearly 100 meters instantaneously softened, transforming into a quagmire. As the infusion of earthen chakra commenced, the flowing mire surged upward, resembling a torrent of water cascading rapidly downward. Utilizing the drop in elevation, a substantial mass of mud and silt coalesced into a deluge, attempting to envelop and ensnare the individual. Although this was his first encounter with such a jutsu, the fighter's combat instinct remained formidable. He understood that remaining stationary would inevitably lead to his demise. Only by approaching the earth could he find a chance of survival. Thus, he did not linger but leaped into action, using solid objects and trees to draw closer to the ground. However, his movement revealed to the earth his true capabilities. The manner in which he responded to the jutsu vividly illustrated the limitations inherent within the Hyuga clan. The giant-like ninja's expression softened slightly. However, the speed of his hand seals accelerated exponentially. Earth style, hardening technique. Earth style, rock fist technique. In the instant the seals were completed, the earth let out a resounding roar as he struck the ground with both hands. The soft mud beneath the feet of the wandering man rapidly solidified, transforming into firm terrain, momentarily halting his advance. Meanwhile, the figure of the earth surged forward like a freight truck, devoid of any embellishments, delivering a powerful punch directly to the man's face. The force behind this punch was formidable, the sheer height of the attacker imposing a terrifying pressure upon the individual known as Shuren. As the figure surged forward, it was accompanied by a piercing howl. Shuren's expression shifted as he sensed the overwhelming power, compelling him to refrain from a direct confrontation. In this moment, his innate, extraordinary reflexes afforded him a fleeting opportunity. Wind, air dance. The chakra within him surged forth, as the figure of the earthy adversary rushed towards him. The turbulent air created by the compression provided Shuren with an excellent leverage. In that instant, he seemed to transform into an ethereal spirit of the wind, his entire being swaying in harmony with the currents. It was as if he tread upon the very tips of the wind, with a deft pivot of his foot. He glided effortlessly across the hardened mire, completing a graceful arc to position himself behind the earthy foe. Without a moment's hesitation, Shuren struck down with a decisive palm. 8,000 spear gods. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Crack. The mere earth flow wall was utterly incapable of withstanding the might of Shuren's assault. The earthy adversary, fully aware of this truth, did not attempt to evade but rather braced himself to endure the onslaught. Earth release. Multiple earth flow walls. Recognizing the devastating potential of Shuren's strike, the earthy opponent shouted, summoning layer upon layer of earthen barriers to shield against the impending attack. Yet, against the 8,000 spear gods, such an earth release was as flimsy as a wooden plank. Sensing the imminent danger, the earthy adversary clenched his fists, forming the necessary seals. With a single gesture, he unleashed a significantly potent ninjutsu. Earth Release, Mountain Earth Technique. This is the Earth's most adept technique in the art of earth manipulation, and it is a ninjutsu that will shine at the pinnacle of his prowess in the future. With a commanding gesture, he summoned two enormous semi-spherical masses from the depths of the ground, intending to ensnare the protagonist within. The protagonist's advance was thwarted. And as the colossal stones converged, he made a swift decision. The 8,000 spears, initially resting in his hands, expanded outward. The massive stones were once again shattered by the protagonist, revealing an opening the size of a human figure, through which he burst forth. However, just as he escaped peril, he was met with a formidable punch from the earth. The protagonist hastily defended himself, but the immense frame of the earth, imbued with ferocious strength, sent him hurtling through the air. Yet, this was not the end. As he regained his balance, he felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. Earth Release, Rock Bullet. After the earth flow transformed and hardened, the rocks instantaneously shattered into enormous fragments, enveloped in a flurry of explosive tags that hurtled toward him. Danger! The massive stones and the paper explosives, under the earth's control, began to multiply. 2 became 4, 4 became 16, and in the blink of an eye, a vast array loomed before him. From the protagonist's perspective, a sea of shadows filled his entire 360-degree field of vision. The earth, truly one of the foremost figures beneath the great Yamanaka of Awagakure, demonstrated not only remarkable combat experience but also an astute tactical intellect. Although initially at a disadvantage due to a lack of information regarding the protagonist, he quickly devised a countermeasure upon witnessing the protagonist's techniques. To counter the protagonist's Byakugan and devastating martial prowess, unleashing such an expansive ninjutsu barrage was the most effective strategy. This technique, the rock missile, possesses the formidable capability to obliterate a mountain. Confronted by such a ferocious assault from Huangtu, Shuren instinctively shielded his face with his arms, as a robust layer of chakra enveloped his limbs, torso, and legs. The chakra swelled relentlessly, its original azure luminescence gradually shifting to a pale crimson as it surged forth. In mere moments, it materialized around Shuren, transforming into a billowing cloak that danced in the wind. This was the divine technique, Fire Rat Cloak. As the Fire Rat Cloak took form, a violent gust of wind erupted outward, shattering the densely packed rocks and explosive tags before they could even approach. In an instant, sparks flew, the earth trembled, and the ground beneath him was marred with countless scars of varying depths. What is this? The Raikage Lightning released chakra mode? No. Huangtu was startled, yet his keen perception quickly allowed him to discern the distinction between the two. The Hyuga clan possesses such techniques. Are they not limited to merely defending against physical attacks with their Kaiten? While Huangtu was busy gathering information, Shuren was not one to stand idly by and endure the onslaught. He unleashed his chakra recklessly, intensifying the ferocity of the winds surrounding him. In the next moment, he gazed at Huangtu with an icy demeanor and waved his hand. Skydance. Wind. As the words left his lips, the massive boulders and explosive tags hurtling towards him seemed to freeze in midair. This passage reflects a simplified version of the Tsutsuki's Bloodlines ninjutsu, specifically the reverse effect of wind, skydance. Under the intense force of the gale, colossal boulders and explosive tags instantaneously veered back, hurtling towards the direction of the earth with an unstoppable momentum. Chapter 11, A Desperate Escape. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous explosions and flying debris ensued. The earth did not evade. It merely dissipated the attacking chakra from the explosive tags, steadfastly guarding its vital points, enduring what was originally intended as an assault against it. For a relentless 20 seconds, the relentless barrage of countless boulders struck Shuren without him yielding an inch. However, the earth, already wounded from the initial onslaught, found itself in a more precarious situation. Damn it! The wounded earth was genuinely enraged. Having initially sustained injuries, his fury had been simmering. At this moment, the Hyuga clan member, who should have been at his mercy, had audaciously slapped him in the face once more. His anger escalated to a murderous intent. What was once a plan to capture Shuren alive for the purpose of breeding had vanished. After all, he was of the clan, even in death. The Byakugan would not be lost. Yet, what unfolded next left him feeling utterly vexed. Just as he prepared to strike, Shuren unexpectedly fled. Ah, are you still the proud Hyuga clan? Running away? The earth seethed with rage, refusing to let Shuren escape, and swiftly gave chase. Earth, have you lost your senses? Engaging in a futile struggle against someone you cannot defeat is akin to courting death. At that moment, Shuren no longer exhibited the previous indifference and ferocity. His aura was rapidly diminishing. Nevertheless, his feet moved swiftly towards the distant cliff. Simultaneously, he summoned the remaining chakra to manipulate the avian puppets in the sky for assistance. As he sprinted, Shuren continuously replayed the encounter in his mind. It was evident that apart from exploiting the information gap to catch him off guard, he had suffered a near-total defeat. However, his attempt to escape was met with fervent opposition from the Earth. You wish to flee? A delusion. Suppressing his inner fury, the Earth pursued Shuren's fleeing form with a grave expression. Concurrently, he formed hand seals with his fingers and struck the ground once more. Earth release, earthquake core. Earth release, cracking earth palm. With 2 consecutive earth release techniques, the Earth showcased the formidable prowess of an elite Genin. In an instant, the ground trembled. Fissures erupted across the surface, and layers of earth transformed into palm prints, launching an assault towards Shuren. Sensing the imminent danger behind him, Shuren understood that if struck, capture would be inevitable. Though merely a puppet, the Byakugan within its eyes was irreplaceable. With no other choice, he pivoted and summoned the scant chakra remaining within him to unleash a palm strike. Divine Sky Strike. Bang! An invisible current of air materialized into a palm imprint, launching itself towards the Lus and swiftly obliterating the terrain in its wake. Familiar with the techniques of the Hyuga clan, he immediately recognized the maneuver. The 8 trigrams empty palm? Having endured 2 great battles, his combat experience was indeed extensive, but more crucially, he had faced off against the Hyuga clan on the battlefield, having witnessed both the 8 trigrams palm and the empty palm. Yet, the instinctive sense of danger still alerted the Lus to the impending threat. The Hinata clan member appears to wield an extraordinary power with this move. Huang Tu decisively shields his face with his arms once more. Simultaneously, a robust layer of earth chakra manifests on his arms, body, and legs, subsequently transforming into rock. A flurry of wind blades, akin to axes and knives, assaults Huang Tu's day. These blades strike the stone he has become, sending sparks flying and leaving countless jagged scratches across its surface, before ultimately shattering it. In that moment, the chakra fueling the earth-style ninjutsu surrounding him seems to be utterly obliterated. Huang Tu's complexion pales, and a metallic taste surges in his mouth. Has the Hinata clan of Konoha developed yet another ninjutsu? Damn it, he must not be allowed to escape. Observing that Shuren is about to flee his line of sight, Huang Tu disregards his injuries and pursues him once more. He forms seals for the earth-style, subterranean voyage, and the heart-severing technique. Detecting the imminent danger, Shuren leaps away just as Huang Tu erupts from beneath his previous position. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shuren channels his remaining chakra into his hand, transforming it into a blade radiating a ghostly blue light, aimed at Huang Tu's neck. The colossal Huang Tu stands firm, fist clenched. And with a powerful earth-style, rock fist, he shatters Shuren's chakra blade. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of flying shards, Huang Tu employs the earth-style, heavy rock technique. Shuren feels as if he bears an immense weight, causing the skeletal structure of his puppet body to begin fracturing. Leave it. Huang Tu snarls, launching another rock fist down upon Shuren. 8,000 spears. In this critical moment, Shuren disregards everything else and, with a final surge of breath, unleashes a sharp chakra spear from his elbow towards Huang Tu's armpit. The 8,000 spears fail to pierce flesh smoothly. Instead, stirring up a mass of mud, Huang Tu evades this strike with an earth clone, yet the rock fist from the clone still crashes down upon Shuren's nape. The ferocity of the blow fractures the rocks beneath Shuren's feet, propelling him over the edge of the cliff. As Shuren plummets, Huang Tu exhales a sigh of relief, but his expression darkens once more in the next instant. Whoosh! A puppet bird suddenly descends from the sky, catching the falling Shuren and soaring upwards. It is only now that Shuren's heart truly finds solace. Puppet technique? Since when did Konoha possess puppet techniques? Have you forged an alliance with Sunagakure? The moment Huang Tu glimpses the puppet bird, a thought flashes rapidly through his mind. As one of the captains of this assault on Konoha, he is acutely aware of what this implies. If Konoha and Sunagakure have indeed joined forces, the tide of battle may very well shift. This information must be relayed swiftly. Observing the disheveled and pallid Huang Tu, whose expression shifted with unease, Shuren surmised that he was perhaps overthinking. However, he had no intention of clarifying matters. Although he could not prevail against him at present, he was more than willing to cause some vexation for his opponent. Moreover, after today's confrontation, his mastery over his current form had significantly improved. His true essence remained on the moon, merely 3 years old, with ample time for growth. He was confident that the next encounter with Huang Tu would not unfold as it had today. With newfound assurance, Shuren spoke with greater conviction. While he had already depleted his chakra, he refrained from disclosing this, leaving Huang Tu oblivious to his condition. Huang Tu, consider yourself fortunate this time, but rest assured, when we meet again, your head will be mine. Caught in contemplation of whether to retreat or fight to the death, Huang Tu was startled. He gazed at Shuren, who stood confidently with his puppet suspended in midair, and retorted without hesitation, "Do you still wish to claim you have not exerted your full strength? No need to wait for another occasion. If you possess the capability, let me experience your prowess once more." Earth release. When did you come to believe that I had already given my all? HM? Standing upon the avian creature, Shuren activated his Rebirth Eye, conjuring a sphere of pale yellow light in his palm. Observing Huang Tu as he formed hand signs, ready to employ Earth release again, Shuren unceremoniously hurled the light sphere downward. Boom! A terrifying explosion immediately blasted a gaping hole into the cliffside. As the dust settled, Huang Tu found that Shuren and the avian had vanished beyond the horizon. Staring at the extensive fissures that marred the rocks beneath him, Huang Tu remained silent and proceeded directly back to the main base. Chapter 12. The Weakened Konoha. Escalation of war on the third floor of the Hokage's office in Konoha. The third Hokage, clad in the ceremonial robes of his office, stood quietly on the rooftop. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a Konoha Umbu ninja, dressed in black and wearing an animal mask, suddenly appeared, kneeling behind him. Lord Third, urgent news from the front. The Umbu ninja spoke with a hint of urgency. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of unease wash over him. Speak. A small contingent of cloud and sand ninja has been sighted within the borders of the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Rivers. Additionally, the rock ninja from the Land of Grass are being held back by Lord Minato and Lord Orochimaru, but they are still reinforcing their numbers, the Umbu ninja swiftly reported. Anoki, are the Raikage and Kazekage also looking to seize the opportunity, or do they simply wish to observe the battle from a distance? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has endured numerous shinobi world wars, now feels a chill. The current state of Konoha pales in comparison to its strength during the Second Shinobi World War. Particularly, the suicide of Hatake Tsukumo 5 years ago, coupled with the departures of Tsunade and Jiraiya, has drastically diminished Konoha's power. Moreover, the Third Shinobi World War has persisted for nearly 5 years, and Konoha now faces threats from the 4 great shinobi villages, with its manpower nearly exhausted. Otherwise, he would not have allowed the students of the Ninja Academy to graduate so early. Does he not realize that sending children as young as 5 or 6 into battle significantly reduces their chances of survival? Truly, Konoha finds itself in a precarious situation. The elder generation is nearly extinct, while the new generation consists only of Orochimaru, Minato Namikaze, and Fugaku Uchiha. The mere thought of the Uchiha clan darkens Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance. Although they are one of Konoha's founding clans, they do not inspire complete confidence. From the information received from Danzo, it appears the Uchiha clan harbors considerable dissent towards the village. Furthermore, placing them on the front lines of the Mist Village seems to be a strategy to deplete their living forces. To his astonishment, a new prodigy has emerged from the Uchiha clan, earning the moniker Shursui of the body flicker on the front lines of the Mist Village. However, reports from the Umbu indicate that this Uchiha Shursui may still be salvaged. This thought offers Hiruzen a modicum of relief. Yet, it is too late to recall the Uchiha, and he is uncertain whether their withdrawal would incite the Mist Village to escalate their aggression. Should the Mist Village join the fray, Konoha would truly find itself surrounded by foes. Unfortunately, Konoha's current strength cannot support simultaneous engagements on multiple fronts, especially as the situation at the Iwagakure battlefield reaches a critical juncture. It seems the time has come for the prominent clans within the village, along with the older generation, to take action. He must summon Tsunade and Mito to the office. After concluding his thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed the Umbu beside him. Regardless of the current indecision of the Mist Village, the movements in other areas must be addressed. Soon, Tsunade and Mito Minion arrived at the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, Tsunade began. The village can now only access 600 million ryo. As Konoha's financial advisor, Tsunade understood well the purpose of her summons. Leave 100 million for emergencies, but allocate the rest. Send half to the front lines tomorrow and mobilize all medical units. Hiruzen, upon hearing this, felt a headache coming on but quickly regained his composure and instructed the Chunin outside to carry out the orders. After issuing the commands, Hiruzen turned to Tsunade and said, "This is a critical moment. You must visit the daimyo and secure additional funding. Without it, our defense will be exceedingly difficult." Zhuanxin Xiaochu nodded. As the steward of Konoha's finances, her paramount duty during wartime was evident. After all, the daily expenses of ninjas were substantial. Whether it be ninja tools, explosive tags, or provisions like soldier pills, all demanded considerable funding. While frugality could be observed during peacetime, wartime necessities were matters of life and death. Upon Zhuanqian Xiaoqin's departure, Mizutamon opened his eyes and glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen before inquiring, "What is my mission, Hiruzen?" "Hiruzen, I've just received intelligence that both the Cloud and Sand villages are exhibiting unusual movements. I require you to assist Orochimaru and Minato at the front lines, and if necessary, take Minato's place as a precaution," Hiruzen instructed. "The Cloud and Sand, those wretched foes. Leave this matter to me," Mizutamon responded, still youthful enough to fight, showing no reluctance to Hiruzen's directive. However, just before stepping out of the Hokage's office, he pointedly asked, "Hiruzen, it has been a long time since I last saw Danzo. Has he yet recovered from his injuries?" Watching Mizutamon and Zhuanqian Xiaoqun depart, Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a solemn glance toward the direction of the route. Not long after the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, the Mist Village had been among the first to show signs of unrest. Initially, it was Danzo who received the intelligence, and, after consulting with Hiruzen, took advantage of the vulnerability of the Mist's three-tailed Jinchuriki, who was none other than the third Mizukage, and eliminated the aging leader. The matter was executed with great secrecy by Danzo, remaining unbeknownst to many. However, this decisive action to sever the arm of the Mist Village effectively quelled their unrest. Yet, the price Danzo paid was significant. He himself was on the brink of death, and two of his elite shinobi from Root were also lost. Although Tsunade was absent from the village, given the current medical capabilities of the village, coupled with Orochimaru's assistance in his recovery, Danzo had long since regained his health. Strangely, he chose to remain concealed within Root, and even he was uncertain of his precise whereabouts. It was only vaguely understood that Danzo had already departed from the village. His trajectory suggested he was preparing to conspire with Hanzo in the Land of Rain. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was overwhelmed by the ravages of war and had neither the time nor the energy to monitor Danzo. Moreover, Danzo's presence in the Land of Rain could be beneficial for Konoha. The Land of Rain is adjacent to the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind. Should an emergency arise, Danzo would undoubtedly intervene. Furthermore, Hiruzen was acutely aware that the Mist ninjas were currently lacking in strength. The implementation of the Blood Mist policy by the Third Mizukage had significantly diminished the Mist Village's power, although there were rumors that the Three Tails had been located again, and that whoever became the new Jinchuriki would be in contention for the position of the Fourth Mizukage. The candidates had yet to be determined. Without a Jinchuriki, the tailed beasts could not exhibit their formidable might, and their involvement in the upcoming Shinobi World War remained uncertain. Hiruzen was cautious and refrained from hasty actions. As the Hokage of Konoha, his priority was the protection of the village. As long as he remained within Konoha, he could simultaneously deter the other four Kage. However, once he stepped onto the battlefield, that deterrent would vanish. This is also the reason he cannot move easily. As long as he remains in Konoha, it signifies that Konoha still possesses the strength to endure. Sensing the urgency, Sarutobi Hiruzen departed from the Hokage building, his pipe in mouth, making his way toward the residences of the prominent clans within the village. His first destination was the Hyuga clan, on the front lines of the battlefield against Iwagakure. Minato Namikaze, a Jonin, received a new assignment shortly after repelling a wave of attacks from Iwagakure. "Please proceed." He was informed that a shipment of supplies, accompanied by 5 Jonin, was expected to arrive by the following afternoon. This was the mission scroll. Upon hearing this, Minato's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had nearly reached the core decision-making echelon of Konoha and understood well that those who could provide support to the front lines at this moment were certainly not Danzo or the Root and Umbu operatives surrounding the Hokage. But could it possibly be Kushina? Suddenly, he thought of his wife, only to shake his head. It was unlikely they would allow her on the battlefield until the situation truly demanded it. However, when he glanced at the mission scroll, his expression shifted dramatically. Were the Land of Wind and the Land of Lightning also preparing to join this war? Realizing this, Minato hurried to Orochimaru's tent. After a brief wait, a hoarse voice emerged from behind him. "Ah, it's you, Minato. Your timing is impeccable. Orochimaru-sama, I have received a new mission to engage in a decisive battle with Iwagakure and subsequently return to guard against the Land of Wind and the Land of Lightning," Minato quickly explained. "Oh, understood. The old man has already notified me." A flicker of intrigue passed through Orochimaru's eyes, followed by a cold smile. Since we aim to prompt Iwagakure to a swift confrontation, there is another task for you to complete. Orochimaru-sama, please tell me. Minato. Iwagakure has begun to mobilize on a large scale. They too wish to reinforce their numbers. Orochimaru gestured towards a map, indicating a specific location. In order to maintain the efficiency and speed of their supply routes, Iwagakure will undoubtedly march the shortest distance. The Kaminobi Bridge is their most crucial route. My current personnel are needed to guard against Iwagakure and cannot be moved yet. It will take time for the old man's reinforcements to arrive. I can only rely on you. Your mission is to lure the enemy and disrupt their reinforcements, while Team 7's task is to destroy the bridge, severing their supply line. If we destroy the Kaminobi Bridge, Iwagakure will be unable to prolong the conflict. This mission is ranked S. Understood. Team 7 accepts the mission. Very well, go forth. But remain vigilant. When the final confrontation arrives, we will need you to lead the assault team. Orochimaru was acutely aware that the assassination of Minato had inflicted considerable pain upon the Hidden Stone Village. The recent large-scale mobilization likely heralded the imminent clash of titans. The severance of the Kamui Bridge marked the commencement of the ultimate confrontation. However, once Minato departed, Orochimaru's gaze grew cold once more. Sensei, it appears you have resolutely decided to pass your mantle to Minato. How is it that I, the frontline commander, received the same news simultaneously as him? Does he truly hold such favor in your eyes? Yet, Orochimaru felt no profound sorrow, for he had discovered something far more captivating than the position of Hokage. Chapter 13. The original Akatsuki organization and the journey to Kamui Bridge on the battlefield's opposite end. Shuren dispatched yet another solitary ninja from the Hidden Stone. As he delved into the memories of his foe, he meticulously recalled the details of the recent skirmish. It had been over 10 days since his encounter with the earth. And as a puppet, Shuren bore no physical wounds, only mental fatigue. In truth, had he not sought to refine his combat techniques and accumulate experience as a ninja while discreetly concealing his trump cards, he could have easily communicated with the Rebirth Eye to restore his puppet form. The battle against Earth had greatly benefited Shuren, providing him with a genuine life-or-death experience that was not easily afforded to just anyone. After all, while he controlled the puppet, its former prowess could hardly be deemed that of a true master. Following his clash with Earth, Shuren's understanding of chakra utilization and the seamless execution of techniques improved significantly. He adeptly mastered the allocation of chakra for each divine technique, and now his distribution of chakra had become more judicious. Once he eluded Earth's tracking, Shuren employed the power of the Byakugan to seek his next target. In a mere span of days, he had eliminated several adversaries, predominantly lower-ranked ninjas, followed by a few middle-ranked ones. Both the Hidden Stone and Leaf were represented among his victims, emphasizing a sense of egalitarianism among them. However, he had yet to encounter any elite ninjas, not even those of special jounin status. These individuals on the battlefield are either captains or squad leaders, and their numbers are quite limited. However, at this moment, as they boldly remain on the battlefield to tally their spoils, they are, in fact, scrutinizing the memories of their adversaries. Suddenly, one of them becomes alert. His eyes, already perceptive, catch sight of two figures not far away. It appears that the others are aware of his discovery. They exchange a glance and step forward with determination. Observing the two approaching figures, a flicker of surprise crosses the face of the scrutinizer. The two individuals bore no remarkable features, possessing the quintessential countenance of the masses. However, their headbands and attire were rather distinctive. The headbands featured a pattern of 4 separated vertical stripes, reminiscent of raindrops, exuding an air of casualness. They were not the typical insignia of the 5 great ninja villages, but rather those of the Rain Village. Their garments were even more noteworthy. Enveloping their forms were dark robes adorned with crimson clouds upon a black backdrop. Were they anyone else, even the 5 great ninja villages might struggle to identify them. Yet, for someone well-versed in the original narrative, it was immediately apparent what they represented: the Rain Village and the Akatsuki organization. Furthermore, it appeared that the Akatsuki was currently under the leadership of Yahiko, as evidenced by the absence of the mark of a rogue ninja upon their foreheads. They were also not among the members of the Akatsuki familiar to the observer. It seemed these were the original members of the Akatsuki, and Yahiko had not yet met his demise. Indeed, considering that Obito was soon to encounter Madara, who was still alive, it was likely that Nagato had not yet summoned the Outer Path deity. At that moment, the 2 members of the Akatsuki were oblivious that, in the instant they revealed themselves, the observer had already discerned their true identities. The Rain Village, unlike the ninja villages affiliated with the 5 great nations, was a place brimming with potential and ambition to ascend to greatness. They not only harbored such aspirations, but had also attempted to realize them. During the Second Great Ninja War, Hanzo had audaciously declared war on the 5 great ninja villages, seeking to challenge the entire ninja world single-handedly. Aspiring to replicate the monumental achievements of Hashirama Senju and become the true god of ninjas. The outcome, as one might imagine, was disastrous. The Rain Village was reduced to a battlefield for the 5 great nations, and what had once been a thriving community was left in ruins. Nowadays, Hanzo could only retreat into the Rain Village, barely clinging to existence. Otherwise, there would have been no opportunity for Yahiko to lead the rise of the Akatsuki. However, the current Akatsuki was subtly beginning to pose a threat to Hanzo's reign, but that is a tale for another time. The mission of the 2 Akatsuki members was to fulfill a commission from the Iwagakure, transporting supplies to a nearby base. After successfully completing their delivery, they were preparing to return to their village to report back when they unexpectedly stumbled upon a confrontation between the Observer and other ninjas. Initially assuming it to be a mere skirmish among ninjas, they soon realized that the Observer was unique. He dealt with both friend and foe alike without discrimination. Notably, the Observer did not wear a headband. Although a member of Konoha with the Byakugan, he showed no mercy even towards fellow Konoha ninjas. This indiscriminate treatment led the 2 individuals to believe that the protagonist was a traitor to the Hidden Leaf. Although the Akatsuki is no longer a gathering place for rogue ninjas, they are well aware that their leader is in desperate need of talent. Thus, their approach was motivated by a desire to recruit. The puppet, Flying Bird, carried the protagonist aloft once more, this time heading towards the direction of the Hidden Stone's concealed forces. While reviewing memories, he unexpectedly stumbled upon intriguing information. The recently slain Nin had been tasked with delivering intelligence to an elite squad, and the mission was connected to the battle at Kanabi Bridge. The protagonist understood that the battle at Kanabi Bridge, marking the death of Obito, was about to commence. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to disguise himself and proceed to the assembly point of the elite squad ahead of him, eager to partake in this mission. After all, investigating the lair of Uchiha Obito was among the primary objectives of his arrival in the ninja world. During the past several days of hunting, the protagonist had amassed a considerable amount of earth-release chakra and memories of earth-release techniques. Although his own chakra nature had not changed, he was capable of utilizing the collected chakra to perform jutsu. The reason he could not complete the transformation was entirely due to the chakra nature of the Otsutsuki clan. Indeed, whether it be the Otsutsuki, Hyuga, or Kagaya clans, they primarily focus on their family-esque jutsu. It is not that they are entirely incapable of transformation, but the effort often yields minimal results. Even after several days, the protagonist found it impossible to succeed. However, as he continued to absorb more chakra, he discovered another application for the chakra storage system within his mental realm. Instead of transforming and absorbing the chakra, he could utilize it directly. Although this chakra would dissipate entirely upon use, rendering it one time only, by enveloping the chakra of the Hidden Stone Ninja externally, he found he could avoid mimicking the fluctuations of their chakra altogether. This is immensely beneficial for him as he seeks to infiltrate the village. Shuren dons the attire of the recently slain Rock Hidden Ninja, transforming his appearance to match that of his counterpart. As for the 2 Akatsuki members who had come to recruit him, they have been dealt with. He must not expose himself. Each moment of remaining undetected enhances his safety. Moreover, the current Akatsuki holds little allure for Shuren. Rather than their overtures, he finds himself more intrigued by the memories they evoke. Sitting upon the Flying Bird, he peruses the memories of the 2, and with the information he possesses, a sense of foreboding creeps into his mind. Yahiko is unlikely to survive much longer. With such expansive power, Hanzo will surely find it intolerable. Shuren chuckled nonchalantly, but what concern is that of mine? In this ninja world, a touch of chaos is delightful. A bit of disorder brings excitement. Chapter 14. Shuren's patrol mission. Who goes there? As Shuren, disguised as a rock-hidden ninja, approached the stronghold of the elite squad from his memories, a commanding voice halted his advance. In the next moment, probing energy swept over his form. Secret order. Glory of the earth. Without hesitation, Shuren uttered the command, causing the powerful auras that had been watching him to dissipate, revealing a crack in the barrier erected around the hidden stronghold. Heavy footsteps echoed from within. Aoi, what orders does Lord Lus have? The voice, laced with mockery and condescension, reached Shuren's ears. A man with an explosive mane of brown hair, clad in a snug gray-brown combat suit and matching vest, appeared before him. His gaze was sharp, akin to a blade, and with arms crossed, he He regarded Shuren's transformation into Aoi with utter disdain. Behind him stood 3 others, similarly attired in gray-brown combat gear. Lord Firelight, Lord Leech, Lord Big Stone, Lord Suma. The memories flooding his mind instantly revealed the identities and strengths of the 4 men. They were the most formidable assault team on the front lines of the rock-hidden village, each possessing the prowess of a Jonin. Understanding their dispositions, he promptly presented the mission scroll without hesitation. Lord Lus has a task. Firelight, serving as the captain, reached out to take the scroll from Shuren's hands and, before the others, unfurled it with a flourish. Heh. After all this waiting, Lord Lus finally permits us to act. This time, we can kill to our heart's content. Those leaf brats have been particularly audacious lately, especially that one known as the Yellow Flash. I've longed to cross paths with him. Indeed. What can be said of the so-called fastest ninja in the world? He has yet to encounter us. Humph. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart. After a brief pause, Huoguang surveyed the surroundings with an air of superiority, then coldly directed his gaze towards Shuren. Xingjie, when you entrusted me with your care. Come. Let us escort you to earn some military achievements. What? Lord Huoguang. Shuren pondered how he might keep pace with them, never expecting this individual named Huoguang would voluntarily take him along. However, upon witnessing the unabashedly malevolent grin on the other's face, Shuren understood that this so-called care was unlikely to be as delightful as it appeared. Noticing Shuren's hesitance to comply immediately, Huoguang's expression turned icy. Do you dare defy orders? I wouldn't. Then keep up. In the depths of the forest, Shuren struggled to match the pace of the 4, controlling his speed with great effort. The woodlands of the Grass Kingdom are remarkably abundant, and even in the heart of summer, the dense foliage prevents any sunlight from piercing through. Such conditions are highly conducive to concealment, which is precisely why Huoguang chose this path. After traversing for a while, the quartet suddenly halted, and moments later, Shuren, panting heavily, caught up with them. Has Lord Huoguang arrived at the destination? Shuren inquired, glancing around in confusion. The others paid no heed to his question. Huoguang exchanged glances with his companions, and their long-standing camaraderie allowed them to swiftly formulate a battle plan. Xingjie, is Lord Huoguang assigning me a task? Indeed, your assignment is a patrol duty. Shuren expressed surprise but continued to ask, Patrol? Are we guarding against the Leaf Village ninjas? Huoguang smirked and, with a friendly gesture, pulled him close, pointing into the distance. Do you see that bridge over there? That is our objective, the Kamakiri Bridge, which serves as the most critical node in our supply line for this war. Lord Huangtu dispatched us to ensure that the Kamakiri Bridge remains secure before the village's reinforcements arrive. Your task is to patrol and keep watch directly on the bridge. You will be visible while we operate from the shadows. Furthermore, you need not worry about your safety, as I will have Ma Jie protecting you from the dark. After saying this, Huoguang patted Shuren on the shoulder, adding, This mission is classified as S-rank. By accompanying me, upon the successful completion of your task, you will earn an S-rank mission record in your history. Seeing Huoguang's seemingly well-intentioned demeanor, Shuren nearly suppressed a laugh. Others may not grasp the challenges presented by the Kamakiri Bridge, but he certainly did. The notion of shadowy protection was absurd. Casting a glance at his 4 rock-hidden Jonin companions, whether it be the stony figure of Dashi or the cross-eyed Ma Jie, who bore a long sword, he recognized that even Huoguang, the leader who had claimed many lives of leaf ninjas, could not shield him from the daunting task ahead. Although these individuals were all renowned upper ninjas, each one of them perished in the battle at the Kamino Bridge. Their heads became mere stepping stones for the illustrious achievements of their disciples. In contrast, the Leaf Village suffered almost no casualties, save for one unfortunate soul. However, Shuren felt no fear. Instead, he experienced a slight thrill. His original intention was merely to partake in this mission, and if the opportunity arose, he wished to engage in combat with the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Moments to personally witness Minato's prowess were exceedingly rare. He also sought a chance to discreetly investigate the lair of Uchiha Bido, as he feared that the elusive black Zetsu and white Zetsu might hinder his pursuit from a distance. Now that he had joined the death squad of Kamino Bridge, he was not only in close proximity but could face the Yellow Flash directly, and indeed, he found himself with the opportunity to confront the terror of the Yellow Lightning. During this period, as he engaged in hunting, the illustrious reputation of the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, resonated like thunder, coupled with the information he possessed. The strength of Namikaze loomed even greater in his mind than it did for others. He had long desired to personally test his mettle against him. However, the techniques of the Yellow Flash, for a ninja, were akin to an initial deadly encounter. Were the real Namikaze to appear at this moment, he would undoubtedly choose to retreat without hesitation, even at the risk of exposing himself. Yet, he thought, Lord Hikari, I accept this mission. Upon witnessing his acceptance of the task, Hikari and the others exchanged knowing smiles. In truth, they were aware that the information they had was far from complete. They had learned from the Konoha headquarters about the identity of the individual sent to sabotage the bridge. The rampage of Minato Namikaze, as he mercilessly slaughtered the rock ninjas, had instilled considerable fear in many. There were even rumors suggesting that the village's higher-ups, pressured by the significant loss of personnel, were preparing to issue special orders upon encountering the Yellow Flash. The whispers of this directive have already reached the ears of the elite Jonin on the front lines. What nonsense it is to abandon a mission and hastily flee upon encountering the Yellow Flash of Konoha, without fear of retribution. The members of the Firelight team regard this with disdain. Their pride leads them to perceive the village's elevation of Minato Namikaze as an affront to their own capabilities. Consequently, upon learning of this mission, their minds began to stir with intrigue. This time, they not only aim to accomplish their mission but also to seize the golden, gleaming head. Naturally, they are well aware that those capable of issuing such commands to the village must possess considerable strength. This is also the reason why the flames would bring the bearer here. Ultimately, he is merely regarded as bait. Once the illustrious Namikaze Minato makes an appearance, they shall converge upon him in a flurry. 4 against 1, the advantage lies inexorably with them. The bearer, of course, remains oblivious to the true intentions of his adversaries. Even if he were aware, he would merely chuckle. Life is but a dream, each vibrant in their own way. As they approach death, it is better to embrace beautiful imaginings, for such thoughts shall alleviate the anguish before the end. In this atmosphere of hidden agendas, the bearer stepped onto the Shinbai bridge under the watchful gaze of the 4, awaiting the arrival of the 7th class, marked by a yellow flash. Chapter 15. The first intimate encounter with Obito. Lord Leech. Our land of Earth has far too little vegetation. If only we could fully incorporate the land of grass into our dominion over Awagakure. The bearer lamented after completing a reconnaissance of the Shinbai bridge and reporting back to Lord Leech. Upon hearing the bearer's sentiments, Lord Leech seemed to reminisce about the environment of Awagakure. The land of grass is indeed a fine territory, inhabited by a collection of ineffectual individuals. Had it not been for Konohagakure, they would have long since seized control of the land. Reflecting on previous battles, Lord Leech's expression soured at the mere mention of Konoha. Konoha, the bearer mused, clicking his tongue. I wonder when we will reach their doorstep. Humph. As long as we emerge victorious in this war, we shall have our chance. A fierce glint flickered in Lord Leech's eyes as he gazed toward the southeast. However, when he turned his gaze back to the bearer, a hint of softness emerged in his eyes, though it quickly vanished. Very well, go patrol, and you need not return. We shall protect you from the shadows. The bearer squinted and nodded. He merely listened to Lord Leech's notion of victory. Yet, the words served as a reminder for the bearer that he ought to seek opportunities to infiltrate Konoha on the battlefield. Otherwise, once the war concludes, the difficulty of infiltration would only increase. As he pondered how to flawlessly execute his infiltration plan, the bearer's keen senses alerted him to an anomaly. Something is amiss. Suddenly, he lifted his head in a specific direction. Though the Byakugan was obscured by the earth-style chakra, its perceptive abilities were entirely unaffected. He had detected an approaching presence and, with his hand concealed behind his back, gestured toward Lord Leech. What is it? As I observe the peculiar behavior of the magic leech, I find myself perplexed. Even with his keen perception, he has failed to discern what lies within the refuse that this individual, Shuren, has detected. A combat team consisting of 4 members? What a jest! The magic leech hesitated for a brief moment, refraining from immediately alerting Huaguang and the others. He resolved to observe further, to ascertain the veracity of Shuren's claims. If true, it would be prudent to assess the situation before determining a course of action. After all, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Shuren could serve as bait, sacrificing himself to allow Huaguang and the others to notice. At that juncture, they could devise their strategy for attack. If the enemy proves formidable, their swift retreat would not pose a problem. 2 minutes later, how astonishingly swift. Shuren's Byakugan enabled him to spot the silhouettes of 4 individuals in the distance. Leading the group was the silver-haired Kakashi, followed by Noera Rin. And the third was Uchiha Obito. Their appearances were already familiar to Shuren and did not capture his attention. Instead, his gaze was entirely captivated by the tall, blonde-haired youth. Meanwhile, in the distance, Namikaze Minato touched the ground, momentarily attuning his senses. On the bridge, a single figure stood closer to the edge, flanked by 3 others. Except for the bait on the wall, the strength of the remaining individuals was formidable. Minato turned to Kakashi, stating, "Kakashi, the Ch on the bridge is your responsibility. I will handle the others. Obito, ensure Rin's safety. Sensei, allow me to engage. I can manage the one on the bridge." Obito interjected, a hint of discontent in his tone. It seemed every time Kakashi was allowed to shine in Rin's presence, a fact that had long stirred his envy. The Ch on the bridge posed no real threat to him. Seeing Obito's eagerness, Minato hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. "Very well, Kakashi, be prepared to support Obito." "Understood, Sensei." Kakashi replied. "Rin, just stay focused. I can easily handle that individual," Obito assured her. "Obito, do not underestimate the situation." As Minato and his team delineated their tasks, the magic leech nearby sensed the encroaching adversaries. It was indeed true. They had truly arrived. A tinge of regret welled within the magic leech. For sensory ninjas were a rarity in Iwagakure, and even among them, he was deemed one of the stronger ones. It was unfortunate that this Shinjia was also a sensory ninja, though the magic leech felt a sense of loss. He had no choice but to signal towards the distance. Upon witnessing this, Huoguang and the others swiftly dispersed. Their movements, of course, did not escape Minato's perceptive awareness, and he promptly retrieved a specially crafted kunai resembling a trident from his ninja tool pouch. Surveying the surroundings, he silently calculated the most efficient means to dispatch his opponents with utmost speed. Tobi, Kakashi, and Rin swiftly advanced towards Shuren. Kakashi Hataki's visage was obscured by a black mask, rendering his expressions indistinct to the untrained eye. Nevertheless, one could discern an air of fearless indifference from his brows and eyes. In contrast, Tobi Uchiha, adorned with wind goggles, radiated palpable excitement. His gaze towards Shuren brimming with martial fervor. As the team's medical ninja, Rin Noera displayed a resolute demeanor, despite the pressure. Her expression was notably more composed than that of Tobi. "Kakashi, provide me with support while I confront this adversary," Tobi urged, leading the charge as he swiftly formed hand seals. However, before he could complete his fire-style technique, Kakashi's cold figure had already surged past him. "Tobi, you should cover me instead," Tobi exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing Kakashi's advance. "Kakashi, you are disregarding the teacher's instructions. He explicitly stated that I am the captain." Kakashi's resolve remained unwavering, as this foe instilled a vague sense of danger within him. It was the perfect opportunity to test my developing new jutsu, Chidori. At the moment Kakashi's words fell, a dazzling orb of lightning erupted from his outstretched palm. As the lightning surged forth, the air was filled with the deafening sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds singing in unison. Tobi's astonishment was palpable as he beheld Kakashi's transformation. What kind of jutsu is this? Wow, Kakashi is incredible. That chakra intensity surely surpasses that of a Chunin. Rin's eyes widened in astonishment as well. This marked the first occasion for them to witness the new ninjutsu developed by Kakashi. Yet, upon hearing Rin's praises for Kakashi, Obito felt displeased. He promptly activated his Sharingan, significantly enhancing his speed. The Uchiha's velocity surpassed that of Kakashi as he formed a hand seal, determined to make an impressive display before Kakashi. Shadow Clone Technique. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. 2 massive fireballs erupted forth, hurtling towards the bridge's Shiro. Although it appeared that a considerable amount of time had elapsed, in reality, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Shiro, observing Kakashi and Obito charging towards him, also perceived the flickering lightning of Chidori. Just as he prepared to unleash his earth-release chakra defense, Obito emerged. Witnessing this familiar scene, Shiro chuckled, "You with the crimson eyes, the great fireball technique cannot kill." His voice resonated clearly in Obito's ears as he swiftly formed seals, releasing the gathered earth-release chakra. 10 shadow clones materialized around him, and simultaneously, they too formed seals. Earth Release, Rock Iron Cannon Technique. The 10 shadow clones opened their mouths in unison, channeling earth chakra into their throats, subsequently releasing stones the size of juju pits. The projectiles shot forth and rapidly expanded. By the time they reached Obito and Kakashi, they had grown to the size of fists. Bang, bang, bang. The fist-sized rocks rained down like a machine gun, shattering the great fireball. Reacting swiftly, Kakashi and Obito hastily dodged, yet the stones continued their relentless assault, crashing into the trees behind them. The dense forest was left riddled with deep craters, with shavings swirling in the air. It must be said, Kakashi truly exemplified the prowess of a lightning affinity ninja, his speed and reflexes remarkably swift. In the nick of time, he not only evaded harm but also guided Obito away from the majority of the stone barrage, resulting in Shiro's attack landing only twice on Obito, merely fracturing the bones of his right arm and left leg, with no threat to his life. Chapter 16, Obito. You should call me the strongest. However, such injuries could be deemed severe. Moreover, being on the battlefield, sustaining such wounds was nothing short of fatal. As a ninja, with his right arm and left leg rendered nearly unusable, Obito's combat effectiveness and mobility were gravely diminished. Damn those Awagakure ninjas, I will kill you. Obito collapsed on the ground, could no longer maintain his facade before Rin, howling in a frenzy of pain towards Shiro. Kill me? With a cold smirk, the individual leaped forward, swiftly closing the distance to Madara, lowering his head to scrutinize the contorted visage of this future puppeteer. The Uchiha youth cautioned against uttering reckless boasts in the face of an adversary, for such folly only betrays one's own weakness. His calm words reverberated in Madara's ears, igniting a fierce rage within him. You wretched fool, are you jesting? Madara bellowed, his single Sharingan spinning, desperately searching for any sign of vulnerability in his opponent. Yet, he found none, as the individual provided him no opportunity to exploit. In a swift motion, he formed hand seals, earth release, earth flow river, earth release, earth flow wall. Just as the earth flow river materialized, Kakashi simultaneously struck the ground with his hands. A wall adorned with a canine visage emerged, obstructing the river and shielding Madara behind it. The jutsu was far from complete. The moment the earth flow wall manifested, Kakashi executed another set of hand seals. Earth release, inner decapitation technique. In an instant, Kakashi, who had been crouched on the ground, vanished into the earth, swiftly burrowing beneath the individual's feet. He reached out to grasp the ankle, intending to drag him into the depths below. Having encountered such techniques multiple times, the individual was well prepared. He leaped into the air. Water release, water chaos wave. After a prolonged absence, Rin Yamanaka seized the moment, assisting Madara to his feet before launching her attack. A modest wave of water surged toward the individual's neck. Though not particularly powerful, it was sufficient to disrupt his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Madara, enduring the searing pain in his right hand, swiftly formed hand seals, fire release, explosive wind dance. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward the individual. The trio's synergy was palpable, a testament to the prowess of the third Hokage's 7th squad. As the individual remained suspended in midair, he hastily formed hand seals once more. Earth release, earth flow wall. Compared to Kakashi's flamboyant techniques, his approach was far more traditional, effectively countering Madara's fire jutsu. However, just as he descended to the ground, a piercing shriek echoed in his ears. Chidori. The lightning-infused chakra violently tore through the earth flow wall before him, and Kakashi's figure materialized in his line of sight. The raging lightning, accompanied by a shrill cry, impaled the individual's chest. Yet, Kakashi's expression shifted. He felt no sensation of flesh being sliced, but rather the thickness of mud. Kakashi, danger. Beware behind you, it's a substitution. Utilizing the gale from Kakashi's assault, the individual executed a substitution technique while subtly performing wind release, empty dance. In an instant, he appeared behind Kakashi, his form as delicate as a drifting feather, feet barely touching the ground. His arms, enveloped in rock, descended with force. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball hurtled once more towards the individual known as Shuren. In a moment of dire urgency, the ever-dissatisfied Kakashi's counterpart, Obito, endured the anguish once again in a desperate attempt to save him. The flames engulfed Shuren's entire being, yet he did not flinch, resolutely bringing down his fist. However, Kakashi, much like him, vanished, leaving behind only a charred remnant of wood. Amidst the inferno's blaze, Shuren's voice echoed from the other side, tinged with surprise. Substitution technique? When did this happen? At that moment, the trio realized that the figure ignited by Tobi's flames had once again transformed into earth and vanished. Earth clone. Rock fist technique. Kakashi's indifferent gaze morphed into one of discontent as he observed that, combined with these two ninjutsu, the figure had already executed 5 distinct techniques during their encounter. Initially believing the figure to be an easy target, they were taken aback by the unexpected challenge. Tobi, however, was unburdened by such concerns. His expression darkened as he glared at the figure, stating, "You are clearly not a nin. I never anticipated that a nin would resort to such deception." Upon hearing Tobi's words, the figure felt a surge of wicked amusement. "Ah, a young one from the Uchiha clan. I believe your name is Tobi?" Allow me to impart a verbal technique that should be familiar to your lineage. In the presence of a master like myself, you ought to declare, among all my adversaries, your earth release is the most formidable. No one excels in earth release ninjutsu more than you, and I, Toby, shall henceforth acknowledge you as the strongest. Aside from Toby's bewildered expression, the others paid no heed to the figure's nonsensical ramblings. The atmosphere was thick with silence, interrupted only by a gentle breeze that carried away the cacophony. The lack of response from the opposition, coupled with their bemused stares, made the figure feel somewhat uneasy. In his youth, his skin was not yet thick enough to withstand such scrutiny. Despite his momentary exuberance, he found both Toby and Kakashi wearing expressions of unyielding resolve. Even Noera-rin appeared gravely serious. This has caused Shuren some embarrassment, as a brief pause ensues in their confrontation. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze finds himself facing 4 jonin, none of whom dare to make the first move. The likes of Huaguang are wary of Minato's incredible speed, unwilling to reveal any weaknesses. While Minato hopes that Kakashi will swiftly deal with Shuren before coming to assist him. In truth, Shuren's skirmish with Kakashi and Obito was brief, merely a fleeting moment. However, this short exchange has altered Minato's expression. He feels a twinge of frustration, realizing that his perceptive abilities have misjudged Shuren's strength. This miscalculation has left Kakashi and Obito struggling against Shuren, with Obito sustaining severe injuries. It is imperative to resolve this situation quickly, lest Kakashi and the others fall into peril. Though Minato harbors this urgency, he cannot help but frown at the vigilant formation of the 4 jonin. His advantage lies in dispersing his opponent's ranks, swiftly taking them down one by one. Having previously eliminated numerous rock ninjas on the battlefield, his own intelligence has been largely exposed. If Huaguang and his companions remain united, Minato's direct assault could prove perilous. While his offensive power is formidable and his speed arguably unparalleled within the ninja world, his resilience against their counterattacks is uncertain. The 4 have formed a combined attack formation, and without a well-conceived strategy. It seems the key to overcoming this challenge lies with Shuren himself. Minato's keen battle intellect allows him to swiftly assess the current predicament, his peripheral gaze darting towards Shuren, who is locked in combat with Kakashi. If he can eliminate Shuren, Kakashi will be liberated. With the advantage of lightning release over earth release, he could easily disrupt Huaguang's combined assault. Chapter 17. Yellow Flash. What Minato could conceive, Huaguang and the others, albeit a touch slower in their reactions, have also come to realize. Daisher and Shuma murmured quietly among themselves. I never anticipated Shuren's strength to be so formidable. He is entirely worthy of becoming a formal member of our assault team, or even the demolition squad. I was careless when you entrusted me with his care, and I assumed it was merely casual talk. Huaguang, reflecting on the situation, felt a pang of regret. Had they known the extent of Shuren's prowess earlier, their plans could have been executed with far greater precision. We must rescue Shuren. He is an exceptionally rare sensory-type ninja within our village. A prodigy with such potential is undoubtedly the future of our community. At this moment, Emoji also revealed a crucial piece of information. Upon the utterance of those words, Daisher and Su Emoji fell into a profound silence. Witnessing the demeanor of the 3, Huaguang's gaze flickered with a hint of ferocity as he declared, we have no alternative now. To accomplish our mission and rescue Qingjie will only augment our strength. Captain, please instruct us on how to proceed. The speed of Bofeng Shui Min is unparalleled. We must act in unison to avoid any oversight. The Uchiha brat poses little threat now. The critical breakthrough lies with that white-haired youth. That one. Emoji responded, we rely on you. We'll provide cover. Understood. As several jonin conferred. The atmosphere on the battlefield with Shuren grew increasingly tense. Lin, take care of Daitu. This adversary is mine to confront, Kakashi declared. But before Daitu could raise his hand to intervene, Lin grasped Kakashi's arm firmly. Kakashi, be cautious. We shall assist you. With renewed determination, Kakashi unleashed a surge of lightning from his palm and dashed towards Shuren. Simultaneously, his left hand delved into his waist pouch, retrieving a shuriken which he hurled towards Shuren. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Kakashi exclaimed, and in an instant, 2 shurikens multiplied into dozens, whistling towards Shuren's face. Is this a technique developed by the 3rd Hokage? Shuren recognized this maneuver, albeit the speed posed no challenge for him. With a slight shift of his feet, he swiftly evaded, yet Kakashi was merely 2 steps away. Shuren, undeterred by the murderous intent reflected in Kakashi's eyes, rapidly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a ninjutsu. However, he failed to notice that the shurikens Kakashi had thrown were far from ordinary. Captivated by the prospect of challenging this prodigious leaf ninja, he merely sidestepped the attack, his chakra surging within him. As the trident shuriken grazed past his body, Bofeng Shui Min sprang into action. The synergy of Team 7 was vividly on display. Shui Min appeared beside Shuren, his movements fluid and graceful. He seized the trident shuriken that had been aimed at Shuren's back and, leveraging the momentum, slashed towards Shuren's neck. In a moment of dire urgency, like a flash of lightning, none, except for Kakashi, anticipated this turn of events. Even Shuren, caught in such peril, struggled to fully comprehend the situation. He had indeed wished to engage with the yellow flash, but despite envisioning various scenarios, he had never imagined the encounter would unfold in this manner. The coordination between Kakashi and Bofeng Shui Min was seamless. Why was Shui Min as specially crafted shuriken in Kakashi's possession? Kakashi, his prowess as a jonin, and Daitu's eyes. In an instant, Shuren comprehended everything. When Kakashi achieved a breakthrough to the Ch-Nin level, Minato gifted him a kunai, and Rin also presented him with a token. Yet, only Obito had not bestowed a gift, for he would transcend to the double Tomo Sharingan following this battle and subsequently offer his eyes to Kakashi. Despite this newfound understanding, Shuren was still overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. Was it truly impossible to evade the adversary whom the yellow flash sought to eliminate? As he sensed the sharp edge of Minato's kunai poised to pierce his neck, Shuren, unwilling to surrender so easily, summoned the chakra of his Rinnegan. Wind style, air dance. Shuren's reflexes surged to their limits in response. Though he could not entirely evade the impending harm, his divine technique allowed him to avoid the most fatal strike to his neck, thereby escaping the dire threat of being decapitated by Minato. However, a deep gash marred his chest, flesh torn asunder, with his innards starkly visible, and dark crimson blood splattered upon the ground. Despite such grievous injury, Shuren was singularly focused on one thought. Why did Minato seek him out rather than eliminate the other jonin? His mind raced. And as he caught a glimpse of Obito behind Minato, realization dawned upon him. It was a mistake to have shone so brightly. He could not linger here any longer, lest he be trapped. With remarkable decisiveness, Shuren understood it was time to withdraw from the battlefield. He swiftly formed hand seals. Wind style, sandstorm. Then, a tempestuous gale erupted from his chest, swirling sand into the air. Be careful. The 7th squad, misreading his intentions, braced for an impending assault. Yet, when the chaos subsided, they were astonished to discover that Shuren had vanished entirely, leaving behind only a pool of blood and tattered remnants of his clothing. This sequence of events left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Ultimately, it was the ever-alert Minato Namikaze who swiftly approached, his brow furrowing slightly as he observed the bloodstains on the ground. The sensation he had just experienced suggested that the opponent was unlikely to be a living being. There was something peculiar about this individual. Moreover, in that fleeting moment, he had managed to evade detection and even execute ninjutsu to make a hasty escape, leaving behind a barely perceptible trace of his presence. Indeed, one must not underestimate the might of a Wagakure. Although Minato was somewhat taken aback by the unusual behavior of Shiranui, he chose not to reveal his thoughts. After all, the crisis had yet to be resolved, and he believed Shiranui to be a secret weapon of a Wagakure. As he regarded the encroaching flame team of a Wagakure, Minato maintained his composure, exuding confidence as he gazed ahead. Witnessing this scene, the members of the flame team executed their shadow clone technique and surged forth towards them. In response, Minato tightened his grip on his trident kunai and subsequently drew forth 4 additional kunai, flinging them around him. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Observing Minato engaged in combat with the Wagakure shinobi, Kakashi of Team 7 spoke up. "I will assist the teacher." "Kakashi, be careful," came the warning. Kakashi nodded. And as he extended his right hand, brilliant lightning surged forth, echoing through the forest like the chorus of 1,000 birds. Earth release, crumbling earth palm. With the combined efforts of Tsuchimikado and the boulder, they executed the crumbling earth palm, drastically altering the terrain and fracturing the earth beneath them, causing Obito and the others to struggle to maintain their footing. Undeterred by this disadvantage, Kakashi surged forward like a bolt of lightning. The lightning trailing from his hand devastated the cracked ground beneath him, leaving a deep, smoke-emitting chasm in his wake. In the blink of an eye, he confronted the shadow clones of the Demon Leech. The Demon Leech's swordsmanship was formidable, and his clones showcased remarkable skill in combat. Accompanying him, the boulder replicated the techniques initially employed by Shiranui. Earth release, rock iron cannon technique. The 3 clones simultaneously opened their mouths, unleashing massive stone projectiles that swelled in the wind. Whoosh! Kakashi, employing a familiar tactic, hurled a series of shurikens that struck the stone projectiles with precision. While these shurikens lacked the power of the stone bullets, they were enveloped in crackling lightning. As the shurikens were deflected and destroyed, the stone projectiles were also shattered by the electric force. The ninjas of Konoha truly possess remarkable prowess. In the distance, the retreating companion, who had once fled only to return, exclaimed in astonishment. In that brief encounter, he had already discerned Kakashi's formidable prowess. Indeed, it was not only Kakashi. Even the so-called underachiever, Obito Uchiha, possessed remarkable strength. Although officially classified as a genin, his abilities far surpassed that rank. Moreover, the synergy within their small team was exceptionally harmonious, managing to truly impede the companion for a considerable duration. It is worth noting that during that time, he refrained from unleashing his full Tsutsuki divine techniques, yet his ninjutsu was executed with unrelenting ferocity. Furthermore, while evading mortal peril, he adeptly utilized the capabilities of his aerial maneuvering. This small team poses no challenge to the majority of elite ninjas. They have yet to account for the most terrifying force, the yellow flash. Shuren reached to touch the shattered scar on his chest, and at this moment, his wounds had already healed. However, the sensation of impending death is one that he fears will linger in his memory for a considerable time. This future fourth Hokage truly lives up to the title of being the most formidable and elusive Hokage encountered posthumously. His extraordinary agility, coupled with an astonishingly rapid neural response, combined with an immense reservoir of chakra and the space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, renders him an insurmountable challenge for most. In the present day, Shuren stands no chance against him. This is also the reason for his decisive retreat. If one cannot prevail, why stay and await death? Although he was merely a puppet, continuing the fight would inevitably reveal more information, which he was absolutely unwilling to do. However, this encounter with the 7th Squad sparked within him the first inkling of the need to cultivate allies. Yet before that, he must ascertain whether he had been marked with the ninja love technique by Minato. If so, it must be dispelled promptly. Chapter 18, Lord Minato. I wish to take the place of the deceased Obito and become your subordinate. While he marveled at the prowess of Minato's Flying Thunder God technique and examined himself, Kakashi had already dashed to the front of the leech-like enemy. The radiant orb of lightning in his right hand resembled an indomitable divine weapon, effortlessly shredding through the shadow clones. Next came the second, then the third. Kakashi's charge was astonishingly swift, and his Raikiri technique was sharper than one could imagine. Nonetheless, since they were merely shadow clones, it mattered little to the leech if they were all obliterated. Moreover, he utilized the sacrifices of the clones to discern Kakashi's weaknesses. Simultaneously, Minato began to prepare for the reap. He appeared beside the blazing figure with an uncanny stealth. However, armed with the intelligence provided by the sacrifice of Shuren, the elite Jonin was well prepared. His swordsmanship, ninjutsu, and genjutsu were formidable. He barely managed to parry Minato's assault and was poised to retaliate when Minato vanished once more. In the next instant, he charged towards the frail Shima, whose strength was not nearly as formidable as that of the blazing figure, and swiftly decapitated him. Upon witnessing the immediate death of his comrade, the leech's eyes turned crimson and his blood surged. He then lunged at Kakashi, weapons clashing violently. After several exchanges, Kakashi's vulnerabilities resurfaced, and the leech, without hesitation, struck, blinding one of Kakashi's eyes. At that moment, Shuren spotted a large contingent of Awagakure ninjas emerging from the rear. The first wave had arrived. Seeing this, Minato's expression shifted, while the blazing figure laughed heartily. The leech felt an exhilarating rush, and as he beheld Kakashi writhing in agony on the ground, he aimed to deliver a fatal blow. However, just as the blade tore through Kakashi's clothing and sliced into his side, Minato appeared at Kakashi's side. He supported himself with his left hand while wrapping his right arm around Kakashi's waist, pulling him backward. In the next moment, both their figures vanished, reappearing near Obito and Rin. Retreat. The trio grasped Minato's presence, and in the blink of an eye, all four had disappeared before the eyes of the Awagakure forces. Remarkable. After completing his assessments, Shuren felt a surge of admiration. Even though he had just experienced the speed of the yellow flash firsthand, he still felt as though he were lagging behind. This is the true trump card that allows the weak to triumph over the strong, enabling an ordinary ninja to infiltrate the higher echelons of battle. Even in the future, when stepping into the realm of the Six Paths, both the second Hokage and Minato can shine brightly. To be honest, the protagonist wishes to learn this technique. If given the chance to steal the forbidden scroll from Konoha, he would certainly seize it without hesitation. Regardless of his innate talent for space-time ninjutsu, he feels compelled to make an attempt. At this moment, on the Kaminaraman Bridge, with the arrival of reinforcements from the Hidden Stone Village, a large-scale hunt for the four from Konoha begins. Simultaneously, the Firelight has dispatched a team to search for the protagonist. In Firelight's view, although the protagonist's previous injuries were severe, the fact that he managed to escape suggests he may still be alive. However, the protagonist's objectives have largely been accomplished, and he cannot venture into the land of Earth. Thus, those seeking him unwittingly replenish his depleted Earth chakra. A day later, as the follow-up units from the Hidden Stone continue to arrive, the search party grows larger. To protect his students and provide them ample time to recover, Minato is compelled to engage, relentlessly hunting down the stone ninjas. After 2 days of continuous treatment, Kakashi's eyes are bandaged, and his combat ability remains relatively intact, yet Obito is not recovering as swiftly. Kakashi, take Rin and go. Our mission is likely to fail this time. You and the teacher can safely leave with Rin. Adding me into the mix complicates things too much. Obito has already succumbed to a negative mindset. However, before Kakashi can respond, Rin interjects to halt him, just as they prepare to speak further. The cave where they are hiding is discovered by Firelight. Inside the cavern, it is only the three of them. Minato has gone out to hunt the stone ninjas, drawing them in a false direction. Now found by Firelight, Kakashi and the others have become entirely ensnared. Captain, look. As they arrive at the naturally collapsed cave where Team 7 is concealed, several stone ninjas gesture toward it. Firelight's face contorts into a sinister smile as he ascends to the top. Haha, little Konoha brat. Remember not to be reborn in Konoha next time. Earth release, rock collapse. With this technique, capable of causing the cave to entirely collapse, Firelight unleashes his power. While the boulders and the monstrous leech simultaneously perform hand seals and strike the ground. Earth release, rock house collapse. In an instant, the cavern began to collapse, leaving Kakashi, Obito, and Rin in a dire predicament. A massive boulder plummeted down, leaving Obito with no avenue for escape. He forcefully pushed Kakashi and Rin aside, only to have half of his body crushed beneath the falling rock. The ensuing scene was all too familiar. Shuren, utilizing the omniscient gaze of the Byakugan, keenly observed every move made by Obito, with several Rock Village ninjas already lying defeated at his feet. Just as he dispatched the last ninja, who sought to return him to the village for judgment, Shuren's vision captured a fleeting flash of yellow. A sudden tension gripped his heart. Had he been discovered? Yet, he had no time to ponder such trivial matters. For Minato's speed was astonishingly swift. Almost simultaneously with the flash, a trident kunai, crackling with lightning, plunged directly toward Shuren's neck. Clang! A sound of astonishment escaped Minato's lips. The trident kunai collided with Shuren's neck, which was entirely encased in rock, failing to penetrate. Witnessing Shuren evade his lethal strike once more piqued even Minato's interest. It's you again. To think your injuries have healed so swiftly, without a trace. Who are you, truly? Minato pondered, initially doubting his own eyes. Upon confirming his observation, he realized there were indeed no scars. Was it medical ninjutsu? Or perhaps puppet manipulation? Does the Rock Village possess such formidable medical techniques? Or could it be from the Sand Village? This peculiar event heightened his awareness of the inherent danger posed by the rogue. However, just as he contemplated taking action, the rogue, positioning himself at a safe distance, boldly spoke. Once again, we meet. The yellow flash of Konoha. He gestured towards the surrounding corpses and proceeded with a grand self-introduction. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Aoki, 15 years old, unmarried, and a ninja from the Hidden Stone Village. I reside on the outskirts of the village, and I have a fondness for the second daughter of the Inuzuka clan. My original aspiration was to become a jonin and join the Rock Village's explosive team. However, after witnessing your formidable strength, Lord Minato, I have resolved to forsake the shadows and defect from my village to join Konoha. You will soon be losing a subordinate, but I am more than willing to take their place. What do you think? His tone was sincere, laced with reverence for Minato, as he recounted details from Aoki's memories, seemingly captivated by Minato's charisma. The ninjas I have slain from the Stone Village serve as my declaration of allegiance. If you find that insufficient, I can certainly provide more. This display left Minato somewhat at a loss. Defecting from the Stone Village, joining Konoha, and becoming his subordinate? Is it appropriate to utter such words in this context? Moreover, is one about to lose a subordinate? This is unfortunate. Kakashi and the others are in peril. Minato has completely disregarded Shuren's mad ramblings. Furthermore, through their recent encounter, he understands that eliminating Shuren will require time, yet his sole desire is to return and rescue his students. Observing the ever-changing expression on Minato's face, A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Shuren's mouth as he continued. Lord Minato, my words carry a certain urgency, should you disagree. The next time I appear before you, I shall present you with an exceedingly grand greeting. Upon hearing this, Minato cast a calm glance at Shuren, seemingly imprinting his visage in his memory. I cannot acquiesce to your demands or thoughts. When next we meet, you shall not enjoy the same fortune as you do now. With that, Minato vanished without a trace. Once assured that the other had indeed departed, Shuren leaped onto the back of the flying bird puppet, restoring his original appearance. His Byakugan activated, he surveyed the distant carnage, dismissing the threat posed by Minato. Although his presence had been noted, the overall situation had not significantly altered. The only difference, perhaps, was that the original Obito Uchiha had not suffered the loss of limbs. Observing Minato's impressive prowess in battle, it was evident he had arrived a moment too late. Obito lay completely ensconced beneath a massive boulder, and after Minato escaped with Kakashi and Rin, Shuren honed his focus and perception to their utmost limits. He yearned to uncover the secrets of Madara and later Obito's hidden cave base. It was only at this moment, with his mind at ease, that a glimmer of insight might present itself. Chapter 19, The Mountain Graveyard, Hyuga Branch. Without hesitation, Shuren activated his Rinnegan. The chakra of the Rinnegan surged forth, completely concealing his presence while distorting the perceptions of those around him. Faced with Madara and Kaguya, he had no desire to reveal himself prematurely and attract their attention. Shuren's greatest assurance lay in his familiarity with the narrative. Should his actions lead to significant deviations from the plot, it would be all too easy to slip from his grasp. After all, Shuren's current strength had yet to reach a level where he could disregard all variables. Thus, survival remained paramount. Amidst the swirling thoughts, the power of the Byakugan was pushed to its utmost limits. Shuren hovered in mid-air, fixated on the figure of Obito, crushed beneath a massive boulder. As time flowed inexorably onward, Obito's life force dwindled further. Shuren exhibited remarkable patience. Even if Madara sensed something amiss and relinquished his hold on Obito, acquiring Obito's Sharingan would still not be a significant loss. However, given that Madara had devoted so much attention to Obito, he would not so easily abandon him, especially as he approached the twilight of his own life. Through the lens of the Byakugan, Obito's life flame had dimmed to the point of near extinction, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. Suddenly, the earth beneath him softened, and an ethereal, peculiar chakra entered Shuren's field of vision. Were it not for his heightened focus, he might have missed this anomaly. White tendrils of substance seeped from the soil, cocooning Obito like a silken chrysalis. Remarkably, the flickering flame of chakra that had been on the verge of extinguishment surged back to life. Shuren intently observed the fluctuations of this substance, recognizing it as the chakra of the Akatsuki's White Zetsu. Just as White Zetsu enveloped Obito completely, another mass of black liquid oozed from the ground. It emitted no discernible aura or chakra flow. Within the confines of the Byakugan's ocular prowess, it appeared merely as an enigmatic, lifeless entity. Black Zetsu. Who would have thought it would arrive as well? Is this the individual that Madara has placed his hopes upon? Lord Madara has been awaiting him. We must hasten our return. Indeed, we should depart immediately. For some reason, upon my arrival, I sensed a subtle feeling of being watched. Ah, how could that be? Your reconnaissance abilities surpass even those of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. It must be an illusion. Nonetheless, this is not a place to linger. Let us proceed. Black Zetsu exchanged a few words with White Zetsu, then left behind a body resembling Obito's before merging with White Zetsu, who utilized the flight technique to depart. The discarded corpse, judging by its attire and clan emblem, belonged to a member of the Uchiha clan. However, Shuren had no time to concern himself with such a trivial matter. Following their fusion, White and Black Zetsu, even while enveloping Obito, moved swiftly beneath the earth, nearly vanishing from his sight in an instant. Shuren promptly maneuvered his puppet bird to keep pace, maintaining a safe distance. The trees beneath him receded rapidly, and before long, Shuren had crossed the borders of the land of grass into the land of waterfalls. The abundant water sources and cascading rivers of the land of waterfalls provided an excellent environment for Black Zetsu and White Zetsu to conceal themselves. Such geographical conditions have imposed considerable pressure on the pursuit of the protagonist. Simultaneously, they have driven the protagonist to express exasperation. As the original text suggests that Korezetsu nearly excavated the entirety of the underground across various nations, which initially seemed like mere jest, but astonishingly turned out to be true. This also served as a wake-up call for the scholar, who realized that in future confrontations with the Dark Absolute, it was imperative to strike decisively. Otherwise, Allowing him to escape would render the prospect of capturing him again exceedingly arduous. The intricate underground passages are truly more astonishing than a labyrinth. Fortunately, driven by their eagerness to meet with Ban, they did not meander excessively through the land of waterfall. After merely circling twice beneath its surface, they plunged headlong into the Land of Iron. The Land of Iron is one of the few genuinely neutral nations within the Shinobi world, and it is predominantly a realm of samurai. Here, there are no ninjas, and it is quite reasonable for Obito to establish his lair in this location. Upon entering the Land of Iron, their path became direct, leading them steadily northward. Eventually, they arrived at the unclaimed territory along the coast of the Land of Iron, where the presences of Kagaya's white Zetsu and black Zetsu completely vanished. Shuren soared high above, observing the structures below that resembled cave-like formations, with small doors scattered across the walls. It was impossible to discern which entryway was the true one. However, as Shuren continued to investigate, he spotted a massive skeleton at one of the largest exits. Is this a mountain graveyard? Upon witnessing the dense array of colossal animal skeletons, the protagonist, Shuren, experienced a sudden realization. It seemed as though, in the future, Sasuke would emerge from the cave after having exchanged eyes with Obito. To his astonishment, this place turned out to be the current hideout of Uchiha Madara. Shuren, momentarily misled by erroneous information, recalled vaguely from the original narrative that Madara had stated after reviving Obito that he had fallen at the entrance of his cave, and out of respect for his Uchiha kin, he had chosen to save him. According to this account, Madara must reside not far from the spot where Obito perished, likely within the Land of Grass. However, it now appeared that this was merely a deception on Madara's part. Moreover, considering Obito's subsequent journey to Kirigakure to rescue Kakashi and Rin, it would have been impossible for him to traverse from the Land of Grass in time. It became clear that Obito, in his simplicity, had failed to notice these critical details, a true innocent youth ensnared by the deceptions of a cunning elder. Yet, upon further reflection, Madara's claim regarding Obito falling at the entrance of his cave was not entirely unfounded. It was likely that the current ninja world had been infiltrated by black Zetsu, with caves scattered throughout, rendering the notion of an entrance plausible. The only issue was that the passage to this cave was somewhat extensive. Exercising caution, Shuren refrained from acting impulsively. After a meticulous observation, he discerned that in several locations, his Byakugan's insight faltered, solidifying his conclusion. It was evident that the present Uchiha Madara sustained his life through the outer path as Golem, whose immense form undoubtedly required a cavernous abode. The mountainous graveyard was ideal for such a purpose. Having confirmed the location of the cave, Shuren departed, understanding that this was not the moment to disturb the serpent in its lair. As for acquiring the cells of Zetsu, opportunities would arise soon enough. With the knowledge of Madara's hideout secured, he returned to the front lines of Konoha and Iwagakure. As Obito encountered Madara, Shuren recognized that the narrative of Hokage was now in motion. After witnessing Minato's prowess, Shuren felt the disparity in strength. At that moment, he realized he still had a considerable distance to cover in relation to Minato, compelling him to accelerate his own growth and power if he were to have any hope of becoming a player in the grand scheme of things. While rapid enhancement in chakra was beyond his reach, Shuren understood that engaging in intense battles could forge him into the new generation's battlefield rose. Once the Third Great Ninja War concluded, accumulating such combative experience over the subsequent years would prove arduous. Just as Shuren returned to the front lines of Konoha and Iwagakure to seize an opportunity against a lone, vulnerable ninja, he spotted a small supply transport team from Konoha within his line of sight. The team consisted of only 2 individuals, neither particularly formidable. But what captivated Shuren was the presence of one who possessed the Byakugan. Was this a branch of the Hyuga clan? Shuren was momentarily taken aback, but then surged towards the 2 with fervor, sensing a golden opportunity. An opportunity to infiltrate the allied forces of Konoha, and even the village itself. His Byakugan was exceedingly conspicuous. Approaching without cause would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Moreover, the limitations of transformation techniques were considerable. The most prudent course of action would be to eliminate a Hyuga and assume their identity. However, for an extended period, he had not encountered a single member of the Hyuga clan. He had initially surmised that they were absent from the battle, perhaps awaiting the decisive confrontation at their stronghold. In truth, his assessment was not erroneous. The Hyuga had indeed refrained from engaging in combat thus far, and their presence now was largely due to the personal arrival of Sarutobi Hisashi. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, once he detected a Hyuga, he was resolute in seizing this opportunity. Chapter 20. the power of the caged bird curse seal, infiltrating the allied forces of Konoha. Although the Hyuga's perceptive abilities were not as formidable as his own, they were far from weak. As he drew nearer, the excitement that surged within him caused a leakage of chakra. It was at a distance of over a kilometer from the Konoha squad that he was detected. Halt! What is it, Hyuga-Aki? The other Konoha ninja, compelled to stop, wore a grave expression before swiftly entering a state of alert. The reputation of the Hyuga clan in Konoha was considerable, as they were one of the two great clans renowned for their ocular techniques. The Byakugan, being the most acute of all visual jutsu, significantly enhanced the safety of any team possessing a member of the Byakugan. This is also the reason why the ninjas of Konoha remain vigilant whenever a command is issued by the Byakugan. Enemies ahead. How many? One by one. Can we evade him? No, he is coming directly towards us. He has already detected our presence. Hinata Aki shook his head, and upon hearing this, the expression of the Konoha ninja grew even graver. In that case, let us resolve this. Before the Konoha ninja could finish his sentence, Hinata Aki appeared as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? He also possesses the Byakugan. The Byakugan? Could he be a member of the Hyuga clan? I am uncertain. I have not encountered his chakra before. We have yet to confront the enemy. This is perilous. The duo's reactions were swift, their experience evident. However, the assailant's speed was astonishing. He leapt directly from the flying bird puppet. Sky Strike. Without uttering a word, without any exchange. The assailant did not even glance at the other Konoha ninja, utilizing the force of his descent to deliver a lethal blow. The branch beneath him shattered upon impact. He then lightly touched the debris of the branch in midair, executing a graceful maneuver toward Hinata Aki's direction. Witnessing this, Hinata Aki assumed a defensive stance, repeatedly demanding, "Who are you? Where did you acquire your Byakugan? If you have stolen it, the Hyuga clan will not spare you." Yet, the assailant remained silent, swiftly closing the distance. Hinata Aki's chakra surged within him, and he shouted, "Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32. Before he could fully execute the 32 palms, a chilling scream escaped Hinata Aki's lips. As his cry was abruptly silenced, he found himself gripped by the assailant's hand around his neck. "Is this your gentle fist?" Pathetically weak. Having confirmed the death of the other ninja and fully subduing Hinata, the assailant finally spoke, his voice slow and deliberate. Well aware of the reasons for a villain's downfall, he had no habit of engaging in pre-battle banter. Clearly, it was only lifeless corpses and utterly defenseless opponents that would warrant his patience to converse. In response to the assailant's taunts, Hinata, unable to voice a single word due to the grip around his throat, could only emit faint whimpers. The assailant had no desire for conversation. He gradually tightened his grip, reddening Hinata's face as if he might force the Byakugan from him. "Enough. Be silent. Let me closely examine your memories and discern the fluctuations of your chakra. This is the last value of your existence." With his right hand, Shuren lifted Hinata Akira, while his left hand summoned a golden haze. As the radiant light penetrated Hinata Akira's mind, a sequence of vivid images flickered in Shuren's consciousness. The entirety of his existence, spanning over a decade, unfolded before him in meticulous detail, including his memories of practicing and mastering the gentle fist technique. As a descendant of the Tsutsuki clan, Shuren swiftly grasped the intricacies of the gentle fist. Subsequently, he transformed his palm into a grasping hand, delving into Hinata Akira's abdomen, extracting the chakra that belonged to him. The complete loss of chakra quickly led to a deterioration of Hinata Akira's vitality. At that moment, the mysterious seal upon Hinata Akira's forehead seemed to sense the waning of his life force. The seal activated, radiating a deep green light that spread across his forehead, swiftly enveloping the entirety of his Byakugan's vision. "Ah, so this is the caged bird seal of the Hyuga clan? It appears you possess some merit after all. At the very least, this seal holds more value than you do." Shuren opened his Byakugan, meticulously observing the intricate patterns of the caged bird seal. However, upon this initial encounter, he could only perceive the seal's terrifying nature, feeling little else. Upon reflection, it was understandable. In the original narrative, the caged bird seal is regarded as the highest tier of seals, from which even death cannot liberate one. This is a seal that directly affects the mind and even the soul. Even the formidable technique of impure reincarnation, capable of circumventing death, cannot evade the influence of the caged bird. With a sudden crack, Hinata Aki's eyes shattered, revealing the protective function of the Byakugan. For every branch member on the brink of death, their eyes would be obliterated, leaving no opportunity for the enemy to seize. Shuren released his grip on Hinata Aki. casting a glance at the still-breathing figure before him, and his form shifted once more. The visage that belonged to Shuren vanished, replaced by that of Hinata Aki. Although this body he controlled was a puppet, it was in fact the body of his grandfather, modified by the reincarnation eye to possess puppet-like traits. Thus, the transformation was not merely a transformation technique, but a genuine metamorphosis of flesh. The essence of this transformation was rooted in the chakra of the reincarnation eye, which is why it could recover even after sustaining damage. His primary objective in infiltrating Konoha was to replicate Hinata Aki's chakra fluctuations and seals. However, with the assistance of Hinata Aki's own chakra, this task proved to be effortless for Shuren. Upon completion of his impersonation, a true Hinata Aki emerged. Subsequently, Shuren began to set the stage for battle, linking this battleground to the Iwagakure team he had previously eliminated. Just as everything was ready and Shuren prepared to dispose of the two corpses and head towards the Konoha headquarters, he discovered that Hinata Aki still possessed a faint breath of life. Remarkably, he was not yet dead. Such vitality, disproportionate to his strength, seemed a waste. Nevertheless, since he belonged to the Hinata clan and exhibited such robust life force, even as a branch member, there remained value in further study. After thoroughly obliterating the corpse of another ninja, Shuren seized Hinata Aki and tossed him onto the back of the flying bird puppet, which then soared towards the land of the moon. Having encountered a member of the Hinata clan with such vitality, it would be remiss for Shuren not to investigate further. Although he lacked the scientific genius of Orochimaru or Kabuto Yakushi, who could predict what the future might hold. As he watched the puppet bird vanish into the horizon, Shuren tucked away the material scrolls and cleared his traces. Once everything was complete, he made his way toward the Konoha headquarters. His swift handling of the two was accomplished in little time. The only explanation needed was the disappearance of the other individual. As Shuren approached the Konoha headquarters, he opened his Byakugan. This conspicuous feature alleviated many of his troubles. Moreover, through his Byakugan's vision, he could discern numerous hidden sentries surrounding the headquarters. Suddenly, a nin wearing a Konoha ninja forehead protector obstructed Shuren's path. Halt. By order of Lord Orochimaru and advisor Mitarashi Anko, any ninja entering the headquarters must be confirmed by Lord Hinata Hayashi. As the person beheld the disdainful gaze of the individual, their tone softened slightly. It was surprising to discover that the one in charge here was Orochimaru, yet Minato was absent, replaced by Mitominen. From the exchange, the individual gleaned a wealth of valuable information. Without further ado, he set forth towards another large tent not far away. Chapter 21. Hyuga Hizashi. Orochimaru. The fact that the Hyuga clan dispatched Hizashi signifies that the impending battle is indeed drawing near. As he approached the tent, the individual sensed an exceptionally pure essence of Byakugan chakra emanating from within. It seemed that the occupant had also sensed his arrival, a piercing gaze suddenly fixating upon him. Lord Hizashi. Upon entering the tent, he wasted no time and immediately bowed respectfully to Hizashi. At that moment, Hizashi had already opened his Byakugan, conducting a brief examination before nodding in recognition. Ah, it's you, Chio. I did not expect you to be the one delivering supplies to the front lines. After dismissing any suspicion regarding the individual, Hizashi's expression softened. Why are you alone? Did you encounter any trouble on your journey? As the leader of the branch family, Hizashi exhibited kindness towards his clansmen. Despite being a member of the branch family, he was, in fact, the younger brother of Hyuga Hizashi, sharing the same noble bloodline. The individual could sense that Hizashi's Byakugan was equally pure. The Tsutsuki clan possessed the innate ability to discern the purity of one another's Byakugan. From the very first glance at Hizashi, the individual confirmed this fact. Hearing Hizashi's inquiry, he did not hesitate to relay the carefully prepared report. I report to you, Lord Hizashi, that a total of 6 of us were dispatched by Lord Hokage to transport supplies to the front lines. To ensure the safe arrival of the materials, we divided into 3 small teams. Myself and a civilian Shunin set out first, utilizing the insight of Byakugan to lead the way. Throughout our journey, we encountered no enemy threats. However, we came across 2 patrol teams from Iwagakure approximately 40 miles from the headquarters. To facilitate the safe arrival of the remaining supplies, I took the initiative to draw away the patrol team. We must hasten to provide assistance. Otherwise, his situation is exceedingly perilous. The informant spoke rapidly, delivering the intelligence he had meticulously prepared. Although there were still gaps, it represented the best course of action he could conceive. Given the perceptive abilities of the Byakugan, he could not claim to have directly encountered the patrols, as the Byakugan could detect enemy movements from at least a kilometer away. Encountering two patrol teams would typically necessitate a direct retreat. Thus, the civilian ninja's initiative to divert the enemy, ensuring the smooth passage for subsequent forces, stood as a reasonable justification. As for the informant's mention of needing to provide support, it served to maintain his own fade. He could not simply ignore the disappearance of the adversary without raising significant suspicion. In weighing the two dangers, he opted for the lesser one. Only in this manner could he minimize his own culpability. Moreover, he had long since disposed of any bodies belonging to Konoha or Iwagakure ninjas, leaving merely traces of the battle. In the world of ninjas, corpses could divulge vital information, often proving to be more perilous than alive adversaries. Knowing this, the informant would never leave behind a body. However, upon hearing the informant's report, Hayashi furrowed his brow. Although he perceived some inconsistencies in the informant's words, he recognized that the speaker was merely a civilian ninja, while the informant was one of his clan members. It was evident to whom his allegiance leaned. He nodded in acknowledgement, neither affirming nor denying the informant's claims. This matter was indeed significant, yet resources were currently strained, and any initiative to provide support would require the consent of Lord Orochimaru or the advisor Mito. Please take the task to them. Yes. The informant bowed respectfully to Hayashi before exiting the tent. Hayashi's response aligned closely with the informant's expectations. As a prestigious clan within Konoha, the Hyuga family, though lacking the overt arrogance of the Uchiha, was not far behind. In truth, it was not just them. All the major clans of Konoha held a general disdain for civilian ninjas. However, in recent years, the third Hokage had made considerable efforts to integrate the lower ranks and some core personnel into the ranks of the commoners. This initiative had allowed civilian ninjas to comprise the vast majority of Genin and Chunin. Indeed, civilian ninjas had exhibited remarkable prowess during the war, with representatives like Orochimaru and Minato exemplifying this trend. Having contemplated these matters, the informant turned and headed towards the central tent. Approaching the largest tent, a dark, damp chakra enveloped him, swirling ominously around his form. The chilling aura of chakra enveloped the individual, instilling a profound sense of discomfort, even eliciting a slight shiver. As he approached the tent, he was met not with the bustling war camp typical of the Hinata clan, but rather a modest laboratory. Truly, Orochimaru was relentless in his pursuit of scientific inquiry. Even now, through his Byakugan, he discerned a solitary figure within, yet nothing more was visible. Clearly, Orochimaru had conducted research on the Byakugan itself, imposing seals to thwart any probing into his work. The arrival of the individual did not go unnoticed by Orochimaru, who turned to face him, his golden-slit pupils scrutinizing him with the precision of a blade. A branch of the Hyuga clan, what brings you here? The raspy voice carried an unsettling chill. Lowering his gaze, the individual replied, Lord Orochimaru, I have just come from Lord Hinata with intelligence to report. Orochimaru regarded the changing visage of the Hyuga with an increasingly peculiar gaze, before finally uttering, proceed. Under the weight of Orochimaru's inquisitive stare, the individual dared not stray from the task, promptly recounting the information conveyed by Hinata. Orochimaru remained silent, seemingly indifferent to the notion of rescue. His gaze remained fixed on the individual for a considerable time before he finally averted his eyes, an inscrutable expression gradually fading from his face. Since they're your comrades, you shall lead the mission to assist them. Yes. With Orochimaru's consent, the individual departed the disquieting environment without hesitation. Observing his exit, Orochimaru extended his long tongue, tasting the air as if collecting its essence. Intriguing, truly intriguing. The body bore the scent of death, yet the soul remained vivacious, life and death coexisting within a single form. Having clandestinely dissected and conducted numerous experiments on human subjects, Orochimaru was all too familiar with the aura of death. Moreover, as he delved into the study of immortality, his understanding of the soul and body was unparalleled within the current ninja world. The individual's masquerade could deceive others, even simulating chakra fluctuations to mislead the Byakugan's scrutiny. However, a body that had succumbed to death could not possibly fool Orochimaru, who had dealt with the deceased more than anyone else. Was this a puppet? From Sunagakure? Fascinating, utterly fascinating. Yet, to choose the Hyuga clan, was he coveting the Byakugan? Orochimaru perceived the individual as an intriguing plaything, albeit merely that. His curiosity toward the individual paled in comparison to his desire for his experiments to yield results. Ah, what concern is it of mine? This war is nearing its conclusion, and I too must take my leave. The village, now on the brink of decay, no longer offers me refuge. Orochimaru's gaze turned once more to ice, For having been raised under the tutelage of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was acutely aware of his mentor's methods. The series of promotions regarding the accomplishments and image of Minato Namikaze serves a specific purpose, yet he himself has been deliberately diminished. The elder has spared no effort in paving the way for Minato to ascend to the position of Hokage. Having engaged with Danzo for an extended period, Orochimaru, well-versed in the village's darker secrets, is acutely aware of this, though he too is a hero of the village and a favored candidate for the position of fourth Hokage. The elder's true intention for succession lies with Minato. Moreover, he has other aspirations beyond the Hokage title. Chapter 22. The Schemes of the Four Great Shinobi Villages Land of Earth. Here's the latest intelligence. Please analyze it. The third Tsutsuki hovered in his designated seat, presenting the information to those around him. Upon reviewing the intelligence, they could not help but inquire. Lord Tsutsuki, the front lines have suffered significant losses due to the assassination by the Yellow Flash. We cannot afford to increase our troops incrementally any longer. Kumobakure is also poised to take action. We must proactively offer them an opportunity. Indeed, Lord Tsutsuki, let us engage in battle, replied the vice-captain of the Iwagakure demolition squad. Unlike the other four great shinobi villages, the authority of Inoki of Iwagakure is formidable. From the first Tsutsuki to the present, the third Tsutsuki has upheld nearly everything in Iwagakure. Observing the individuals before him, Inoki felt a sense of gratification. These people had flourished under his guidance. Then let us prepare for battle. Kuro, your demolition squad will serve as a reserve force, while we confront Konoha on the front lines. That hulking will undoubtedly become restless. This time, we must eliminate him. The third Tsutsuki, Inoki, soared from his seat, his aged body suddenly erupting with overwhelming chakra, suffocating those around him. Compared to the animosity between Iwagakure and Konoha, the sordid history between Iwagakure and Kumogakure is far more profound. During the Second Shinobi World War, the Land of Lightning had seized the fruits of victory from the Land of Earth, a grievance that has long haunted Inoki, particularly the Third Hokage A. Utilizing the advantages of lightning release over earth release, has claimed countless lives among the IWA shinobi. This time, the Rock Shinobi are preparing to engage in a decisive battle with the Leaf Village, eagerly awaiting the moment when the Hokage takes the bait. The Cloud Village operates under the absolute authority of the Hokage. As soon as the hot-tempered A cannot contain himself, the Cloud Shinobi will undoubtedly make their move. This time, he is determined to eliminate the third Hokage. Indeed, the few individuals responsible for the decision-making in Iwagakure were equally exhilarated. They had meticulously prepared for this scheme for an extended period. In the Land of Lightning, at Kumogakure, the Hokage secretary presented the latest intelligence to the third Hokage A. After perusing the information, the Hokage burst into hearty laughter, showing no inclination to consult with anyone. He decisively slammed his hand on the table, instructing that all frontline forces gather in the Land of Hot Water. Once the decisive battle between Konohagakure and Iwagakure concludes, it would be our turn to strike. Hokage-sama, which squad shall we dispatch as the main assault force? The secretary swiftly recorded the orders and inquired. Furthermore, should we consider an alliance with the Wind and Water nations? The Hokage waved his hand dismissively. This time, I shall lead personally. Let A, Killer B, and Kankuro accompany me. The village will be overseen by the two of you, with the assistance of the Wood and Earth styles. As for the alliance, I leave that decision to you. Kumogakure is truly characterized by its militaristic governance, and in previous wars, they have reaped substantial rewards. This also set the three generations of Rei on the path of war fervor. If this opportunity to vanquish Konoha is seized, then the village hidden in the clouds will undoubtedly ascend to the rank of the most formidable shinobi village. With such a prestigious title, when neighboring small nations seek to issue missions, the village hidden in the clouds will be their foremost choice, rather than Konoha. This is the essence of interest. In the Land of Wind, Sunagakure. The Third Shinobi World War spanned 5 years, and it was Sunagakure that first regained its composure. The mysterious disappearance of their third Kazekage was indeed perplexing. Initially, the villagers speculated that he had embarked on a journey of training or ventured into the desert to gather iron sand. However, after the ascension of the third Kazekage, these responsibilities had been entrusted to Raza, for his magnetic release was far more effective in harnessing the gold sand. Nevertheless, the third Kazekage would occasionally undertake such tasks, actively contributing to the village's prosperity. Yet, after years of his absence, the villagers began to fear that he had met with misfortune. Furthermore, with the Kazekage's disappearance, a vacuum of power emerged within the village. Compounding this, a few years prior, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, leading an elite team, encounter the legendary Konoha White Fang during a mission, resulting in their complete annihilation. Thus, Sunegakure's strength now languished at the bottom among the 5 great shinobi villages. Once bolstered by the so-called strongest Kazekage, only the elder generation, namely Chiyo and Hirozumi, remained. The younger generation was represented by Raza, responsible for the village's finances, and the commander of the elite force, Yakumo. Both are prominent candidates for the next Kazekage, possessing formidable abilities that rank among the best. In terms of combat prowess, it is difficult to determine who is superior. They are nearly equal, with neither possessing an assured victory over the other. Compared to the third Kazekage, their strengths are undoubtedly lacking, as a true Kage exerts absolute dominance over elite jonin. In this regard, Raza and Yakura both fall short. Their hard power is even inferior to that of the younger Chiyo. However, in the current circumstances, one can only select the tallest among the shorter individuals, especially since both of them are quite young and possess significant potential for growth. Moreover, they are both ninjas endowed with bloodline limits, albeit having previously focused on different areas of responsibility. Raza undoubtedly excels in domestic affairs, while Yakura shines in external campaigns. Particularly during the recent battle against the Land of Water, Yakura single-handedly breached the Hidden Mist's defenses, achieving remarkable military exploits. It is precisely for this reason that Chiyo and Aiz, as the remaining elders of Sunegakure, faced a conundrum when it came to endorsing the next Kazekage. Chiyo supported Raza, while Aiz backed Yakura. This deadlock led them to allow both candidates to demonstrate their capabilities independently. Yakura, however, remained oblivious to the intricacies of political maneuvering. Her awareness of such matters was rather lacking. What was true before remains true now. Consequently, her support within the village's prominent clans gradually waned in comparison to Raza's. Yet she remained unfazed, even taking on an apprentice. Nonetheless, this contrasting dynamic has caused Raza to harbor growing discontent towards her. At this moment, the 4 of them sat together deliberating their forthcoming strategies. They had received news of the alliance from the Land of Lightning and were also aware of the impending decisive battle between Iwagakure and Konohagakure. Their primary consideration now is whether or not to participate. After much discussion, they could not reach a final decision. Ultimately, it was Chiyo and Aiz who resolved to regard this operation as the ultimate evaluation for the position of Kazekage. In the Land of Water, within the Hidden Mist village, a distinguished elite shinobi from the Kirigakure's Hozuki clan inquired, "Lord Weinshi, do you believe we can partake in this matter? Even if it were indeed an opportunity. We currently lack the capacity to mobilize the entire village's forces to engage, especially with the Uchiha from Konohagakure monitoring us at the borders." Weinshi shook his head and replied solemnly, "The Uchiha have recently slaughtered many of our ninjas. They are referred to as the instantaneous stopping water. Aren't they part of the Uchiha clan? Those accursed Uchiha, if it weren't for them stalling our troops, we would not have been vulnerable to the attacks from Sunegakure. If they obstruct our front line, shall we refrain from striking back? Indeed, Lord Weinshi, 2 years ago, someone set up a barrier and forcibly killed our third Mizukage. It was undoubtedly the work of Konohagakure. Can we simply let this go unpunished?" The individuals within the room, upon hearing these words, were nearly driven to overturn the very roof in their wrath against Konoha. Yet, Master Yuan could not help but sigh as he contemplated the dire state of the village. Were it not for the unique circumstances of the Mist Village, governed not only by the Mizukage but also by himself, the situation would have been far more chaotic. With the assassination of the third Mizukage and the subsequent death of the Three-Tails Isabu, the village was teetering on the brink of disarray. Although the mist had managed to stabilize somewhat, it remained exceedingly vulnerable. The demise of the tailed beasts was not the gravest concern, for they possessed the ability to revive autonomously. However, the absence of a host for the Three-Tails and the still maturing host for the Six-Tails left them desperately lacking at least one young powerhouse of Kage caliber. It was only such a figure who could sway the tides of war. Otherwise, they could not have been so easily decimated by Konoha's Uchiha or the prior Sand Shinobi. Yakura. Presently, the Six-Tails host was not yet 10 years of age, incapable of manifesting the full potential expected of a Jinchuriki, and instead posed the risk of losing control. While the Sand Village might appear as the weakest on the surface, the current state of the Mist Village was not far behind. However, the Mist weakness did not stem from a lack of overall strength, but rather from the absence of a leader who could unify and rally all Mist Shinobi. The Mist boasted the greatest number of bloodline limits, overshadowing smaller clans such as the Kagaya, Karatachi, and Chirumi. Among the larger clans, whether it be the Kirigakure's formidable Achizuki clan, the Yuki clan of Snow, or the notoriously volatile Kagaya clan, They were all recognized as significant powers within the shinobi world. Yet, this very strength bred discord among them. Only during the reigns of the first and second Mizukage could such rivalries be quelled through sheer might. By the time of the third Mizukage's leadership, control had become increasingly tenuous, particularly as the most powerful H-Zuki clan and the Kagaya clan, with their insatiable thirst for battle, refused to submit to the Snow clan, the Mizukage's own lineage. This discord frequently erupted into rebellion. Initially, the third Mizukage could suppress these factions with his formidable strength, but as he aged, compounded by potential manipulation from Obito, he began to implement the policy of the Blood Mist, which led to a gradual depletion of resources. It was this very policy that subjected the Snow clan to concentrated targeting from the onset, resulting in the deaths of many of its members, nearly leading to their extinction, leaving only a few surviving remnants in a precarious state. Despite such attrition, the fundamental strength of the Mist Shinobi remained robust. The internal strife among the larger clans and the ceaseless bloodshed had inadvertently created opportunities for the smaller clans to rise. Master Yuan had already identified several promising candidates from these lesser clans for cultivation. However, elevating these smaller clans would require strategic maneuvering. Observing the members of the H-Zuki clan and the elite from the Kagaya clan, Yuan resolutely declared, "Though we cannot launch a full-scale assault at present, we must avenge the wrongs done by Konoha. Let the 7 ninja swordsmen be dispatched." Understood. At this moment, a high-ranking shinobi from the Kagaya clan stood up. His words tinged with a hint of madness. "What are the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? I propose we capture the villagers of Konohagakure and forcibly implant the recently captured Three Tails within them, unleashing chaos upon the village." Ah, what a splendid idea. Indeed. Even if the tailed beasts are slain, they can always be revived. We can seize them again. Thus, we shall divide our forces into 2. It is decided. We must take a substantial bite out of Konoha this time. Chapter 23. The Battle of Awagakure commences. As for the Allied forces' request for joint action from the Land of Lightning, we shall set that aside for now. Those lacking the strength to digest it will inevitably regurgitate it. In the eyes of the Elder, although Konohagakure has lost some of its former strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a person to be trifled with. At this juncture, what the Hidden Mist Village requires is a smooth transition, and the Elder, now advanced in years, has far too many concerns weighing upon him. The Jinchuriki of the 6 Tails is still quite young and lacks sufficient combat prowess. The 3 Tails has only recently been retrieved, and the Jinchuriki has yet to be confirmed. If they were to engage in battle, it would undoubtedly expose the Hidden Mist vulnerabilities to other villages. The Elder is resolute in his desire to remain uninvolved in this affair. Thus, he has made his decision and instructed others to arrange the necessary plans. After the others departed, the Elder reclined in his seat, contemplating who would ultimately succeed as the 4th Mizukage. His age has become a significant factor, and he and the 3rd Mizukage had both favored the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame Hoshigaki. However, Kisame's recent performance as the head of the intelligence division has been woefully inadequate. He had set a precedent among his subordinates that they could eliminate all teammates to safeguard intelligence, yet he himself betrayed the village by leaking information to neighboring nations. After assuming control over the village, the Elder promptly abandoned any hope for him. The only reason he has not yet dealt with Kisame is that he intends to present his head as a testament to the 4th's authority. The intricate calculations and sordid dealings among the 4 great ninja villages are beyond the current concerns of the shinobi. Orochimaru has agreed to lead a team for reinforcement, and neither Mito Gates nor Hyuga Hayashi has objected. At this moment, they are hardly inclined to concern themselves with the fate of a mere civilian ninja. Minato Namikaze has withdrawn from the Kamizumi Bridge, bringing with him rather grim news. Currently, the entire base of Konohagakure is mobilizing its forces, resulting in a severe shortage of personnel available for reinforcement. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Hyuga Hayashi, the shinobi made his way to the assembly point. Upon easily discerning the leader among them, he approached the middle-aged ninja and surveyed his fellow companions. Including himself, there are a total of 8 ninjas, divided into 2 small teams. Aside from Shinobi and the other team leader, the remaining members are all genin, and they appear quite youthful, likely having only recently graduated from the academy. Indeed, Shinobi's assumption was correct. These individuals are students from the Ninja Academy, some of whom have graduated normally, while others have done so early. They belong to the same age group as Kakashi and Obito, and some are even classmates of Uchiha Shursui. After exchanging a few words with another Chunin from the Yamanaka clan, the group managed to organize themselves into their respective teams. As the initiator of this reinforcement mission, Shinobi naturally assumed the role of leader for one of the small teams. After confirming his teammates, he did not linger and promptly set off with his comrades. As soon as they exited the main base, Shinobi activated his Byakugan, prompting the other members of the team to heighten their vigilance. The group swiftly navigated through the forest under Shinobi's guidance, racing towards their designated rendezvous point in silence. After distancing themselves several kilometers from the main base, Shinobi slightly reduced his pace and addressed his three teammates in a hushed tone. As your temporary Chunin leader, I am still unfamiliar with your backgrounds. And you do not know me either. If we encounter enemy situations later, coordination may indeed pose challenges. I believe it is essential for us to understand one another better. Let us introduce ourselves. I shall begin. My name is Hinata Aki. I am 15 years old, a nin from the Hinata branch, proficient in gentle fist and Byakugan techniques. Upon hearing this, the three lower-ranked ninjas accompanying me displayed expressions of surprise. They had not anticipated that someone from the esteemed Hinata clan would be so approachable, which naturally fostered a sense of camaraderie towards him. I am called Tachibana, 11 years old, a genin skilled in intelligence gathering and physical combat. Utsuki Yuka, aged 9, is also a genin, excelling in the art of body replacement and swordsmanship. I am Mizuki, 10 years old, likewise a genin, adept in body replacement techniques and shuriken jutsu. I kindly ask for your guidance, Hinata-senpai. Before meeting these individuals, I had harbored some vague suspicions. At this moment, as they revealed their names, my doubts were entirely confirmed. These individuals are indeed students of the same cohort as Uchiha Shursui. Sharon's gaze traversed the youthful visage of Yuzuki Yugao. She appeared quite tender and lacked the prowess to enter the umbu, thus failing to pique his interest. Feiju Qingting is destined to serve within the intelligence division of the Mountain Boar, warranting attention. The most intriguing among them is Mizuki. He is likely a hidden pawn of Orochimaru, though after Orochimaru's defection, he was entirely forsaken. Could this be a ploy from Orochimaru to surveil him? Sharon furrowed his brow slightly, a sense of wariness igniting within him. He was perplexed as to where he had gone awry. Hinata Hayashi harbored no suspicions. Yet Orochimaru had dispatched someone to watch over him. After exchanging intelligence, the group fell once more into silence. The three members of the squad were not taken aback by this turn of events. Rather, they maintained a heightened vigilance, observing their surroundings with greater caution than Sharon. This is not merely an instance of them exaggerating their circumstances. Several among them are but low-ranking ninjas, freshly graduated from the academy. And their abilities are woefully inadequate for the battlefield. Typically, they are tasked with managing logistical duties, message relay, and intelligence gathering. However, during a previous logistics transport mission, they encountered a patrol squad from Iwagakure. Numerous teams escorting the wounded back to the village from the front lines suffered severe casualties. And had it not been for the timely arrival of a supporting jonin from the village, the situation could have been dire. At this moment, it is likely that the names of these individuals have already been inscribed upon the memorial stone. The harsh realities of war have imparted invaluable lessons to this group of genin, leading them to harbor little hope upon receiving the mission for extraction. Another squad shared their sentiments. However, despite their lack of expectations, the noble Shinobi, Shuren, took the initiative to assist these commoner ninjas, which deeply moved them. Thus, they voiced no complaints, and even the transformed Hinata Aki regarded Shuren with a touch of warmth. As Shuren and his companions pressed on without encountering any difficulties, they successfully arrived at the vicinity of the previous battlefield. A situation has arisen. From a distance of 1 kilometer, Shuren's keen eyes could already discern the traces of battle ahead. This represents the utmost distance that a normal jonin from the Hyuga clan can perceive. At this moment, the rear team caught up. Is there a problem, Hyuga Chunin? Inquired the leader of the second team, a Chunin from the Yamanaka clan. There are signs of battle ahead, and not far from here, there are traces of blood. Shuren articulated clearly what he had observed. Upon hearing this, everyone unsheathed their weapons and took a defensive stance. Could there be an ambush or a trap? Shuren shook his head, stating, I did not detect any ambush or traps, but we must remain vigilant. Understood. The Yamanaka Chunin nodded and gestured to his squad. Spread out, surround the area, and stay alert. Observing this, Shuren nodded at his three teammates and said, let us proceed, but prioritize your safety. Hearing this, warmth spread through the hearts of the trio. As Shuren led everyone closer to the battlefield, they quickly scanned their surroundings, discovering that there was indeed no immediate danger, which allowed them to relax and begin gathering useful intelligence. They encountered a few Iwagakure ninjas, and it appeared that the battle had not been particularly fierce. possibly due to the enemy's overwhelming numbers. The target has likely perished. Let us return and report back. Just as she run and the Yamanaka Chunin prepared to lead everyone back to the headquarters, suddenly, a massive signal flare shot into the sky. Seeing this, the Yamanaka Chunin's expression changed dramatically. The decisive battle has begun. Hyuga Chunin, we must return swiftly. The lower ninjas will report the intelligence here and return with the mission. With that, he and Shuren charged in unison towards a singular direction. Chapter 24. The significance of Minato Namikaze at the border between the land of fire and the land of grass, Orochimaru and Mito Manin, leading 1,000 elite Konoha ninjas, were stationed there. The land of grass, a small nation acting as a buffer zone between the land of fire and the land of earth, traditionally served as one of the primary battlefields for the conflicts between Konoha and Iwagakure. They should have learned to consolidate their defenses and refrain from engaging in warfare. Yet, the land of grass stood as an anomaly within the shinobi world. It was a haven for true outlaws and wandering ninjas. Rather than evading the conflicts between the two great nations, they actively accepted commissions from both sides. They would aid whoever offered the highest bidding. In fact, they might even assist both parties, willing to turn against their own if the price was right. Faced with such expendable resources, Inoki wasted no words and directly allocated a substantial sum to recruit the grass ninjas to assist in attacking Konoha. Meanwhile, at the front command post of Konoha, within Orochimaru's tent, he, Mito Manin, Hyuga Hizashi, and the recently returned Minato Namikaze, who had sent his disciple back to the village for healing, were gathered together, deliberating on their forthcoming actions. At that moment, a brownish-gray venomous serpent slithered to Orochimaru's desk, disregarding the others and directly expelling the intelligence scroll from its mouth. Advisors, Minato. Hinata, it seems our plan to exhaust Iwagakure has proven futile. Upon perusing the latest intelligence, Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, devoid of any emotional expression. Oh, what has transpired, Orochimaru? Inuzuka Kiba inquired calmly, his glasses glinting. Beside him, Minato and Hinata remained silent, their gazes also fixed upon Orochimaru. Sunagakure and Kumogakure have mobilized their forces at the borders of the land of rivers and the land of hot water, poised to launch an assault. The teacher mentioned that our village's defenses are perilously thin. We must conclude this swiftly. Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Kiba scrutinized the intelligence he had received, his expression growing grave. As a high-ranking advisor of Konohagakure, he was acutely aware of the village's current strength. If they were indeed delayed by Iwagakure, the village would be in grave peril. Dispatch orders for a surprise attack on the Iwagakure forces stationed in the land of grass tonight. As the frontline commander, Orochimaru understood the value of swiftness in warfare. He did not consult Inuzuka Kiba, but issued the command directly. Nevertheless, recognizing the urgency of the situation, Inuzuka Kiba refrained from further commentary. At this moment, Orochimaru turned his gaze towards Minato Namikaze and Hayashi Hyuga, declaring, Minato, Hayashi, you shall lead this assault team. Indeed, the two great ninja villages were on high alert. And with the enigmatic Mist Village lurking in the background, the war with the Rock Village could not be delayed. The longer the conflict dragged on, the greater the risk that spies within the village would uncover Konoha's vulnerabilities, potentially leaking detrimental intelligence. Upon receiving the orders, Minato and Hayashi promptly accepted their mission and began their preparations. As for the location of the Rock Village's ninjas stationed in the land of grass, this information had long been ascertained by the reconnaissance team. Although they were to co-lead, both Hayashi and Minato understood their roles clearly. Minato was the true assailant, while Hayashi served as the supporting leader of the assault team. Hayashi, I will begin my preparations. We shall depart at the hour of the tiger. You will lead the assault team while I take the lead. Minato conveyed his plan to Hayashi, who had no objections. Very well, this time I shall follow behind you. Minato, to claim some credit, all for the sake of the village. They both laughed heartily together, their camaraderie evident, reflecting a strong bond between Minato and the Hyuga clan. However, given the wartime circumstances, they refrained from further conversation. Yet in Hayashi's heart, Minato's sunny disposition endeared him not only to Hayashi, but also to his brother. At that moment, the Chunin and Jonin around the headquarters had all gathered. The shinobi who had been on missions returned to the base, following the familiar routines etched in their memories, and joined the ranks of the Hyuga clan. The surrounding clansmen were familiar to Hayashi from his recollections of Hinata's memories. And as it was not the time for conversation, they exchanged nods of acknowledgement, patiently awaiting the time to embark on their assault. At this moment, the gaze of the observer fell upon Namikaze Minato, who stood alongside Hyuga Hinata. However, he noticed the absence of the remaining 2 members of Team 7, likely due to severe injuries requiring their recuperation. Observing the harmonious interaction between Hinata and Minato, the observer, though unaware of the underlying circumstances, inferred from their evident familiarity that the Hyuga clan had largely aligned themselves with Minato. At the very least, it seemed that the branch family of the Hyuga had taken a stand in his favor. Previously, the observer had gleaned from Hinata's memories that both Minato and Kushina Uzumaki maintained amicable relations with Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. This is quite evident, even to an outsider like Hinata Akira. Those who are aware of the unfolding events now observe from both the perspective of a bystander and an eyewitness. Following the conclusion of the Great War, the election for the position of Hokage was not a mere whim of Konoha. Minato Namikaze ascended to the role of the 4th Hokage with purpose. In truth, everything appeared to be predestined from the outset. One might argue that Hiruzen Sarutobi, upon realizing that Jiraiya and Tsunade had no desire to assume the mantle of Hokage, began laying the groundwork and making selections well in advance. Minato Namikaze was indeed a rightful heir to the Hokage legacy, being a disciple of Jiraiya and originating from the Hokage's elite Umbu. Furthermore, his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, served as a strategic asset for Konoha, and he mastered the 2nd Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. It can be posited that both the Flying Thunder God and Kushina not only conferred upon Minato a significant strategic stature, but also greatly enhanced his political standing. Moreover, Minato maintained a favorable relationship with the Uchiha clan, and the 3rd Hokage, along with Konoha's decision-making body, permitted him to take on an Uchiha disciple, which effectively solidified his unofficial appointment as the 4th Hokage. During this iteration of the Shinobi World War, his continuous moments of brilliance merely served to enhance the prestige and support of the 3rd Hokage, who sought a worthy successor. It is likely that Jiraiya was already aware of this, and though Tsunade may have departed, she certainly knew as well. As for Orochimaru, even if he remained oblivious or indifferent, he must have discerned the underlying truths. After all, in the present era of Konoha, the only individual capable of rivaling Minato Namikaze is none other than Orochimaru himself. Contemplating this, Shuren couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the Uchiha who had set his destiny in motion. In fact, since the 2nd Hokage, Konoha has been devising strategies to address the Uchiha dilemma. The 2nd Hokage took Uchiha Kagami as his apprentice, maintaining a delicate balance for decades until the 3rd Hokage's tenure. Now, with Minato Namikaze, the Uchiha clan finally has a genuine opportunity to avert their annihilation. The Hokage is a close friend of the Uchiha clan leader, not a rival like Hashirama and Madara. Their wives are also close friends, and they both mentor Uchiha disciples. Had Minato survived longer in office, he could have collaborated with the Uchiha to stabilize the village's internal dynamics and facilitate a genuine integration of the Uchiha into the community. Minato is one who can embrace the Uchiha without prejudice. At that juncture, the Uchiha could truly redeem themselves and gain acceptance from the entire village. A possibility not beyond reach. Achieving all of this, however, requires patience and the passage of time. In this process of integration and acceptance, the prowess of the Uchiha clan must not be excessively formidable. If it is, they will dominate the landscape. Conversely, they must not be weakened to an extreme, as such a state could easily incite dissatisfaction and rebellion. For a group characterized by such emotional volatility, the sole binding force can only be affection. The 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had long ago discerned this truth. Initially, it was Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha who faced defeat. Subsequently, Tobirama Senju and Kagami Uchiha met their demise. During the 3rd Hokage's era, wars raged frequently, yet he endeavored to maintain stability and suppress the radical Danzo. Presently, the bond is upheld by Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha, extending to the next generation, including Obito Uchiha, Shursui Uchiha, and Itachi Uchiha. Regrettably, for those like the rogue Shin who do not wish to witness peace in the shinobi world or the further strengthening of Konoha, the invaluable Minato must perish. He is destined to die. Even if Obito cannot eliminate him, Shin will undoubtedly exert all his efforts to ensure his downfall at the opportune moment. The bond sustained through emotions is an exceedingly fragile political equilibrium, easily shattered by the slightest disturbance. Should the illustrious Namikaze Minato perish, and the villagers witness the Nine Tails under the control of the Sharingan during the tumult of the Kaibai incident, the Uchiha clan would inevitably become a target that must be addressed. The 3rd Hokage, having aged, lacks the time to cultivate another like Minato. As Shuren's thoughts meandered through these considerations, the hour had already advanced into the depths of night. Everyone had gathered, awaiting the commands of Namikaze Minato and Hokage Hisashi. After exchanging a glance with Hisashi, Minato vanished in an instant. "Let us proceed," were the succinct words of Hokage Hisashi as he promptly followed in Minato's footsteps, stealthily advancing towards the hidden village of Iwa in the Land of Grass. Chapter 25. Ambush and Final Battle. The journey was silent. Hokage Hisashi and Namikaze Minato led a contingent of nearly 1,000 individuals, stealthily approaching the main forces of Iwa in the Land of Grass. The ambush team comprised members of the Hokage clan, the Inuzuka clan, and the oil-wielding Aburame clan, all skilled reconnaissance ninjas. Every trap along the way had been meticulously eliminated in advance. At this juncture, when the human spirit is most fatigued, Shuren, alongside the Hinata clan, effortlessly dispatched the sentinels along the way without raising a whisper. Among these individuals, there were not only rock ninjas, but also grass ninjas, yet they remained oblivious to the events unfolding until their demise. However, as the covert advance deepened, the number of sentinels increased significantly, particularly upon reaching an open expanse. 2 watchtowers loomed before them. The 2 watchtowers stood as vigilant sentinels, each capable of detecting disturbances in the other. With a subtle gesture, Minato Namikaze signaled to Hinata Hisashi, indicating a coordinated assault. Hisashi responded with an acknowledging gesture. They discreetly detached from the main force and approached the watchtowers, halting at a safe distance before simultaneously employing their instantaneous body technique. Minato's speed was remarkable. He materialized behind one of the sentinels atop a watchtower and, before the unsuspecting observer could react, swiftly drew his specially crafted kunai across the man's throat. Blood spattered as the Iwanin's eyes remained wide open. Yet his life slipped away in silence. At that precise moment, as another sentinel began to call out a warning of the enemy's approach, Hinata Hisashi had already materialized behind him. With a deft motion, he drew the ninja close with a powerful inhale, then struck down with a palm, executing a precise blow that severed the nerves and meridians in the unfortunate foe's neck. The sound of a final breath echoed, marking the end of his existence. Once assured that their actions had gone unnoticed, Hisashi signaled to the ambush team, indicating the time to commence the assault. The air was filled with the swift sounds of chaos as Shuren led a cohort in a merciless onslaught against the unsuspecting Iwanin and Kusanin. Upon infiltrating the Iwa camp, Shuren surged ahead, his movements a blur. With each light slash or targeted strike on the sleeping ninjas, he liberated them from their nightmares. As the ambush escalated, fortune favored one of the Iwanin who, alarmed, was the first to react. A piercing cry of enemy attack rang out, awakening the remaining Iwanin, who scrambled to confront the sudden threat. Yet, by that time, half of their number had already succumbed to eternal slumber. The carnage continued unabated, even when faced with resistance. The resolve of the elite leaf ninjas remained unyielding. Minato, the yellow flash, danced across the battlefield like a specter, proving to be an insurmountable foe for all who dared oppose him. Even seasoned Jonin found themselves swiftly dispatched by the lethal kunai of the yellow flash. "Curse you, you despicable leaf ninjas. Lord Tsutsuki shall not let you escape this." Before the words of the rock village's upper ninja could escape his lips, he found his throat severed by the swift and lethal strike of Minato Namikaze. For someone like Minato, who excels in rapid close-quarters combat, it is an effortless endeavor to single-handedly confront an entire battalion. Once an adversary is within his reach, few emerge unscathed. However formidable Minato may be, he is but one man, and thus he focuses on neutralizing the enemy's elite forces, leaving the mid-level and lower-ranking ninjas to the care of his comrades from Konoha. Saren, too, mingled within the ranks, aligning himself with the Hyuga clan, having resolved to infiltrate Konoha under the guise of a member of the Hyuga family. He began to leverage his encounters with the rock and grass ninjas to hone his gentle fist technique. Possessing the Tsutsuki lineage, Saren grasped the intricacies of the gentle fist with remarkable ease. As the carnage unfolded, he began to deconstruct the technique further. Unlike others who rigidly adhered to executing all their moves in every confrontation, Saren approached his battles with a more fluid and adaptable mindset. This is also the most prominent characteristic of the Hyuga clan. They hold their ancestral ninjutsu, the gentle fist, in the highest regard. And the rigidly traditional family dares not question the hard-earned wisdom of their predecessors. From the moment they begin their training, they adhere strictly to every movement and technique, without any deviation. This is also the reason why several generations have failed to produce exceptional talents. While strictly adhering to the wisdom of their predecessors certainly allows the Hyuga clan to maintain a high baseline, It simultaneously stifles the potential for creativity to flourish. For Shuren, all of this posed no challenge. As he surged into the ranks of the rock-hidden village, his approach deviated distinctly from that of the gentle fist style. His hands enveloped in a pale blue chakra, the sharpness of his energy transformed into a blade-like aura. He swiftly advanced upon a middle-ranked shinobi from the rock-hidden village, his pristine Byakugan effortlessly discerning the flow of his opponent's chakra. The fingertips, honed for gentle fist strikes, deftly penetrated the adversary's chest, severing their heart's pathway. Subsequently, he utilized the body of this middle ninja to evade an attack from another grass ninja, the blade-like energy slicing through the latter's throat. With each maneuver, Shuren executed lethal techniques, discarding the Hyuga clan's traditional prerequisite of repeatedly unleashing the 8 trigrams palm to accumulate damage, for his own chakra was inherently formidable. Moreover, the sharpness of his chakra possessed a quality not found in other ninjas of the Hyuga clan. This transformation was brought about by his mastery of the 8,000 Spear God. Naturally, such a change in Shuren captured the attention of many members of the Hyuga clan. However, most of these individuals were merely chunin and could not discern the underlying nuances. Perhaps only Hinata Hayashi had realized the truth. But he was already deep within the fray alongside Minato Namikaze. Thus, Shuren's techniques became increasingly effortless. Around him, a multitude of Awagakure and Kusagakure ninjas fell before him, creating a vast expanse of emptiness. Others from Konohagakure also achieved notable victories, leveraging the chaos of the ambush to engage in coordinated assaults against the IWA and Kusa ninjas. Earth-style, multiple earth flow walls. As Minato and Hinata Hayashi penetrated deep into the heart of Awagakure, the frontline commander, Tsutsuki, rallied his elite squad. Together, they executed a powerful earth-style jutsu, finally stalling the advance of the Leaf's forces. Retreat quickly. All Jonin, stay back with me. The rest, fall back to the land of Earth. Tsutsuki's voice boomed, a direct order from the commander. Upon hearing this, the surviving Awagakure ninjas began to withdraw, while simultaneously, the IWA Jonin leapt forward to join Tsutsuki. Let me, Tsutsuki, experience firsthand the might of your yellow flash and the Hyuga clan's branch leader. Tsutsuki stood resolutely, like a colossal boulder, blocking the path of the Konoha ninjas, buying precious time for the Chunin and Jinin of Awagakure to retreat. With Tsutsuki's steadfast example, the previously crumbling morale of Awagakure began to coalesce and rise anew. Lord Tsutsuki, we are willing to stand with you against Konoha. Indeed, we will stake our lives to ensure the Konoha ninjas are halted here. Seeing the resurgence of spirit among the Awagakure ninjas, Tsutsuki felt a wave of satisfaction. Yet, he understood that the current situation could not be altered merely by morale. Awagakure was already on the verge of defeat in this time. The frontline commander of Konoha was Orochimaru. As of now, Orochimaru had yet to make his appearance. This left Huang Tu feeling profoundly unsettled. Upon encountering him, Bo Feng Shui men did not pursue anyone else, as if intent on ensnaring him in that very spot. Alas, this was dire. Huang Tu instinctively reacted. Yet it was already too late. To corroborate his suspicions, the cacophony of battle echoed from their rear, a tumultuous clamor of conflict. They were caught in a pincer movement. The Leaf Village's objective was not merely to repel them, their intent was to ensnare them all. Damn it! Withdraw! Just as Huang Tu issued the command anew. An ancient voice resonated. Huang Tu, it is too late to retreat now. Water release, water dragon bullet. Mito Men, accompanied by a battalion of several hundred, surrounded him. The slaughter had officially commenced. Chapter 26. The true wartime shifts slightly forward to the eve of the decisive battle in the land of Earth. Gazing out the window at the sun descending behind the mountains, the elderly man, who had been seated for nearly an entire day, finally set aside the seemingly interminable paperwork. Slowly, he rose to his feet. Anoki gently pounded his aching lower back with his fist. Time is relentless. His body deteriorates year by year. With graying hair and a somewhat stooped posture, the old man Anoki sighed with a sense of melancholy. However, as he observed the village gradually illuminated by flickering lights outside, the look of sorrow swiftly vanished from his face, replaced by a smile. The setting sun ushered in an enveloping darkness, while the myriad lights twinkled like a starry river. A sight that brought him immense joy. It was a moment that imbued his toil and busyness with profound significance. Only then did he feel he had not betrayed the expectations of his grandfather, the first Tsutsuki, nor wasted the teachings of the second Tsutsuki, his mentor. Just as Anoki was savoring this moment, a vigorous knocking resounded at the door, accompanied by a loud call. Lord Tsutsuki, urgent news from the front. Come in, Anoki responded. His brow furrowed as his thoughts were interrupted. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged IWA ninja, adorned with a forehead protector bearing a rock emblem and clad in a red combat uniform with a brown vest, entered briskly. This individual is one of Naka's trusted subordinates and currently serves as the leader of the Iwagakure intelligence unit. Lord Tsutsuki. We have received urgent reports from the direction of Konohagakure, along with intelligence from Lord KT and the analysis from our intelligence team. The leader of the intelligence unit spoke gravely from his position at the desk. The yellow flash of Konoha has appeared on the front lines of the Land of Grass, and our offensive has been thwarted. Additionally, our supply routes have come under attack. The Kanabi Bridge has been destroyed by the yellow flash. The resource reserves at the forward base in the Land of Grass are now insufficient to support our frontline forces in launching large-scale operations, and a decisive battle is imminent from the direction of Konoha. We request your command and guidance. My guidance. Naka's expression darkened slightly, yet he largely maintained his composure and calm, for he had anticipated all of this, and many of the shinobi dispatched to the front lines in the Land of Grass were merely bait to lure the Raikage into a trap. After a brief contemplation, Noki declared, have KT withdraw when Konoha initiates the decisive battle. The Raikage and scouts from the Wind Country have reported that they too are entering the battlefield. Let us yield the battlefield to them. The intelligence leader understood Naka's intentions. However, Lord Tsutsuki, Konoha will undoubtedly not allow us to withdraw easily. They are likely to exert their full strength, and we currently lack the forces to assist Lord KT and his team. KT, Noki slowly levitated, gazing toward the direction of the Land of Grass. I did not expect Konoha's yellow flash to be even more formidable than I had anticipated. If problems arise, the subsequent peace negotiations with Konoha will likely prove arduous. Noki was not among the reckless warriors who only knew how to charge into battle. He was acutely aware of Konoha's profound foundation. Thus, it was imperative to engage in a continuous war of attrition to truly diminish their strength. However, as Tsutsuki, he was certainly reluctant to sacrifice his own men as the primary force to exhaust Konoha. Send word to KT. Inform him that I will personally go to assist him in the direction of the Iwagakure main forces retreat. It seems that Minato and his team are performing admirably. On a gigantic mushroom, Orochimaru observed the panicked shinobi army fleeing toward their direction and could not help but lick his lips. Orochimaru-sama, how shall we proceed? I will summon venomous snakes using summoning techniques for assistance. Then, all shinobi skilled in earth techniques will use Doton to obstruct their retreat, followed by infiltrating to eliminate a portion of them. Others will utilize high ground to launch a full-scale assault with their techniques. Orochimaru succinctly outlined the operational tasks. Truly, the strategies of Orochimaru-sama are impeccable. Upon hearing Orochimaru's plans, one of his subordinate Jonin hurried over to offer insincere flattery. However, such words were easily dismissed by Orochimaru. He advanced directly to the forefront of the retreating ninjas, invoking the summoning technique to call forth several lethal dragon cave serpents. With a hiss, the serpents emerged, slithering menacingly towards the ranks of the ninja army. Attack! Orochimaru commanded, his elongated tongue flicking across the kunai in his hand, his cold, slitted serpentine eyes glinting with malice. In an instant, earth, water, fire, and wind techniques were unleashed upon the Iwagakure forces. Simultaneously, the nearly imperceptible insects of the Aburame clan swarmed the battlefield. Chaos ensued as the Iwagakure army faced devastating losses, and the hired ninjas from the Land of Grass suffered catastrophic casualties. Blood splattered, and severed limbs littered the ground, while the torrents of water from the water techniques washed the remnants of battle away. Scorching flames consumed everything in their path, enveloping the battlefield in the acrid scent of charred flesh. This is the true mountain of corpses and sea of blood. This is the genuine battlefield. In this moment, even the most stoic among them cannot help but feel a sense of dread. After all, he has lived 2 lifetimes without ever witnessing such a gruesome scene. Yet, he has no time to dwell on these thoughts, for the slaughter continues unabated. The eyes of all are filled with madness, and fear is a foreign concept to them. The Iwagakure ninjas, having suffered defeat in war, now seek to survive against all odds. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas, sensing victory within their grasp, strive to eliminate more foes and secure a more resounding triumph. Each individual is fighting with their very lives, and even he is swept up in this fervor. What the Tsutsuki clan lacks most is precisely this kind of fervent spirit. The bloodshed and iron resolve nourish him in this moment. With a gust of wind, the technique of wind release, great breakthrough is unleashed. A throng of Iwagakure ninjas is surrounded as the Konoha ninjas initiate their assault with wind techniques. A violent gale sweeps through. howling fiercely as sand and stones are propelled into the air, striking their faces with painful force, and the swirling dust obscures their vision. Following this, the fire-release ninjas join in. Although the great fireball technique rarely claims lives on its own, under the enhancement of the wind, the raging flames consume the entire battlefield. The situation on the battlefield shifts rapidly, yet as Byakugan keenly perceives everything. Suddenly, he notices that the retreating formation of the Iwagakure ninjas has completely unraveled, and signs of collapse are evident. A large group of Konoha ninjas rushes in from the flanks. The sounds of earth and lightning release, alongside fire release, resounding thunderously. The yellow earth at the forefront is on the verge of giving way. The ninjas from the land of grass who have not managed to escape have already been slain, and now the Iwagakure forces are disorganized. A profound sense of terror compels them to abandon their resolve and scatter in flight. The Konoha ninjas do not seek to encircle and capture all of the fleeing lower-ranked and intermediate ninjas. Their primary target is the group of elite J-nin surrounding the yellow earth. Minato Namikaze, Hinata Hayashi, Mito and Orochimaru are acutely aware that only by eliminating them can Iwagakure truly feel pain. However, the yellow earth is not to be underestimated. Although he may not possess the strength of Orochimaru at this moment, Konoha has very few ninjas capable of wreaking havoc. Moreover, the Iwagakure ninjas rally together, urging one another. Hold your ground. Lord Tsutsuki will surely come to our rescue. Earth release, Mountain Earth technique. The Lust once again exhibited its mastery of earth manipulation, and a thunderous roar reverberated through the ground. As the earth convulsed, two massive boulders converged, mercilessly crushing numerous Leaf Village ninjas to their demise. This sudden turn of events also fragmented the remaining ninjas, leaving many in sheer panic, utterly disoriented. However, such actions by the Lust incited the ire of Minato Namikaze and Kurenai Yuhi, who charged toward it with determination. They understood that eliminating the Lust was the key to resolving all ensuing issues. Yet, Orochimaru, possessing the strength of a Kage, remained still, sensing an overwhelming threat. His slitted gaze shifted toward a specific direction, narrowing dramatically. A blinding, translucent white light suddenly illuminated the night of the battlefield. Dust release, original world stripping technique. Chapter 27. Dust release, the Great Forest Advisor Mito, danger. It was not only Orochimaru who sensed the impending peril, simultaneously. Minato Namikaze and Hinata Hayashi also felt the ominous arrival of a crisis. Minato, no longer entangled with the Lust, swiftly appeared beside Kurenai, pulling him back to safety. Orochimaru executed the Serpent's substitution technique. A devastating, radiant light descended from the heavens, obliterating the earthen barriers constructed by the Leaf Ninjas, leaving them utterly defenseless. Those caught within the range of his attack met with annihilation, their very molecular structure reduced to nothingness in an instant. Even the earth itself bore a profound scar from the destruction. As Shuren pursued the rock ninjas, his heart raced, yet he merely caught a glimpse of the blinding light. An overwhelming chakra erupted, obscuring his vision entirely. Suddenly, a searing sensation enveloped his left cheek. Turning, he beheld a Leaf Ninja beside him, their head utterly vanished. Even the blood had evaporated completely. It was only after a brief pause that the headless ninja's heart resumed its function, blood erupting forth once more. The forceful expulsion of blood surged like an arrow from the neck, splattering Shuren's face with remnants of flesh. He stood frozen, the acrid scent assaulting his very soul, causing even this puppet body to involuntarily convulse. And yet, that was not the end. As he lifted his gaze, a chill ran down his spine. Earth release, sticky clay drop. As Noki completed his hand seals, the sky seemed to coalesce into a massive cluster of hailstone clay. In an instant, the clay transformed into sharp stones and deadly blades, descending upon all the Leaf Village ninjas. In that moment, comrades around Shuren began to fall one by one. The Leaf ninjas, who were previously relentlessly pursuing the rock ninjas, now faced utter defeat. The radiant light emitted by Noki had mercilessly decimated two ranks of the Leaf forces, plunging them into chaos. Damn it! Is this the power of a Kage? Shuren exclaimed in frustration. This marked the first occasion for Shuren to witness the explosive power of a shadow-level adept. The chasm between their strengths was akin to an insurmountable abyss, rendering any possibility of victory utterly elusive in his eyes. Truly, he was a formidable force capable of altering the trajectory of an entire war. Regardless of the number of ordinary J-nin and Ch-nin, they paled in comparison to the absolute disparity presented by a shadow-level warrior. At this moment, Shuren also recognized the elderly figure appearing in the distant sky, capable of flight and proficient in dust release. There was no one else in the ninja world who could match his prowess, none other than the third Tsutsuki, Inoki. At the forefront of the Konoha assault team, Minato Namikaze, Mito Kamizumi, and Hinata Hizashi all wore solemn expressions. They had not anticipated that Inoki, the leader of a village, would take matters into his own hands. This was entirely unforeseen by them. At this moment, the rock-hidden ninja witnessed their third Hokage dramatically alter the tide of battle, shedding their previous disarray and rallying their spirits to charge once again towards Konoha. Slay. Annihilate Konoha. The shouts of the rock-hidden ninja surged like a tsunami, a relentless chorus echoing as countless earth techniques broke through the smoke, sweeping forth. The Konoha assault team, caught in this relentless onslaught, began to falter. Yet, the commander-in-chief of Konoha, Orochimaru, did not rush to intervene. His gaze was firmly fixed upon the third Tsutsuki, Inoki. Simultaneously, Inoki's attention turned towards Orochimaru. Soldier against soldier. General against general. It appeared that only Orochimaru could stand in Inoki's way. Orochimaru, is Sarutobi Hiruzen still not ready to make his appearance? Inoki's hands drew closer, a sphere of translucent radiance re-emerging between his palms. If he does not intend to show himself, then you, esteemed Sannin, shall remain here. The third Tsutsuki was indeed formidable. His dust release was impressive, but I yearned to test it. A flicker of intrigue sparkled in Orochimaru's eyes, and in an instant, he and Minato Namikaze shouted in unison, summoning technique. Summoning, Utai Kabuto. With a thunderous boom, a massive cloud of smoke enveloped the battlefield, and the venomous mist of the serpent began to spread ominously. Concurrently, a shadow descended from the heavens, and Inoki calmly evaded, as a colossal toad materialized upon the battlefield. Orochimaru and Minato stood atop the heads of Manda and Gamakichi, respectively. "Oh, Minato, are we truly facing the Tsutsuki this time?" bellowed the toad, smoking a pipe. "Toadmaster, be wary of his dust release. It is formidable." Meanwhile, Manda commenced a sacrificial discussion with Orochimaru. A flash of white illuminated the night as Orochimaru launched an attack on Inoki, the shadow snake hand technique initiated. Within less than a second, he completed the hand seals, with Manda drawing him ever closer to Inoki. A tempestuous wind surged forth. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Upon witnessing this, Inoki swiftly retreated. But he sensed a hint of danger and halted abruptly. "Tsutsuki, beware of your rear." A.J. Nin from the rock hidden alerted Inoki, keenly observing the battlefield above. However, such caution was largely unnecessary. Inoki was not a novice lacking combat experience, easily distracted in battle. He remained ever vigilant, never relaxing his guard. Though not a sensory ninja, his extraordinary combat experience allowed him to detect the murderous intent from behind, along with subtle clues such as scent and sound that were difficult to erase. Earth release, stone fist technique. Earth release, ultra-lightweight stone technique. Inoki's left arm was instantly enveloped by a thick and formidable layer of rock, and without a glance, he swiftly unleashed a punch towards the empty space behind him. A sharp clang resonated as sparks flew, and a trident kunai materialized out of thin air, launching forth. However, the yellow flash dissipated, and Minato reappeared above Bunta. At that moment, Bunta also swung his blade down, but Inoki effortlessly evaded the strike. Was this the Flying Thunder God technique of the second Hokage? Inoki's pupils constricted sharply. At that moment, he had no time to ponder such matters. Just as he was distracted by Minato, Orochimaru's assault arrived. Having undergone special modifications that significantly enhanced his flexibility and extensibility, Orochimaru swiftly closed in on Inoki, his limbs striking like whips. Though his form was soft, his strikes were sharper than any conventional blade. The rock encasing Inoki was instantly shattered. Yet he retaliated with a punch that sent Orochimaru staggering back. However, the shadow snake hands ensnared him. In the next instant, a chilling crisis sent shivers down Inoki's spine. With no time to hesitate, he clapped his hands together, completing the hand seals in an instant. Earth release, rock clone. Inoki once again utilized a clone to evade Minato's lethal strike, though this time, Minato's kunai grazed Inoki's shoulder, paying little heed to this wound. Inoki noticed that Orochimaru's attack was already upon him. Earth release, arm of the earth. A colossal hand erupted from the ground, seizing the myriad snakes. Then, a more intense chakra fluctuation and danger surged forth as a cube-shaped space materialized in the palm of Inoki. Dust release, boundary removal technique. Danger. The cubic space rapidly expanded, reducing all objects approaching it to their smallest particle state. The nearest Orochimaru swiftly utilized the snake summoning technique, sending the myriad snakes back to the dragon's cave. While Minato similarly made his escape, Bunta was also returned to Mount Myaboku. The Leaf Village ninjas suffered further losses. The surviving ninjas, foreseeing the impending crisis, managed to escape the range of Onoki's technique. Chapter 28. Hinata Hazashi's concerned the surviving Leaf ninjas ceased their attacks, forming a circle under the leadership of Mito Minyin, leaving the stage to Orochimaru and Minato. In the face of Onoki's indiscriminate assaults, a larger number of combatants would only lead to unnecessary casualties. As Minato and Orochimaru, having returned the summoning techniques to Mount Myaboku and the Dragon's Cave, grew in resolve, they realized that while they could individually hold off Onoki, they could never hope to restrain his slaughter of the other Leaf ninjas. But could they truly collaborate effectively? Namikaze Minato is undoubtedly capable, yet Orochimaru's abilities remain uncertain. At this moment, although he has not yet achieved the numerous forbidden techniques that he would later master, he has already made significant advancements in his research. Some of the techniques he can perform, while undeniably powerful, would expose him to the scrutiny of the third Hokage. With such concerns weighing on him, Orochimaru cannot unleash his full potential. In contrast, Namikaze Minato harbors no such reservations, and his displayed prowess appears far more formidable than that of Orochimaru. After all, he has indeed inflicted genuine harm upon Onoki. Should Onoki descend from the sky, Minato would not fear him alone. Rather, as the battle wears on, he might even achieve greater victories. However, fully aware of the devastating effects of the Flying Thunder God technique, Onoki refrains from descending, denying his opponent any opportunity. This consequently diminished the threat posed by Minato Namikaze to a lesser degree. Previously, with Gamabunta, his colossal form allowed Minato to approach Yama more closely. However, when confronted with the terrifying might of dust release, such a large physique only increased the likelihood of being struck. This also reflects the mutual restraint among ninjas. In this atmosphere of mutual apprehension, a standoff unexpectedly emerged between the two parties. Noki gazed down at the two formidable figures from Konoha, particularly fixating on Minato Namikaze, and felt a surge of envy and jealousy once more. His jealousy was not rooted in Minato's youthful charm or extraordinary talent. Rather, it stemmed from his admiration for Konoha's continuous emergence of exceptional talents. The elite warriors of Konoha seemed to sprout like chives, with one after another rising to prominence. Initially, he believed that the death of the White Fang and the departure of two of the legendary Sannin would severely weaken Konoha. Yet, here emerged another Yellow Flash. In contrast, while a Wagakure was not devoid of talent, finding a successor as outstanding as a Sannin or the Yellow Flash was akin to climbing a steep mountain. Whenever Noki contemplated the future inheritance of a Wagakure, his heart ached. Not to mention a successor, there was no one who could inherit his teacher's bloodline elimination. Dust release. Truly, Konoha was enviable. Floating in the air, Noki slowly spoke, his tone imbued with an indescribable melancholy. However, as the leader of a village, he recognized the necessity of bringing this conflict to a close. He then turned to Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze, stating, "This time, even if we lose, I will send a peace treaty to Hiruzen Sarutobi in the name of the Land of Earth." Upon hearing this, Minato's expression softened, and a radiant smile returned to his face. The others also sensed the tension finally easing. As for the ninjas of Wagakure, Orochimaru let out a sinister chuckle. "Lord Tsutsuki, as long as they agree to surrender, we shall not harm the lives of IWA ninjas." Regarding their return, Konoha has indeed suffered considerable losses in this war. Orochimaru's words caused a shift in the expressions of those around. Even Minato appeared somewhat puzzled. That Tsutsuki had already consented to peace, and it was crucial to finalize these matters at this juncture. Nevertheless, given that Orochimaru was the overall commander, although Minato wished to counter his statement, he refrained from vocalizing his thoughts. Among Konoha's ninjas, some appreciated Orochimaru's opportunistic maneuver to gain advantages, while others, like Minato, felt it was inappropriate. Many had grown weary of the war and longed to see it concluded swiftly. Even the Hyuga clan surrounding them seemed to subtly divide into two factions at this moment. However, regardless of how others perceived it, Minato felt that Orochimaru's demand was not unreasonable. If one did not seize the opportunity for gain while in a position of power, should they wait until defeat to compensate? At this moment, the contrasting styles of Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze were vividly illustrated. Orochimaru's approach bore a closer resemblance to Danzo, while Minato's demeanor aligned more with Jiraiya, akin to that of Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Wagakure shinobi, encircled and overwhelmed, were in utter turmoil. The admission of defeat by Inoki had already struck them with a sense of humiliation, and Orochimaru's insistence on their surrender only added fuel to the fire. Humph. We shall never yield to the despicable Konoha ninjas, even in death. The furious IWA ninja retorted vehemently. With a resigned sigh, Orochimaru prepared to confront Inoki once more. Minato, too, tightened his grip on the kunai. Though he did not fully endorse Orochimaru's methods, he recognized that the decision made was representative of Konoha's stance, and he would strive to execute it to the best of his abilities. Observing the renewed murderous intent emanating from the two Konoha shinobi, Inoki's eyes momentarily flickered with intensity. However, after a brief pause, he managed to restrain himself. You are well aware of the numbers that remain. I will confer with Hiruzen Sarutobi during the negotiations. With that, Inoki pivoted and soared towards the land of Earth. As the Iwagakure shinobi stood bewildered, Inoki's voice echoed once more. Follow me. In an instant, the IWA ninja dispersed, leaving only the Konoha and Kusagakure shinobi on the battlefield. It was over. A sense of clarity washed over the Konoha ninjas. Lord Orochimaru, these Kusagakure. Minato's inquiry was abruptly interrupted by Mito Minyan. Minato, these individuals are mere fair-weather allies. Do not spare them. Following this, Mito Minyan coldly issued a final command. If you can kill them, do so. Upon receiving the order, the shinobi sprang into action, swiftly advancing toward the remaining Kusagakure ninjas. A flash of white light signaled Shuren's strike. No Kusagakure shinobi could withstand more than 2 moves against him. Moreover, the various desperate tactics employed by the Kusagakure, poisons, shurikens, kunai, failed to even graze Shuren. His gentle fist techniques flowed with a grace akin to a dance. Ah, Nichi, your branch has produced yet another prodigy, Mito Minyan remarked, unable to suppress his admiration for Shuren's displayed prowess. This statement garnered the acknowledgement of both Namikaze Minato and Hyuga Hisashi, particularly the latter, who was most delighted. The emergence of yet another prodigy from the Hyuga clan would undoubtedly bolster their strength. However, Orochimaru observed the figure of the young man with a glint of intrigue in his eyes. He recognized the individual, as the peculiar traits of this young man piqued his interest. Ah, a genius of the Hyuga clan? Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at the exuberant Hisashi, a smirk playing upon his lips. The village had indeed decayed, with even the so-called noble families being infiltrated. Let me see what you truly intend to achieve. Chapter 29. Hisashi's guidance and admiration. As the bloodshed in Konoha persisted, the grass shinobi finally succumbed to despair, seeking to surrender and willingly offering intelligence. Upon witnessing this development, Minato hesitated momentarily before acquiescing. Regarding Minato's decision, Orochimaru remained non-committal, instead relinquishing command to Minato before vanishing from sight. Subsequently, Minato ordered the binding of the surrendering captives to extract information. As for the deceased bodies, Konoha would not abandon them. With the presence of the Yamashiro clan and the interrogation unit, even in death, it would not be difficult to glean intelligence and jutsu from their minds. However, none of this concerned the young man, who had just stepped away from the battlefield as he was summoned by Hisashi. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Hisashi's tent. Surrounding the tent were members of the Hyuga clan, standing guard. Upon his arrival, he heard a voice from within. Is it Aki? Come in. With a respectful reply, he entered the dwelling. Inside, a young ninja adorned in the spacious attire of the Hyuga clan sat quietly at the center. His long hair framed his face, with snow-white eyes and lightly pursed lips exuding an air of authority. The forehead protector concealed a design he was reluctant to reveal. Lord Hisashi, he addressed respectfully, enduring the discomfort of the many traditions of the Hyuga clan as he half knelt. Aki, you performed admirably on the battlefield this time. I have already petitioned the clan for a reward on your behalf. There may also be accolades from the Hokage. You must cherish this opportunity, Hisashi said with a smile, clearly pleased with Aki's performance. By the way, how did the escort mission you mentioned earlier progress? In response to Lord Hisashi, there were some complications. The civilian ninja ultimately fell in battle. I had anticipated such a scenario from the outset, Hisashi replied. Hinata Hayashi's expression remained unchanged. As a civilian ninja, he sacrificed himself to protect you, and the family will provide him with compensation, rest assured. Hayashi clearly did not wish to elaborate on this matter. After a brief silence, he remarked, I have observed your performance on the battlefield. You have developed your own understanding of the gentle fist technique, which is commendable. However, while such demeanor may be acceptable on the battlefield, it is advisable to refrain from such behavior in front of the main family upon returning to the village. Shuren was somewhat astonished, He had not anticipated Hayashi would share such insights with him. Noticing Shuren's surprised expression, the light in Hayashi's eyes dimmed slightly. The main family disapproves of anyone challenging the family's traditions, especially regarding alterations to ancestral teachings. Hayashi's voice carried a hint of bitterness. Yet he ultimately refrained from expressing his true sentiments about the main family. After another brief silence, Hayashi suppressed his emotions and once again presented a smile. Your execution of the gentle fist is commendable. Your control over the meridians and nerves is quite adept. To reach this level at your age makes you the foremost among the younger generation. Your current strength and achievements qualify you to apply for the rank of Special Jonin. This is all thanks to the family's guidance. Shuren maintained his stoic demeanor. Hayashi pondered for a moment and continued, you have achieved merit this time. And the Hokage of the village is known for being just in rewards and punishments. Have you considered what you wish to receive? Whatever Lord Hayashi arranges, Shuren replied. You see, Hayashi shook his head. Even I cannot alter the village's and our clan's decisions. Do you understand? Understood. Autumn. Hayashi gestured dismissively. The rewards from the village will likely involve a change in position. The family will probably assign you to serve as a personal attendant to a young member of the main family who has recently undergone the ceremony. At this point, Hayashi's expression became somewhat rigid, yet he continued, to the main family, these arrangements are considered honors bestowed upon you. I recall you have a sister, Hinata Natsu, whose ninja talent is modest, correct? She will also be included in the evaluation list to serve as a maid for the young lady of the main family. Hayashi spoke rapidly, outlining the family's probable arrangements for Shuren. Shuren chose not to comment on the clan's hierarchical relationships and reward systems, feeling indifferent. After all, he merely leveraged this identity to blend into Konoha. Everything else was inconsequential to him. Nevertheless, even with his awareness of the almost despairing division system within the Hyuga clan, he could not help but be taken aback. To think that a young man from the branch family, who had achieved merit on the battlefield and displayed considerable strength, would be relegated to servitude as a gift to the main family was indeed astonishing. Moreover, selecting the sister of this individual to serve as a maid for the main family lady was equally baffling as a form of reward. This has truly opened the eyes of the scholar. Such an eccentric system nearly deprived the young man of his ability to manage his expressions, almost causing him to burst into laughter. Ultimately, he restrained his reaction by pressing his tongue against his jaw, maintaining his composure. However, he did recall the mention of Hinata Natsu. It seemed she had indeed been chosen by Hisashi to serve as a maid for Hinata and Hanabi. Upon hearing Hisashi articulate the rewards so clearly, the young man expressed his gratitude to the clan in accordance with his memories of Hinata Aki. As for his own inner thoughts, he merely wished to blend into Konoha and pursue his future plans. Becoming a servant was out of the question. Just as he was about to exit the main tent, Hisashi observed the young man's retreating figure with some inner conflict. He held a deep appreciation for Hinata Aki, as he saw a reflection of his younger self in him. At the same time, he understood that treating such a prodigy in this manner would inevitably lead to issues, which was regrettable. It seemed that the shared identity sparked a sense of admiration within Hisashi, prompting him to call out as the young man was about to leave. Aki, wait a moment. Upon hearing this, the young man paused, casting a questioning glance toward Hisashi. The rewards you received won't significantly enhance your strength in the short term. The Ninja World's war is not yet over, and you may find yourself on the battlefield again. I shall take it upon myself to impart the 8 trigrams empty palm to you. With that, the two departed the main tent, heading to a nearby open area within the camp. Aki, pay close attention. I will teach you only once, and how much you learn depends on your own efforts. After stating this, Hisashi activated his Byakugan, veins protruding around his eyes, and black markings appeared in his pupils. He then extended his palm, gathering a surge of chakra within it. With a swift motion, he unleashed the powerful gust, shattering a distant tree trunk. Following this, he transformed his hand movement, drawing the severed branch towards himself. The 8 trigrams empty palm not only allows for long-range attacks but also enables one to pull an opponent closer. Once drawn in, one can swiftly conclude with gentle fist techniques. Did you observe that clearly, Aki? With that, Hisashi closed his Byakugan. I saw it clearly. I am grateful for your guidance. Lord Hisashi. The young man's Byakugan had captured Hisashi's actions in vivid detail. This technique proved to be exceedingly beneficial for him, for which Shuren expressed his heartfelt gratitude. However, within the present-day Hyuga clan, aside from the members of the main family who remain absent from the village, only the brothers Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Hayashi have truly mastered this technique to perfection. Well, having gained clarity, It is imperative that you practice diligently to avoid disappointing the family. With that, Hisashi departed, leaving Shuren to ponder alone. Yet, before long, the previously relaxed frontline command post became tense once more. Chapter 30. The surprise attack of cloud and sand on the land of fire at the height of the fierce battle between Konoha and Iwagakure in the land of grass. The hidden villages of Kumogakure and Sunagakure, which had been positioned in the land of water and the land of rivers, formed an alliance. Seizing the moment when all of Konoha's attention was drawn to the frontline battlefield, they boldly left a substantial force behind to divert the eyes of Konoha's scouts. Meanwhile, the leaders of both villages, accompanied by their elite troops, circumvented Konoha's hidden sentries and swiftly advanced into the land of fire. It should be noted that referring to both leaders as shinobi is somewhat inaccurate. Kumogakure is undoubtedly led by the third Reikage, while Sunagakure is commanded by Raza and Yashiro, each at the helm of their respective teams. Before long, the elite forces of these two great ninja villages converged at a designated location. After a thorough discussion, they ultimately selected a crucial stronghold on the border of the land of fire as the primary target for this assault, the Tachikawa Mountain. In the conference hall, news arrived from the direction of the land of grass. The third Tsutsuki had appeared on the battlefield, while Konoha's Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru remained at the front line. This was indeed a rare opportunity. The intelligence unit from the Land of Thunder promptly submitted the latest reports. At this moment, the final lingering concern in the hearts of the three generations of Reikage dissipated. The presence of Inoki on the battlefield indicated that Iwagakure was entirely preoccupied by Konoha. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would not have made an appearance. Indeed, throughout the years, Inoki had never actively engaged on the front lines. Could it be misinformation? Unlikely. For in the shinobi world, only the third Tsutsuki, Inoki, possesses the ability to wield dust release, a fact that cannot be easily impersonated. Thus, does this not imply that we need no longer worry about a clandestine assault from the land of Earth? With Inoki present, what remaining strength could the land of Earth possibly have? Indeed, the only matter that now merits our attention is the hidden mist. What are their intentions? The representatives of the land of lightning and the land of wind engaged in continuous discourse, ultimately steering the conversation towards the land of water. At this moment, all eyes turned to Yusong. As the captain of the elite forces of Sunagakure, she had recently single-handedly breached the border defenses of Kirigakure. Noticing the collective gaze upon her, Yusong pondered briefly before divulging all that she knew. In order for Kirigakure to infiltrate Konohagakure, they must first overcome the formidable defenses of the Uchiha clan, which they are currently incapable of doing. During our last encounter, I discerned that Kirigakure is undoubtedly facing significant challenges, and they have dispatched the 7 ninja swordsmen, which surely represents their most formidable fighting force. Yusong's analysis was derived from intelligence she had personally gathered, thus rendering it highly credible. At this moment, all apprehensions of the land of lightning and the land of wind dissipated, and the assembly turned their gazes towards the third Reikage. With all concerns alleviated and the sand village offering no objections, let us gather our forces and embark this very evening to launch an assault on Konoha. The third Reikage remarked with a satisfied smile, noting the absence of dissent. Meanwhile, Noki, having suffered considerable losses, did not allow his Iwagakure troops to linger upon their return to the land of Earth. Instead, he directly led them to the land of waterfalls. After a brief period of recuperation, they stealthily infiltrated the land of rice. This land of rice fields is the very place where Orochimaru later established the Sound Village. At this moment, the 10,000-strong army of Iwagakure has gathered here, biding their time. Upon the arrival of Inoki at the command tent, the captain of the demolition team, SH, instantly approached him with excitement, exclaiming, "Lord Tsutsuki, splendid news. Our scouts stationed at the front lines of Kumogakure have reported that the third Reikage has taken his elite forces into the land of fire and may have already engaged in battle with Konoha. This troop is poised to launch an assault on Konoha. Curse that third Reikage, has he finally entered the fray?" A smile graced Inoki's face after such a lengthy wait. He had finally received good tidings. Issue a command to allow the village's shinobi to rest well, and wait until the forces of the land of lightning and the land of wind have clashed with Konoha before we strike. This time, we shall ensure the third Reikage is utterly defeated. In contrast to the voracious appetites of the land of lightning and the land of wind, Inoki was evidently more pragmatic. Though he was convinced that Konoha had weakened from this conflict, he knew they were not a target his Iwagakure could easily conquer. Thus, instead of seeking trouble with Konoha, it would be far more advantageous to eliminate the third Reikage and seize a piece of flesh from Kumogakure. Meanwhile, Within Konoha, a continuous stream of Umbu members entered the Hokage building. Shortly thereafter, the heads of the various clans of Konoha hurriedly arrived at the building. Lord Hayashi, Lady Shizune, you have arrived just in time. The Hokage has instructed me to inform you that you may proceed directly to the Hokage's conference room without any prior announcement. Very well. Hayashi, Hyuga, and Shizune exchanged a glance before promptly entering the conference room. At this moment, those who were expected to attend the conference room had largely gathered. With the exception of the leader of the Uchiha clan, as well as Orochimaru, Minato Namikaze, and Mito Uzumaki, the individuals present were all stationed at the front lines. Upon entering the conference room, Hinata greeted everyone with a nod before taking his seat. With all attendees gathered, the third Hokage commenced the meeting as soon as the Hyuga and Inuzuka clans arrived. Why the urgency in summoning us, Hokage-sama? Inquired the head of the Inuzuka clan. His brow furrowed. With this prompt, the other clans began to exchange information. Among them, the trio of Inuzuka, Akamichi, and Nara operated almost as a singular entity. Akamichi CHG directed his gaze towards Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi, both of whom held significant positions within the village. Utilizing his mental prowess, Yamanaka Inoichi established a connection with the two, his voice resonating in their minds. We can speak now. The situation at the front in the Land of Grass has been resolved, but it seems there are issues arising from the Land of Lightning and the Land of Wind. The Hokage summoned us to lend our support. Let us first deliberate on how many of us should be dispatched. Nara Shikaku's voice echoed in the minds of Yamanaka and Akamichi as he laid bare the intelligence he possessed. At that moment, the three generations distributed several pieces of intelligence to each clan leader. Esteemed leaders, after years of nurturing, Konoha has become our shared village. However, the four great nations gaze at us with covetous eyes, just as Minato and his team managed to repel the forces of Iwagakure at the front lines. Both Kumogakure and Sunagakure have now launched their assaults. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone escalated from calm to fervent. As of today, the third great ninja war has endured for 5 years, during which all major nations have suffered tremendous losses. I had previously speculated about the final showdown, yet I never anticipated that the forces of Sunagakure and Kumogakure would unite to invade us. What do you propose we should do, Konoha? After exchanging glances, Inoshikacho, loyal supporters of the Hokage, spoke first. Lord Hokage, the alliance of Sunagakure and Kumogakure has taken advantage of our engagement with Iwagakure, leaving us no choice but to commit fully to this battle. Indeed, it is better to strike early than late. With Inoshikacho's declaration, the prominent clans expressed their support for the impending war. They then proceeded to discuss the specifics of the battle strategy. However, in the midst of their deliberations, a member of the Umbu suddenly burst in. Lord Hokage, the elite forces of Kumogakure and Sunagakure are attacking our Orange Blossom Mountain fortress. The fortress has fallen, and their army is advancing toward Konoha. What? Lord Hokage, the main forces from the Land of Water and the Land of Rivers are mobilizing, all heading toward Konoha. The assembly in the conference hall exchanged puzzled glances, realizing the urgency of their situation as they were still negotiating. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a swift decision. Send word to the front lines in the Land of Grass, cancel the scheduled rest, and instruct Namikaze Minato and Hyuga Hisashi to lead their teams to Orange Blossom Mountain immediately. He then addressed the clan leaders. This time, the village requires our unified strength. The Hyuga clan can dispatch 300 ninjas. The Inoshikacho trio will contribute 600 ninjas. After discussions among the various clans, the members of the Hokage building dispersed. Yet the war machine of Konoha had irrevocably commenced. Chapter 31. The Might of Namikaze Minato Creek. The gates of Konoha swung open once more. As the sun ascended gradually into the sky, a growing assembly of elite ninjas, hailing from various clans, gathered before the Hokage building. At this moment, they all gazed intently at the distant structure. The third Hokage stood at the window of his office, observing the troops as they continued to assemble. Yet he refrained from uttering any motivating words. After more than 5 years of war in the ninja world, such rallying speeches had lost their effectiveness, serving merely as a prelude to the cold, stark list of the deceased. However, as he beheld the increasing number of youthful faces among the gathered forces, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a flame igniting within his heart. Where the leaves danced, so too did the fire of life persist. The future of the village rested upon these young souls. He entrusted them with this monumental responsibility. Retracting his gaze, Sarutobi took a deep breath. As Hokage, he, too, felt the need to reawaken after years of silence. With a sharp signal, the battle units completed their assembly. The main force, under the guidance of the clan leaders, hastened toward the borders of the Land of Fire, specifically to the Tachikawa mountain. In the land of grass, within the leaf encampment, Orochimaru and his companions had received the command from Sarutobi, instructing them to cancel their rest immediately. Alongside this directive, they were also apprised of the impending attacks from Tsunagakure and Kumogakure. Mito Minin and Namikaze Minato, filled with urgency, arrived at Orochimaru's tent, accompanied by Hyuga Hisashi. To discuss their strategy, Minato even insisted on taking action ahead of schedule. Mito, seeing Minato's dedication to the village, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He wholeheartedly supported Sarutobi's choice of Minato as his successor and thus prepared to act alongside him. Orochimaru, acknowledging the fervent requests for action from the two, did not oppose them. Instead, he turned to inquire about the strength of the allied forces from Tsunagakure and Kumogakure. Minato, has your mentor or advisor informed you about which leaders will command this joint force of sand and cloud ninjas? Mito pondered for a moment before responding. The sand ninjas should be led by Raza and Yakura. We are uncertain whether Chiyo and Kaiza will make an appearance. The one-tailed Jinchuriki, Shikaku, is quite aged and likely will not show up. The cloud ninjas boast the third Raikage, A, and the eight-tails Jinchuriki, Killer B, leading elite units. I'm aware of the AB brothers from Kumogakure. They are formidable adversaries. In our last encounter, I struggled immensely to overcome them, particularly the challenging Killer Bee. After Mito shared the intelligence he had gathered, Minato similarly disclosed his knowledge about the AB brothers. Thus, it became clear that this invasion upon our Leaf Village involved 7 individuals boasting superior strength, beyond that of J-Nin, even reaching the level of Kaguya. The Cloud's forces included the third Raikage and the future fourth Raikage. Orochimaru chuckled darkly, remarking, they have indeed chosen their timing well. This battle may prove to be a true test of our mettle. Orochimaru's words awakened Minato. An individual with strength surpassing that of A.J. Nin would pose a formidable challenge to ordinary ninjas. It remains uncertain whether Konoha can withstand such an assault. Minato's expression reflected a measure of gravity. Alongside him, the third Hokage, Orochimaru, and Konoha ostensibly boasted only 3 masters of the shadow level. Would they truly need to involve Kushina? Mito Minin, sensing Minato's concerns, offered reassurance. Minato, while the invading coalition possesses formidable strength, and our village is no weakling, it appears their true powerhouse is merely the third Raikage. Daytime will surely engage him personally. If that is the case, I alone can hold back the AB brothers from Kumogakure, and I am confident in my victory. Minato's declaration surprised Orochimaru, Mito Minin, and Hisashi. Hey! As the sole candidate for the fourth Raikage of Kumogakure, was renowned for his extraordinary mastery of lightning release, with body techniques being his forte. He had fully mastered the core legacy of the Raikage, the lightning release chakra mode. It could be said that A was among the most significant figures in Kumogakure today. Yet Minato expressed confidence in his ability to triumph over him. Indeed, to face him 2 against 1. Minato, do you truly have faith in your ability to defeat the AB brothers? Mito Minin inquired seriously. If Minato could achieve such a feat, Konoha would undoubtedly be able to repel the invading coalition entirely. With unwavering resolve, Minato nodded. Mito Minin, having received a positive response from him, erupted in laughter. At last, a new generation had emerged in Konoha, a towering tree capable of weathering the storm. The years of cultivation by Sarutobi Hisashi had finally borne fruit. He was eager to relay this news to Sarutobi Hisashi immediately. Actually, it's not just me. Lord Orochimaru should feel similarly. Minato, feeling somewhat bashful at Mito Minin's remark, instinctively voiced his thoughts. Although I have never faced the third Raikage in combat, during my previous confrontation with the third Tsutsuki, Anoki, I sensed that Lord Orochimaru was still holding back. Without me, Lord Orochimaru could likely withstand the third Tsutsuki, at the very least ensuring a stalemate. Given this, it stands to reason that he could also contend with the third Raikage, who is of equal renown. Minato's assertion momentarily stunned Orochimaru, who then revealed a chilling smile. Your perception, Minato-kun, is truly remarkable. However, you overestimate me. I cannot contend with Anoki or the third Raikage. Upon hearing this, Mito Minin's expression subtly shifted, and he cast a deep, discerning glance at Orochimaru, his eyes reflecting an unusual glimmer. Meanwhile, to the side, Hisashi remained silent, observing with a composed demeanor, eyes fixed on his nose and mouth, heart unperturbed. Mito Minin had harbored a sense of vigilance, for Orochimaru's presence could significantly influence the ascendance of Minato Namikaze. To his astonishment, Orochimaru now openly acknowledged that he could not compete with Minato Namikaze's prowess. Such a declaration from Orochimaru essentially signified a verbal relinquishment of his pursuit for the coveted position of Hokage. Though merely spoken, it could not be taken lightly. This also took both Mito Minion and Hinata Hizashi, who were originally quite supportive of Minato Namikaze, by surprise. However, they were unaware that at the moment Orochimaru spoke those words, he had already begun to harbor some wariness towards Minato Namikaze. In his heart, this individual, who appeared to possess a somewhat foolish demeanor akin to Jiraiya, genuinely instilled a sense of threat within Orochimaru. Orochimaru held a clear understanding of his own prowess. Although he was regarded as one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, a true master of the shadow level, and had undergone modifications to his own body, he found it relatively easy to contend with ordinary adversaries. However, when faced with seasoned powerhouses such as the 3rd Tsutsuki and the 3rd Raikage, overcoming them posed a significant challenge. Under normal circumstances, he could merely ensure that he would not be defeated by Inoki in a short period. To pose a genuine threat to Inoki, he would have to resort to those forbidden techniques that he had yet to perfect, but doing so would inevitably expose his secrets. For Orochimaru at this moment, Konoha still held value in allowing him to conduct his research in peace. He was not yet ready to reveal himself. "My lord Orochimaru." "That was not my intention," the politically astute Minato Namikaze quickly interjected, realizing the implications of the conversation. However, Mito Minin did not grant Minato the opportunity to elaborate, swiftly issuing orders in his capacity as advisor. "Enough of this discussion about strength. I hereby announce the order from Lord Hizashi, appointing Minato Namikaze as the commander-in-chief for the upcoming battle at Tachikawa Mountain, leading the ninjas of the Land of Grass to the front lines. Depart immediately. As for Orochimaru, you shall assist me with the aftermath in the Land of Grass. Once we have returned the injured ninjas to Konoha, Lord Hizashi will assign you your new task." Chapter 32, The Mission to the Land of Soup for the Shinobi. "Understood, advisor." Mito Minion urged the trio. "Advisor, wait," Minato called out, catching Mito by surprise. "Do you have further matters to discuss, Minato?" "Advisor, I wish to take action promptly and reach Tachikawa Mountain as soon as possible." Mito Minion pondered for a moment before acquiescing to Minato's request. "As the commander-in-chief, it is indeed your responsibility to arrive swiftly. Let the majority of the team follow under the lead of Jiraiya." "Very well, you may make the necessary arrangements." The events transpiring at the frontline headquarters, along with the intelligence concerning Shane's covert assault on Konoha, have remained entirely undisclosed. Like other ninjas of Konoha, Shane is oblivious to the fact that they are about to embark on a second battlefield. After imparting the 8 trigrams air palm technique to Shane, Hinata Hayashi departed, leaving Shane to easily master the technique through his Byakugan and comprehension of the divine airstrike. He seamlessly integrated the 8 trigrams air palm into his unique fighting style. During his study of the technique, Shane discerned that, in contrast to the Hyuga clan's emphasis on the long-range offensive capabilities of the air palm, he placed greater importance on its ability to control and draw in opponents. Unbeknownst to them, he could directly pull adversaries closer, subsequently combining it with his own 8,000 spears attack. Shane felt that his method of assault had reached a new level of refinement. Soon after, he concluded his training and made his way back to his tent, contemplating the arrangements he would make upon returning to Konoha after the war. The coming years in Konoha promised several significant events that warranted his meticulous planning. However, upon returning to his tent, Shane immediately sensed the presence of an unexpected visitor. There are regulations in Konoha that dictate all members of the Hyuga clan must refrain from activating their Byakugan near the village and the main camp unless under special circumstances or during a state of alert. If left unchecked, the Byakugan's formidable perceptive abilities would expose everyone in the village to their scrutiny, leaving no secrets intact. Thus, after the conclusion of the war with the Wagakure, Shane had assumed that he would soon return to Konoha and refrain from using his Byakugan. Nevertheless, after enduring so many battles, his perceptive capabilities had not diminished. Consequently, the moment Shane stepped into his tent, he sensed something amiss. Who could it be? Upon closer inspection, he discovered a ninja clad in the uniform of Konoha's secret forces, adorned with an animal mask, awaiting him. An Umbu. Is there a message from Lord Hokage? The Umbu ninja offered no reply, but instead produced a mission scroll and handed it to Shane. Hyuga clan's Shuren, Hyuga Aki, he disorder. The Hokage has appointed you as the captain of the 9th Reconnaissance Team, in recognition of your performance in this battle and your lineage. Here is your mission. The members of the 9th Team have already been arranged. Upon hearing the Umbu's declaration, Shane, though indifferent internally, accepted the mission scroll with a smile, uttering, "I shall never forget the Hokage's nurturing." The Umbu ninja, satisfied with Shane's response, departed without uttering another word. Shane then unfurled the scroll, eager to understand the tasks required of him as the team leader. Moments later, he held the mission scroll and approached Hinata Hayashi's tent. "This is the situation, Lord Hayashi." The gentleman before the young man bowed respectfully, subsequently presenting his mission scroll and elucidating his purpose. To his astonishment, the reward bestowed by the Hokage this time was an esteemed position. Hinata Hayashi maintained a serene exterior, yet inwardly he nodded in approval, thoroughly pleased with this appointment. Previously, he had speculated about the nature of the reward the village might bestow upon Hinata Aki. He had considered the possibility of minor roles, or perhaps a reward in sealing techniques. He even entertained the notion of recruitment into the Umbu. However, the village's decision was indeed beyond his expectations. The reconnaissance team was not merely another logistical or medical unit. It belonged to the very core of Konoha's forces. Few from the Hinata clan had been granted entry, and most held positions of little significance. Moreover, this reward held further implications. Aki, having attained this position as a branch family member, would undoubtedly enhance the branch's influence. "Aki, do you comprehend the true nature of the village's reward for you?" Noticing that the gentleman had failed to grasp the profound significance of this reward, Hizashi inquired directly. "The true reward? Please, Lord Hizashi, enlighten me." The gentleman's confusion was not unexpected. He had not placed much importance on this so-called reward. Observing his lack of understanding, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Hizashi's eyes. Under normal circumstances, the position of squad leader is typically held by special Jonin or Jonin. And yet you are but a Chunin. Hizashi tossed the mission scroll back to the gentleman and continued, "Upon the successful completion of this mission and subsequent achievements, I have no doubt you will ascend to the rank of special Jonin, and it is this title that constitutes your greatest reward." Through Hizashi's explanation, the gentleman began to comprehend the rationale behind the Umbu's personal delivery of this mission. It became clear that the Hinata clan was to gain another vital position within Konoha. As the realization dawned upon him, the gentleman displayed an appropriate response to Aki's series of actions and words. "All of this is due to the family's nurturing, particularly your guidance, Lord Hizashi. Aki is profoundly grateful." Witnessing this scene, Hizashi crossed his arms and a subtle smile graced his lips as he calmly remarked, "Go now, Aki. I must soon lead our troops to Kaiki Mountain, so I shall not accompany you. You will ultimately deliver your mission report at Kaiki Mountain, and we shall meet again." In these times of war, as the Cloud Village had declared hostilities against them, the Land of Water was the gathering point for the Cloud's main forces. "You are to lead your team to the Land of Water. Do exercise caution." The gentleman paused momentarily, raising his gaze with a flicker of emotion in his eyes. "Thank you, Lord Hizashi." Upon completing his preparations and arriving at the assembly point, the gentleman found two individuals awaiting him. "Lord Aki, I am Iwa Sure, a member of your mission team." "Lord Aki, I am Uzuki Yuin." The two individuals accompanying the protagonist on the mission to the Land of Hot Water are indeed notable figures. Among them, Uzuki Yuin is someone he has encountered previously, while Shurta Awashi is a new acquaintance, but the protagonist is aware of his reputation. He is destined to serve as the guardian of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. And alongside Nara Shikaku and Hige Hayashi, they can collectively perform the Flying Thunder God technique. Both individuals are considered to be marginal figures who, despite their potential, have not yet entered the inner circle of Konoha. Uzuki Yuin's primary hindrance stems from his humble origins, lacking sufficient strength and heritage, while Shurta Awashi's exclusion is likely attributed to political factors. Under normal circumstances, once the fourth Hokage firmly established his position, their status as his protectors would undoubtedly rise. However, with the fourth's untimely demise and the third Hokage's return to power, they have been overlooked. Casting a glance at the sky and surveying the hurried ninjas around him, the protagonist spoke calmly. "Now that everyone is gathered, we shall commence the mission immediately. Upon reaching the designated location, I will unveil the mission scroll, provide instructions, and assign tasks. That is all. Let us depart." Chapter 33, The Land of Hot Water. With that, the protagonist took the lead, waving to Shurta Awashi and Uzuki Yuin beside him, and set off towards the Land of Hot Water. Seeing their leader advance, Shurta Awashi and Uzuki Yuin quickly followed suit. Though he could have undertaken the mission independently, the protagonist felt a sense of exasperation. His original intention was merely to blend in with the larger force, assuming a more advantageous identity to gain entry into Konoha. Unexpectedly, after the battle concluded, The ninjas of Konoha were not directed back home, but were instead assigned additional tasks. Moreover, Hinata Hayashi informed him that upon completing the mission in the Land of Hot Water, he would not return to Konoha but would proceed directly to the front lines at Tachikawa Mountain to submit his report. Such exploitation by the higher-ups was disheartening. All he desired was to infiltrate Konoha with integrity. Why did it have to be so arduous? Shaking his head, the protagonist set aside his grievances and pressed onward towards the Land of Hot Water. Since the Hokage clan and Konoha were keen to cultivate his abilities, he resolved to seize this opportunity. Once he attained the rank of Special Jonin, he would gain access to greater knowledge and undertake higher-level missions, which would significantly enhance his skills. In conclusion, the advantage lies with me. During this time of war, in order to avoid raising suspicion, the protagonist was determined to act swiftly, as if he were racing to gather intelligence and return to the front lines in haste. Such profound emotions towards the village momentarily moved both Yuzuki Yuin and Daiwashi. Subsequently, they gathered their resolve. The team, to which Shuren belonged, departed from the Land of Grass, advancing towards the Land of Hot Water at a speed ranging from 200 to 300 kilometers per hour. At such a pace, it is akin to the swift march of a ninja army. However, even with their remarkable speed, the shortest distance from the Land of Grass to the Land of Soup necessitates traversing the entirety of the Land of Fire. One should not underestimate the expanse of the ninja world. After all, from the memories of the individual from the Tsutsuki clan, the god tree was observed extending beyond the confines of the atmosphere itself. At such an elevation, even the most diminutive heights exceed 1,000 kilometers. This immense divine tree occupies merely a small portion of the ninja realm, thus one can only fathom the vastness of this world. The protagonist, accompanied by two companions, traversed the extensive hilly terrain of the Land of Fire without respite, expending 2 full days to reach the border of the Land of Fire. The trio were not inclined towards idle chatter, and the protagonist relished the tranquility of their silence. As they entered the Land of Hot Water, far removed from the influence of the hidden leaf, the landscape before them underwent a sudden transformation, due to the presence of Cloud Ninja in the Land of Hot Water. What was once a serene neutral territory became rife with tension. Moreover, the Cloud Ninja's extensive logging for weaponry and wartime necessities rendered the once vibrant scenery desolate. Collapsed houses, stripped tree trunks, and the helpless citizens of the Land of Hot Water now wandered as refugees. The protagonist, alongside Yuzuki Yusuke, came to a halt. From this point onward, they could no longer proceed without caution. Through his Byakugan, the protagonist discerned numerous traces of ninja in the vicinity. Scattered bait and strategically placed traps littered the area. With their arrival, the keen senses of the trio detected furtive gazes emanating from the shadows. Without the need for prompting, Yuzuki Yusuke and Oishi Stai became acutely vigilant. The Third Ninja World War had persisted for 5 years and had now reached its zenith of ferocity. Small nations like the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Rivers, nestled among the great powers, found themselves in the throes of chaotic turmoil. At this juncture, the rebellion of small nations' rogue ninjas was at its zenith. As the war intensified, the hidden villages of these nations could no longer safeguard their territories nor withstand the penalties for failed missions. Thus, becoming a rogue ninja emerged as the simplest and most worry-free option. Since entering the Land of Water, Shuren had not once closed his Byakugan. Countless furtive glances had swept over them along the way, yet it was only their attire as leaf ninjas that deterred these individuals from acting recklessly. As the sun descended and darkness enveloped the land, Shuren guided his companions to a location conducive for vigilance and concealment, establishing it as their camp for the night. With a small fireball conjured by Taiwashi igniting the pile of wood, the surrounding gloom was suddenly illuminated. "Oh, you Shien, Taiwashi, gather around. It is time to discuss the mission at hand." Shuren unfurled the mission scroll and laid it upon the ground. His voice, though cool, resonated with authority, prompting both companions to perk up attentively. The objective of this mission was to ascertain the logistical supplies and transportation routes of the hidden cloud village. The mission requirements dictated that we must confirm the precise location of the opposing supplies and their subsequent transport routes to the best of our abilities. If feasible, we should also aim to destroy more supplies, thereby alleviating the pressure on the front line at Kakigung Mountain. The mission's rank would be classified as A, or S, contingent upon our ultimate performance. Upon receiving such a demanding task, Yuyuki Yuka's delicate brows furrowed in discontent, while Oishi's expression mirrored a deep sense of distress. It is worth noting that they are merely genin. Were it not for the tumultuous times of war, they would likely still be attending school, and even upon graduation, Their initial assignments would involve trivial matters such as capturing stray cats or locating lost dogs. How could they have imagined themselves thrust into A-rank missions? With the potential to ascend to the esteemed S-rank? This is not a task that they should undertake. Have you all understood the mission clearly? Observing the displeased expressions of the two, the instructor, unfazed, coldly pressed on. Captain, we have comprehended. Both of them were ninjas with the village's interests at heart. Although they found the task daunting, they were nonetheless prepared to execute it. What do you believe is the greatest peril we face in successfully completing this mission? Watching the two fall into contemplation, the instructor suddenly inquired. Having never received systematic ninja education, he was genuinely curious how the academically inclined duo intended to accomplish this task. Yuzuki Yuin pouted slightly, revealing a hint of childish indignation beyond the survival tenets of ninjas. The primary threat we must confront is likely the pursuit and counterattack following detection by the Cloud Village, is it not? I've heard that the Cloud Ninjas are a band of battle maniacs. It will be exceedingly difficult to remain undetected while we aim to sabotage their logistical supplies. Listening to their insights, the instructor remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Based on his understanding of the Cloud Ninjas, the perspectives of Shirta Iwashi and Yuzuki Yuin were fundamentally accurate. However, he shook his head, sighed, closed his eyes, and after a moment of weighty contemplation, said, "You are both correct, yet not entirely so. The true danger we face this time does not lie with the ordinary Cloud Ninjas, but rather with the Jinchuriki." What? What is a Jinchuriki? Yuzuki Yuin and Shirta Iwashi were taken aback. As ordinary ninjas from Konoha, lacking ancestral heritage and still being genin, they were entirely unaware of what a Jinchuriki entailed. Observing their bewildered expressions, the instructor realized he had misspoken. He had committed the error of relying on personal experience. As the vast majority of ordinary ninjas within the ninja world were oblivious to the existence of tailed beasts. Furthermore, as a village's secret weapon, the information regarding Jinchuriki was highly classified. Ninjas like Yuzuki Yuin, even upon reaching the rank of Chunin, would not be privy to this knowledge. Only those who attained the rank of Special Jounin might have a chance of understanding it. Noticing the confusion in their eyes, the instructor was momentarily tempted to silence the two. Otherwise, when they returned to report on the mission, should they utter this term, he would undoubtedly attract suspicion. Chapter 34. Divergent Attitudes and Silence. The instructor resolved his course of action. At the same time, regaining his composure, he began to recall the hazy fragments of memory in his mind. In the original narrative, it was Chiyo who first provided a detailed exposition on the Jinchuriki, simultaneously enlightening the audience about the existence of the nine-tailed beasts. At that time, Haruno Sakura, as a future Hokage's disciple and a member of Team 7, was indeed a genuine Chunin. Yet, her performance underscored that even ordinary Chunins were utterly ignorant of both tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. Moreover, regardless of the village, Jinchuriki were generally ostracized and isolated. In this regard, Naruto is the same, Gaara is the same, and Killer Bee was initially the same as well. This fundamentally differs from the fact that the entire ninja world later came to know that Uzumaki Naruto is the host of the Nine Tails. The campfire blazed brightly, casting flickering shadows across half of the man's face, which was engulfed in darkness. Beneath the tranquil night sky, the only sounds that lingered were the crackling of burning branches and faint, distant cries that seemed to drift through the air. The man's silence enveloped the three, who sat quietly around the fire, yet the puzzlement in the eyes of Yuzuki Shiyin and Daiwashi remained unvanished. He cast a glance at them, a gentle smile once again gracing his lips, as he began to unfold matters unbeknownst to ordinary ninjas in a calm tone. The so-called Jinchuriki are the secret weapons of the 5 great ninja villages, a consensus shared only among the prominent clans and the upper echelons of the villages. I became privy to this knowledge due to my impending promotion to Special Jounin and my lineage from the Hyuga clan. For instance, among the Cloud Ninjas on the battlefield of the Tachikawa Mountain, there exists a Jinchuriki, one of the renowned AB brothers. Now that you are aware of this, it would be prudent to swiftly distance yourselves from such individuals should you encounter them in the future, and keep this secret close to your hearts. Each Jinchuriki is a true powerhouse on par with the shadows. The two listened intently to the man's revelations, their initial confusion upon hearing this secret transforming into understanding, culminating in tension as he uttered the name Kurabi. Kurabi, by now, has become well known. Even the most ordinary genin of Konoha are aware of the AB brothers from the Land of Clouds. These individuals are indeed the ones that the ninjas must avoid for their survival. However, they never anticipated that one of them would be the Jinchuriki. As Shuren revealed that the Jinchuriki was, in fact, a powerhouse of the shadow level, the palpable fear on the faces of Yuzuki Weiing and Tsurugi Iwashi became unmistakable. Ultimately, it was Yuzuki Weiing who, with a hint of bitterness, inquired, "Captain, are you suggesting that this mission involves?" "Indeed," Shuren affirmed with a nod, his Byakugan fixating on a certain direction. "The true peril of this mission stems from the concealed Jinchuriki on the side of the hidden cloud. Just recently, I observed that their chakra radiates with the brilliance of the sun amidst the night." Upon hearing this, Tsurugi Iwashi clenched his fists tightly, remarking, "But if it involves a shadow-level powerhouse, how could the mission be rated merely A?" Casting a sidelong glance at Tsurugi Iwashi, Shuren shook his head, his tone grave. "It must be a miscalculation in the assessment. Once the mission concludes, I will clarify this when submitting the report. We shall approach this task as if it were an S-rank mission. The danger is substantial." Yuzuki Weiing, Tsurugi Iwashi. "Your primary responsibility will be to gather intelligence on the supply transport forces of the hidden cloud, as detailed as possible. As for the other tasks, I shall undertake them." "Understood." Tsurugi Iwashi responded promptly, relieved that his assignment was solely to collect intelligence. Conversely, Yuzuki Weiing exhibited some reluctance, asserting, "Captain, this mission belongs to our trio. I cannot allow you to face the danger alone." Tsurugi Iwashi, observing Yuzuki Weiing's demeanor, felt a tinge of confusion. Such an act of openly defying the captain's orders is expressly forbidden in the ninja handbook. Little does he know that Yuzuki Weiing is embarking on a mission with Shuren for the second time. During their previous assignment, she was deeply touched by Shuren's approachable demeanor and the kindness he showed in offering her guidance in both swordsmanship and ninjutsu. In stark contrast to the other scions of the prominent clans in Konoha, he seemed like a refreshing breeze. She holds a great fondness for this Hyuga captain, who, despite his noble lineage, exhibits not a trace of arrogance or pretentiousness. Only after she spoke did she realize how reckless her words were. Such a provocation of the captain's authority is a grave taboo during missions. However, the uninitiated Shuren, who has not undergone the baptism and education of the will of fire from the Konoha system, remains oblivious to this. Instead, he finds himself somewhat moved by Yuzuki Yuka's demeanor. Ever since his arrival in this world, he has not experienced an act of kindness devoid of ulterior motives or personal gain. Shuren shakes his head slightly, swiftly suppressing this sentiment. He refrains from admonishing Yuzuki Yuka and does not elaborate further. Instead, he calmly asserts, "I am the captain, and you shall execute the mission as per my directives." Initially, our primary objective was to locate the logistical supply depot of the hidden cloud, but with the emergence of the Jinchuriki, their presence provides me with a precise location. You need only to avoid this position and gather intelligence from the surrounding areas. On this occasion, the two expressed no dissent and readily acquiesced. "Now, let us take a moment to rest and adjust. Shien, you and Dai Iwashi will alternate in guarding during the first half of the night, setting up vigilance traps around the area. The remaining responsibilities shall be entrusted to me." With a subtle wave of his hand, Shuren instructed Maui Shien and Dai Iwashi. Understood. The darkness of night held little sway over Shuren, who felt no fatigue in his physical form. However, the weariness of the mind was undeniably palpable. Moreover, traveling at night contradicted the very principles inscribed in the ninja code authored by the second Hokage, Shinji Tobarama. The first rule explicitly states that ninjas should endeavor to avoid marching under the cover of night to evade ambushes. Each time Shuren recalled this edict, he could not help but wonder if Shinji Tobarama had developed a form of PTSD regarding the Uchiha clan. After all, the Senju and Uchiha were once the fiercest of adversaries. The Uchiha, renowned for their ocular techniques, excelled in nocturnal combat. Yet, despite his musings, Shuren recognized the necessity of maintaining vigilance. Leaning quietly against the trunk of a tree, he activated his Byakugan once more. After surveying his surroundings, he concentrated his ocular power entirely. In an instant, the range of his Byakugan transcended 2 kilometers, allowing him to gaze further afield. There, amidst the dense foliage and towering mountains, a formidable mass of chakra emerged, undeterred by the natural barriers, akin to a sun illuminating the night. As Shuren focused intently, the terrifying chakra gradually morphed into the shape of blue flames, revealing a fearsome feline entity enveloped in azure chakra. It radiated heat and ferocity, as though capable of incinerating everything in its path, yet it also exuded a semblance of warmth. Is this the chakra of a tailed beast? Could it be the 2 tails? A flicker of understanding crossed Shuren's eyes before he deactivated his Byakugan, feeling a slight discomfort from the strain on his vision. So, it is the host of the 2 tails, a near-perfect Jinchuriki of the 2 tails? A slight sense of relief washed over the heart of the individual. The two wooden figures, formidable as they were still younger than Kakashi by a year. Even though they were Jinchuriki, their current strength, when compared to the future, was rather limited. Chapter 35. The two wooden figures. The land of hot water is renowned for its hot springs, with the entire nation seemingly built upon a vast riverbed. Viewed from the moon, the topography of the land of hot water is entirely encircled by towering mountains and deep valleys. The journey from the land of fire to the land of hot water involves a transition from hilly terrain to mountainous landscapes. Consequently, the numerous mountains and valleys render the land of hot water exceptionally conducive to troop mobilization, while simultaneously providing refuge for bandits and marauders to establish their dominion. Upon the arrival of the great army from the village hidden in the clouds to the land of hot water, they seized several strategic locations and eradicated the surrounding bandits and mountain thieves. Thus, by merely blocking the crucial checkpoints along the border between the land of fire and the land of hot water, it became relatively effortless to remain undetected. However, such concealment holds no sway against the Byakugan's bloodline limit. A vast accumulation of chakra in one location shines like a star in the night sky, impossible to overlook, particularly when it pertains to a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast. As the army from the village hidden in the clouds advanced into the land of fire, the number of ninjas remaining in the rear diminished noticeably. Moreover, with the military forces of the Leaf Village being engaged at the front lines of the Orange Stem Mountain by the land of lightning and the land of wind, the logistical unit of the village hidden in the clouds felt significantly less pressure, especially at this moment. The presence of the two wooden figures in the camp added to the atmosphere. This served as an additional layer of assurance for them, instilling a sense of security among the Cloud Village's vigilant ninjas. In contrast to the serious and domineering Third Raikage and A, the Cloud ninjas held a deep admiration for the two Jinchuriki, Killer Bee and Yujitoni. Killer Bee captivated many with his formidable strength and quirky rap, earning their unwavering trust. As for Yujitoni, her character was equally compelling, although she often exuded an air of arrogance and displayed a regal demeanor. Those who took the time to understand her would discover her empathetic nature, gentle disposition, and formidable abilities. Such a female ninja, to the rugged men of the Cloud Village who revere strength above all, is nothing short of a formidable force. At this moment, within the guarded supply depot of the Hidden Cloud, two ninjas clad in Cloud Village attire, their long swords slung over their backs, leisurely roast meat beneath a grand tree. Nearby, a somewhat younger ninja, observing this scene, furrows his brow. "Senior Omi, Senior Soloi, we are on duty here. Is it truly wise to let our guard down so casually?" "Frayed, you are overly tense," replies the elder Cloud ninja, Omi, with a calm demeanor, tossing a rabbit leg towards Frayed. Upon seeing Frayed catch it, he continues, "The entire land of soup is under our watchful eyes, with our hired soup ninjas surveilling the area, alongside our own hidden operatives. While our post is indeed vital, we are assured that any signs of danger will be promptly signaled to us. In fact, we are relatively at ease here. Moreover, did not Lady Yuki transport supplies just the other day? With her presence, no ninja from Konoha would dare to stir up trouble." As Omi speaks, tearing into the rabbit meat, his admiration for the two Yuki is palpable. His words resonate with both Soloi and Frayed, for the two Yuki have become legends within the Cloud Village. At merely 2 years of age, she became the host for the Two Tails, much akin to the reputations of Naruto and Gaara in their respective villages, subjects of disdain. Yet, even in such adversity, the Yuki persevered, ultimately attaining the ability to transform at will and control the tailed beast. Though she may not reach the level of a truly perfect Jinchuriki like Killer Bee, her determination and strength have earned her the respect of all Cloud ninjas. This is precisely why, at such a tender age, she can be compared to the esteemed Kira, one of the members of the AB team. Upon hearing Omi's mention of the esteemed Yumu, Freud felt an immense sense of relief. Indeed, with Yumu present, there was no cause for concern. With that, Freud contentedly began to savor the rabbit leg. Yet, one wonders how long Yumu would remain and whether she would be dispatched to the front lines. Who knows? Lord Raikage has entrusted Yumu with the task of safeguarding the village. Her presence here serves the dual purpose of escorting supplies and indulging in the hot springs of the land of soup. At this moment, Soloi quietly added, "There is likely a precautionary measure against Konoha. Should any situation arise, Lord Yumu could provide swift assistance." His words were met with agreement from the other two. However, while the trio engaged in their lively conversation, none noticed a figure stealthily approaching within mere meters of their vicinity. After completing his assignments the previous night, Shuren set out early this morning, parting ways with Yuzuki Yukari. Naturally, he arrived at the logistics base of Cloud Hidden. Utilizing the keen insight afforded by his Byakugan, Shuren deftly evaded all traps along the way and the vigilance of the Soup Ninja, arriving here without difficulty. His body, being a puppet, was under his conscious control. By suppressing his chakra fluctuations, he rendered himself indistinguishable from a lifeless entity. Thus, conventional methods of detection, such as temperature, pulse, or respiration, could not reveal his presence. Shuren had been concealed here for a while, listening intently to the trio's conversation, which provided him with a wealth of previously unknown intelligence. However, acquiring further information from their dialogue proved challenging, as they were merely ordinary ninjas tasked with guarding the gate. Subsequently, Shuren began to assess the terrain. The landscape of the Land of Soup was unmistakably characterized by a narrow canyon entrance, fully exposed to view. Infiltration would be impossible without neutralizing them first. With that in mind, Shuren withdrew his gaze from the distance, focusing coldly on the three sentinels. The trio of Cloud Hidden suddenly felt a chilling breeze sweep through them, and having just finished their meal of rabbit, they sensed an unsettling coldness. The perceptive young Freud promptly inquired, "Hey, did you seniors feel something amiss?" In response, Saloy concentrated for a moment before shaking his head, saying, "It was merely a gust of wind. Even the chirping of insects and birds has ceased. What other disturbances could there be?" Alarmed by this remark, the seasoned and experienced Omi immediately grasped the implication. The complete absence of sound indicated that someone was indeed drawing near. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, the man known as Shuren suddenly darted in front of the three individuals. A stream of blue and white chakra emanated from his fingertips. Before the three Cloud Shinobi could mount any form of defense, they collapsed beneath Shuren's prowess, their bodies unmarred, appearing as if in a tranquil slumber. "Who are you?" Omiyi's gaze fixated on Shuren's silhouette, yet no response was forthcoming. Shuren extended his hand, the chakra of the Rebirth Eye surging within him, vividly unveiling the memories belonging to the Cloud Shinobi before him. Every detail, including their chakra and ninjutsu knowledge, was entirely absorbed by Shuren. As he sensed his own vitality waning, Omi succumbed to his fate, his face etched with reluctance as he ceased to breathe. Throughout this ordeal, Shuren remained silent. Only after confirming that there was nothing of value to extract did he rise, casting his gaze deeper into the valley. The pathway of the entire valley was laden with various sealing techniques and explosive tags, the defenses remarkably stringent. Furthermore, Shuren discerned that at least 50 troops were concealed within. Chapter 36, Infiltration and Fierce Battle. The difficulty of infiltration is rather formidable. Shuren meticulously observed the valley's defenses with his Byakugan, yet with every passing moment, his brows knitted tighter in concern. As a logistical base for the Cloud, the valley was fortified with rigorous defenses, akin to a sentry every 10 steps and a lookout every 5. Additionally, they had strategically placed numerous explosive tags and traps in areas less susceptible to the gaze of the shinobi. Such stringent guardianship was a first for Shuren. Clearly, a direct assault was out of the question. Subtlety would be required. Shuren withdrew his gaze, turning to the lifeless bodies of the three Cloud Shinobi beneath him. There remained an hour until the shift change. An hour later, 3 Cloud Shinobi made their way smoothly into a small encampment within the gorge. "Omi, finished with today's watch, I see." A familiar golden-haired shinobi greeted him jovially. Omi managed a faint smile in response. "Ruby, it's your turn now. Don't you dare slack off with the drinks." "Humph, I would never indulge while on duty." The resurrected Omi trio, undoubtedly, underwent a transformation. Having absorbed numerous techniques from the Leaf Village ninjas, he possessed a profound understanding of the transformation technique taught at the Ninja Academy. Thus, creating 2 shadow clones was not a daunting task. However, such a simplistic transformation could only allow him to infiltrate the outermost encampments of the rotating guard ninjas. To venture deeper into the canyon, his current identity lacked the requisite authority. Consequently, he needed to devise an alternate strategy. After exchanging greetings with a few familiar Cloud ninjas, he returned to his resting place. The 3 members of Omiyi's team resided together, which significantly reduced the likelihood of his discovery in a short span of time. Upon witnessing Omi and his companions enter their wooden cabin, the other Cloud ninjas exhibited no surprise. After all, after such prolonged vigilance, resting post-changeover was entirely normal. Yet, he remained uncertain about how long he could maintain this charade. The longer he lingered, the greater the chances of being uncovered, necessitating swift action. As night descended once more, enveloping the surroundings in darkness, Shuren, feigning slumber on the wooden planks, reopened his eyes. With a sudden puff, 2 streams of white smoke erupted. and the previously transformed shadow clones of the Cloud Ninjas reappeared. This time, however, the two clones surged forth, pushing open the door and dashing in opposite directions. After such an extended period, it appeared that the scholar was merely resting. However, the keen perception of the wide-eyed observer was not something that mere structures could obstruct. He had long since memorized the rotation of the guard shifts within the canyon. Yet, this knowledge alone was insufficient. Being but a solitary individual, he needed to divert as many of the surrounding Cloud Ninjas as possible to approach the vicinity of the material warehouse. He hoped that his shadow clone technique would endure a bit longer. Although the technique was convenient to employ, its drawbacks were glaringly apparent. It could easily be dispelled upon receiving an attack. At that moment, the Cloud Ninjas would swiftly deduce that someone had enacted a diversionary tactic. Just as the scholar was covertly biding his time, a sudden commotion erupted from within the canyon. Amidst the cacophony, shouts intertwined with the explosive sounds generated by the release of ninjutsu. The cacophony of sounds at this moment was exceedingly jarring. In an instant, even the ninjas stationed at the defense camp were stirred, hastily emerging from their quarters. Shuren followed suit, stepping outside as well. Those familiar with him stood guard outside, while others, not as well acquainted, did not immediately notice the absence of his two comrades. What had transpired? Could it be that ninjas from Konoha had infiltrated? How many were there? These accursed Konoha ninjas must be taught a lesson this time. Standing at the rear of the crowd, Shuren concentrated intently on sensing the status of one of his shadow clones. The lightning release attacks were utterly unavoidable, otherwise, his position would be compromised. At that moment, the shadow clone was skillfully evading the onslaught from behind, gradually diverting some of the Cloud Ninjas away. However, a significant number of the hidden Cloud Ninjas remained firmly in place. At this moment, another concealed shadow clone made its move. The strategy devised by Shuren was straightforward: to employ two clones to divert a portion of the guards, thereby minimizing the defenses surrounding the supply warehouse. It was only through this method that Shuren's surprise attack could feasibly pose a threat to the resources of the Cloud Hidden Village. He was confident that if he could accomplish the bulk of this mission, his promotion to Special Jonin would be assured, particularly with the Hinata clan's support. As for Itsuki and Yuin, from the very beginning, Shuren had no intention of involving them in this task. Thus, when orchestrating the mission, he instructed them to gather intelligence far from this area. One of Shuren's shadow clones successfully lured away a segment of the Cloud Hidden Ninja. However, this maneuver heightened the vigilance of the remaining Cloud Hidden warriors, prompting teams of them to scatter and commence a search. Observing this, Shuren hesitated no longer. The second shadow clone charged forth, hurling several kunai affixed with explosive tags into the throng of Cloud Hidden Ninjas. In an instant, the valley erupted with violent explosions, claiming the lives of several Cloud Hidden warriors and igniting the fury of the remaining ones. These zealous war devotees, upon spotting Shuren's clone, surged toward him with fervent cries of vengeance for their fallen comrades. Yet, the shadow clone was not reckless. It swiftly pivoted and sprinted in the opposite direction. Pursue. Do not let this wretched scoundrel escape. Avenge our fallen brothers. Both shadow clones exerted their strength in unison, transforming the previously secure valley into a landscape riddled with vulnerabilities. The smoke and dust from the detonation still lingered in the air, causing disarray among the remaining Cloud Hidden guards. Seizing this opportunity, Shuren acted decisively. His form a streak of lightning as he dashed into the valley. With his Byakugan activated, he discerned the positions of every individual with clarity. Identifying a weak point in the defenses, Shuren pounced upon the vigilant Cloud Hidden Ninjas with the stealth of a phantom. Who is it? There's someone. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Signal. Blue and white chakra spikes erupted as Shuren, under the cover of night and smoke, lunged into the fray like a fierce tiger among sheep. Each of his movements effortlessly claimed the life of a Cloud Hidden Ninja. In the blink of an eye, the four-man team stationed at this location was dispatched. Due to the nature of the infiltration, Shuren was unable to gather chakra from the initial three opponents, only managing to extract it from the last surviving Cloud Ninja. After securing the final ninja's chakra, Shuren wasted no time and swiftly advanced towards his objective. At that moment, a hidden Jonin stepped forward, commanding, "Those skilled in wind release, disperse the smoke and dust. No one is permitted to move. Anyone who dares to stir shall be deemed an intruder, and shall face dire consequences." With this clear directive, the actions of all present fell into a hushed stillness. The ninjas adept in wind release formed hand seals and unleashed a powerful wind release jutsu, effectively clearing the haze before them. At this moment, the swiftly moving shinobi stood out conspicuously, directly exposed before the Cloud Shinobi. "Follow me." With clear commands, the Cloud Shinobi acted rapidly, encircling the shinobi. Such commanding ninjas are indeed troublesome. It seems I must eliminate you without delay. The shinobi's gaze fixated on the commanding ninja of the cloud. As the chakra within him surged forth like a burst dam, with hands clasped, his fingertips swiftly formed seals. In the next instant, the earth began to tremble. Earth release, earth flow river. Earth release, earthstone pillar. The immense chakra allowed the shinobi to extend his technique over a vast area, and in an instant, screams echoed in succession. Amidst the cries of the Cloud Shinobi, he leaped towards the commanding ninja, unleashing a tempestuous force from his palm. Air palm. The unsteady commanding Cloud Shinobi was drawn towards him by the air palm, as azure-white chakra spikes pierced through him. Dead beyond recovery. Chapter 37. The shinobi's combat style and ruthlessness. Having dispatched the commander, the shinobi did not relent. His time was precious, a matter of seconds. Glancing up at the encircling Cloud Shinobi, aside from the two groups that had been lured away, there remained 20 adversaries. The two leading ninjas, judging by the strength of their chakra, were undoubtedly elite jonin. After a moment of disarray, the Cloud Shinobi, under the guidance of the two jonin, were not intimidated by the shinobi's prior kill. Instead, their anger flared, and in their fury, the Cloud Shinobi surrounded him completely. It seems I must eliminate you, lest I find myself trapped when the other Cloud Shinobi converge. The shinobi's eyes turned cold. He was unconcerned with the other ninjas, focusing solely on the two elite jonin. At that moment, among the encircling Cloud Village ninjas, a leading Cloud jonin sneered. "Ah, so it is the young Hinata from the Leaf Village. Your audacity is commendable, daring to infiltrate this place. Since you are here, do not think of leaving. We of the Cloud Village have a great need for your Hinata bloodline. Seize him. As long as he remains alive, it matters not if he is rendered incapacitated." The words of this esteemed Nin vividly reveal the hidden Cloud's yearning for the Byakugan. This explains why they dared to abduct Hinata during the subsequent negotiations. For a village like the Cloud Shinobi, which primarily relies on ninjutsu and swordsmanship, the Byakugan's ability to probe and assist with chakra pathways is immensely beneficial. However, such remarks were somewhat disconcerting for Shuren. After all, this was the second time he had clearly heard someone express an intention to capture him for the purpose of transmitting his bloodline. Although he personally felt no aversion to such matters, and even harbored a certain eagerness within, the coercive undertone was quite pronounced, and he despised being passive. With swift hand seals, Shuren refrained from engaging in idle chatter with these nameless extras. As chakras surged, a tempest suddenly erupted around him. The adversaries were ninjas from the land of lightning. Utilizing earth or water techniques against them would be counterproductive. Therefore, wind techniques emerged as the optimal choice. Although Shuren had gathered only a modest amount of wind chakra, it sufficed to deal with these foes. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, gale dance. Fire release, fireball technique. The ferocious wind chakra, combined with the fire release, amplified the flames. What was once a lackluster fire technique now engulfed all of the Cloud Shinobi in a sweeping inferno. This is not yet the end. The scholar vanished in an instant after unleashing his ninjutsu. The vast array of ninjutsu unleashed in this manner may prove effective against ordinary Jinin and certain Chunin, yet it is utterly futile against Jounin. Indeed, this was the reality. As two Jounin from the hidden clouds swiftly evaded the attack of the individual known as Shuren using body flicker techniques. In the midst of their leap, their fingers danced through hand seals with remarkable speed. Lightning release, lightning pillar, lightning release, thunderstrike. Two bolts of lightning struck the ground where Shuren had once stood. However, the ever-prepared Shuren had already advanced to within 2 meters of the two Jounin. The sight left them momentarily astonished. Nevertheless, being Jounin, their reflexes were exceedingly sharp. One of them directed a hand towards the ground, and a ghostly blue lightning transformed into a vast net enveloping Shuren and his immediate vicinity. Simultaneously, he swung his long blade in a lethal arc, preparing for a life-for-a-life exchange against Shuren. The other Jounin appeared behind Shuren, their body shimmering with lightning chakra, enveloping the trio in a miniature lightning barrier. Lightning release, thunder binding. Their synergy was as if they had rehearsed it countless times. The moment Shuren moved, he had already stepped into the trap they had meticulously set. Die, you Hugo brat. Lightning release, sand thunder needle. Observing this scene, a sinister smile crept upon the lips of both Jounin. Their coordination was flawless. No matter how Shuren attempted to evade, one would inevitably land a blow. Once struck, injury was inescapable. At that moment, the audacious Hyuga who dared to intrude upon their secret gorge would be at their mercy. However, in the next instant, a flicker of bewilderment graced their menacing smiles. Having traversed the ninja world for so long and engaged in life and death battles, Shuren had shed the naivety of his first encounter with adversity. Within a remarkably brief span, he discarded the competitive methods learned at the Ninja Academy, recognizing them as mere games played by children in times of peace. This was not mere sparring. It was a battle for survival. The true essence of battlefield combat lies in the swift determination of victory or defeat. It begins with a clash of physical techniques, assessing whether one can dominate through sheer physical prowess. If that proves ineffective, one must then contemplate the synergy of strategy and chakra. For an ordinary ninja, even for those of the higher ranks, chakra is an invaluable resource. Typically, a genin is deemed competent if they can execute 1 or 2 offensive jutsu, complemented by physical techniques and body substitution techniques. Although a chunin possesses slightly greater strength than a genin, their chakra reserves generally permit the execution of only 3 to 5 offensive jutsu before depletion occurs. Remarkably, the chakra capacity of elite genin does not significantly differ from that of their less experienced counterparts. They may wield a broader array of jutsu due to their relatively ample chakra, yet they cannot resemble the relentless assault of characters like Naruto Uzumaki or Hashirama Senju, who exhibit boundless chakra reserves. Not every ninja possesses infinite chakra. Thus, the majority aspire to enhance the precision of their jutsu rather than pursue sheer area of effect. In the original narrative, even after absorbing Orochimaru and surpassing the typical Kage-level prowess as the White Snake Sasuke, his chakra was insufficient for such reckless application. More often than not, strategic and tactical approaches are employed, utilizing physical techniques to exhaust the opponent while skillfully evading their jutsu, seizing the opportune moment to secure a decisive victory. This is the true way of the ninja in battle. After adjusting his cognitive misconceptions, the protagonist has nearly acclimated to the life-and-death combat style characteristic of ninjas. After all, those who survive the battlefield do not engage in extravagant duels. While it is exhilarating to function as a stationary artillery piece, a ninja is hardly an immobile target, unless his chakra levels were to ascend to that of Hashirama Senju, or at the very least, reach the chakra capacity of Naruto Uzumaki in his Nine-Tails mode. He would inevitably adopt a method of overwhelming firepower. At such a level, even if the precision of his attacks were lacking, the mere aftermath of his assaults could obliterate the majority of ninjas. At present, however, the chakra of the protagonist's puppet is comparable to that of an ordinary jonin. Thus he is merely an average ninja. Nevertheless, he possesses an advantage that ordinary ninjas do not. Observing the Cloud Ninja before him, who swings a blade downwards, a smirk of derision curls at the corners of his mouth. This is your own doing. What? The protagonist remains steadfast, not flinching from the descending longsword, but merely extending a hand to block it. The razor-sharp blade swiftly cleaves into his arm. In response to such an assault, he exerts his entire being, utilizing the strength of his muscles to firmly embed the longsword into the bone of his arm. With his other hand, he strikes towards the Cloud Jonin. 8,000 spear gods. With a piercing sound, a blue chakra spike once again penetrates a jonin, transforming him into a pincushion. Damn it. This scene rendered the hidden Cloud S elite shinobi behind him nearly apoplectic with rage. However, he also recognized the ruthlessness and tenacity of the man before him. Gazing into the endless chill emanating from the white eyes of his opponent, he yearned to flee. Yet, the man would not grant him such an opportunity. With a deliberate loosening of his muscular arm, the long blade, embedded within his very bones, fell instantaneously. As he pivoted gracefully upon the wind, he deftly caught the descending sword with his right hand. A slight twist of his body followed, and the blade was brought down with unerring precision. In the flickering icy light of the sword, the brilliance in the eyes of the second elite shinobi from the hidden cloud dimmed. Cursed be that brat from the Hyuga clan. The esteemed Lord Mu will not let you escape unscathed. The esteemed jonin was cleaved from his forehead down to his chest, blood gushing forth along with various organs. Ultimately, he managed to utter a few venomous words before his breath ceased entirely. Chapter 38. Success. Retreat with a clang. Shuren released the long blade from his grasp and exhaled deeply, expelling the murky air from his lungs. A great fire ignited at the entrance of the valley. Surrounding Shuren, aside from the 2 Cloud Village jonin he had personally dispatched, all other lower-ranked shinobi were consumed by the flames. Their demise was gruesome. Their bodies charred and resembling desiccated corpses, often incomplete. Shuren paid them no mind. His footsteps were relentless as he swiftly made his way deeper into the valley, leaving behind a scene of devastation to illustrate the fierce battle that had transpired. Meanwhile, not far from the valley where Shuren resided, in a tranquil hot spring, a striking woman with long, straight, Light brown hair was indulging in the warmth. Languidly reclining in the water, her hair flowed freely, contrasting with her usual braided style that cascaded to her waist. She was one of the two-tailed beasts hosts of the Cloud Village, specifically the two-tails Jinchuriki. Known as Fu, both she and her companion, the host of the Earth Tails, had been deliberately excluded from the conflict orchestrated by the Third Reikage, primarily to guard against potential ambushes from the Rock Village. On this occasion, she arrived in the Land of Hot Water with a mission to transport supplies from the rear of the Land of Lightning to the front lines. The Land of Lightning is notably the farthest from the Land of Fire among the four great nations, completely isolated with several smaller nations in between. Relying solely on rear supply transport would render the supply line excessively lengthy. Thus, the Land of Hot Water serves as an excellent logistical base. The request for transporting supplies to the Land of Hot Water did not stem from a lack of personnel in the Hidden Cloud, but rather from her discomfort in remaining at the rear. While inherently gentle, as a member of the Hidden Cloud, her fervor for combat is no less than that of her male counterparts, and as a Jinchuriki, this fervor may indeed be heightened. Simultaneously, the Land of Hot Water is renowned in the ninja world for its hot springs, which greatly benefit the skin. To Yuki, this mission was perceived as a leisurely retreat. However, necessary precautions must still be taken, especially given the wartime status with the Hidden Leaf. As she indulged in this serene experience, faint sounds of conflict reached her ears. The two tails, particularly sensitive to bloodshed, reacted immediately. Haha, Yuki, it appears relaxation is not on the agenda. Someone seeks to wreak havoc. The voice of the two tails, gentle as a cat, resonated within Yuki. In essence, the two tails is a cat demon, and after years of cohabitation, they had nearly grown accustomed to one another. For now, I shall disregard it. If they are unable to resolve the situation, they will surely call for me. I might as well enjoy the hot springs. Once back in the village, such comforts will be scarce. At just over a decade old, Yuki had not yet attained the maturity she would later possess. At that moment, she resembled a rebellious young girl, akin to a cat lazily lounging upon a salted fish, yearning for any opportunity to relax. However, her desire for leisure was short-lived, as the tranquility was soon disrupted by hurried footsteps. Outside the hot spring, a Hidden Cloud ninja, breathless, called out, "Lady Yuki, it's terrible. Leaf ninjas are attacking the supplies, and we have suffered significant losses in the valley." As this individual shouted, several figures appeared at the entrance, standing rigidly like statues. If not for the slight rise and fall of their chests, one might think they were lifeless. After a brief silence, the wooden door of the hot spring swung open, and Yuki, casually adjusting her attire and grooming her hair, remarked, "Ninjas from the Leaf? Have they taken the bait?" "Indeed, Lady Yuki." Upon hearing her inquiry, the heads of the gathered individuals rose in unison, their movements synchronized. "If they have taken the bait, then you should go and deal with them." Yes, this group is an elite team led by a wooden figure, with most members possessing strength at or above the level of Chunin, including several special Jonin and Jonin among them. At this moment, the individual known as Shuren has arrived outside a supply warehouse. Along the way, he has dealt with all remaining Yunin ninjas guarding the valley, successfully executing a flawless infiltration. At least in Shuren's mind, this incursion was indeed perfect. At this juncture, no one could thwart his plan to obliterate the supply warehouse. The mission had reached its conclusion. Whispering a quiet phrase, Shuren formed hand seals, positioning them before his chest. With his Byakugan activated, he surveyed the military supplies before him, confirming that he had not made a mistake. Subsequently, a surge of chakra manifested around him. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. Although the great fireball technique is not particularly effective for taking lives, it suffices for the destruction of supplies. Just as Shuren believed everything had come to an end, a series of chakra fluctuations suddenly appeared within his line of sight. Several visible figures swiftly converged towards him. Support had arrived so quickly? Is that direction led by the wooden figure? It was time to retreat. Possessing the Byakugan, Shuren could effortlessly anticipate impending danger, and he was not one to unnecessarily complicate his own situation. Thus, upon sensing the threat, he decisively retreated. However, while his intentions were commendable, the execution was far from smooth. As Shuren dashed toward the valley's entrance, the Yunin ninjas, previously distracted by his shadow clones, had returned and blocked the exit. Under normal circumstances, Shuren might have had the leisure to toy with them, but not now. He hastened toward the entrance, swiftly retrieving a kunai from the pouch at his waist. This is what he learned when he observed Kakashi utilizing kunai to obstruct ninjutsu. Although the time was brief and his aim with the kunai was not particularly strong, especially in comparison to the Uchiha who wielded kunai with remarkable finesse, he could still manage to create a certain level of chaos against ordinary ninjas, particularly when the kunai were accompanied by explosive tags. With a whoosh, as he hurled the kunai from his hand, the piercing sound shattered the tranquility at the valley's entrance, drawing the attention of numerous hidden cloud ninjas. Block him. Beware of the kunai, they are rigged with explosive tags. The combat proficiency of the ordinary cloud ninjas was indeed superior to those of other ninja villages. Upon witnessing the attack from Shuren's kunai, they immediately contemplated defensive measures, with those capable of using earth techniques swiftly advancing. Earth style, earth flow wall. The towering earthen wall not only intercepted the kunai, but also indirectly sealed off Shuren's escape route. Observing this, Shuren revealed no intent to conceal his next move. His entire being erupted in blue-white flames at the moment the kunai pierced the earthen barrier. Divine Sky Strike. Boom, boom, boom. Two resounding impacts reverberated as the air pressure coalesced into palm strikes that shattered the earthen wall blocking his path. Just as the cloud ninjas sensed something amiss and looked up, a flurry of kunai, armed with explosive tags, had already surged towards them. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions from the tags unleashed shockwaves that tore through the surrounding turf, causing considerable secondary damage to several nearby cloud ninjas. Witnessing such a scene, Shuren exhibited no discomfort. His pace remained unbroken as he surged past the valley's entrance, nearing the open expanse. At that moment, the remaining cloud ninjas encircled him once more. As they prepared to restrict his means of escape, Shuren swiftly produced several more kunai entwined with explosive tags. Once more, the same trick. However, just then, another series of piercing sounds erupted as several shuriken hurtled towards him from a distance. The shuriken collided with the kunai Shuren had thrown. In a situation where he was both calculating and unprepared, the trajectory of his kunai was abruptly altered, causing them to reverse course and fly back towards him along with the shuriken. This maneuver showcased an exceptional level of shuriken mastery. Yet, Shuren had no time to reflect. He halted abruptly, unleashing a torrent of blue-white chakra. Divine technique, wine style, air dance was once again invoked by Shuren. Violent currents of air surged around him, dissipating the kinetic energy of the approaching shuriken and kunai before they could draw near. However, he could not avert the explosions from the tags. Boom, boom, boom. This series of assaults ultimately disrupted the pace of the protagonist's escape. As the dust settled, four figures suddenly emerged from the distance, encircling the protagonist from all directions. At this moment, the one who had just hurled those shurikens was a dark-skinned, diminutive middle-aged man, the leader of the cloud-hidden ninjas. Upon noticing that the protagonist had been obstructed, turned to the short man and offered him a compliment. However, the smile on his face quickly faded as he turned back to the protagonist, his expression turning menacing. Konoha? Hyuga? I never anticipated that it would be a Hyuga who came this time. How fortuitous. The third Hokage has long desired to capture a living Hyuga, and here one is. Delivered right to our doorstep. Destroying the frontline supply warehouse and expecting to escape? The four members of the cloud-hidden squad exchanged taunts, clearly underestimating the protagonist. Ultimately, it was the leading ninja who issued the command. Let us all go together and capture him. Understood, Captain. With that, the four of them rushed towards the protagonist with great speed. Each member had a clearly defined role. The foremost ninja rapidly formed hand seals and successfully unleashed his jutsu ahead of his companions. Water release, great waterfall technique. This expansive water jutsu was effortlessly conjured from his hands. The protagonist was no stranger to this water technique. The technique of water release ninjutsu resembles the fire release, great fireball, as it expels a copious amount of water that swiftly surges outward, simultaneously, akin to the great fireball. Inflicting damage upon the adversary is a secondary concern. The primary objective lies in creating an environment conducive for water or lightning release ninjas to execute their techniques. It is a well-known fact that water conducts electricity. Indeed, as anticipated, following the execution of the water release technique, the leading cloud ninja completed his hand seals. Lightning release, thunder wave. Is this the art of Darui? As Shuren contemplated his countermeasures, a ferocious current began to surge toward him, flowing along the water beneath his feet. Should he be struck, it would surely ensnare him in this perilous situation. Aware of this, Shuren did not remain idle. Although temporarily trapped, he believed that opening a breach would allow him to escape with relative ease, given his strength. His fingertips swiftly formed hand seals. Since the opponent utilized water to conduct electricity, he too could manipulate the terrain. Earth release, earth flow wave. Earth release, hardening technique. In an instant, the area constructed by the opponent's water release was dismantled by Shuren's earth release. However, the lightning ninja, witnessing Shuren's execution of earth release, did not express surprise but rather excitement. They swiftly drew their long blades, their edges shimmering with brilliant lightning. As they swung their weapons, the lightning instantly obliterated the hardened earth, piercing through all barriers as it surged once more towards Shuren. Such a transformation lasts merely a fleeting moment, a mere few breaths. The quartet launched an onslaught upon the individual known as Shuren, akin to a tempestuous storm. However, as the surrounding earth was ravaged by their assault, Shuren's battle instincts, honed through countless skirmishes, once again discerned an opportunity. As the intensity of their encounters escalated, the ground beneath them, crafted from earth-release chakra, was utterly obliterated, enveloping the entire canyon in a cloud of dust and debris. Seizing the moment, Shuren invoked the divine technique, wind, dance of the void. His figure transformed, akin to leaves swaying in the breeze, twisting and dispersing before the four adversaries, only to reappear 5 meters away from them. Earth release, dance of sand. In the blink of an eye, Shuren had completed the necessary hand seals, and the shattered earth beneath him erupted into a whirlwind of sand, swirling like projectiles under his control as they surged towards his assailants. Yet, undeterred by the temporary confinement of his foes, Shuren pressed forward, charging directly at them. The first of the Cloud Shinobi, who had initially attempted to thwart Shuren with shurikens, sensed something amiss. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent locked onto him. His gaze fixated on Shuren's movements as he readied another shuriken. However, as he hurled the projectile, a disorienting sensation surged through his mind. To his astonishment, the very shurikens he had cast suddenly reversed course and pierced his own flesh. With a shattering sound reminiscent of a mirror breaking, he struggled to break free from the disconcerting sensation. Yet, in that moment, Shuren stood before him, a faint smile gracing his lips, his mouth parting to utter, "It is over." With a swift motion, Shuren severed the head of his opponent. Was this an illusion? A jinjutsu combined with gentle fist techniques? The severed head, eyes wide in shock, gazed at Shuren as he advanced towards the others, desperate to warn them but rendered mute. Ultimately, his head fell to the ground with a thud. Illusion, Hell's Gaze technique. This is the sole illusion technique that the Shuren has mastered. A skill acquired from the memories of a special jonin from the Hidden Leaf, whom he vanquished on the battlefield of the Land of Grass. In the realm of Shinobi, illusionary arts are not solely the province of unique ocular bloodlines. As long as one possesses in-release chakra, or has refined it to a certain degree, one can wield such illusions. The most evident manifestation of in-release chakra, honed to its utmost precision, is none other than the Sharingan. This is also the reason why members of the Uchiha clan, despite their innate lack of proficiency in illusion techniques, are still capable of performing fundamental jinjutsu. Although Shuren does not possess the Sharingan, he wields the Byakugan and possesses an exceptional mastery of in-release. Through his deliberate study and practice, this illusion technique became the first non-Tsutsuki inherited ninjutsu he could execute with his own chakra. However, Shuren saw no necessity to explain this to the Cloud Ninja. After dispatching Muku, Shuren seized his long sword and extracted his chakra before turning his attention to the remaining 3 adversaries. Muku, damn it, hold nothing back, eliminate him. The leader of the Cloud Ninja roared in fury, his visage contorted with rage as he charged at Shuren. His swordsmanship was formidable, and although Shuren was not particularly skilled in the art of the blade, he managed to engage in a fierce exchange of over a dozen strikes in an instant. At that moment, another Cloud Ninja seized the opportunity, suddenly infiltrating the battlefield from behind the unsuspecting Shuren, wielding a long blade imbued with the essence of lightning chakra, and striking fiercely towards the blind spot of Shuren's Byakugan. This is the greatest weakness of the Hyuga branch family. Those possessing the caged bird seal do not enjoy a panoramic field of vision, lacking the omnidirectional clarity one might expect. The Cloud Ninja were indeed aware of the situation. However, the individual known as Shuren was not akin to Hinata. He appeared oblivious to the oncoming assault from the Cloud Ninjas, seemingly unaware until the blade was perilously close to his neck. At that moment, Shuren deftly pivoted on one foot, utilizing the momentum to evade the strike from one of the assailants. Simultaneously, a brilliant flash of steel emerged behind the Cloud Ninja, who had approached from his blind spot. As the blade sliced through the assailant's form, Shuren finally descended gracefully to the ground. In an instant, blood erupted from the fallen Cloud Ninja, who collapsed lifelessly to the earth. These formidable Cloud Shinobi, whose prowess is not to be underestimated, quickly suffered the loss of 2 members before the full force of the combatant known as Shuren. The recent strike was nothing short of breathtaking. The Cloud Shinobi appear to be less impressive than anticipated. Now, you should contemplate how to avoid being eliminated by me. Just as Shuren prepared to press on and dispatch the remaining 2 foes, a terrifying beastly roar suddenly reverberated across the battlefield, drawing nearer in an instant, covering vast distances in mere moments. A palpable sense of dread enveloped Shuren entirely. At that moment, a scorching chakra, blazing like the sun, obscured all of Shuren's vision. The 2 Jinchuriki have arrived. Chapter 40, The First Encounter with a Jinchuriki Humph. The Hyuga clan of Konoha, how dare you? Ninjas of Konoha, come to destroy the supplies I am escorting with the Wood Ninja? It seems you have completely disregarded my presence. Accompanied by a resounding beastly roar, a cat's cry, the commanding voice of the 2 Wood Ninjas reached Shuren's ears, devoid of any intimidation. At this moment, Shuren could perceive without the need to activate his Byakugan as a young girl of about 12 or 13, adorned with glowing runes, rapidly advanced. In the next instant, the runic chakra enveloped her entire being. Shuren recognized this as the external manifestation of the chakra of the 2 Tails. However, before Shuren could respond, the Wood Ninja, akin to an imperious queen, directly launched an attack. The runic chakra expanded instantaneously, unleashing a terrifying aura that engulfed the entire canyon. Deep blue flames spiraled around the Wood Ninja and surged toward Shuren. It resembled a celestial fire meteor descending from the heavens, with flames spreading rapidly. Everything in its path was ignited, as if even the moisture in the air were being relentlessly evaporated. This is bad. Shuren's expression shifted slightly, his earlier composure fading as he swiftly retreated from his original position. Just as he distanced himself, a thunderous explosion erupted as the fireball, cloaked in blue flames, crashed to the ground, resonating with an ear-splitting roar. The eerie blue flames soared skyward, and the terrifying detonation transformed everything around into ruins in an instant. Thick clouds of dust billowed into the air, and the ferocious blaze surged forth, evaporating all the moisture in the surrounding atmosphere in a heartbeat. Truly deserving of the title as the most fearsome weapon, the 2 Tails Jinchuriki is indeed quite terrifying. The scholar straightened his posture and gently brushed off the dust clinging to him. He opened his pale eyes and fixed his gaze intently on the seemingly harmless young girl before him. Though his tone remained unassuming, his expression was imbued with grave seriousness. The girl, a mere 12 or 13 years of age, still had much to grow into her future regal demeanor. Yet her strength was formidable. Even without activating her tailed beast transformation, she possessed the prowess of a seasoned jonin. After all, she was a prodigious ninja from the hidden cloud, comparable to the likes of Kakashi and Uchiha Shursui in the broader ninja world. Despite her tender years, her combat experience was equally substantial. Furthermore, she had mastered the ability to wield the 2 Tails through sheer willpower, making her an almost perfect Jinchuriki. She exhibited no apparent weaknesses in ninjutsu, chakra, offense, or survival skills. Aside from Minato Namikaze and Inoki, she could be deemed the most formidable individual he had ever encountered. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. Indeed, he felt a lack of assurance in this encounter. Yet, the scholar did not overestimate his own capabilities simply because he was aware of the circumstances. The 2 Tails Jinchuriki could contend with the immortal duo for an entire day, showcasing her undeniable strength. Although she might not rival her future self, as a weapon of war for the hidden cloud, her unrestrained eruption of power, activating her tailed beast transformation to shadow-level strength, was assured. With this understanding, the scholar found his composure. He adjusted his attire slightly and took a step forward. So the fearsome chakra I sensed earlier belonged to the esteemed 2 Tails Jinchuriki of the hidden cloud. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Hinata Akira of the Hidden Leaf. The scholar resumed his inherent demeanor, exuding courtesy and the poise of a distinguished family. Such a transformation caught the attention of Yomurin, who was initially surprised. Did the inhabitants of Konoha possess such a fearlessness towards death? The tone of the 2 Yomurin carried a hint of innocence, as they were merely 12 or 13 years old, attempting to mimic the speech patterns of adults, which appeared somewhat awkward. However, Shuren did not mock this aspect. Instead, he deftly responded to Yomurin's words. Fear of death is natural, for life is singular. Who could be unafraid? Yet, I wish to seek the wisdom of adults, as it would greatly benefit my growth and strength. Listening to Shuren's slightly flattering remarks, Yomiurin's spirits visibly lifted, resembling a proud little cat. The ethereal blue chakra enveloping her body also settled, akin to a feline relaxing upon confirming the absence of danger. You possess an intriguing way of speaking, which I find delightful. Alas, you're a Konoha ninja, and I cannot let you escape. The hint of regret in Yomiurin's words did not seem to disturb her demeanor significantly. How about this? If you can withstand 3 of my attacks without succumbing, then I shall allow you to accompany me back to the land of lightning. Upon hearing this, Shuren smiled, yet internally he scoffed. Why did everyone he encountered wish for him to return as a companion? Bah! For those who coveted his presence, Shuren was always prepared to take the initiative. In that case, I implore you, Lady Yomiurin, to show mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, Shuren swiftly formed hand seals, his palms pressed together. And the water chakra surrounding him began to surge. He unleashed a water technique directly upon the terrain that had been struck by the two tails. The previous battle had nearly depleted his reserves of earth, fire, and wind chakra. Particularly, his earth chakra was nearly exhausted. Now, apart from the chakra of this puppet, he could only utilize water and lightning techniques. The reason he had refrained from using water techniques previously was due to encounters with cloud ninjas. Lightning techniques could counter water techniques, and casting water techniques in the presence of lightning users would only amplify their ninjutsu's potency. Hence, he had kept it concealed. Now, facing Yomiurin, it was perfectly suitable, especially since the two tails was of the fire element. Moreover, apart from Shuren, everyone else present was an enemy. Allowing him to execute ninjutsu without reservations, he initiated with the formidable water technique, Water Surge Wave. A colossal torrent materialized from thin air, morphing into a whirlpool under Shuren's command, fiercely rushing towards Yomiurin. Witnessing this scene, Yomiurin appeared taken aback. She had arrived late and missed the prior skirmishes. However, Shuren's striking appearance as a member of the Hyuga clan was unmistakable. According to her intelligence, the Hyuga clan was only supposed to wield gentle fist techniques and taijutsu. How could he possibly utilize water techniques? However, despite the confusion, the combat instincts of the wooden figure remained formidable. In the face of the adversary's assault, she did not even consider evading. Instead, her chakra enveloped her like a cloak. The fire mouse jewel was unleashed from the figure's mouth, a fiery projectile resembling a rodent, which emitted a hissing sound the instant it made contact with the flowing water. The intense flames vaporized the water entirely, transforming it into steam that swiftly enveloped the battlefield in a thick mist. Ordinarily, one would expect water to extinguish fire, yet this was only true under normal circumstances. The fire emitted from the wooden figure's mouth was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary water techniques to counter. The ferocious heat completely evaporated the water, yet the surrounding atmosphere had already begun to cool, causing the rising vapor to condense and fall as rain. Meanwhile, the fire mouse jewel remained unaffected, cutting through the watery veil with devastating force, dispersing into a multitude of azure flames that relentlessly pursued the adversary. Chapter 41. The cat-like woman. A mere casual strike revealed the true strength of a Jinchuriki capable of freely manipulating tailed beasts. As the adversary marveled internally, his movements remained unhurried. The blazing flames ignited everything around, yet the adversary's demeanor grew increasingly composed. Water style, water barrier. Water style, water surge. The gathered water chakra surged forth like a raging river, forming an impenetrable defense around him. Subsequently, he unleashed a torrent from his mouth, directing it towards the incoming fireballs. However, while the thought was splendid, reality proved harsh. The quality of the water chakra he had amassed was insufficient to withstand the fire techniques wielded by the tailed beast. Upon witnessing that the potency of the fire mouse jewel had not been significantly diminished, the adversary's expression shifted. He realized that despite his growing respect for the tailed beast, he had still underestimated it. In his preconceived notions, he believed that only the 8 tails and 9 tails among the tailed beasts were truly formidable, while the others collectively paled in comparison. Yet at this moment, the wooden figure had merely summoned a fraction of the tailed beast's chakra and had not even begun to unleash its full potential, effortlessly countering the ordinary ninja techniques. Truly, the 9 ultimate weapons of the ninja world were not to be trifled with, for even the 2 tails posed a challenge beyond the reach of typical ninjas. Understanding that relying solely on ninjutsu would not pose a threat to the wooden figure, the adversary resorted to his secret technique, Fire Mouse Cloak. His own chakra flowed throughout his body. As he compressed his blue-white chakra, its hue deepened, ultimately transforming into a pale red chakra cloak. elevating his defenses to their utmost limit. Amidst the roar, the Shuren unleashed a divine strike, aiming at the fiery rodent charging towards him. With the vision granted by his Byakugan, the enveloping mist of water posed no hindrance to the Shuren. Had the visibility not been obscured by the dense fog, the wooden figure would have discerned his presence. At this moment, the Shuren bore a striking resemblance to a Jinchuriki enveloped in chakra, however. While the Jinchuriki was cloaked in the chakra of a tailed beast, the Shuren himself was compressing and diffusing his own chakra. In the blink of an eye, the blazing orb, weakened by the divine strike and traversing through the multiple layers of water ninjutsu interference, approached the Shuren. With one final divine strike, he collided with the fiery orb, resulting in a resounding explosion. The massive chakra of the tailed beast within the orb shattered, unleashing a deafening roar that engulfed the surroundings. The ensuing flames obliterated the grass and stones around him. Positioned at the epicenter of the explosion, the Shuren was propelled away like a cannonball. Yet, the divine art of the fiery rodent's pelt withstood the terrifying aftermath of the blast. In that fleeting moment, however, the depletion of the Shuren's chakra intensified dramatically. Although the divine art held firm, the sheer force of the explosion engulfed him in a cascade of rubble. Meanwhile, the two wooden figures, radiating vitality and sharp focus, gazed in astonishment. Did this Hyuga ninja from Konoha truly believe that ordinary water ninjutsu would be ineffective against the fiery orb? How audacious to withstand it! Yet, he should have perished, right? Surprisingly, he not only survived but his aura grew increasingly perilous. The voice of the Two Tails echoed within the wooden figures' minds, urging them to be cautious. This individual exuded a palpable danger. Before the wooden figures could fully comprehend the situation, a thunderous shout pierced the air. Lightning release? Gratitude wave. From within the rubble, the Shuren leapt with fervor, emitting a piercing light of lightning that seemed to penetrate all, hurtling towards the wooden figures. First water, then lightning. This Hyuga is truly exceptional. As the lightning flashed, the wooden figure, forewarned by the Two Tails, remained vigilant. However, such power posed no threat to me. I shall test her taijutsu. In an instant, the wooden figure's aura sharpened to its pinnacle, resembling a drawn sword. She then spread her fingers wide, her nails elongating and sharpening like 5 deadly short blades, heightening the danger. With a deft step, she flicked her braided hair and transformed her form into a bolt of lightning, instantly closing the distance to the Shuren. Her arm slicing down towards his chest with lethal precision. So swift. The Shuren's Byakugan kept a vigilant watch on the wooden figure's movements, yet her speed remained astonishingly fearsome. The humanoid cat claw transformed in midair into a dazzlingly fatal streak of light. Wind sky dance. The gust of wind generated by the advancing wooden figure was deftly harnessed by the adept Shuren. With his current mastery over the puppet, he managed to keep pace with the wooden man's movements, leveraging the power of the breeze. Shuren's toes barely grazed the ground, allowing him to dance through the air, narrowly evading a lethal strike before swiftly retreating. Simultaneously, he extended his palm, summoning 3 shurikens from nearby, launching them with remarkable speed. Observing this assault, the two wooden figures displayed a look of disdain. At that moment, she resembled a humanoid cat demon, exhibiting astonishing balance. Even while sprinting, her body twisted in defiance of the laws of physics, leaning, ducking, and bending with ease. Shuren's attempts to create distance through his attacks had no impact on her advance, as she effortlessly evaded the shurikens. In an instant, she surged forward once more, her gleaming claws poised to strike at Shuren's chest. 8,000 spear gods. This time, the man did not shy away. The slight distance he had just created was sufficient for him to launch a counterattack. His hands, enveloped in blue and white chakra, transformed into countless chakra bone spikes aimed at the wooden figure. The tailed beast possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to peril. Just a heartbeat before the icy intent of the chakra spikes could pierce through, the wooden figure executed a maximum twist of her waist. Her toes swiftly touched the ground, her heels following suit, as she leaned back with all her might, narrowly evading the onslaught of 8,000 spears. Naturally, the man seized the opportunity, and as the wooden figure bent down, he immediately transformed his spikes into a smashing blow. The chakra bone spikes, now densely packed at the joints, were propelled forcefully towards the wooden figure's abdomen. Sensing the imminent threat, the wooden figure remained unfazed, confident in her own rhythm of attack. Having already bent down, she utilized the force of her backward lean, supporting herself with her hands, and with a simultaneous effort from her waist and knees, executed a graceful backflip akin to a dance maneuver. Her long legs carved an arc in a crescent shape from below. In that fleeting moment, she seemed to embody the essence of a cat. Her hands had morphed into sharp claws, and her toenails had inexplicably elongated like blades. As her legs swept through the air, they resembled two deadly swords, slicing towards the man's chest and abdomen. With her naturally long legs and elongated claws, the wooden figure's range of attack was formidable. The man quickly adapted. The chakra bone spikes of the 8,000 spears strained to block, while he utilized the power of the wind to swiftly retreat. In the critical juncture between life and death, he managed to create distance once more. However, a gash had been made in his pocket by the claws, and his abdomen bore a cut, revealing a streak of blood. As for the wooden figure, only the tip of her claw had been severed by the 8,000 spears. Chapter 42. Tailed beast ball. Gazing at her severed claw, the wooden figure's pupils constricted sharply. She was all too aware of the hardness of her nails. No chakra-conducting weapon, no matter how exquisite, could rival the strength of her claws. Just moments ago, the playful glint in her eyes when looking at the man vanished, replaced by a chilling realization. Had she been careless and not evaded, it could have been dire. Meanwhile, the two-tailed beast sealed within the wooden figure sensed everything. Its previously languid demeanor vanished in an instant, resembling a furiously agitated cat, for it had genuinely felt the threat. Watch out for that guy. What he wields is no ordinary ninjutsu. Understood. I know without your warning. Wooden figure, you have no idea. What's wrong? The two beings, known as the Woodman and Wairi, have maintained a symbiotic relationship for over a decade. Having long since discerned the nuances of the two-tailed beast's character, the Woodman felt a tinge of anxiety upon encountering it once more, prompting a curious remark. Just be cautious. We cannot afford to continue this charade, he cautioned. Understood. The Woodman retracted his focus and chose not to engage further with YRY. Within the confines of their internal realm, Wairi shook its head. Familiar with the techniques employed by the Woodman, yet each time it attempted to recall the specifics, the memories eluded clarity. After several arduous attempts, Wairi grew disheartened. Muttering, damn it, the Sage of Six Paths is biased, granting too much to the Nine Tails. Otherwise, I would surely recognize it. Their interaction transpired entirely within this internal space, lasting mere moments, leaving the Woodman unaware of Wairi's burgeoning suspicions. However, he was acutely aware that he could not afford any further exposure. Presently, he bore the visage of the High Ga clan. Should word of this reach their ears, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion and potentially lead to more unsavory complications. This is something the recluse does not desire. Now that the task has been accomplished, it is time to depart. A sense of retreat has already begun to manifest within the recluse's heart. However, before he withdraws, there remains a necessity. The focus of his gaze shifts from the wooden figures to the remaining cloud ninjas. Although he is currently unable to eliminate the two wooden figures, he must eradicate these cloud ninjas, as they pose a threat to his information. This way, even if his intelligence is compromised, it will only reach the upper echelons of the hidden cloud, or perhaps just a select few individuals. With this clarity in mind, the recluse swiftly darts forward, launching an assault on the surrounding cloud ninjas. With a muffled thud, one enemy is struck down by a shuriken thrown by the recluse, piercing through the neck. His movements remain relentless as he swiftly approaches another ninja from behind, delivering a decisive blow. Another foe falls. Meanwhile, the wooden figure, witnessing the recluse's actions, mistakenly believes he is targeting her and hastily prepares to defend herself. Once she realizes he is eliminating the other cloud ninjas, fury ignites within her. She abandons her restraint, unleashing a torrent of tailed beast chakra, forcing herself into a semi-tailed beast transformation through sheer willpower. As she leaps forward, she races toward the recluse, intent on halting his slaughter. Yet, in this clash of intentions, how could her speed possibly match his? As the recluse dispatches the remaining cloud ninjas, leaving only one alive, the wooden figure finally intercepts his path. The last cloud ninja, witnessing this turn of events, hastily unleashes a defensive jutsu before turning to flee. Hyuga, how dare you? Water release, great water bullet. However, the recluse pays her no mind. His fingers swiftly weave through hand seals, summoning a colossal water sphere that shatters the cloud ninja's defense in an instant, colliding forcefully with him. As the jutsu connects, the final cloud ninja's bones are utterly shattered. Lying on the ground, he twitches a couple of times before becoming motionless. At this moment, the character known as Shuren ceased his actions, smiling as he observed the blue feline markings of chakra manifesting on the surface of the figure before him. Yuki, the half-beast transformed from the wooden man. What did you say? Yuki glared, her fury unprecedented as she looked upon Shuren's smiling visage, wishing fervently to tear that face apart. Her once white eyes were instantly flooded with blood-red fury. With a roar that pierced the heavens, she unleashed a resonant cry, her chakra darkening to a crimson hue. You shall pay for this. In the next instant, Yuki traversed the spatial divide, and the two clashed once more. Enveloped in blood-red chakra, Yuki transformed her entire being into a weapon. Her assaults, claws slashing, kick striking, and acrobatic flips were executed with an agility beyond the reach of ordinary mortals, launching from astonishing angles toward Shuren. The speed of her attacks was staggering, and the slicing force was immensely powerful, creating an impression for Shuren that he was battling a wild beast. After withstanding two fierce claw strikes, Shuren managed to create some distance between them. Each of his defenses felt as though he were being relentlessly battered by a colossal stone. Had it been his own flesh, he would have surely suffered fractures by now. Yet, as a puppet, his body was continuously mended by the chakra of the Rebirth Eye, allowing him to endure. However, Yuki, seemingly tireless, launched another cat claw charge toward Shuren. He was compelled to leap and evade. But this only fell into the rhythm of Yuki's assault. Her form was ethereal, with claws extending from her hands and feet as she executed a series of kicks and slashes mid-air. Sensing imminent danger, Shuren had no choice but to draw upon the power of the Rebirth Eye chakra once more. A faint, pale green light emanated from his palm, swiftly enveloping the tip of the 8,000 spears. As Shuren unleashed the 8,000 spears, colliding with Yuki's claws, the Rebirth Eye's ability to siphon enemy chakra began to manifest. A torrent of tailed beast chakra was drawn from Yuki, initially feeble but growing in strength as Shuren intensified his effort. Yuki and the two-tailed beast residing within her sensed the anomaly. The two-tailed beast's fury eclipsed Yuki's surprise, its will shattering her restraint in an instant. You dare to siphon tailed beast chakra? The violent surge of energy caused Yuki's will to waver, and the two-tailed beast swiftly overpowered her. The act of having one's chakra stolen was unforgivable for any tailed beast. Seizing the initiative, the two-tailed beast controlled Yuki's form, fully transforming her into a tailed beast. A terrifying, colossal blue feline demon emerged within the gorge. Having regained its freedom, the two-tailed beast did not contemplate escape. Instead, it glared fiercely at Shuren. With a thunderous crash, a foot the size of a building descended upon him, prompting Shuren to evade urgently as the ground trembled beneath the impact of the beast's massive palm. The two-tailed beast let out a roar that echoed through the skies. Cursed humanity, utterly unforgivable. Before us looms the gaping maw of the beast, as a dark blue sphere of concentrated chakra steadily coalesces at its lips. In an instant, with a thunderous roar, the colossal tailed beast ball is unleashed. Its trajectory unmistakably targets Shuren. Chapter 43. In the face of such terror, I stand unbowed compared to a beetle. Confronted by this extreme monstrosity, Shuren's expression is one of profound gravity. This marks his inaugural encounter with a Jinchuriki, as well as his first confrontation with a tailed beast. Moreover, during the preceding battle, he had expended a considerable amount of the chakra he had gathered in order to swiftly eliminate the hidden cloud ninja. Coupled with the significant chakra depletion incurred while battling the two wooden warriors, he now finds that less than 10% of the chakra remains within his puppet form. Although he has recently absorbed a portion of the two tails chakra, the ferocious nature of the tailed beast chakra is entirely distinct from that refined by ninjas. Therefore, he is utterly incapable of harnessing it in the same manner as he would with ninjutsu. This was also the first time that the Shuren encountered such a situation. In comparison to the chakra refined by ninjas, the chakra of the tailed beasts harbors a ferocious and violent will, without completely annihilating or suppressing it. No one can harness the power of tailed beast chakra. However, if tailed beast chakra were truly so easily subdued, the prominent ninja villages would not need to select suitable individuals to contain the tailed beasts each time, nor would they have to remain perpetually vigilant against their potential rampages. The Shuren's mind was incessantly contemplating strategies to cope with this dilemma. The tailed beasts harbor a sense of dread towards those capable of extracting their chakra, as it evokes thoughts of rather unpleasant possibilities. This is also the fundamental reason why the relatively mild-mannered two-tails can erupt in fury. Thus, the methods to confront the tailed beast within the shinobi world include would release, the formidable physique of the third Raikage, and the ocular techniques of the Sharingan. As Shuren's mind raced, he once again felt the impotence of the Byakugan, which had yet to undergo its transformation, when faced with these colossal tailed beasts. The power of the Sharingan's ocular techniques is simply a natural counter to the tailed beasts. Even the three-tomo Sharingan can ensnare a tailed beast in illusion, a feat unattainable by any other ocular techniques in the shinobi realm. However, although I lack the Sharingan, I can harness the power of the giant Rinnegan. Shuren took a deep breath, his gaze darkening. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he understood that with the body he currently controlled, it would be exceedingly difficult to confront the tailed beasts. Meanwhile, within the Tsutsuki castle on the moon, Shuren's true self concluded his training in chakra refinement. While most of his energy was devoted to controlling his body in the shinobi world, he had never neglected the training necessary for his true self. Before venturing into the shinobi realm, he had vowed not to employ the giant Rinnegan unless absolutely necessary, yet here he was, swiftly contradicting himself. If it were any ordinary puppet, he would have easily discarded it. However, the identity of Hyuga Aki is immensely beneficial for his infiltration into Konoha and for future concealment. Moreover, the pure Byakugan nestled within his eye sockets is not something to be easily forsaken. Given that he was now facing the tailed beasts, a degree of caution was warranted. With a series of hand seals, Shuren summoned an immense amount of chakra from the giant Rinnegan within the ancestral shrine, enveloping him in its energy. In an instant, he was teleported before the Rinnegan. The fully activated giant Rinnegan replaced Shuren's own vision. As he infused his chakra into it, the six-pointed shuriken within the pupil of the giant Rinnegan began to spin once more. At this moment, a thought surfaced in Shuren's mind. It seemed that, should he desire, he could extract the chakra from any opponent. This thought transcended the vast distance between the earth and the moon, directly manifesting within the consciousness of the individual known as Shuren. As he gazed upon the colossal tailed beast ball soaring towards him, the fear in his eyes dissipated, enveloped once again by the familiar warmth of chakra. Even across such an immense expanse, the chakra of the Rinnegan proved to be within his reach. This power, surpassing the realms of a mere ninja, was truly intoxicating. While immersed in profound contemplation, Shuren extended his right hand towards the tailed beast ball. In an instant, a soft green luminescence enveloped his palm, and a tremendous gust of energy materialized before him. The oncoming tailed beast ball was abruptly halted, and as the air surged forth, the ball, which was on the brink of explosion, began to diminish in size. In less than a moment, the massive tailed beast ball was entirely absorbed. "What?" exclaimed the enigmatic Two Tails, a note of uncertainty lacing its voice, quickly followed by an overwhelming sense of dread. For it sensed an exceptionally pure wave of chakra emanating from Shuren. Such a level of chakra has only manifested in its incredibly distant memories. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You cannot be a Hyuga. Who on earth are you? The Two Tails grew increasingly agitated, its once gentle voice now piercingly harsh. Two Tails. You shall be the first tailed beast I eliminate in the ninja realm. Roar. No matter who you are, if you wish to kill me, then perish. The threatening words of Shuren instantly stripped Ri of its last shred of reason, and with a mighty leap, it brought its enormous paw crashing down. In a deft maneuver, Shuren evaded the claw attack, yet Ri opened its mouth wide once more. This time, it was not the tailed beast bomb, but rather an immense fireball. At the moment the fireball manifested, it appeared as though the very air ignited, and the terrifying heat could be felt even from a considerable distance. However, before such a tailed beast chakra attack could fully approach the individual known as Shuren, it was entirely absorbed. Yet, after absorbing 2 successive torrents of frenzied chakra, Shuren sensed a significant depletion in his Rinnegan. He needed to conclude this battle swiftly. In the spirit of reciprocity, beast, you shall experience the wrath of your own chakra. With haste, Shuren charged towards the Two Tails, and the tailed beast bomb and chakra he had previously absorbed were instantaneously unleashed. A roar echoed, sensing the impending danger. The Two Tails had no time to contemplate other options and simultaneously unleashed a tailed beast bomb of its own. The catastrophic force that ensued upon their collision obliterated a vast portion of the canyon. The terrifying shockwave extended several kilometers away, alerting the Cloud Village reinforcements of the imminent threat. It is the work of Lord Mu. Such power emanating from Lord Mu poses a grave danger. Hurry, hurry. At that moment, the sage perceived the approaching Yunin forces, feeling the burden of the Rinnegan's activation intensifying. The sage swiftly made his way toward the Two Tails. Upon reaching the head of the beast, he unleashed the last remnants of his chakra, 8,000 spears of God. With a piercing sound, accompanied by the anguished cries of the Two Tails, the chakra-infused bone spikes swiftly penetrated its body. Human, you cannot kill me. The Two Tails glared fiercely at the sage. Even if you slay me, I shall resurrect swiftly. I have already memorized your scent. Upon hearing this, a flicker of a smile appeared on the sage's previously cold visage. You bring up a valid point, Two Tails. Indeed, you can resurrect after death, but if you are left as nothing more than a hollow shell, would you not exist in a limbo? Might you succumb to an eternal slumber? Observing the sage's malevolent grin, the two-tails shuddered. Human, what are you planning? Seeing the tailed beast tremble in fear only widened the sage's grin. Oh, nothing much. The tailed beasts are mere conglomerates of chakra. Rendering you half alive is certainly within my capabilities. With that, a pale green radiance erupted from the sage's palm, and a terrifying suction drew deep into every corner of the two-tails form. The chakra within the two tails was extracted at an alarming rate, akin to a deluge breaching a dam. Stop! The two tails attempted to resist, yet the overwhelming suppression of the Rinnegan rendered it futile. As more chakra was siphoned away, it grew increasingly feeble. At this moment, the sealing technique within the wooden figure unleashed its power once more. The weakened two tails was sealed again, and this time the seal was remarkably thorough. Having nearly expended all 9 layers of chakra, the two tails could no longer stir up any turmoil and fell into complete silence. However, the state of the shinobi on the moon was not any better. Within mere seconds, he was already panting heavily, with beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Controlling the Rebirth Eye with a body that was merely 3 years old proved to be an exceptionally daunting task. To wield it effectively, he would require several more years of growth. Simultaneously, the shinobi's puppet body stumbled, evidently fatigued from the intense battles. And while the final activation of the Rebirth Eye allowed him to suppress the tailed beasts, it had nearly depleted his chakra reserves. After all, he could not exploit the still-developing original body and could only draw upon the puppet's energy. Gazing at the two tails, which had reverted to its wooden form, he realized that slaying her would lead to the demise of the beast. Conversely, allowing her to live would likely mean she would remain in a state of perpetual slumber. With this thought, he suppressed the notion of killing the wooden figure, but was not inclined to let her off so easily. Soon, a pale green sphere of mental energy materialized in his palm. Without hesitation, he pressed the sphere into the body of the two tails. This is precisely the method employed by the Shuren to manipulate Hinata Hyuga in the original work. Without the assistance of Naruto Uzumaki at the 6 paths level, the Shuren harbored doubts that anyone could extricate themselves from this mental control. Subsequently, the Shuren commenced a widespread alteration of the memories of the two wooden figures. Once this was accomplished, he completely ceased the operation of the Rinnegan. He then cast a glance at the vanishing gorge and the approaching Cloud Ninja, swiftly making his exit. The secret weapon of the Cloud Village would henceforth become his most crucial trump card. This is far more useful than simply eliminating her. With the ability to control the 4th Mizukage and the 3 tails Jinchuriki, Obito's prowess in manipulating the 2 tails Jinchuriki is commendable. Moreover, due to the fact that the Rinnegan has thoroughly marked the 2 tails, as long as its chakra is restored to a certain level, the Jinchuriki will be able to automatically extract it. Chapter 44. Convergence and addressing hidden dangers. Not enough. My strength is still inadequate. Stumbling out of the sealed valley of the land of hot water, Shuren showed no intention of halting. Although his encounter with the tailed beast was fraught with danger, he emerged relatively unscathed and ultimately reaped significant rewards. Not only did he experience the ultimate limits of his current puppet during the battle against the tailed beast, but he also amassed valuable experience in dealing with such formidable foes. Nevertheless, Shuren felt a profound dissatisfaction with his own power. At this moment, he found himself powerless to change his circumstances. His age and physical form were the primary constraints on his rapid enhancement of strength. Chakra, in essence, is a product of a harmonious blend of spiritual and physical energy. While Shuren's spiritual energy requires no refinement, his physical energy must await the natural growth of his body. Presently, through this puppet, he has managed to exert power close to that of an elite jonin, which is sufficient for self-preservation. Thus, he must suppress the slight impatience bubbling within him. Once again, he activated his Byakugan to glance back at the distant valley, which he had reduced to rubble during his clash with the tailed beast using the Rinnegan. In the scope of his Byakugan, he observed an increasing number of chakra signatures converging toward the valley. However, within the valley, only 2 chakra orbs, formed by wooden figures, continued to sway incessantly. This indicates that the methods employed by the scholar were indeed quite thorough. Apart from the 2 wooden figures, there were no surviving remnants of Yunin within the valley. At this moment, the tension in the heart of the protagonist began to ease. It was not due to an excess of caution on his part. Should there be other members of the Cloud Village hidden among them, the secrets divulged would undoubtedly reach the ears of the Cloud Shinobi. Consequently, he would be subjected to an unending series of tests and trials from them. After all, the moral threshold of the Cloud Shinobi is notoriously low, and the protagonist is acutely aware of their willingness to resort to any means necessary. Previously, they had abducted Kushina Uzumaki, and it would not be long before they attempted to seize Hinata Hyuga as well. These events are the handiwork of the Cloud Ninja. At present, the strength of the protagonist has not yet reached a level sufficient to forcibly dominate the ninja world, thus it is prudent to develop gradually. As for how long this can be delayed, he will endeavor to prolong it as much as possible. The wooden figures controlled by his spiritual sphere can also provide him with cover. Regarding Konoha's suspicions about his strength upon learning of the participation of the two-tailed Jinchuriki, it is certainly preferable to conceal such information. Moreover, he possesses means to silence the other two members of his team. With this in mind, the protagonist took a moment to recover some chakra before heading towards the rendezvous point agreed upon with Yuzuki Yuin. They must have sensed or witnessed the battle within the valley. As he approached the meeting place, he reopened his Byakugan and, from 2 kilometers away, detected Yuzuki Yuin's chakra. Curiously, it appeared that only Yuzuki Yuin was present. Had they convened earlier, since the battle, and then gone to investigate? Or had Tsumuji Iwashi discovered something and not yet returned? The protagonist suddenly halted atop a tree. If Tsumuji Iwashi had indeed uncovered something and had not yet regrouped, then, contemplating this, he decided against immediately joining Yuzuki Yuin and instead stood still, using his Byakugan to meticulously sense his surroundings. After a brief wait, Tsumuji Iwashi's chakra emerged from an alternate route leading to the valley. Witnessing this, a smile crept onto the protagonist's lips. Despite the smile, his gaze remained chillingly sharp. Ah, it seems you have indeed discovered something. Since arriving in this world, he had never underestimated any ninja, particularly those who could attain renown in the future. Although Tsumuji Iwashi would later be sidelined after the third Hokage's resurgence, his selection as a member of the guard team chosen by Minato Namikaze must surely indicate a unique capability. As for what that uniqueness entails, the protagonist had no desire to delve into. He was not inclined to inquire about what had been discovered. Rather than engage in such inefficient methods, he had better options. Whoosh! In an instant, the protagonist vanished, propelling himself at great speed towards Tsumuji Iwashi's direction. Meanwhile, Tsumuji Iwashi, on his way to the rendezvous point, felt a twinge of hesitation. After parting from the protagonist, he began to investigate the advance and retreat routes of the Cloud Ninja alongside Yuzuki Yuin. Such work, concealed behind the clouds of the present moment, poses little danger. Thus, he began to observe the actions of Hinata Aki. Although Hinata Aki, as the captain, treated them with kindness and care, and Shurta Iwashi held great trust in him, an unsettling sensation lingered in his heart. He felt that Hinata Aki was not entirely human. Moreover, on the night of the task assignment, he sensed a faint aura of malice emanating from Hinata Aki. This sensation is exceedingly subtle, yet it is an innate ability he possesses. Apart from the renowned Minato Namikaze, who once visited the Ninja Academy with the intention of taking on disciples, no one is aware that he is, in fact, a precognitive ninja. Moreover, he is one of the exceedingly rare ninjas gifted with foresight regarding death. It was during that particular encounter with Minato that he manifested this extraordinary ability, capturing the attention of the esteemed ninja. However, due to the stringent criteria surrounding Minato's selection of disciples, he unfortunately missed the opportunity to become one of his apprentices. Yet he still managed to leave a lasting impression on Minato. Before the commencement of this task, he surreptitiously employed this ability on several members of the team. Yet all he perceived was an expanse of white, failing to discern any anomalies. Such a result brought immense relief to Daiwashi, as it indicated that this mission was indeed safe. Until last night, he had sensed his impending demise. Though it was but a fleeting vision, it was sufficient to put him on high alert. Subsequently, he paid a considerable price to once again manifest his abilities. And this time he perceived the shadow of Shuren in the deaths of both himself and Mitsuki Saigen. However, when he cast his gaze upon Shuren, he found nothing. Moreover, he witnessed from afar the terrifying spectacle of Shuren battling against the tailed beasts. Such prowess is certainly beyond the capabilities of a mere squad leader. Hinata Aki, who exactly are you? As he approached the rendezvous point, Tsuya Iwashi halted his steps. Just ahead lay the meeting place. Given his suspicions, it was imperative to swiftly report to the village. This was the most vital duty of a ninja. With this thought, Tsuya Iwashi promptly rummaged through his waist pouch, retrieving a slip of paper to inscribe a message, and then whistled towards the sky. A moment later, a carrier pigeon circled above his head. Just as he was about to attach the information to the bird's leg, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Can you tell me when you began to doubt me? The sudden voice sent a chill down Tsuya Iwashi's spine, the ominous shadow of death looming once more in his heart. Yet, Before he could utter a word, a cold hand, devoid of warmth, swiftly grasped his throat. Shuren seized Tsuya Owashi by the neck with one hand while the other crushed the pigeon into a pulp, then delicately extracted the information. Reading it aloud, Hinata Aki harbors murderous intent towards squad members while concealing his strength against tailed beasts. Upon finishing the contents of the note, a radiant smile blossomed on Shuren's face. With a slight surge of chakra from his palm, the paper disintegrated, and only then did Shuren gaze at Tsuya Owashi. I must admit, your instincts are remarkably keen. Your assertions hold true, devoid of any exaggeration. With a ninja of your caliber in Konoha, how could they not be formidable? However, you possess far too much knowledge. Allow me to witness what abilities you truly hold. If possible, I shall require your kind of strength. As the chakra of the Rinnegan flowed slowly, Tsuya Owashi's memories were laid bare before Shuren. Ah, I see. It appears your abilities will no longer serve my purpose. Since you have foreseen your own demise, then go forth in peace. Extracting his chakra, the bone spikes of chakra swiftly obliterated everything, and Tsuya Owashi's life force dissipated. Throughout the encounter, he had not uttered a single word in response to Shuren. Gazing upon the ashes that remained of Tsuya Owashi, Shuren shook his head. It seems the fourth's guard indeed requires a change. After speaking, he made his way towards the rendezvous point where the diligent Yuzuki Yugao awaited. Meanwhile, the cloud-hidden ninja responsible for the search was also tracking and pursuing the location of the gathering. Regarding the intricacies of strength and ocular abilities, the power dynamics in Naruto are intricately detailed. Excluding the periods of Jinin and Chunin, where one's capabilities may fluctuate significantly due to secret techniques, chakra, bloodline limits, and even the will to fight, such variances cease to exist beyond the Chunin rank. Each tier of strength exerts an unequivocal dominance over those of lower ranks. For instance, elite Jonin overpower ordinary Jonin, while Jonin dominates special Jonin, and similarly, Kage-level ninjas surpass elite Jonin with ease. In the original narrative, Kakashi, as an elite Jonin, found himself paralyzed by the mere murderous intent of Orochimaru upon his second appearance in Konoha, a clear demonstration of overwhelming superiority. Likewise, a formidable Kage holds an insurmountable advantage over newly initiated ordinary Kage-level ninjas, and the pinnacle of ordinary Kage is similarly overpowered. The Super Kage level exerts dominance over all Kage ranks, including even the strongest Kage. The levels above Super Kage follow this same pattern. Outside of the influences of external power-ups and protagonist privileges, including Naruto and Sasuke, instances of the weak triumphing over the strong are exceedingly rare. Such occurrences typically arise only when the disparity in strength does not exceed one tier, combined with complete exposure of intelligence. As exemplified by the ordinary Jonin Shikamaru defeating the elite Jonin level Heighten. The so-called external powers, such as Tailed Beast Chakra, Cursed Seals, Kamui, the power of the Rinnegan, Indra and Ashura Chakra, and the gifts of the Sage of Six Paths, are taken into account. To avoid inconsistencies and maintain narrative coherence, the author has been particularly stringent in establishing the strength dynamics, rather than suppressing the protagonist's abilities. Presently, with the protagonist being merely 3 years of age, even when manipulating puppets without the aid of the Rinnegan, an external power, or the system as chakra reserves, he can only exhibit an extremely limited level of power, which cannot be amplified. This aspect is indeed perplexing. The puppet itself possesses merely the strength of a J-nin, or perhaps even less than that of an elite J-nin. CFA is rather averse to the trope of an invincible ninja at such a tender age. Even when I peruse literature, I find it quite incongruous. A ninja's first peak of power should ideally be around the ages of 12 or 13, with the second pinnacle occurring at the age of 15. At this moment, the fusion of physical and mental energy culminates in a chakra that nearly reaches its inherent limits. Ultimately, CFA has consistently held the belief that failure to achieve something equates to an inability to do so. For instance, while some readers praise Otsutsuki Shuren's formidable prowess, labeling him nearly invincible, it is important to note that during the original course of events, he was singularly defeated by Naruto even while wielding the Rinnegan. Although there exists an element of plot convenience, CFA dismisses this notion. The fact that Shuren was unable to attain invincibility in adulthood signifies his incapacity to do so. Thus, following the original narrative trajectory without interference, even upon awakening the Rinnegan, he would merely reach the threshold of the Six Paths level and still be among the weakest. Moreover, in the original work, Shuren chose to awaken the Rinnegan through Hanabi's eyes, reinforcing the principle that failure to achieve equates to an inability to do so. Consequently, it can be concluded that, Aside from Hanabi and Hinata, all other members of the Hyuga clan would not enable Shuren to awaken the Rinnegan, even if their eyes were removed. Of course, their eyes remain valuable, but I shall refrain from divulging further details. Lastly, from the outset of this narrative, CFA established a classification of the Rinnegan in correspondence with the Rinnegan, the 6-Tomo Rinnegan, and the 9-Tomo Rinnegan, distinguishing them into 3 tiers: pale blue, light purple, and golden yellow. Shuren's attempt to awaken the lowest tier of the Rinnegan using Hanabi's eyes ultimately resulted in failure and regression, indicating that this tier is unstable and thus possesses the potential for evolution, an area where CFA seeks to innovate. In Chapter 45, Training, Shuren promptly detects the pursuing Cloud Shinobi. In the ninja world, unless one is airborne, evasion and concealment typically leave traces. These traces may manifest as footprints, fluctuations in airflow, or alterations in scent, as well as the undulations of chakra. Typically, ordinary ninjas overlook such signs. However, those specialized ninjas tasked with tracking can adeptly transform these indicators into valuable intelligence. When Shuren departed from the canyon, he left behind a considerable number of traces. At that moment, he was compelled to flee due to the significant depletion of chakra in his puppet, coupled with the imminent arrival of the cloud-hidden ninjas, and having already employed tactics against the wooden figure. Consequently, in his hasty escape, he failed to adequately conceal the remnants of his presence. Now, upon witnessing the remarkable speed with which these cloud ninjas had pursued him, a vague notion began to take root in Shuren's mind. This time, he led the team alone, regardless of how he ultimately accomplished his mission. For a captain of a reconnaissance squad, the loss of a single member signifies an imperfect execution of the task. Should all his comrades perish, compounded by the death of a companion from the grass country, even if the village of Konohagakure might attribute it to the ravages of war, an inquiry would undoubtedly ensue. Moreover, the deceased member, being the most vulnerable to scrutiny, posed a significant concern, for he was unaware of the methods employed by the Umbu, or even the route. Even if, hypothetically, the village refrained from investigation due to his current affiliation with the Hyuga clan, he could easily be labeled as someone who does not value his comrades. While such a designation may not weigh heavily on his conscience, maintaining a favorable image within the village of Konoha is essential for future opportunities in significant positions and secret techniques. Perhaps I could take advantage of these cloud ninjas. Shuren Byakugan caught sight of the concealed figure of Uzuki Yuin, who was waiting in the shadows for their rendezvous, as well as the approaching cloud ninjas behind him, causing his spirit to rapidly diminish. Meanwhile, Uzuki Yuin, hidden in the shadows and having waited for some time, felt a pang of anxiety. She was not yet the future candidate to replace Uchiha Itachi in the 6th Division of the Umbu. Although she had swiftly graduated from the Ninja Academy and had participated in the 3rd Shinobi World War for several months, her tasks thus far had been primarily in the Land of Fire, mostly focusing on logistics and reconnaissance. This was her first venture into the Land of Water. Moreover, she was up against the already hostile Cloud Village. Were it not for her keen instincts, she would have been discovered during her earlier scouting mission. Upon completing her assignment and arriving at the prearranged meeting point, she felt the tremors from the distant explosions in the canyon, even from over 10 kilometers away. She understood that this was the objective of Shuren, and although she yearned to provide support, she recalled the orders he had issued prior to the mission. Adhering to the survival principles of a ninja, Uzuki Yuin held herself back. However, after such a terrifying commotion had subsided for a while, her 2 other teammates had still not arrived at the rendezvous. This intensified the unease dwelling within Uzuki Yuka. At that moment, she silently calculated the time. If the designated hour arrived and her companions had yet to appear, she would have no choice but to depart. Just as she anxiously surveyed her surroundings, an exceedingly faint sound intruded upon her ears. Who could it be? In an instant, Uzuki Yuka drew the long blade from her back, directing it towards the source of the disturbance. At this moment, the expression on the face of the team leader was grim, his forehead drenched in perspiration, and his breath was exceedingly labored, revealing a dire state. "I am Shiyong." The leader struggled to utter a phrase before collapsing to the ground. Upon recognizing him, Uzuki Shiyong initially felt a surge of joy, but her expression swiftly changed upon realizing the leader's alarming condition, prompting her to rush forward. "Captain, can you endure?" she exclaimed, hastily supporting him. As her hands made contact with his body, she was horrified to discover that his clothing was shredded by sharp blades, revealing gory streaks of blood. Moreover, his chakra fluctuations were alarmingly faint. Although she had anticipated the challenges of their mission, the severity of the leader's injuries left her utterly astonished. Captain! Captain! Hearing Yuzuki Shiyong's desperate calls, the leader, with great difficulty, opened his eyes, seemingly mustering the last remnants of his strength to utter his final words before losing consciousness. Shiyong. This is not a place for conversation. The cloud shinobi are upon us. Run. Upon seeing the leader fall into complete unconsciousness, Shiyong had no time for further contemplation. She had unwavering faith in her Byakugan's reconnaissance abilities. If the leader warned of pursuing enemies, then they were undoubtedly near, with Diawawashi yet to rendezvous. And the foes closing in, the situation appeared dire. Gritting her teeth, Yuzuki Shiyong made a resolute decision. She hoisted the leader onto her slight frame and swiftly fled into the depths of the forest. As a ninja, she found his weight manageable. Mere minutes after she departed, a squad of cloud shinobi arrived at the scene. There are traces here. It appears to be the Leaf Scouts. They haven't fled far. Pursue them. After marking their presence, the leading cloud-hidden ninja swiftly pursued the direction in which Maui Shiyin had fled. When Shuren awoke again, it was already well into the afternoon. His so-called fainting was merely the withdrawal of most of his consciousness from the puppet, maintaining only the faintest semblance of breath. During this extended period, Shuren diligently practiced the skills he had acquired in combat within the confines of the Tsutsuki castle. After all, his true form was still quite small, and there were numerous aspects that differed significantly from this puppet. Thus, to fully assimilate these gains, meticulous adjustments were necessary in the finer details, such as angles of attack and speed. Essentially, every few days, Shuren would engage in such practice, ensuring he would not experience a profound sense of disconnection. The sound of Shuren's awakening startled Maui Shiyin, causing her to awaken instantly. Upon seeing him, her previously tense expression brightened with relief. Captain, you have finally awakened. Your chakra was severely depleted, and I feared. She quickly covered her mouth, stopping herself from completing her last thought, and discreetly stuck out her little tongue while Shuren remained oblivious to her indiscretion. Shuren, however, was too weak at that moment, like a grievously injured person who had just regained consciousness. Opening his mouth, he managed to utter a somewhat hoarse question. Where am I? Hearing this, Maui Shiyin hurriedly moved closer, supporting him as she replied, Captain, we are 40 kilometers from the land of water, at the border of the land of fire. You were right before fainting. The cloud hidden has indeed caught up with us. I did not dare to return directly, fearing they would block our path. So I brought you here. Maui Shiyin did not conceal anything, recounting the events that transpired during his fainting with complete honesty. What about Diawashi? Shuren inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his voice due to the absence of another team member. At this, Maui Shiyin shook her head despondently. Having long since given up hope for Diawashi's return, Shuren fell into a brief silence, refraining from pressing further. Just as he pondered how to continue guiding Maui Shiyin, her expression suddenly changed. Captain, the trap I set has been triggered. The cloud hidden has found us. We need to leave immediately. Before Shuren could respond, another deep voice echoed in their ears. Leave? Where do you two little Konoha brats think you can escape to? Chapter 46. Are you willing to remain eternally loyal to me and be my subordinate? Earth release, Earth spike. As the voice rang out, the ground beneath Shuren trembled. An Earth-style chakra began to concentrate and erupt. At that moment, he was gravely injured and utterly weakened, unable to evade the impending danger. Without hesitation, Maui Shiyin hoisted Shuren and swiftly sought refuge. At that moment, Yuzuki Yuin bore little resemblance to a mere girl. She appeared as a remarkably dependable comrade, a true ninja. However, the person leaning against her, Shuren, could sense her seriousness and tension through her trembling body and taut muscles. Simultaneously, as she gazed at the cloud ninjas emerging behind the approaching figures, her expression shifted from initial gravity to one of fear and despair. Following her gaze, Shuren observed the group of cloud ninjas that had caught up to them, which seemed to comprise 2 small squads, totaling 8 individuals. Typically, such pursuit teams would be led by a chunin. Yet, whether it was the destruction of the canyon warehouse that incited the cloud ninjas' fury or some other reason, the leading figure among them was actually a jounin. You destroyed our logistical supplies, did you not? The jounin scrutinized Shuren and Yuzuki Yuin, ultimately fixing his gaze on Shuren, his words laden with a sense of lament. Konoha is indeed fortunate, consistently blessed with a cadre of excellent successors. Yet, it is regrettable that you shall not have the chance to mature. Before his words could fully settle, an overwhelming intent to kill filled the air. Those heroes of theirs. We are their adversaries. Blame yourselves for being from Konoha. Attack. Eliminate them. As his command echoed, the surrounding cloud ninjas surged towards Shuren and Yuzuki Yuin with fervor. Watching the cloud ninjas advance, Yuzuki Yuin, who had been trembling with fear, suddenly quelled her trepidation. Drawing her long blade, she declared coldly, "Captain, I will protect you until my last breath." Shuren was momentarily taken aback by her words, casting a surprised glance at Yuzuki Yuin. "You should abandon me and seize the opportunity to escape. The survival manual for ninjas states that those who forsake their comrades in the line of duty are the most despicable." At that moment, it seemed she genuinely comprehended the essence of that statement, solemnly asserting, "Thus, even if it leads to my demise, I shall not flee." Upon hearing Yuzuki Yuin's vow, Shuren fell silent, scanning their surroundings. "If that is the case, neither of us will escape. Leave me behind and flee, Yuin." "Captain." Touched by Shuren's repeated insistence that she escape, Yuzuki Yuin felt a swell of emotion. Her once innocent and youthful visage gradually transformed into one of resolve. Sensing the impending shadow of death, all her confusion and helplessness dissipated, leaving her spirit ethereal. The innate strength of her ultimate release endowed Shuren with formidable mental fortitude. He immediately recognized Yuzuki Yuin's transformation. He had not anticipated such potential within her. It was a pity that her humble origins constrained her limits. Shuren understood well what was paramount for one to become a true powerhouse in this world: the legacy of ancestors, the gift of a physically endowed body, unwavering perseverance over the years, and an innate understanding of chakra. These four paramount qualities, if one possesses even a single attribute, one can emerge as a formidable force, at the very least attaining the rank of a seasoned shinobi. To embody two of these traits would elevate one to the pinnacle of a ninja realm, becoming a true shadow. This is not merely a whimsical statement from Shuren, although he is of the Tsutsuki lineage. He is not a native of the shinobi world, and thus bears no disdain for others. Aside from the ancestral legacy, which is the sole conduit to the highest path, the other three qualities include the embodiment of physical excellence unattached to bloodlines, represented by the third Reikage, who stands as the mightiest of all Reikage. In terms of chakra insight, one could certainly regard Minato Namikaze as a notable figure. As for unwavering perseverance, no one has truly attained it in a decade-long continuum. My guy could be considered a half-exemplar of this trait. Undoubtedly, these individuals possess more than just this singular talent. However, this particular attribute is the most pronounced among them. To aspire to be a ninja necessitates the simultaneous honing of multiple skills. Presently, Shuren perceives a vibrant and spirited fluctuation of chakra emanating from Yuzuki Yugao. This is something she had never possessed before. With this quality, as long as she strives diligently, it should suffice for her to become a true shinobi in the future. Contemplating this, the observer turned to her grip on the long blade, where calluses had already formed. As a commoner of Konohagakure, Yuzuki Yugao certainly lacked any familial legacy. The only skill she could claim was the leaf-style swordsmanship established by the second Hokage, which she had honed since childhood. This swordsmanship is widely disseminated, practiced by nearly all commoners and ninjas alike. It serves as the primary combat method for these ordinary ninjas. During the tumultuous moments of uncertainty for Shuren, Yuzuki Uyami found herself engaged in a fierce battle against the cloud-hidden ninjas, her back pressed against the rocky wall. Although her ethereal state had bestowed upon her a remarkable quality ripe for development, this quality did not instantaneously augment her combat prowess. Instead, it manifested as latent potential. Confronted with the dire situation at hand, this potential proved of little assistance. After only a few exchanges, Yuzuki Uyami was soon relegated to a position of arduous defense. Nevertheless, she harbored no thoughts of abandoning Shuren, resolutely prepared to face her demise. Observing this scene, Shuren leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Uyami, do you regret it?" "Captain, I have no regrets," she replied firmly. "Rest assured, as long as I am alive, they cannot harm you." Her words were imbued with unwavering conviction. "Then, are you willing to remain eternally loyal to me, to be my subordinate?" Upon hearing Shuren's inquiry, Uyami, faced with death, felt an unexpected lightness in her spirit. "I would, but regrettably, there may be no opportunity left." Shuren nodded, a smile returning to his face. "There will be opportunities. Since you've resolved to be my eternal subordinate, I shall not conceal my secrets from you. Allow me to reveal my trump card." As Shuren's tone grew softer, the chakra of his rebirth eye began to emanate. Yuzuki Uyami could perceive the intricate flow of her own chakra and energy with clarity. Simultaneously, the spiritual sphere formed from the rebirth eye chakra subtly reintegrated into Yuzuki Uyami's being. This time, the scholar did not recklessly manipulate the situation, rather, he meticulously fine-tuned the ethereal memories of Shiyan's spirit. Such difficulty far exceeds the mere act of direct manipulation. However, compared to direct control, this meticulous operation possesses the capacity to subtly and profoundly alter an individual's will under the influence of the one who guides them. By that time, whether or not the counterpart possesses a spiritual or becomes inconsequential. The ultimate effect resembles that of the deity of another realm, yet it necessitates a considerable investment of time, as well as the complete vulnerability of the influenced individual, who must be able to passively accept the changes. In contrast to the deity of another realm's brazen disregard for all, the results may appear somewhat inferior. Nevertheless, when one considers the exceedingly long cooldown period following a single use of that deity's power, the guide faces no such constraints, as long as he does not feel fatigued. He can continuously seek out suitable individuals to form his own cadre. In this comparative analysis, it can be asserted that each approach has its own merits and drawbacks. As the guide meticulously navigated the chakra pathways surrounding Uzumaki Yuka with the power of the Rebirth Eye, her inherently modest foundation was further solidified. Even her nearly depleted low-quality chakra experienced a swift replenishment and began to transform passively. The speed was astonishing. However, at that moment, Uzumaki Yuin was oblivious to this fact. She curiously inquired, "A trump card?" "Indeed, Yuin. This is the first time I am revealing this trump card in front of others. You must not disclose it to anyone." The voice of Shuren became increasingly ethereal. "Allow me to impart to you the true essence of swordsmanship. Remember not to resist." In a daze, Uzumaki Yuin felt that she should harbor no secrets from Shuren, and without hesitation, she relinquished her mental defenses. In an instant, another formidable consciousness invaded her mind, seizing control of her body. At that moment, she felt as though she were an outsider, trembling in the corner. "Do not be afraid. Remember to observe closely, Captain." Upon hearing Shuren's voice, Yuin's fear was quelled. Yet, at that moment, with Shuren's puppet masterfully controlling her, Yuin's gaze suddenly turned exceptionally icy. As she beheld the long blade slicing down once more, Shuren's speed in commanding Yuin's body had undoubtedly surged beyond previous limits. Chapter 47, The First Subordinate. Ensnared in such a dire predicament, especially after witnessing that the combined strength of the two posed no threat, the leader of the Cloud Shinobi finally relaxed his previously tense demeanor. However, observing Yuin's unwavering hope in the face of adversity, the leader of the Cloud Shinobi felt a twinge of admiration. With a smirk, he remarked, "At such a tender age, carrying a burden like Hinata, you've managed to endure solely through taijutsu. It appears you are indeed a prodigy of the new generation of Konoha. Capturing or defeating someone like you might mitigate the punishment the Raikage would impose upon us for the supply issues." At this juncture, Shuren had fully commandeered Yuin's body. Nevertheless, owing to the inherent differences in gender, Yuin's physical prowess, both in chakra capacity and strength, could not compare with that of the puppet. Moreover, as this was a living body rather than a mere puppet, the conversion and utilization of the Rinnegan chakra would not be as swift as that of specially crafted puppets. Thus, Shuren needed to bide his time, accumulating Rinnegan chakra as much as possible. Wielding the long blade, Shuren continuously gathered the chakra within, while silently observing all surrounding shinobi, particularly the leader of the Cloud Shinobi. As he maneuvered Yuin's body, the accumulation of chakra began to rise, and he fully adapted to the strength of her muscles. Even in the face of multiple assaults from the Cloud Shinobi, Shuren found the task progressively easier than it would have been for Yuin herself. His transformation, of course, caught the attention of the Cloud Shinobi leader. Had he broken through? Or was he employing some secret technique? In the midst of contemplation, the individuals below began to extend their defenses beyond the confines of a minuscule area. The Cloud ninjas encircling the young girl and Shuren were taken aback as the seemingly easy target transformed her previously straightforward leaf-style sword techniques into a display that was both enigmatic and wild. The sudden shift in her tactics introduced an element of ruthlessness, catching the Cloud ninjas off guard and allowing Shuren to seize the opportunity for a counterattack. In the current ninja world, due to the enduring influence of Uchiha Madara, the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura's chakra has been hindered. Without the entanglements of these two formidable legacies, the ninja realm has reverted to a state of more commonplace skirmishes. While it may be unkind to describe it as mere squabbles among the weak, the absence of the pivotal Tsutsuki bloodline indeed limits the potential of most ninjas. Typically, an ordinary ninja's combat style consists primarily of taijutsu and techniques of the 5 elemental natures. Those of slightly better lineage may possess ancestral secret arts, sealing techniques, or genjutsu. These various techniques encompass the entirety of ninjas, among which taijutsu and the 5 elemental ninjutsu constitute the most fundamental categories. Taijutsu, in particular, serves as an umbrella term for the three schools of steel fist, gentle fist, and swordsmanship. Uzuki Yugao possesses a refined chakra affinity, unlike Lee. She is not entirely incapable of performing ninjutsu, nor does she share the disdain for ninjutsu and jinjutsu that characterizes Might Guy and Might Dewey, who solely focus on taijutsu. The underlying reason for her limitations lies in her disadvantaged upbringing, which deprived her of any inherited teachings. This is the norm for the vast majority of ordinary civilian ninjas. Ninja schools do not impart any ninjutsu beyond body techniques, substitution techniques, shadow clone techniques, and transformation techniques. This is a technique that common ninjas can learn for free. However, if they aspire to master other elemental jutsu, such as fire, earth, water, wind, and lightning, or delve into advanced techniques like sealing arts and secret techniques, they must continuously undertake missions or achieve merit on the battlefield. These jutsu are predominantly controlled by various clans and the Hokage. Thus, to acquire such skills, one must rely on the favor of the Hokage. Typically, even after completing numerous missions, an ordinary ninja may only be able to exchange for a single technique. This represents the true method by which the village governs its ninjas. Undoubtedly, these conclusions were drawn by the observer through the scrutiny of memories belonging to the ninjas of Konoha and Iwagakure, combined with his own perspective as a bystander. Moreover, during the process of examining these memories, the observer realized that he had long been misled. He had assumed that each class of ninjas consisted of only a handful of individuals. However, upon reflection, this notion seems implausible. The classes attended by the protagonist and those from prominent clans are, in fact, the true elite classes of each grade, distinctly separating them from the ordinary ninjas. As for those commoners who manage to enter these elite classes, they must possess exceptional qualities. Take Uzuki Yugugo, for instance. She was nearly of the same cohort as Uchiha Shursui, albeit not in the same class, with no intersection in their paths within the Ninja Academy. In such circumstances, for a commoner ninja to achieve greatness, they must exert far greater effort than others, complemented by a certain degree of innate talent. Uzuki Yugugo's emergence from the ranks of commoner ninjas to become a renowned member of the Umbu is a testament to her considerable aptitude. Nevertheless, her talent alone was insufficient to bridge the gap with the ninjas from prestigious clans, particularly during the critical formative years. The extent of a ninja's accomplishments is most significantly influenced by their development between the ages of 6 and 12. This is also the reason, apart from a few exceptional cases, for the general lack of potential among civilian ninjas. Even the sole civilian among the future protagonist group, Haruno Sakura, first received instruction from Kakashi during this crucial period, followed by her apprenticeship with Tsunade. This truly represents a remarkable transformation of fate. As for young Lee, being a level higher, he has consistently received hands-on guidance from Might Guy, as one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and the most formidable female ninja in the shinobi world, second only to Kaguya Otsutsuki. Tsunade indeed possesses the credentials to elevate ordinary ninjas. It is worth noting that Tsunade's strength surpasses that of the fifth Hokage, Meitorumi, by at least several tiers. At this moment, the one who completely controls Uzuki Yugao and is able to experience such profound emotions despite the imminent onset of a counterattack is because the now 8 or 9-year-old Uzuki Yugao has encountered someone capable of altering her destiny. This individual is indeed he, Otsutsuki Shinin. As for the foundational techniques of assassination among ninjas, Shinin has certainly delved deeply into this realm. And both the Hyuga and Otsutsuki clans place immense emphasis on the training of physical techniques. However, Shinin's exploration of swordsmanship has been rather limited. While the Otsutsuki lineage does encompass aspects of this discipline, both the Otsutsuki and Hyuga clans do not particularly prioritize swordsmanship. The only clan closely related to them that holds swordsmanship in high regard is the Kaguya clan. Nevertheless, after extracting a myriad of memories from numerous ninjas, Shinin has indeed acquired an abundance of experience and recollections pertaining to physical techniques and swordsmanship, although he has not intentionally pursued in-depth studies. When combined with his inherent Otsutsuki heritage, he is at least significantly superior to the foundational Konoha-style sword techniques practiced by Uzuki Yugao. At this very moment, as Shinin engages in combat with the Cloud Ninja while wielding his blade, the advantages and insights from the memories related to sword practice begin to be assimilated within him. An endless surge of inspiration erupts at this juncture, illuminating the techniques of swordplay that were once shrouded in obscurity during his selection of inheritance. In the face of life and death, there exists profound terror, yet it can also herald monumental transformation and substantial growth. This explains why the protagonist, After a brief period of adaptation, commenced a counterattack. The enemy, the cloud-hidden ninjas, observed with varied expressions as the initially clumsy swordsmanship of the protagonist rapidly grew more formidable within a short span. The leader of the cloud-hidden ninjas furrowed his brow, pondering, could it be that this individual is capable of transformation? Is her secret technique truly this powerful? The protagonist's swordplay and her bodily anomalies gradually caught the attention of Tsukuyumi Yuin, who was currently concealed in the shadowy recesses of the mindscape. Her voice, soft and melodic, seemed to whisper in the protagonist's ear, "Captain, is this your swordsmanship? It is remarkable, and it appears to differ from the techniques of Konoha. Will you genuinely teach me?" The protagonist smiled gently and replied, "Of course, I will teach you. Moreover, what I just demonstrated was merely me familiarizing myself with these techniques. What follows will be the true swordsmanship. Yuin, you are my first subordinate. Should your abilities prove inadequate, it would reflect poorly on me. Watch closely. This is the swordsmanship I will impart to you, and as it is meant for you, I shall name it Tsukuyumi." Chapter 48. Resolution. Upon hearing the protagonist name the technique after her, Yuin felt a surge of excitement. Under the influence of the mental sphere, her perception and emotions regarding the protagonist were continuously refined. In an instant, she experienced an impulse to lay down her life for her confidant. However, Yuin suppressed this desire and refrained from inquiring why the technique bore that name. She simply nodded earnestly, concentrating her spirit to carefully observe her body's movements and the flow of chakra. After imparting her teachings to Tsukuyumi Yuin, the protagonist began to stride towards the leader of the Cloud Ninjas. Noticing the shift, the Cloud Ninja's expression hardened, and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he commanded the three unmoving cloud-hidden Shuren behind him. "Do not hold back. Eliminate them. The captain has finally come to a decision. Let the little brats from Konoha meet their demise." Upon receiving the order, the three cloud-hidden ninjas sneered and positioned themselves directly in front of the protagonist, swiftly forming a series of hand seals. Inumi, Inumi Inu. A flurry of lightning surged forth from their hands, poised for action. Lightning release. Dispersing strike. This technique of lightning release bears similarities to the lightning cutter, as it also involves the concentration of lightning chakra in the hands. However, unlike the lightning cutter, this move does not stimulate cellular metabolism. Instead, its effect radiates electricity outward. It is a small-scale offensive ninjutsu. When employed simultaneously by three individuals, this small-scale limitation is effectively mitigated, as the thunderous lightning crackled around them. The one controlling the body of Yuzuki Yuyuki, known as Shuren, wore an increasingly serene expression. Turning his head, Shuren slightly secured his puppet body on his back, then cast a sidelong glance at the leader of the Cloud Ninja above, coldly remarking, "This is what you referred to as holding nothing back." Upon hearing Shuren's words, the three from the hidden cloud turned somber, sneering, "Sharp-tongued little girl, perish." Yet, before their words could fully escape their lips, one of them suddenly sensed an indescribable, razor-sharp light sweeping toward him. Not only he, but all those surrounding Shuren felt an impending sense of calamity. At that moment, the sword-wielding attendant bellowed, "April." A formidable surge of chakra coursed through the long blade, and in an instant, the figure of April Yuin, bearing the attendant's presence, resembled a celestial spirit from the moonlit sky. Although the blade's radiance, entirely forged from chakra, was not flawless, it appeared to cleave mercilessly toward the throats of all present in an ephemeral flash. The Cloud Ninjas yearned to evade, yet they could faintly perceive an irresistible force akin to a whirlpool of chakra restraining their movements, centered around the attendant. The tremendous gravitational pull generated by his sweeping strike momentarily confined the mobility of the entire cloud contingent. At this moment, not only the multitude of cloud-hidden ninjas, but even the ethereal presence of Miko Yuzuki in the realm of the mind was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that the ninjutsu imparted by her captain would possess such formidable strength. With swift motions, the sound of slicing through the air reverberated. As Yuzuki dissipated, the sharp echoes of the blade resonated at just the right moment. Yet, every cloud-hidden ninja encircling the individual known as Shuren fell victim to the gleaming edge of a sword, each severed at the neck. However, such prowess exacted a considerable toll. Gasping for breath, Shuren surveyed the aftermath of the battle. Such a vast array of ninjutsu rendered futile even the time he had previously spent allowing Yuyue to convert more chakra within her body. With just this single technique, Shuren had depleted her already scant chakra entirely. As Shuren reinfused his spirit into the puppet's form and rose once more, Yuyue regained control over her own body. Sensing the lingering power within her, not yet fully dissipated, alongside the ninjutsu that Shuren had just demonstrated to her. The young civilian ninja, having graduated early due to the ravages of war, could no longer contain the fervor swelling within her heart. She knelt on one knee before her captain, openly expressing her feelings. "Thank you, esteemed captain." However, at that moment, Yuzuki Yuin found herself utterly drained. The vigorous motion caused her to lose her balance and tumble to the ground. Yet, she paid no mind to her fall. Her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at her captain, her face illuminated by an exhilarating smile filled with dreams of the future. Struggling to rise once more, Yuin addressed her captain. "Captain, it is time for us to depart." In response, the captain shook his head with a smile. "No, there remains one more adversary to confront." Regaining control with his Byakugan, the hidden leader of the Cloud Village posed no threat to him. "What?" Yuin's body tensed at his words, and she gripped the hilt of her blade once again. At that moment, the Cloud Ninja leader, previously felled by the captain, realized he could no longer remain concealed. With a resounding boom, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished. This was the Cloud Ninja's lightning clone. A surge of alarm coursed through Yuin. The lightning clone of the Cloud Ninja was a technique far more sophisticated than the shadow clone technique they had learned, if one were not attentive. Even a practitioner of ocular jutsu might find it elusive. In the original timeline, Kakashi had successfully deceived Pain, who possessed the Rinnegan, using a lightning clone. However, the captain had not relied on the Byakugan. Instead, while slaying the opponent, he sensed a peculiar chakra that differed from that of others through the Rinnegan. This moment caught his attention. Upon hearing the words of the shinobi, the exposed Yunin Umbu sprang forth from the earth and fled. In that fleeting moment of collision, he realized he was no match for his adversary. Thus, he decisively employed the lightning clone technique to evade, intending to relay the intelligence back to his village once the shinobi departed. However, he was unexpectedly discovered by the shinobi. "Cursed be this fellow. Is this the inside of the Byakugan? No wonder Lord Raikage has always coveted it. I cannot perish here." These two individuals, particularly the one from the Hyuga clan, are undoubtedly linked to the conflict in the valley. As the captain of the Yunin, he was enveloped in a radiant glow of lightnings, continuously stimulating his leg cells with lightning release chakra to enhance his speed. Just when he thought he was about to escape to a safe distance, the shinobi observed his flight with keen interest, casting a glance at Yuzuki Yugao, and remarked, "Ha, I expected him to fight desperately, yet his retreat is so resolute. Truly, he is a jonin, remarkably decisive. But do you think you can escape?" In a single step, the shinobi traversed the distance between them, appearing behind him. Empty palm. A vacuum-like force re-emerged, momentarily restraining him, and the shinobi seized him without further ado. With no unnecessary words, the familiar mercy package, having dispatched the Iwagakure and Konohagakure ninjas, finally descended upon the Yunin ninja. As a Yunin who barely attained jonin strength, his memories and chakra were sufficient to become the shinobi's collectible. Gazing into the depths of the opponent's fear, a flicker of compassion returned to the shinobi's eyes. "The world of ninjas is fraught with suffering. A pure land exists beyond. Only I possess compassion, guiding you to rebirth." A blue-white chakra blade erupted from the shinobi's fingertips, slicing through the opponent's heart. At this moment, the path to the pure land has been unveiled, and he could no longer feign ignorance. Not far away, Mitsuki Yuyako observed this scene with keen eyes. Yet she displayed no discernible change in expression. After confirming the absence of further danger, the attendant beckoned Yuyaka, who had somewhat regained her strength, to commence the cleanup of the battlefield and gather the valuable items left behind by the Cloud Ninja. Typically, the most essential and common supplies for a ninja include military rations, weapons, explosive tags, and various medicinal concoctions. These supplies, in light of the current identity of the protagonist, are rather costly. Previously, during their time in the valley, he had to relinquish all such provisions due to the perilous nature of their mission. The newly arrived team from the Cloud Village is well equipped for the front lines, possessing an abundance of resources. The consumption of materials by ninjas is significant, and many items are exceedingly precious for a civilian ninja like Yuzuki Yukino, particularly strategic assets such as explosive tags, which she has yet to utilize. However, upon seizing such a considerable bounty this time, she hesitated not at all, promptly securing all the spoils of war collected from the Cloud Ninjas within storage scrolls and presenting them to the protagonist. He observed this act with increasing satisfaction in his gaze directed at Yukino. Some matters can be subtly influenced through the power of the spirit orb, yet such instinctive reactions are the most genuine. Chapter 49. I require your strength and loyalty. Yukino noticing the protagonist's gaze, Yukino felt a flicker of panic. Yet she maintained a facade of composure as she spoke. "Captain, you have already been exceedingly generous in this mission, imparting upon me such formidable ninjutsu. I cannot accept these items. Please, you keep them." The protagonist did not accept the sealing scroll she offered, but instead raised his eyes to meet hers with a profound intensity. "Yukino, do you recall the promise you just made to me?" Upon hearing his question and gazing into his deep eyes, a wave of unease washed over Yukino, though the memories of life and death moments remained indelibly etched in her mind. "I remember, Captain. No, my lord, I shall henceforth be your subordinate." Her words were earnest. Yet after speaking, she found herself grappling with further inquiries, uncertain of how to articulate them. For a moment, she hesitated. Observing the conflicting emotions within Yukino, the protagonist's tone grew somewhat ethereal. "Feel free to ask whatever is on your mind." His voice was akin to a whisper from a tempting demon, igniting a tempest of anxiety, doubt, conflict, and fear within her. In any realm, she, still a mere girl, found it exceedingly arduous to bear such immense pressure. Under his guidance, Yukino finally laid bare her heart. "My lord, is this truly your visage? I do not mean to cast doubt, rather. I discern some discrepancies in the world of the mind." Understanding this inquiry would arise, the protagonist felt no anger. Instead, he was pleased that Yukino had the courage to voice it. The encounters within the realm of the mind are of a spiritual nature, where nothing can be concealed. And Yukino must have perceived his true form. "Yukino, what you beheld previously was indeed my authentic self." A chill ran through Yukino's heart. Though she had anticipated this revelation, the actual acknowledgement from the protagonist instilled a sense of dread within her. Had the captain, the genius of the Hyuga clan they always believed him to be, been an impostor all along? This is a blatant affront to both Konoha and the Hyuga clan. However, under the enduring influence of the spiritual sphere, Yuzuki Yugao, after navigating through her initial trepidation and fury, surprisingly managed to stabilize her emotions. It seems that this war has exposed her tender age to the harsh realities of death, revealing a darkness far removed from the sheltered experiences of her school life. Unbeknownst to her, she stands at a pivotal moment in her journey. It is often said that one achieves profound enlightenment after confronting various forms of death. While Yuzuki Yugao has yet to reach such enlightenment, she is undoubtedly compelled to contemplate life, the village, and her own identity under the deliberate guidance of the one known as Shuren. Had circumstances unfolded in a more conventional manner, after the conclusion of the war, these students who hastened from their classrooms to the front lines would, upon restoring tranquility and stability, gradually relax. As the tension of the battlefield dissipates and they begin to appreciate the beauty of their village, they would undergo a period of immersion in the will of fire. In due course, they would evolve into staunch guardians of the village's peace. At that juncture, it would be entirely natural for their loyalties to align with the Hokage. Yet, as it stands, Yuzuki Yugao has not yet undergone such transformations. Her current emotions are raw reflections of the fear and aversion to war that Shuren has intentionally evoked within her. Before her now stands an individual who may be a spy from another village, yet who has also rescued her and imparted formidable skills. The resistance she feels is not as overwhelming as she anticipated. Shuren can even sense the spiritual sphere within her rapidly merging with her essence. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shuren posed a counter-question. "Are you not curious as to why I have taken this course of action? Are you seeking to undermine the village? Why have you chosen to save me and teach me such powerful ninjutsu? With your strength and current status, could you not have any subordinate you desire? Why then, do you choose me?" Under the gradual guidance of the gentleman, Shiyuin finally opened up completely. After all, with the gentleman's formidable strength, it would have been effortless for him to take her life. Yet, he chose not to kill her. Instead, he saved and taught her, which was the true source of her bewilderment. Hearing Shiyuin pose such questions rather than directly defending the village surprised the gentleman as well. In the future, Shiyuin would be capable of replacing Uchiha Itachi's defection and entering the 6th division of the Yambu. Logically, she should have been heavily indoctrinated by the will of fire, passed down from the Hokage. Initially, the gentleman intended to test her through dialogue, considering that if his attempt failed, he could still manipulate her with a mental sphere, much like he had done with the other 2 wooden figures. However, it appeared that Shiyuin had not been profoundly brainwashed. He might even say the use of the mental sphere. Reflecting on this, the gentleman discerned the underlying reason. Currently, Shiyuin was merely 8 or 9 years old, while the Third Shinobi World War had persisted for over 5 years. Thus, she had grown up in an environment beset by war, perhaps even with her parents affected. After entering the ninja academy, she likely had few opportunities to experience the teachings of the will of fire as one would in times of peace. It was probable that the academy only instructed her in basic ninjutsu and taijutsu before casting her onto the battlefield. This indicated that, at this moment, Shiyuin held no profound ties to the village as she would in the future. Having grasped this realization, the gentleman smiled and said, "No, Shiyuin, you worry unnecessarily. I have no intention of bringing harm to your homeland. As for why I chose you, I merely require your strength and loyalty." Strength and loyalty? But I am just a commoner. Shiyuin's response did not exceed the gentleman's expectations. He shook his head. "There is no need for such self-deprecation, Shiyuin. Your abilities far surpass your own perceptions." After casting a meaningful glance at her, the gentleman's voice shifted from ethereal to somewhat somber. "You hail from humble beginnings and are one of the few female ninjas. I trust you have come to understand the difficulties faced by female ninjas striving to make their mark during this war." Upon hearing these words, the young Shiyuin trembled, her eyes seemingly recalling the scenes of female ninjas amidst the chaos of battle. Moreover, as a female ninja, Shiyuin could empathize more deeply with this sentiment, as her instructors had explicitly conveyed to them that, in many instances, their bodies were their greatest assets. War is a focal point where malevolence erupts in concentrated force. One can witness unimaginable atrocities on the front lines. This is also the reason why some ninjas, after the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, developed an intense aversion to conflict, choosing to depart from the great nations and establish the Moon Ninja Village. Lacking the prestigious lineage and formidable strength of Tsunade and Jiraiya, these ninjas are regarded as mere expendables. As a civilian ninja, this reality weighs even more heavily upon her. The voice of Shuren resonates like a demonic whisper, gradually unraveling the shackles that bind Tsukijutsu. You, emerging from a humble background, possess talents that surpass those of many noble clans. All you lack is an opportunity, a fair chance to pursue the legacy of the bloodline aristocracy. Such an opportunity is unattainable from Konoha, impossible from the Hokage, and certainly not afforded by the bloodline nobility. Other ninjas would merely deem your aspirations as fanciful delusions. Shuren's voice escalates, and within the cadence of his words, Tsukijutsu feels an overwhelming pressure. This suffocating sensation compels her to take a deep breath and bow her head in submission, just as she is pushed to her limits. Shuren's tone softens, becoming gentle and soothing. "However, such fairness I can offer you, Tsukijutsu. Join me as my strength, and together we shall strive for the future of civilian ninjas and ordinary people alike." At this moment, Shuren exudes a demeanor of strategic composure, exuding an air of confidence as if everything is within his grasp. "I can even assure you that my intentions are not directed against Konoha, nor will they endanger the village. My goal has always been to eradicate the inequities between the bloodline aristocracy and civilian ninjas, to usher in true fairness and equality within the ninja world. For the sake of this dream, Tsukijutsu, I require your strength." Under the influence of the reincarnation Eye's chakra, Shuren's image is indelibly etched into Tsukijutsu's soul. And at this moment, having endured Shuren's oppressive aura for so long, Tsukijutsu feels as though she has grasped a lifeline, akin to seeing a glimmer of light within an endless abyss of darkness. Such a noble aspiration ignited within her a fervent desire to be recognized by her true companions. Observing the profound transformation in the spirit of Mei Yuzuki, a glimmer of brilliance appeared in the eyes of the attendant. "I shall inquire once more. Will you pledge your strength and loyalty to become my subordinate?" "I am willing, my lord." Chapter 50. The Progress of War. Tobi takes the blame in the Land of Fire. At the base of Mount Tachibana, the wooden stronghold of Konoha stood firm, with the allied forces of Kumogakure and Sunagakure successfully capturing this crucial outpost on the front lines of the Land of Fire. They began to expand their influence to surrounding positions. This stronghold had become the most significant camp for Kumogakure's raiding forces in the Land of Fire, simultaneously serving as a launchpad and bastion for both Kumogakure and Sunagakure's assault on Konoha. Naturally, Konoha would not allow such a situation to persist. Since the era of the Second Hokage, Konoha had consistently aimed to contain warfare within the confines of smaller nations. Rarely did any shinobi village dare to lead a large force onto the territory of the Land of Fire. However, this time, Kumogakure and Sunagakure seized an opportune moment. While Konoha's attention was diverted by the conflict at the front lines of the Land of Grass, the Third Raikage's decisive strike made Konoha truly feel the sting of invasion, exposing their vulnerabilities to the scrutiny of Kumogakure and Sunagakure. Consequently, after achieving initial victories, the forces of Kumogakure and Sunagakure did not relent. Instead, they surged rapidly towards the very gates of Konoha. It was at this critical juncture that the attendant received a new mission from the Land of Water. as Kumogakure and Sunagakure were on the verge of breaching Konoha's doorstep. In this moment of crisis, the third Hokage and various clans rallied desperately to withstand the onslaught. For decades, this leader of the Hidden Leaf Village, revered as the strongest Hokage, has once again bared his fangs. At the age of 56, Sarutobi Hiruzen, though aged and diminished from his prime, remains formidable, surpassing the strength he exhibited during his fateful confrontation with Orochimaru when he was already well into his twilight years. Even now, he retains the dignified aura of a seasoned ninja. In the recent defensive battle to protect the village, he single-handedly thwarted the combined assault of the Third Raikage and Chiyo, both formidable figures of the shinobi world. Such remarkable feats have only amplified the renown of his title as the strongest Hokage. However, Hiruzen's prowess cannot alter the inexorable decline of the Hidden Leaf. The immense strength of the Third Raikage, bolstered by Chiyo's support, effectively neutralized Hiruzen's intimidation over the other ninjas. The ensuing chaos between Sarutobi, the Third Raikage, and Chiyo starkly illustrates that the village is devoid of other elite ninja to contend with. In this precarious situation, the AB brothers, comprised of Ai and Kurabi, led the elite shinobi of the Cloud Village like ferocious dragons crossing the river, engaging in a brutal clash with the various clans of the Leaf Village. Simultaneously, under the leadership of Rasha and Yakura, the Sand Village relentlessly slaughtered numerous Leaf ninjas. Faced with such a formidable allied force, many Leaf ninjas fought valiantly, yet could only barely stave off the relentless advance of the two major ninja villages toward their home. The circumstances remained exceedingly dire, teetering on the brink of collapse for the Leaf Village. In this critical moment, the Yellow Flash arrived promptly. He single-handedly restrained the greatest threat to the Leaf ninjas, the AB brothers, allowing the clan leaders to redirect their efforts against the Sand Village. The balance of victory shifted with the arrival of one individual, underscoring the significance of a shadow-level ninja. Minato Namikaze fully demonstrated his shadow-level prowess before all the inhabitants of the Leaf Village. Previously, he had merely rescued fellow ninjas on the battlefield, but this time, he saved his village from the precipice of crisis, further elevating his prestige. Shortly thereafter, reinforcements arrived at the front lines. Sensing the potential for significant losses, the Third Raikage decisively ordered a retreat for the Cloud Ninjas. The Sand Village followed suit, as their strength paled in comparison to that of the Leaf and Cloud. The Leaf Village, however, suffered immense losses. Having just emerged from one battle, they were thrust back into the fray, with all ninjas utterly fatigued. Yet, to expel the allied forces of the Cloud and Sand from the Land of Fire, the Leaf could not afford to rest for long. Although the Cloud and Sand had seized Orange Ridge and advanced directly toward the Leaf Village, they had failed to occupy the outposts and forward bases along the way, destroying them instead. They firmly held Orange Ridge, establishing numerous watchtowers and strongholds there. To reclaim their territory and drive the invaders away completely, the Leaf would need to methodically remove them, leading to a prolonged campaign of conflict and bloodshed that persisted for 6 days. Leveraging their home field advantage, the Leaf Village managed to eliminate nearly all outposts surrounding Orange Ridge within those 6 days, leaving only the most formidable stronghold remaining. A brief standoff ensued, as the attacking allied forces awaited the arrival of additional supplies, along with reinforcements to replenish their earlier losses. The urgency was palpable among Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato Namikaze, and the various clans of the Leaf. The surprise assault from the Cloud and Sand had starkly revealed their vulnerabilities, all while the Mist and Stone villages lurked ominously nearby. The spies of the Umbu had long reported the movements of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist to the command center, where they were actively hunting Leaf ninjas within the borders of the Land of Fire. In such circumstances, Sarutobi Hiruzen is particularly apprehensive about the potential alliance between the Hidden Mist and the Hidden Stone, reminiscent of the previous collaboration between the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Sand. Should this transpire, Konoha would indeed find itself at a loss. Amidst this anxious waiting, Shuren returned to the main force with Yuzuki Yugao and submitted a report on their mission. Almost simultaneously with Shuren's return, Team 7, led by Minato Namikaze, along with Kakashi Hitaki and Rin Noera, successfully executed a sabotage operation against the logistical support of the Hidden Sand in the Land of Rivers. These two commendable pieces of news finally afforded Konoha's higher-ups a moment of respite. However, in stark contrast to Konoha's elation, the allied forces were in disarray. At this moment, in the camp at Kumogakure, the Third Raikage was in a furious rage. Today marked the 6th day since they launched an offensive against Konoha, and the supplies and reinforcements that were supposed to arrive had yet to do so. It was only through reports from the follow-up units that they learned Konoha had sent operatives to conduct a raid. What was Murray doing? Entrusted with the transport of supplies and their security, was she executing her duties in such a manner? Not only had a significant supply depot been destroyed, but she had also provoked a furious backlash. Fool. When I return, I shall certainly deal with her appropriately. Amidst the Third Raikage's furious outburst, A and several elite squad members, along with a few commanders of the storm-released ninja, discerned the source of the Raikage's wrath. Upon receiving this alarming news, even the usually nonchalant Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee, wore an unusually somber expression. Lord Raikage, an essential secret warehouse, has been utterly obliterated, and all Station Cloud ninjas have perished. The Jinchuriki, Murray, has been driven to a furious rampage. To this, the Raikage secretary compiled the intelligence and began an analysis. Lord Raikage, could it be possible that Konoha possesses hidden forces? Upon hearing this, the head of the intelligence division at Kumogakure replied directly, our scouts have reported no evidence of any additional hidden forces from Konoha, especially since Sarutobi Hiruzen has already mobilized. No, the Third Raikage interjected, and esteemed leaders, do not forget that Shimura Danzo, the shadow of the ninja world, has yet to make an appearance. At that moment, a cool voice unexpectedly emerged from behind the Yunin elite squad. Upon hearing it, everyone turned their gaze toward the young female ninja, who, despite being merely 15, exuded remarkable maturity. Her composure and intelligence contributed to this impression, yet it was her striking figure that truly captivated the attention. A short blade was slung at her lower back, and her features, though exquisitely refined, bore an air of detachment. With her light golden hair and blue-green eyes complementing her fair complexion, she stood among the male ninjas of Yunin without evoking the impression of a mere ornament. Indeed, none dared to dismiss her as such. As the disciple of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, Samui, codenamed Han, had already ascended to the rank of true Jonin. In this context, she possessed the authority to speak. Her words swiftly garnered the attention of the Yunin crowd. Han was correct. The schemer Danzo had yet to reveal himself. There was no doubt that this ambush on our hidden warehouse, coupled with the rampage of the Wooden Man, was orchestrated by Danzo. Curse be Danzo, curse be Konoha. Amidst the fervent discussions, the blame was deftly placed upon Danzo. After all, he was notorious for such covert maneuvers, having caused considerable trouble for numerous villages. Even the third Hokage's son, A, slammed the table in anger, coldly stating, Humph, Konoha, Danzo, always resorting to underhanded tactics. Chapter 51. Uchiha. Once the Yunin ninjas confirmed the mastermind, their anger became palpable. At this moment, as the deputy commander of the offensive against Konoha, the secretary of the Raikage appeared somewhat distressed. It was hardly surprising that Konoha had managed to uncover the location of our supply warehouses. After all, the transportation of goods is notoriously difficult to conceal. However, to annihilate our defensive forces and induce the esteemed Lord Yamato into a state of rage was no trivial feat. Upon hearing this, the Third Raikage refrained from speaking. He was inclined to delegate authority to A, allowing him to address these matters. O was well aware of this intention. Although the shinobi of the Cloud Village were often perceived as mere muscle-bound warriors, he was destined to become the Fourth Raikage and possessed considerable intellect. He understood that achieving such a level of success was far from simple. After a moment of contemplation, A rapped his fingers on the table and inquired, has your intelligence department ascertained which formidable individuals from Konoha have yet to make an appearance? A fellow shinobi from the intelligence division promptly stood and replied, according to the information relayed by our spies from Konoha, among their renowned experts, only the leader of the Uchiha clan and a few of their powerful members, along with Shimura Danzo and Uzumaki Kushina, have not yet appeared. The head of the intelligence division then took over, continuing the analysis throughout this war. Whether it be in the land of grass or presently, the Uchiha clan's presence on the battlefield has been conspicuously absent. They seem to have been entirely restrained by Sarutobi Hiruzen at the front lines of the Mist Village, which is highly irregular. Additionally, the intelligence indicated a discord between the Uchiha clan and Shimura Danzo, alongside a notably amicable relationship between Namikaze Minato and the Uchiha. These two contrasting narratives suggest that Konoha is deliberately misleading us to divert our attention. Therefore, we can justifiably suspect that the recent turmoil in our rear was orchestrated by Danzo and the Uchiha. After listening to the discussions, the Third Raikage finally spoke. If that is the case, then Konoha's destruction of our logistical supply line surely implies that they will not spare Sunagakure either. Henceforth, it is likely that Konoha will commence their retaliation. Inform Sunagakure that Konoha should prepare for a counteroffensive. This time, we must decisively crush them. Understood. At the front lines between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water, within the Uchiha encampment, the current leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, surveyed the vigilant Uchiha clansmen outside the tent and commanded, Tetsuharu, summon all the jonin to my tent for a meeting. Also bring Shursui. Hearing the leader's orders, Tetsuharu appeared somewhat taken aback, but recalling Shursui's prowess, he simply nodded, yes. In the rear of the Uchiha camp, a series of sharp sounds echoed in the modest training grounds as shurikens sliced through the air. Recently returned from patrol, Shursui headed straight for the area. Crossing the obstructive barrier, and there before him appeared the slender figure of Itachi Uchiha. Noticing the approach of another, Itachi instinctively held his breath, gripping his shuriken tightly. His gaze alert towards the entrance. As the familiar silhouette came into view, a glimmer of joy lit up Itachi's face. Shursui, you're finally back. Upon seeing Itachi, Shursui's tense demeanor began to ease slightly. However, in the blink of an eye, the smile on his face faded, replaced by a grave expression as he inquired, Itachi, you're still so young. Who permitted you to come to the front lines? Do you have any idea how worried I was when I heard from our clan that you had arrived at the battlefield? Hearing the mildly reproachful tone in Shursui's voice, Itachi felt no resentment. Instead, he gazed up at Shursui with admiration. Brother Shursui, it was father who brought me here. Besides, I've heard tales in the clan about your remarkable reputation on the battlefield. Our peers of the same age are quite envious. You're doing this for the village. There is nothing to boast about. As long as we can hold back the Land of Water, the pressure on the village will lessen, Shursui replied, affectionately ruffling Itachi's hair. With a smile, he led Itachi to the resting area of the training grounds. Once seated, Shursui imparted a fragment of the will of fire to Itachi before stating solemnly, Itachi, the front lines are far too perilous. You should ask the clan leader to send you back as soon as possible. At Shursui's words, Itachi's expression shifted to one of defiance. Brother Shursui, please don't underestimate me. My strength is not lacking. No one at the academy can match me. Observing Itachi's assertiveness, Shursui refrained from arguing, nodding with a smile. He regarded Itachi as if he were his own younger brother, and seeing him eased the tension he had carried on the front lines. Understanding Shursui's expression, the precocious Itachi recognized that his elder brother did not take his proclaimed strength seriously. Realizing this, Itachi suddenly grew serious. Brother Shursui, look. With that, Itachi leaped into action, swiftly launching his shuriken, which collided in midair before embedding themselves into various corners of the training ground. Shursui looked on in astonishment. Itachi, have you mastered the shuriken technique I taught you? Itachi nodded, his face brimming with pride as he continued. But that is not all, Brother Shursui. He then swiftly formed hand seals and demonstrated the great fireball technique for Shursui. Upon witnessing this scene, Shursui felt an even greater appreciation for Itachi's prowess. Although the great fireball technique is a jutsu that every Uchiha can master, for a mere 5-year-old like Itachi to achieve such a level of skill is nothing short of remarkable, marking him as a genin in his own right. It is no wonder that Itachi claims there is no one in his school who can rival him. After all, his peers have only recently begun their first year, while the second and third-year upperclassmen have already ventured onto the battlefield. Excellent. Itachi, since you have acquired these techniques, I shall teach you the body flicker technique and the shadow clone technique. Thank you, Shursui. As Shursui was imparting his knowledge of ninjutsu to Itachi, a figure landed on the fence of the training ground and announced, Shursui, the clan leader is convening a clan meeting and has asked me to inform you. Inform me? Yes, I've been waiting for you. I shall come at once. Shursui felt a surge of excitement. This was a clan meeting reserved for Nin. Although his abilities had long qualified him for that rank, the ongoing war had prevented his promotion, leaving him as a Nin. Previously, Shursui lacked the qualifications to attend such meetings, but this time, Faig's invitation signified a complete acknowledgement of his strength. Itachi, standing nearby, also understood the significance of this invitation and felt joy for Shursui. Before long, Shursui arrived at Faig's tent, where all of the Uchiha Nin from the front lines had gathered. As the members assembled, Uchiha Hokage was the first to inquire, clan leader, what is the purpose of calling us here? Before Faig could respond, Uchiha Inabi, brimming with excitement, interjected, are we preparing to strike at the hidden mist? Or perhaps to confront the hidden cloud? I have heard that our village has been besieged by the hidden sand and the hidden cloud, and Saratobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, has been utterly incompetent. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen has lingered too long in the position of Hokage. It is time for us Uchiha to ascend to that role. Absolutely. With our enemies at our doorstep, Hiruzen should step down and yield the position to our clan leader. The title of Hokage rightfully belongs to us Uchiha. At that moment, Uchiha Tetsuhiko, who shared a similar mindset with Anabi, audaciously ridiculed the village and the third Hokage, openly coveting the position of Hokage for themselves. This caused great discomfort for Shuren, who was attending the clan meeting for the first time. He held a deep reverence for both the village and the Hokage, as well as a profound affection for his family. However, the current demeanor of Tetsuhira, coupled with the near silence of dissent that followed his remarks, engendered a potent sense of alienation within Shuren. Just as he found himself at a loss, Uchiha Fugaku spoke up. Exercise caution, Tetsuhira. We Uchiha are also a part of Konoha, and indeed, we are one of its founding clans. The attacks from Kumogakure and Sunagakure are tantamount to a provocation against us Uchiha. The third Hokage's efforts to elevate Minato to the position of Hokage essentially determined the choice for the fourth, and I stand in agreement with that. Uchiha Fugaku opened his Sharingan and shot a piercing glare at Tetsuhira and Inahira, prompting them to fall silent. Witnessing the clan leader Fugaku so staunchly defend the village, Shuren's feelings, though still fraught with anger and surprise, began to shift towards a profound admiration for Fugaku. While Minato Namikaze is indeed impressive, he is merely a commoner. His rise to power is certainly preferable to that of the third Hokage or the likes of Danzo and Orochimaru. A few individuals around Shuren began to murmur quietly, and he absorbed their words, gradually closing his eyes. The clan member's attitude towards the village instilled in him a significant sense of disconnection. He needed to stabilize his emotions. After an undetermined passage of time, he suddenly heard Fugaku calling for him. Shuren, in light of the recent ambush on the village by Kumogakure and Sunagakure, the third Hokage has sent word for us to dispatch a portion of our people for reinforcement. Therefore, I have decided that you and Hakadai will lead a contingent back to assist. Upon receiving Fugaku's assignment to rescue the village, Shuren readily acquiesced. Yes, clan leader. Satisfied. Fugaku nodded. He was well aware of the mixed sentiments among certain clan members regarding the village, as well as the misunderstandings that the village held towards the Uchiha. However, he believed that once the fourth Hokage ascended, the Uchiha's circumstances would undoubtedly improve. This reflects his trust in Namikaze Minato. Chapter 52. Once again on the battlefield front at the front lines of Konoha, within the Hokage's grand tent. A figure adorned with a ninja hat and clad in a tight-fitting black combat uniform, complemented by a green Genin armor, suddenly appeared, respectfully bowing to the Hokage. However, at that moment, the third Hokage was engrossed in the intelligence reports before him. Even upon noticing the newcomer, he remained unresponsive, silently puffing on his pipe. The red-haired Kunoichi Yakumo wisely chose not to interrupt, bowing her head in respectful anticipation of instructions. This man was indeed Yakumo's father, making him the father-in-law of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Of course, as of now, Sarutobi Asuma, the second son of Hiruzen, had not yet wed Yakumo, thus their relationship was merely one of superiors and subordinates. After a considerable pause, the third Hokage finally set down the intelligence report and retrieved a fresh batch of tobacco from a nearby pouch to refill his pipe. With a faint flicker of fire chakra, the pipe in his mouth ignited, unleashing a plume of white smoke. Yakumo, what is your perspective on the mission reports submitted by Hyuga Aki and Kakashi? In response to the Hokage's inquiry, Yakumo, ever loyal to the village, wore a serious and respectful expression. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Hokage-sama, the missions they submitted were promptly reviewed by the intelligence division, and no issues were identified. However, the fact that Hyuga Aki's team managed to exceed their mission objectives while only losing one member in the face of the Two Tails Jinchuriki's defenses is a feat I cannot replicate. Yakumo reported to the third Hokage without offering subjective conjectures, instead articulating a calm and factual observation. Yet, this was precisely the objective perspective that Sarutobi Hiruzen required. Indeed, you are a Genin, and even you cannot accomplish that. As the two prominent clans of Konoha, they have upheld a policy since the second Hokage's era to prevent their power from escalating to a level that could threaten the village. Although such policies cannot be described as antagonistic, they undoubtedly serve to gradually undermine the strength and influence of both parties within the village. After all, both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans are excessively insular and conservative. The village's aspirations to extend its reach into their inner workings are entirely unattainable. This has perpetually been the reason for the estrangement felt between these two prominent clans in the village. However, in contrast to the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan tends to exhibit greater compliance towards the Hokage lineage. Reflecting on this, the third Hokage felt a slight sense of reassurance and subsequently inquired with a hint of melancholy, "Hyuga Aki, are you familiar with this individual, Akatsuki?" Upon hearing the third Hokage specifically mention this name, Akatsuki Yuhi was not taken aback. As a guiding instructor for both Genin and Shuren, she had provided counsel and training to these individuals prior to their deployment on the battlefield. Hyuga Aki, being 3 years senior to Kakashi in age, graduated at the same time as Kakashi, having become a Genin at 11 and a Chunin at 13, now at the age of 15. He originally possessed only the capabilities of a Chunin. However, he exhibited prowess that surpassed that of an ordinary Chunin on the front lines of the Land of Grass. Recognized by Hyuga Hayashi, he was personally mentored and is regarded as a genius of the branch family. His current strength undoubtedly has reached the level of a Nin, and he serves as the captain of the 9th Reconnaissance Team. Following the completion of this mission, he is expected to be promoted to Special Nin. Akatsuki Yuhi quickly relayed all the information she possessed, as this news was widely known. Upon hearing her words, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, with a mixture of melancholy and complexity on his face. Such a talent confined to merely a branch of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga are distinct from the Uchiha. The threshold for awakening their Kekkei Genkai is considerably lower. Consequently, the future potential for success is generally diminished. While those from the Uchiha clan who awaken the Sharingan are unequivocally deemed geniuses, those from the Hyuga who awaken the Byakugan are merely regarded as possessing ninja potential. Although they are born into affluent families, the ordinary Hyuga are often inferior to even commoner ninjas, relegated to the roles of mere servants within the main family. For prodigies like Hyuga Aki, the treatment may be slightly better, yet, never mind, let us seal this mission. I grant my approval for Hyuga Aki's promotion to Special Nin. The third Hokage, with his pipe in hand, issued the command, then shifted the topic, altering the position of the Jinchuriki once again. Since he managed to survive amidst the chaos of the Jinchuriki's rampage, it indicates his formidable strength. As we urgently require combat power for the final battle, he shall be deployed to the front lines and temporarily excused from reporting to the reconnaissance team. Understood. Upon returning to the rear headquarters, the protagonist, Shuren, first accompanied the Evening Moon, Shiyin, to submit their mission report. After a brief inquiry from the individual responsible for intelligence verification, they were permitted to leave, unbeknownst to Shuren that this person would subsequently contact the illustrious Jinhong. Naturally, even if he had been aware, it would not have concerned him. After their departure, the duo proceeded to sell a portion of their spoils. Once all concluding tasks were completed, Shuren bid farewell to Shiyin. Unlike others who merely needed to report their mission to the Hokage. As a member of the Hyuga clan, Shuren was also required to inform his family. However, he had grown accustomed to this requirement during his previous encounters with Hinata Hayashi at the front lines of the grass country. Moreover, he intentionally delayed his return. Confident that the news had already been disseminated, he deftly made his way to the encampment of Hinata Hayashi. Just as he approached, a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan appeared before him. "Hinata Aki," he announced, "Lord Hayashi is currently absent, but he has instructed that upon your return, you should proceed directly to the tent of the clan leader." The clan leader? Surprised, Shuren was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Hinata Hayashi, who seldom ventured far from the clan's territory, would find himself on the battlefield this time. It seemed that the situation in Konoha had indeed reached a perilous juncture. After inquiring about the precise location, he redirected his course toward the tent of Hinata Hayashi. Upon arriving outside the tent, Shuren prepared to announce his presence. At that moment, a servant emerged to greet him. The newcomer first offered a respectful bow and then said, "Lord Chio, both the head of the household and Lord Richa are awaiting you inside." The servant was taken aback upon hearing this. This was indeed the first occasion he was addressed as sir by someone other than Hinata Yuin, and the one addressing him was a Nin from the Hyuga clan. Upon entering the grand tent, the attendant's eyes first fell upon Hinata Nichi, who was gazing back at him. At the prominent seat to his right sat the clan leader, Hinata Hayashi, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. "Honorable clan leader, Honorable Nichi." The attendant performed the customary Hyuga clan bow towards both gentlemen. A profound silence enveloped the tent for a moment, before the clan leader, Hinata Hayashi, scrutinized him for a while and slowly nodded in acknowledgement. "Nichi has informed me of your matters. Your performance in this mission has been commendable, showcasing the strength of our Hyuga clan to the village of Kumo. Please, take a seat." With the permission granted, the attendant rose and settled into the lowest position. Your praise is too generous, clan leader. The achievements of this autumn are entirely the result of the family's nurturing, your benevolence, and the guidance of Honorable Nichi. I dare not claim credit. Hayashi nodded, seemingly pleased with the attendant's performance. To accomplish a mission amid the rampage of a Jinchuriki is no small feat. Such ninjas are rare indeed. Previously, Nichi spoke to me regarding your reward. Let it be thus. For your sister, Hinata Natsu, I shall appoint her as a personal attendant to my soon-to-be-born daughter. She shall care for her. Note, with their Byakugan, they can see through bodies, making them quite adept as healers. As for you, the Hokage has issued orders for you to refrain from returning to the reconnaissance unit for the time being. You will accompany Nichi to the front lines. Soon, the grandson of the clan's elder, Hinata Sokin, will also venture to the front lines for training, and you shall serve as his attendant. The attendant's brow furrowed slightly. Clan leader, sending the head family to the battlefield is exceedingly perilous. Yu Hayashi directly interrupted the attendant's words. For years, it has been the branch families who have fought in skirmishes. The head family is well aware of this. We are all one family, and we should strive together. The head family should not remain solely in the rear. As the leader of the esteemed Hyuga clan, Hinata Hayashi clearly understood the essence of balance. Over the years, he has certainly been aware of the resentment towards the main family stemming from the division of households. Moreover, the branch families, continuously battling on the front lines, have indeed produced some exceptionally formidable new blood. In contrast, the main family has not achieved much, thus necessitating a balance in this situation. Otherwise, as the branch families continue to grow, the voices of discontent towards the main family will increasingly resonate, a reality that the Hyuga main family cannot accept. This also elucidates the reason behind the clan's decision to send individuals to the battlefield. Sunfoot offered little explanation and allowed the attendant scan opportunity to speak. As he promptly issued his orders, he commanded the attendant to immediately accompany the day difference to the front lines, obeying the directives of Namikaze Minato. Once the clan heir arrived at the front, they would proceed to offer protection. Accompanying him in this duty were 3 other members from the Hyuga branch. After all, while the clan was determined to engage in battle, they were not foolish. They understood that their Byakugan would undoubtedly attract the attention of adversaries. Thus, whenever a clan member ventured onto the battlefield, it was customary for them to be flanked by several branch family guardians. At that moment, the scholar also recalled. At this juncture, the unfortunate scion of the Zong family, who had lost an eye to the misty shadows, was none other than the ill-fated Hinata Zongyan. Following the departing Hinata Nichi, the attendant repeatedly murmured this name in his mind, feeling an inexplicable sense of discontent. How could a man on the verge of losing an eye be worthy of the name Zongyan? If one must lose, then allow me to claim your eye as my own. Chapter 53. Concerning Sunagakure, the troops had long been assembled, awaiting Hinata Nichi to lead them onward. A formidable battalion of nearly 500 strong, they surged towards the direction of the Tachikawa mountain under Nichi's command. After a brief encounter with Hinata Nichi, the attendant found himself devoid of any further communication with Nichi. In truth, he was unaware of the conversations exchanged between the 2 brothers prior to his arrival, which had left Nichi in a state of profound grief and indignation from the outset. However, as the march commenced, Nichi's emotions swiftly tempered. After all, he was the leader of the contingent, and with war looming, danger could arise at any moment. Should his personal strife lead to the unit's downfall, it would be a trivial matter to perish, but a disgrace of such magnitude would be intolerable for the Hinata clan. The distance between the rear camp and the forward base was not great, yet it took the attendant and the main body of troops a significant part of the day to reach the frontline encampment. At this moment, the attendant could finally behold the distant silhouette of Tachikawa mountain. Prior to their arrival, the attendant and his comrades had gathered intelligence, discovering that the 3rd Hokage had effectively used himself as a stepping stone for Namikaze Minato. He personally commanded from the rear camp, while the pivotal role of commanding the frontline encampment had been entrusted to Minato. Lord Minato, by the order of the Hokage, I have brought a contingent to provide support. Hinata Nichi respectfully stated as he approached Namikaze Minato alongside the attendant and 5 other squad leaders. As he spoke, he presented the scroll entrusted to him by the 3rd Hokage. After reviewing the scroll handed over by Nichi, Minato arranged for personnel to assume command of the troops that Nichi had brought. However, he retained the attendant for further inquiries. While perusing the intelligence documents in his hand, Minato regarded the attendant with a smile. You must be Hinata Aki, the one who performed admirably on the mission to the Land of Water. successfully destroying the supply depot of Kumogakure. With this setback, they will struggle to maintain their position. At this juncture, Minato set aside the documents and, with a hint of curiosity in his gaze, asked the attendant, "I have heard that only you and another named Yuzuki Yuin returned alive from your squad. While the fate of the other ninja, Tate Iwashi, remains unknown, is that correct?" "Indeed, Lord Minato," the attendant replied. The scholar respectfully performed a bow, subsequently revealing the details of the mission with sincerity, including the decisions made and the thoughts that accompanied them. "Lord Minato, when we acted separately, after the destruction of the Cloud-Hidden warehouse, I narrowly escaped thanks to the overwhelming power of the Jinchuriki. Just as I reached the rendezvous point, the reinforcements from Cloud-Hidden pursued us. We truly struggled for quite some time before managing to return. Throughout our escape, we did not catch sight of Shiawashi." Upon hearing the scholar's account, Minato's confusion began to dissipate. Although he possessed an understanding of Shiawashi's abilities in the face of such relentless pursuit, even a low-ranking ninja with the foresight of impending death would likely find himself powerless. "I apologize, Aki. I only inquired about Shiawashi because I am acquainted with him. You performed admirably in this mission, and the third Hokage has already approved your promotion to Special Jonin. From now on, you shall accompany the main forces. As for your mission, it was originally rated A, but I have elevated it to S rank." Upon mentioning this, Minato wore a look of guilt, recognizing that it was a lapse in Konoha's intelligence that had resulted in the omission of crucial information regarding the Two Tails Jinchuriki. Fortunately, they had completed their task without incident. As Minato resumed attending to the intelligence in hand, the scholar prepared to depart when suddenly, a figure entered the room. "Teacher, it's Hyuga Aki. What brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi had come to report the intelligence his team had gathered, but upon entering, he was surprised to find the scholar present. Having graduated alongside Aki, he was familiar with her, though their interactions had been limited. "It appears to be Kakashi. I have retained Aki here to inquire about the details of the mission to the Land of Soup," Minato explained with a smile, alleviating Kakashi's curiosity. "I see, teacher. I have also heard about the mission to the Land of Soup. I heard Aki performed even better than I did." Kakashi recalled his recent report to Minato regarding the mission to the Land of Rivers, during which he had heard Minato's briefings on the completed tasks. The so-called task briefings were records of accomplished missions, not classified assignments. As Minato's disciple, Kakashi was permitted to view them with his consent. Aki indeed executed her mission exceptionally well. Minato waved his hand, halting the discussion on the matter. Kakashi did not press further, but instead spoke with a serious demeanor. "Teacher, Sunagakure has begun mobilizing. They are likely to take action tonight." "Tonight?" "While Kumogakure has remained inactive, they too may be preparing. The timing of Nichijakuin's arrival is fortuitous, Aki. Summon him at once." Upon receiving the intelligence regarding Kakashi, Minato Namikaze swiftly deduced the situation and issued a command. The designated shinobi, without a moment's hesitation, activated his Byakugan and effortlessly located Nichiraku. After explaining the circumstances, they proceeded together to Minato's main tent. In a brief span, the leaders of the Inazuka, Aburame, Hyuga, Uchiha, Nara, and Shimizu clans, all stationed at the forefront, gathered, following closely behind Nichiraku. It was Shuren's first encounter with this esteemed assembly capable of determining the fate of Konohagakure. Observing the gathering, Shuren discerned the profound support the prominent clans of Konoha extended towards Minato Namikaze. As his gaze swept across the assembly, it settled upon a youth clad in the Uchiha clan's fan insignia, ensconced in a corner. Seemingly aware of Shuren's scrutiny, the boy abruptly opened his eyes and cast a piercing glance in his direction. Upon recognizing the presence of the Hyuga clan, he momentarily hesitated. Then the crimson glint in his eyes faded, and he offered Shuren a gentle and amicable nod. The Uchiha had indeed made an appearance. That fleeting crimson light could not escape Shuren's notice. After all, the conspicuous red and black tomo were unmistakable, a rarity throughout the shinobi world. Yet, the identity of this Uchiha remained uncertain. Given his age, could he possibly be Shursui? Lost in contemplation, Shuren discreetly averted his gaze. Regardless of whether he was Shursui or not, it was prudent to avoid eye contact with the Uchiha in the realm of ninjutsu. The genjutsu wielded by the Uchiha's eyes rendered all others pale in comparison. With the attendees assembled, Minato, as the commander, began to relay the intelligence he had just acquired, along with the strategy he had devised. Upon hearing his plan, all present, including Shuren, could not help but marvel at Minato's audacity. He intended to resolve the myriad issues posed by the alliances of Kumogakure and Sunagakure in one fell swoop. However, upon further reflection, Shuren realized that although the coalition appeared formidable, only Kumogakure truly possessed significant strength. Sunagakure represented the most accessible target. By dismantling all of their ninja forces, they could then orchestrate a counter-offensive against Kumogakure. The strategy would be to first neutralize Sunagakure before addressing the challenges posed by Kumogakure. This is the plan proposed by Minato Namikaze. The various clan leaders, upon hearing this, did not respond immediately, but instead pondered the feasibility of the scheme. In the current situation of Konoha, attempting to engage in a one-on-two or even a one-on-three confrontation is rather daunting. There exists the potential for a disastrous outcome. They must first concentrate their superior forces to break through the Sand Village before fully addressing the Cloud Village. Having grasped this point, the assembly felt that while Minato's approach is fraught with risk, it is nonetheless worth a try. If any of the clan leaders have suggestions, please voice them quickly. We must act with urgency. Observing the thoughtful expressions of the gathering, Minato, slightly anxious, urged them to respond. At this moment, the prominent families engaged in a brief exchange. Realizing that no immediate solutions were readily available, the strategy proposed by the esteemed Namikaze Minato emerged as the most viable option. Lord Minato, we have no further objections. Speed is of the essence in warfare. Let us act without delay. Upon witnessing the unanimous agreement from the families, Minato felt a surge of joy, albeit accompanied by a sense of pressure. He then made a solemn promise. Rest assured, I shall take the lead and shield you all from the threat of Yunin. With Minato's assurance, the families felt emboldened and rallied together, proclaiming, let us drive both Yunin and Sunagakure out of the land of fire. The atmosphere in the camp was charged with determination. Even the attendants echoed the fervor. After the rallying cry, the attendants, under the guidance of Nichirio, were assigned their tasks and departed from Minato's tent. Chapter 54. The complete Nine-Tails Jinchuriki within the borders of the Land of Fire, at the Tachikawa Mountain. The main force of Sunagakure's Chunin and Jinin had completed their preparations and assembled. Raza stood at the forefront of the ranks, temporarily directing operations, while the elite assault unit of Sunagakure awaited orders from Yakura. At this moment, both individuals awaited the arrival of the critical hour in silence. Although the surprise attack on Konoha several days prior had ended in failure, it had undeniably revealed Konoha's true vulnerabilities to the entire shinobi world. Sunagakure, of course, had sensed the weakness of Konoha. Such frailty is undeniably genuine. Since the First Shinobi World War, Sand has never experienced such weakness emanating from Konoha. Furthermore, under these circumstances of vulnerability, Konoha can essentially be regarded as engaging in a three-front battle. This undoubtedly strikes a heavy blow to them. As inhabitants of the Sand-Hidden Village, they can profoundly comprehend the nightmares that ensue from a three-front battle's failure. During the First Shinobi World War, they too faced such a three-pronged conflict, only to find themselves defeated and relegated to the last position among the 5 great shinobi villages. At this moment, Konoha appears to be on a similar trajectory in the eyes of the Sand's populace. Consequently, recognizing the rarity of this opportunity, they resolved to seize this once-in-a-lifetime chance and wager everything. At the very least, they aimed to secure the base at Mount Kikken, which they currently occupy. As a city on the border of the Land of Fire, it may not rival the splendor of inland urban centers, yet compared to the Land of Sand, it is nothing short of paradise. After all, the Land of Wind is predominantly desert, where one can scarcely glimpse any greenery. In contrast, Mount Kikken boasts abundant forestry, lush vegetation, and flowing rivers that meander through the surroundings. In such an environment, if it were the Land of Thunder, they might not have been concerned. However, the Hidden Sand Village is entirely envious. Such a splendid environment, if bestowed upon them, ignites excitement among the denizens of Sunagakure. Thus, Sunagakure no longer perceives this conflict as a mere raid or an opportunity for gain. Instead, they intend to use this battle to determine the fate of their village. Should they triumph alongside Kumogakure against Konohagakure, the least favorable outcome could still grant them access to the Land of Fire, enabling them to threaten the security of the Hidden Leaf Village at any moment. In this manner, Sand Hidden Village can confidently articulate its position during negotiations with the Leaf Village. The benefits derived from this endeavor are sufficient to compensate for the losses incurred in previous conflicts. Conversely, should they face defeat, Sunagakure would find itself utterly incapacitated, unable to partake in any future ninja world wars. The so-called one of the 5 great ninja villages would become a mere shadow of its former self. However, this time, Sunagakure feels a considerable advantage. The forces of Konohagakure have not found it easy to counter their earlier ambush. Although Minato Namikaze arrived with his troops, catching them off guard, they did not retreat in disarray. Moreover, this time they have the support of Kumogakure. The only concern lies with the defenses of Awagakure. Fortunately, due to the operational secrecy that has been maintained effectively and the precise timing of their actions, Konohagakure has already engaged in a prior battle with Awagakure, significantly depleting their resources. This allows them, particularly Kumogakure, to engage with Konohagakure in a standoff for the time being. Yet, in the world of Shinobi, there are no secrets that do not eventually surface. Both Kumogakure and Sunagakure have conferred and reached the decision to take precautions, ensuring that the third Tsutsuki, Inoki, remains oblivious to their plans. The battle at Tachikawa cannot be delayed any longer, especially now that both sides' logistical supplies have suffered considerable damage. Almost simultaneously with the assembly of Sunagakure's forces, the ninjas of Konohagakure have also gathered. The principal commander of this campaign, Minato Namikaze, stands at the forefront, flanked by Hyuga Hizashi and Nara Shikaku, who have come from the third Hokage. As for the other clan leaders and figures, such as Hyuga Hayashi, they quietly stand behind their respective clan heads, along with members of the Hyuga clan and other prominent families. Beside the assault unit, several members of the Umbu, wearing animal masks, stand behind a woman with flowing red hair. Shuren's Byakugan has long been activated, and his gaze shifts towards the red-haired woman. Instantly recognizing her identity, Kushina Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. It is impossible for Shuren to overlook her, not merely due to her striking red hair and beautiful visage, but because of the terrifyingly potent chakra emanating from her yin-yang release. To those who cannot perceive such things, she may blend into the background, but to Shuren, she stands out like the radiant sun against the night sky. Such a terrifying amount of chakra has utterly surpassed the two wooden beings encountered previously. No, it cannot merely be described as surpassing. The complete power of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is incomparable to any other tailed beast. In the gaze of the protagonist, Uzumaki Kushina radiates like the sun itself. Her inherently robust and vibrant yang chakra exudes a pressure that can be felt even from the forefront of the group. Despite the distance separating her from the protagonist, there is no need for measurement. The combined chakra of everyone present pales in comparison to that of Uzumaki Kushina. Is this the chakra of the Kyubi in the Uzumaki clan? Who would have thought the Nine Tails Jinchuriki would arrive on the battlefield, permitted by Sarutobi Hiruzen? The protagonist averted his gaze. He was uncertain whether the Nine Tails would notice him. Nonetheless, he found it astonishing that Sarutobi Hiruzen allowed Kushina to take the field. It seemed that Konoha had indeed reached a desperate juncture. Otherwise, she would not have been called to bolster the ranks. As the protagonist pondered, Minato Namikaze whispered a few words to Kushina, after which Kakashi was also assigned to protect her. Once the domestic matters were arranged, Minato's gaze swept across the entirety of the assault team. The strike force was divided into 3 units, each centered around myself to eliminate the allied forces of Sunagakure and Kumogakure. The main contingent, led by me, would primarily focus on holding back Kumogakure. The first squad, comprised of members from the Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Inazuka clans, was tasked with ensuring the safety of the left flank alongside Konoha's ninjas. The second squad, led by the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, was responsible for safeguarding the right flank with the remaining ninjas from Konoha. Minato was not particularly skilled at delivering rousing speeches. At this moment, he preferred to demonstrate everything through action. The Inazuka, Nara, Sarutobi, Shimura, and Hyuga clans, follow my lead. Minato surged ahead, followed closely by the clan leaders and the protagonist, with the ninjas of Konoha trailing behind them. The Hyuga clan, known for its reconnaissance abilities, was divided into 3 sections, seamlessly integrating into the 3 assault teams. The protagonist was no exception, as he was assigned to the second squad led by the Uchiha. As for Hyuga Hizashi, his role shifted entirely upon the arrival of his brother, becoming Hizashi's personal protector. The ninjas of Konoha had no objections to this arrangement. Minato acted swiftly, leading the charge, and the assault army naturally split into 3 teams, advancing in a trident formation towards the vast expanse of Orange Ridge. This time, they aimed not only to eliminate all strongholds and outposts left by the Sunagakure and Kumogakure forces, but also to thwart the main forces of the opposing allied troops, thereby laying the groundwork for ultimate victory. Shuren was assigned to the second squad, and he harbored no objections to this arrangement. As the team set out, he noticed the leader of this Uchiha unit was the young man he had encountered previously. Upon seeing this individual, Shuren felt a stir of thoughts, and he took a few steps closer towards him. Uchiha Shuren instantly sensed Shuren's approach. His gentle demeanor stood in stark contrast to the pride typically associated with the Uchiha clan. When he noticed Shuren coming closer, he merely inclined his head politely. In response, Shuren candidly introduced himself, Hyuga Aki. Uchiha Shuren paused slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Uchiha Shuren. Upon hearing his name, Shuren nodded, confirming his earlier speculation, then beamed with a smile and remarked to Shuren, "So you are the famed Shunshin Shuren at the front lines of Kirigakure. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." At merely 10 years of age, Shuren found himself somewhat unaccustomed to such direct flattery from Shuren, his face coloring with a hint of embarrassment. The Hyuga clan is often perceived as formal and courteous, while the Uchiha clan is viewed as haughty and impolite. However, having interacted with both clans, Shuren was able to see beyond their outward appearances to grasp their true natures. The Uchiha might seem difficult to approach at first glance, while the Hyuga might appear more accessible. Were Shuren conversing with another prominent clan of Konoha, even the Sarutobi, the other Hyuga members assigned to the second squad would likely perceive his boldness in initiating conversation as a lowering of status. In the eyes of the Hyuga, only the Uchiha and Senju clans held an equivalent status. Upon realizing he was speaking with Shuren, Shuren's interest grew, and after offering a few compliments, he noted Shuren's growing bashfulness. Observing the other's shyness, Shuren deftly shifted the conversation, formally inquiring, "Shuren-kun, we are soon to confront the allied forces of Sunagakure and Kumogakure. This will be my first encounter with individuals from these two villages, and for safety's sake, I wish to seek your insights regarding their intelligence. What can you share?" Realizing that Shuren had come to exchange intelligence, a flicker of understanding crossed Uchiha Shuren's eyes. Given it was their first formal interaction, he was still adapting to Shuren's courtesy. However, recognizing the significance of battlefield intelligence and the fact that Shuren was a member of his village, Shuren replied without hesitation. "The only notable threat from Sunagakure lies in their puppeteers and poisons. As for Kumogakure, one must be particularly wary of their ninjutsu and swordsmanship, as well as the advanced techniques of their storm-release bloodline." The discourse of Shuren was merely superficial, neglecting to mention any of the elite experts. Those individuals were beyond his concern, as it is universally acknowledged that a king contends with a king, and a general with a general. Upon witnessing Shuren's unexpected candor, the Shuren shared his insights regarding the characteristics of the cloud-hidden ninjas. After a brief exchange of information, both felt enriched by the interaction. However, just as they were poised to continue their dialogue, the ambush location arrived. At that very moment, the weather around the Orange Ridge began to shift. Chapter 55. The transformation of chakra form. A chill swept across the land, and soon, a gentle rain began to fall. The rain muffled the movements of the Leaf Village ninja army, effectively cloaking their scent. At that moment, the Orange Ridge was oddly tranquil, save for the sound of the rain. As the downpour washed over the forest, the scent of decaying branches and leaves began to permeate the air. In an inconspicuous hiding place, two shadows lay still, resembling stones, barely even daring to breathe. They were Shuren and his new friend, Uchiha Shuren. Not far behind them lay a substantial contingent of leaf ninjas, who remained concealed due to the cautious patrol of 7 sand ninjas diligently scanning for threats. Undeterred by the inclement weather, such patrols, whether conducted by the sand or the cloud, are carried out numerous times each day. Moreover, the patrol teams are not solely comprised of sand shinobi. In another direction, the cloud's patrol unit outnumbers that of the sand. As the sand ninja cautiously surveyed their surroundings, they remained oblivious to a kunai quietly embedded at an angle in the trunk of a tree ahead of them. In fact, with the ongoing clashes between the leaf and the allied forces of sand and cloud around the area of Orange Stem Mountain, the presence of such discarded ninja tools on the battlefield is not uncommon. The patrol of such ninja tools had been witnessed by the crowd on multiple occasions, failing to pique their interest. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the tail end of the kunai was intricately connected to a slender steel wire that led into the shadows. As the 7 sand shinobi approached the mark of the kunai, a searing torrent of fire erupted along the wire. Uchiha Shuren was the first to act. As he formed the hand seals to unleash his fire technique, his 3-tomo Sharingan flared to life. While executing the seals, he swiftly conjured multiple illusions. His renowned technique, the body flicker technique, was activated with remarkable speed. Though not on par with the likes of Minato Namikaze in the eyes of the onlookers, He was undoubtedly the most formidable individual they had ever witnessed. Furthermore, each of his shadowy clones performed entirely distinct actions. Whoosh! As Shuren appeared before the Sand Shinobi, the seven had only just begun to perceive the sudden blaze when a faint sound reached their ears. The three manifestations created by Uchiha Shuren seemed to transcend the barriers of space, directly materializing behind two of the shinobi, each wielding a kunai that swiftly sliced across their throats. The final apparition drew forth his tanto, precisely severing the trachea and cervical spine of the third. The execution was executed with breathtaking swiftness. By the time the three Sand Shinobi comprehended the unfolding events, blood gushed forth from their hearts in a final surge. Accompanied by a spurt of crimson, the three clutched their throats, gasping once before collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. At that moment, the other four Sand Shinobi finally reacted. Without a hint of hesitation and disregarding the fate of their fallen comrade, they surged forward at an astonishing speed toward Uchiha Shuren. Simultaneously, a figure resembling the leader of the Sand Shinobi team swiftly retrieved a signal flare from his pocket. Intent on launching the signal, he was abruptly met with a powerful palm strike, the force of which generated a violent gale that engulfed him entirely, propelling his body uncontrollably forward. Just as his hand barely touched the flare's fuse, Shuren's right hand, imbued with the devastating power of the KY, struck with lethal precision, shattering his skull. In an instant, his figure appeared like a drifting feather before another Sand Shinobi, as the left hand that had previously unleashed the vacuum palm reached out once more. Enveloped in a blue-white glow of chakra, Shuren expertly seized the wrist of the other Sand Shinobi, and the unique chakra of the Byakugan began to transform. In an instant, the previously blue-white luminescence surged forth, morphing at Shuren's palm into an expanding serpent-s head. The chakra serpent opened its fangs, and as the poisonous fangs penetrated, the chakra threads, resembling silken strands, permeated the Sand Shinobi's entire being. The Sand Ninja experienced a sudden tingling sensation that swiftly spread throughout his body from his wrist. He was utterly unable to utter a sound. A mere convulsion of his body was sufficient to sever all connections to his nervous system and vital energy. In that instant, another shadow surged forth, and the Sand Ninja's own blade was brought down upon the head of the one known as Shuren. How could Shuren, with his Byakugan granting him a panoramic view of 360 degrees, fail to perceive such an assault? He did not even deign to glance back. The blue and white chakra serpents in his hands shimmered once more, and with the anguished cry of the Sand Ninja, the arm wielding the blade was severed. The sheer force propelled it to spin twice in the air. Shuren's agile movements resembled a dance as he delivered a kick to the airborne arm and blade. In a flash of steel, the Sand Ninja's weapon was plunged into the heart of its owner, who was now wailing in agony. Furthermore, due to the force of Shuren's kick, the Sand Ninja's body was launched upwards, simultaneously piercing through the last of the Sand Shinobi behind him. Although the preceding description appears lengthy, the events transpired in mere moments. Together, Shuren and Uchiha Shuren swiftly dispatched this squad of Sand Shinobi on patrol. Meanwhile, the larger and more powerful patrol team from the Cloud Village was effortlessly dealt with by Minato Namikaze and several clan leaders. The distance between the two teams was minimal, not exceeding 1 kilometer. Thus, Shuren and Uchiha Shuren's prowess did not escape the perception of Minato Namikaze and the members of the Hyuga clan. Particularly among the Hyuga, Hisashi and Hayashi were relatively unfazed. Hisashi was aware of Shuren's capabilities, while Hayashi, as the clan leader, took pride in having a young talent within his family who could rival the Uchiha prodigies. However, the sentiments of the other members of the Hyuga clan were less favorable, especially among several from the previous generation. Though referred to as the previous generation, they were not significantly older. Hayashi and Hisashi were merely in their 20s, and their predecessors were only in their 30s or 40s. In today's society, such an age is certainly not considered old. However, in the context of the ninja world, where the average lifespan is notably shorter, being in one's 30s or 40s can indeed be regarded as elderly. The individuals present, upon witnessing the performance of the outcast, did not exhibit any delight at the prospect of their kin competing with the Uchiha. Rather, their wrath was palpable. Is this the so-called genius that Mikhail spoke of? This is no genius. It is sheer rebellion. Indeed, to recklessly alter the family legacy and to dismantle and utilize it at one's whim. What does he intend to do? Does he believe himself superior to the ancestors of the clan? As a branch family member, to dare commit such an act of treachery is unfathomable. If he dares to tamper with the legacy now, what might he attempt in the future? The thought is too dreadful to contemplate. Nakaira. Such a person must face severe punishment. Indeed, he must be compelled to reveal the chakra transformation technique he just employed. Was it not already decided that he would accompany Zongyun? After this match, let him go. Moreover, we must take heed, with his strength and hidden rebellious spirit. It is imperative to impart the caged bird seal's secret incantation to Zongyun. The group paid no mind to the displeasure etched on Hinata Nakaira's face, as they continually instilled the ideology of the main family into Hinata Nichizu. Although Nichizu felt reluctant, he was still young and lacked the audacity to alter the familial customs that had endured for millennia. He certainly noticed his brother's expression, however. Surrounded by the members of the main family, he could only feign ignorance. Very well, I understand. I will ensure that Hinata Aki delivers the techniques he has researched to the main family and will also teach the incantation to Zongyun. The secrets of the Hinata's caged bird seal are not to be casually shared with just any member of the main family. After all, if every branch family member were to know the secrets, chaos would ensue. Typically, only those of the main family with a fixed lineage and the clan leader are privy to such knowledge. The members of the main family, upon receiving Nichizu's response, were instantly filled with satisfaction. At this moment, they also noticed the expression on Nichi's face, and one of them suddenly became enraged. Nichi, do not presume that your position as the head of the branch family grants you the liberty to disrespect us. Be mindful of your status. As he spoke, several of them cast glances at Nezumi, their eyes unmistakably conveying a message, urging him to discipline Nichi. I apologize, esteemed elder. Nichi replied, please be mindful of your status. Indeed. Chapter 56. The Battle of Kiyomi Mountain. The disgrace stemming from Nichi's actions was unbeknownst to the main branch of the Hyuga clan. However, even if they were aware, it would not concern them. He was not a member of the Hyuga. He merely sought to leverage this identity to engage in more affairs while concealing his true self. Thus, what did the fate of the Hyuga clan matter to him? In the end, it was merely a cog in his grand design. Nonetheless, after dispatching 4 Sand Shinobi, the ease with which he eliminated his foes not only provoked the Hyuga, but also ignited a spark in Uchiha Shirsue's eyes. Senior Aki, I never anticipated that the gentle fist of the Hyuga could unleash such formidable power under your guidance. Truly, you are worthy of being counted among the noble clans of Konoha, alongside us Uchiha. Shirsue sheathed his blade, a fierce determination in his gaze as he looked toward the young man. Were it not for the battlefield's demands at that moment, he would have relished the opportunity to spar with Senior Aki. There was no trace of dissatisfaction in Shirsue's eyes regarding the attention that Shuren had garnered. Instead, he was filled with excitement and joy at the emergence of such a prodigy within the village. Shuren, of course, sensed Shirsue's emotions and cast a deep gaze in his direction. It was evident that he was one of the Uchiha who genuinely dedicated himself to the village. Perhaps it was precisely this character that would profoundly influence the future Uchiha Itachi. Regarding these 2 rebels of the Uchiha clan, Shuren held no particular sentiments. However, upon noticing the 3 Tomo in Shirsue's eyes, he recalled his previous desire to collect the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. To him, Shirsue's eyes held considerable value for collection. Although he had yet to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, it would not be long before he did. As myriad thoughts flickered through his mind, Shuren did not reveal his true emotions. Instead, he gazed at Shirsue and said with a gentle smile, I have heard of your prowess, Shirslan, and today, witnessing it firsthand, I can confirm that you are indeed extraordinary. You are truly the Shunshin Shirsue feared by the Miss Shinobi. None surpass you in the art of the body flicker technique. The commendations embedded within the words of the young man elicited a smile from Shirsue, for he was accustomed to being lauded by many. Yet few of his peers possessed the prowess comparable to that of this individual. The accolades from someone of equal or even superior strength were far more gratifying than the empty flattery from the less capable. In this regard, Uchiha Shirsue was no exception. However, amidst the joy, he retained his composure and sincerely remarked, Senior Chio, you flatter me. What you just demonstrated must be your original ninjutsu, correct? I am not flattering you. Shaking his head, the young man did not linger on the topic, noticing the other team advancing ahead and hastily catching up. Regarding his original ninjutsu, it could be said that I altered the flow frequency of my chakra, inducing a transformation in its form, which I have named Serpent's Bite. Serpent's Bite. Upon hearing this, Shirsue's eyes glinted with heightened determination. Observing the intensity in Shirsue's gaze, the young man conceived a strategic thought. As he passed by Shirsue, his voice resonated once more in the latter's ear. As for the sparring you mentioned, once the war concludes, if you are willing, I would gladly engage in a dialogue. Shuren paused, taken aback by the proposition, but soon the fire of battle in his eyes transformed into a smile. He hurried to catch up with the young man, declaring, "It is settled then, Senior Chio." Meanwhile, at the base of the sand village in the Tachikawa Mountains, as the ninjas of Konohagakure continued to ambush and dismantle the patrols of the Allied forces, despite their meticulous efforts to remain undetected, the two great ninja villages became aware of their presence. Fortunately, they had anticipated such occurrences and thus remained unflustered. At that moment, the wrinkled Chio arrived at the gathering point of the Sand Ninja army, her expression grave as she regarded Rasha and Yakumo. As we had anticipated, the Konoha assault unit had arrived, seemingly unwilling to delay any further. Their intent to obliterate our supply lines was a clear provocation for a decisive battle. Upon hearing this, Rasha, with an air of calmness, exhibited a glimmer of confidence. Chio, from another perspective, this also validates our earlier conjecture. Konoha has indeed weakened to a significant extent. The realization of his hypothesis coming to fruition filled Rasha with a burgeoning excitement. He cast a sidelong glance at Yakumo, a mix of pride and nonchalance dancing across his features. Since Konoha has chosen to engage in a decisive confrontation, let us meet them on the battlefield. We are not alone on Mount Oranges, if we can withstand and consume this wave of their assault. Konoha's fate will be to be divided among the four great ninja villages. With this declaration, Rasha smiled and raised his right hand towards the sky, then clenched his fist with determination. In the face of overwhelming power, Konoha would inevitably face annihilation. Now is the time for us to avenge the third Kazekage. No sooner had Rasha's words echoed than his loyal subordinates, preordained for such moments, began to chant fervently, "Defeat Konoha, avenge the third, annihilate the intruding Konoha ninjas. Victory belongs to Sunagakure. Long live Lord Rasha." As the fervor of their cries spread, every member of Sunagakure was swept up in the fervor, joining in with resounding shouts. Witnessing this scene, a deep satisfaction gleamed in Rasha's eyes as he shot a provocative glance at Yakumo, then confidently addressed Chio. "Elder Chio, this is the resolve of Sunagakure. United in purpose, Konoha shall be our prey." Observing Rasha's rallying call, Yakumo's expression shifted slightly, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. She recognized that this was the ultimate test between herself and Rasha. However, as a hero of Sunagakure, she scorned the notion of resorting to petty tactics. Moreover, considering the overall interests of Sunagakure, Rasha's ability to consolidate the hearts of the people would indeed benefit their forthcoming war. Thus, as a hero, she could not undermine this hard-won unity. Meanwhile, Chio furrowed her brow. Although this coercive cohesion could indeed bolster their reputation, the cost of failure was a disquieting thought. A shiver ran through her as she dared not contemplate the magnitude of the price that would need to be paid to quell the impending wrath. Just then, another wave of support erupted. "Long live Lady Yakumo! Long live Lady Yakumo!" Originally disinclined towards Rasha, the Sand Ninja, now united, began to cheer for Yakumo. Upon hearing this, Rasha's previously jovial expression darkened in an instant. Without uttering a word, he swiftly issued his command. "All members of Sunagakure, eliminate the Konoha ninjas. Commence the attack." On the other side, witnessing the restlessness of the Sand Ninjas, the Cloud Ninjas also commenced their actions. In the direction of the Konoha assault team, at this moment, the team led by Shuren had once again dispatched a patrol squad. After a night of relentless rain and vigilant sweeps, Shuren, feeling the weight of fatigue upon him, lightly patted his face to invigorate himself. He then took out a map to make some annotations. They were less than 6 miles from the Tachikawa mountain, and they had successfully eradicated all the outer strongholds and camps. Only the last encampment of the Sand Ninjas remained. Uchiha Shuren emerged slowly from the rain. "Akira-senpai, it is time for us to rendezvous with the main force and await the final battle." "All right, let us proceed." Shuren nodded. But suddenly his gaze shifted towards a certain direction. There lay the forefront of the main force, led by Minato Namikaze. At this moment, a large contingent of ninjas descended from the Tachikawa mountain encampment, surrounding the Konoha main force. The Sand and Cloud Ninjas had commenced their actions. "We must hasten towards the main force, or we shall be encircled." Upon hearing Shuren's warning, the expressions of the Uchiha clan members instantly shifted to one of tension mixed with excitement, although many of them held a disdain for the Hyuga clan. Shuren had already earned their respect through his previous exploits. Moreover, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, with its exceptional reconnaissance capabilities, was indeed unrivaled, even by the Uchiha. Now, upon hearing of the Sand and Cloud's maneuvers, the Uchiha and several members of the Hyuga clan were already poised for action, eager to engage. Splendid. This rabble can no longer contain themselves. Let us eliminate them. Initially, Shuren merely intended to issue a cautionary alert, yet he inadvertently ignited the battle cry within the ranks. As everyone charged forward with fervor. Chapter 57. The demons of the battlefield. The relentless rain of the previous night gradually ceased, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sky began to take on a delicate blue hue. On the muddy mountain path, the morale of the Konoha forces had reached its most fatigued state. The mingling scents of mud and the fragrance of foliage were inducing drowsiness among many ninjas. However, the commander, Minato Namikaze, upon catching this scent, was struck by a grave realization. Simultaneously, both the Yamanaka clan and the Hyuga clan raised their voices in alarm. There is poison in the air. The allied forces of the Cloud and Sand ninjas are upon us. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the second combat unit's location, halt, Shuren commanded. Every ninja present complied without hesitation. Those who could be found here were all seasoned chunin, well-versed in the art of combat. Beneath Shuren's feet lay a series of gentle hills, a terrain most suitable for battle. Simultaneously, his Byakugan detected an unusual surge of chakra ahead. In an instant, the voice of the Shuren resonated in everyone's ears, prompting the members of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans to disperse swiftly and conceal themselves. Behind the main force of Konoha, the medical and sensory units, unlike the combat troops, were not adept at warfare. Accompanying the main force was a medical team of 30, alongside 2 squads of sensory ninjas. At present, the advanced technology of the Yamanaka clan had yet to reach the level of the 4th Great Ninja War, where notifications could be sent to every individual. Only the captains of the medical and sensory squads, alongside the elite J-Nin, were connected. Report. The main combat squad has engaged the enemy directly. Report. The first combat squad has engaged the enemy directly. At this moment, Sarutobi Hizashi, stationed at the rear, was receiving intelligence from the front lines. Accompanied by several ninjas from the intelligence department who were analyzing the situation with urgency. The sensory barrier displayed on the strategy board clearly indicated the circumstances of both sides. Report. The second combat squad has engaged the enemy directly. Minato reacted quickly, as did the leaders of the various clans. Responding without delay upon hearing the voices of the Hyuga and the Yamanaka clan leader, the ninja responsible for signal transmission immediately launched a signal into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the signal flares ascended, a series of sounds of shuriken and kunai being hurled toward the Konoha forces echoed ominously. The Shuren and Uchiha Shursui, stationed in the second combat squad, found their formations directly severed from the main force by the allied troops. Upon seeing the incoming kunai, both Shuren and Shursui simultaneously issued warnings. Explosive tags. Be alert. Enemy attack. Boom, boom, boom. The instant their voices rang out, a succession of explosions erupted across the battlefield. Countless explosive tags detonated in midair, shrouding the Konoha forces in towering clouds of smoke. Shuren, the first to perceive the danger, swiftly retreated to the rear of the formation, maintaining a vigilant stance. In his line of sight, an entire battalion of sand ninjas had encircled them. Kill. Annihilate these Konoha scum. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. An onslaught of shuriken and kunai flew from the hands of the sand ninjas, causing the previously clustered formation to scatter in an instant to evade the impending threat. Faced with such an assault, both the Hyuga branch and Uchiha ninjas understood well that only by closing the distance and engaging in close combat could they avoid being subjected to a concentrated barrage. Thus, without the need for further communication, Shuren surged toward the enemy lines. Following closely behind him were other ninjas from the Hyuga branch, as well as their Uchiha allies. Whoosh. Yet another 3 shuriken arched through the crowd towards Shuren. Humph, only now do you wish to evade? How naive. The footsteps of the individual shifted ever so slightly, allowing him to swiftly evade the attack, rendering the shuriken ineffective against him. In parallel, his movements were remarkably rapid. He traversed the considerable distance in an instant, weaving through numerous obstacles to position himself behind what appeared to be the leader of the Sand Shinobi. The manifestation of his own chakra took shape once more, as the cerulean white energy transformed from his palm into a colossal serpent that swiftly ensnared its target. This esteemed captain of the Sand Hidden team, without uttering a single word, was effortlessly subdued by the attendant. Such a scene left the remaining subordinates utterly astonished. Yet, being on the battlefield, the surviving Sand Shinobi did not forget their duty and swiftly turned to confront the Leaf villagers. Many of them, with eyes aflame with vengeance, surged towards the direction of the one known as Shuren. They sought retribution for their leader, intent on tearing apart this group of leaf scum. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shursue's expression shifted dramatically. After swiftly dispatching his opponent with a single strike, he hastily formed hand seals to unleash a jutsu. Fire style, fireball technique. Shielded by the fireball's cover, Shuren's pace quickened instantaneously as he darted towards a sand shinobi. The exquisitely refined and razor-sharp chakra once again pierced through this man's body, severing all of his meridians. The ninja felt a sudden numbness coursing through his body, rendering him completely rigid. As he continued to dispatch his foes, each movement of the chakra within the sand shinobi became vividly clear through his Byakugan. In that moment, he transformed into a merciless demon on the battlefield, with every flicker of blue and white chakra illuminating the demise of yet another adversary. His relentless slaughter soon caught the attention of a sand jonin. After swiftly eliminating a member of the Hyuga branch, the jonin severed the head and hurled it towards him. Observing this, he momentarily paused his advance before leaping to the left. The seasoned jonin, well-versed in combat, had already anticipated his maneuver. Wind release, sand bullet. Wind release, wind cutter technique. A barrage of sand bullets swiftly impeded all of his actions, while the subsequent wind cutter technique effectively blocked every possible escape route. An onslaught of razor-sharp wind blades began to converge upon him. The terrifying force cleaved the earth and trees ahead into fragments, demonstrating an astonishing level of destruction. In this moment of crisis, the expression on the face of the protagonist remained unchanged, although he could not unleash his most formidable defensive jutsu. As a member of the Hyuga clan, having witnessed the main family's use of the heavenly spin several times, it was reasonable to surmise that he had grasped its essence. Heavenly spin. With a flurry of movements, azure and white chakra blossomed once more, enveloping him in a rapid wind that sliced through the air. A hemispherical shield of chakra encased him, deflecting all wind blades and repelling them entirely. In an instant, countless individuals were injured by the wind blades rebounding from his defense. Seizing this fleeting moment, he initiated his empty palm technique, momentarily halting the movements of the sand-hidden jonin. Yet, being a jonin, he was not so easily drawn in as others had been. Nevertheless, that brief moment of control was sufficient as he resisted the pull of the empty palm. The protagonist had already materialized before him. The sand-hidden jonin's pupils constricted sharply upon realizing the situation, a fierce instinct for survival igniting a sudden burst of action within him. Barely evading the protagonist's strike aimed at his vital points, he swiftly leapt backward. "You were too slow." 8,000 spears. However, before the airborne sand-hidden jonin could touch the ground, the protagonist's cold voice echoed ominously in his ears. At that moment, he realized that the individual who had been assailing him had instantaneously transformed into a wisp of white mist and dissipated. Prior to the assault, the assailant had anticipated the opponent's movements, seizing the fleeting moment when the seasoned shinobi exposed his vulnerability in midair, delivering a decisive strike that pierced through him. The shadow clone, with great difficulty, uttered a final, reluctant farewell, while the gaze of the Sand Village's elite shinobi swiftly dimmed. Another life extinguished. Such formidable strength brought the Sand Ninjas, who had initially surrounded the man, to a halt. Though they harbored intentions of eliminating him, they were not oblivious to the peril of their actions. Having effortlessly dispatched 2 captain-level missions, one of which involved an elite jonin leader, the man was undeniably beyond their capabilities. However, did they truly believe that by refraining from confronting him, they could secure their own survival? Witnessing the man's overwhelming prowess, the Uchiha clan's ninjas were instantly invigorated, their Sharingan's tomo spinning rapidly. Even Uchiha Shursuke was no exception. Illusion, Kagyo's no jutsu, Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Although the Uchiha were few in number, they unleashed their Jinjutsu in an instant, ensnaring all sand ninjas who met the gaze of the Sharingan, rendering them immobile. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique. Uchiha Shursuke suddenly leaped into the sky, forming hand seals with remarkable speed, unleashing 3 fiery dragons upon the entranced sand ninjas. Other Uchiha, not to be outdone, cast colossal fire techniques as well. The numerous sand ninjas ensnared by the Jinjutsu were incinerated without mercy. In an instant, the battlefield where the man fought was engulfed by the acrid scent of burning flesh and the intense odor of charred remains. The Uchiha's sudden eruption of power and their widespread slaughter of sand ninjas effectively cleared a significant portion of the battlefield. Only a few sand ninjas on the periphery, those engaged in combat with the branch family of the Hyuga clan, and a handful who narrowly evaded the onslaught remained alive. Many Uchiha now cast taunting glances at the man, their demeanor indicating they had no intention of aiding the Hyuga in overcoming their adversaries. Uchiha Shuren was acutely aware of this, and after taking a moment to catch his breath, he acknowledged the considerable toll of his recent outburst. Although the Uchiha possessed a greater chakra reserve than the average ninja, it was not excessively so, especially when compared to the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Thus, even though Shuren retained some strength after unleashing the expansive fire technique, his breath had indeed become labored. He approached the man, a hint of apology in his tone. "Senior Aki, let us join forces and swiftly eliminate these foes to support the main forces." The man squinted slightly, understanding that Shuren's intentions were solely for the sake of the village, devoid of ulterior motives. Yet, the Uchiha's haughty demeanor irked him. Each of them appeared to possess an air of superiority, exuding an ostentatious bravado. "No need, Shuren." The man declined Shuren's offer, then deftly flipped his wrist, producing 10 shurikens from his pocket. With his Byakugan activated, he swiftly locked onto the enemies surrounding the Hyuga branch family, launching the shurikens with lethal precision. In an instant, several sand ninjas fell victim to his lethal assault. What an impressive shuriken technique. I never imagined Senior Aki to be not only remarkable in hand-to-hand combat, but also so proficient in shuriken skills. Shuren's praise went unacknowledged as the man turned his attention to the remaining sand ninjas. "Let us see who is faster, Shuren." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished into the midst of the remaining sand ninjas. All right. Upon hearing the call to battle, Shuren felt a surge of excitement as multiple shadow clones simultaneously manifested, charging towards the sand shinobi. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted as, with the combined efforts of Shuren and the others, they decimated all the sand shinobi encircling them, effectively isolating them from the main force. Observing the battlefield that had been cleared in an instant, many from the Hyuga branch and Uchiha clans were momentarily taken aback, gazing in awe at the scene reminiscent of a hellish slaughter. At that moment, the rising sun cast its radiant light upon the earth, and Shuren, clad in white, was entirely drenched in crimson blood. Standing amidst the pool of gore, his shadow stretched long behind him. From within the crowd, an indistinct voice murmured, expressing astonishment at the emergence of such a formidable figure from the Hyuga clan. This carnage indeed resembled that of a demon born for the battlefield. A true embodiment of the Byakugan. The Byakugan, being their bloodline limit, was indeed meant for a battlefield demon. Chapter 58. The technique of falling cherry blossoms amidst the exchanges among the Uchiha, a moniker unique to Shuren, began to circulate. While not every ninja in the shinobi world possessed a nickname, those who did often exhibited exceptional prowess. Notable examples include the Yellow Flash, Konoha's White Fang, the legendary Three Ninjas, and Shuren himself. Even the later renowned copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake, belonged to this distinguished category. Now, Shuren had also taken this step, however. For the time being, this title belonged to his current identity, Hyuga Aki. After swiftly neutralizing the small contingent of sand ninjas that had attempted to encircle them, Shuren did not halt their advance but instead moved rapidly towards the main forces. Navigating through the dense foliage, they soon encountered a raging river. At that moment, the waters bore the bodies of ninjas from Konoha, Sand, and Cloud, drifting downstream. The distant sounds of battle were deafening, even from such a distance. Shuren could discern the calls of the warriors. Attack. Eradicate those damned Konoha ninjas. We must advance into the land of fire. Why should Konoha monopolize the most fertile lands in the shinobi world? Observing the sand ninjas attacking the Konoha forces through his Byakugan, Shuren meticulously analyzed the formations of both sides. The fervor of the sand ninjas for their territory was indeed unparalleled by any other village. Shuren quietly lamented, then turned to Shuren, saying, "It seems we are within the encirclement of the sand. I have identified a weakness in their formation. Let us act swiftly." In the heart of the battlefield, the front line of Konoha ninjas fought valiantly to withstand the initial assault from the allied forces. Seizing the opportunity before the third breakage, the AB brothers, and Shio could arrive, Minato swiftly issued his commands. "Everyone, behind us lies our village. This time, we must secure victory." The leaders present absorbed Minato's words, promptly expressing their unwavering support. "Command us, Lord Minato." Upon witnessing the unanimous support of the assembly, Minato's heart swelled with determination, and he swiftly issued his commands. Shinobi clan leader, Hizashi, you are tasked with relaying the enemy's personnel deployment and movements to Rikuju at all times. Rikuju. Collaborate with Hachi to link all the clan leaders together. Sharing information will enable us to command our forces effectively. Remain still until the enemy makes their move. Understood. Aishi. Inazuka clan leader, Shikamaru, and Uchiha Teiho, the enemy's jonin will be your responsibility. Lead your clansmen to intercept them. Absolutely. As for Akimichi Choza, your duty is to protect Rikuju and Hachi. Should the enemy breach our formation, you and your kin shall unite to eliminate them. As for your clansmen, you shall command them as you see fit. Yes, Lord Minato. With Minato's orders set in motion, everyone began to execute the plan. Shikamaru utilized the shadow bind technique to instantly connect all the clan leaders. Simultaneously, Hachi employed the mind-body switch technique to establish communication between Rikuju and the others. Assuming command. Observing this, Minato hurled several kunai towards the allied forces and vanished from sight. Only through the relentless elimination of the enemy's jonin could he compel the likes of the Third Raikage or the AB brothers to reveal themselves. Everyone. Lord Minato has taken action. Let us commence. Rikuju's voice resonated within the minds of the assembly, evoking no surprise regarding this secret technique. The Nara clan had long been the strategist of Konoha. Waihai Kurenai, employ large-scale genjutsu. Aishi. Seize the opportunity and lead your forces to eliminate the jonin of the 1st Division of Kumogakure. Oilwoman Shuren, rally your men to block Tsunade. If Raza intervenes, you must lead your clan to counter him. All water-style ninjas, concentrate your attacks on Tsunade. All fire and wind-style ninjas, focus your assaults on the Kumogakure forces. Nara Rikuju's command was executed with precision. The first to receive orders, Waihai Kurenai, swiftly formed hand seals, placing her palms together as she surged to the forefront of the formation, channeling all her chakra as a jonin. A deep voice emerged from her lips. Illusion, falling cherry blossom technique. This technique closely resembles the enchanting art of the future pharmacist. Employing the mystical method of the Nirvana Sanctuary, a treasured illusion passed down through the Sunset clan. As Akahoshi of the Sunset family executed this maneuver, his chakra rapidly dissipated. And simultaneously, a flurry of cherry blossoms danced through the air. In an instant, the sky above the forces of Tsunade and Kumogakure was filled with these blossoms, causing many ninja who beheld them to succumb to a deep slumber. This expansive and aggressive illusion, in terms of sheer power, can undoubtedly rival the famed Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, compared to the one-on-one nature of the Sharingan, this technique possesses a broader scope of practicality, rendering it more suitable for the battlefield. Were it not for Konoha's possession of such ocular techniques as the Sharingan, one could assert that Hinata's Crimson Illusion is the most formidable in Konoha. Alas, the existence of the Sharingan has led to the gradual marginalization of their illusions in the future. The Kurama clan shares a similar fate, now witnessing a decline where even their elite shinobi are nearly extinct. After all, who could rival the Uchiha when it comes to illusions? Particularly with the emergence of two formidable illusionists, Uchiha Shuren and Uchiha Itachi, whose techniques are among the pinnacle within their clan, in comparison to their powerful Sharingan illusions. Techniques such as Kodo Amatsukami and Tsukuyami render the illusions of all others in the shinobi world rather laughable. Furthermore, the future Hinata has yet to attain the prowess of her father, Hinata Crimson. As Hinata Crimson successfully unleashed her illusion, the voice of Rokuge resonated within the minds of the crowd. Kill. In an instant, the Konoha ninjas surged toward the allied forces ensnared by the illusion, and a thick mist of blood swiftly enveloped the battlefield. Fools. Idiots. How could you let yourselves be swayed by Konoha's illusion? The chaos ensued, with the Konoha ninjas rampaging through the ranks. Just as the massacre unfolded, a powerful voice, bolstered by the Eight Tails, reverberated across the battlefield. Simultaneously, the chakra of the Eight Tails surged forth, awakening all those ensnared by the illusion. However, the Konoha ninjas had already closed in, and despite the awakening, many still fell victim in an instant. Nevertheless, the revived shinobi quickly regained their composure and began to clash with the Konoha forces. The battlefield erupted with terrifying explosions, roars, and the relentless assaults of fire, water, earth, and wind techniques. Ninjas continued to fall, only to be replaced by others rushing into the fray. The yellow flash re-emerged upon the battlefield, relentlessly reaping the lives of enemy elite shinobi. After several elite shinobi were felled, the leader of Kumogakure, could no longer remain passive. Stop him. Block him with me. Hey, yellow flash, you scoundrel. The pillar of Konoha, you fool. No problem, let's take him down. The AB brothers timely intervened, obstructing Minato as he continued his harvest of elite shinobi lives. Meanwhile, Shuren and Shuren also arrived at the battlefield's flank. Upon reaching a higher vantage point, Shuren refrained from issuing a direct order to charge in, instead pausing to survey the scene. Shursui, you Uchiha. Unleash your flames upon their ranks. We are positioned above, let us burn them. Upon hearing this, Shursui nodded, and all surviving Uchiha under his command dispersed. At this moment, the scholar turned his gaze towards the members of the Hyuga branch. Those with explosive tags, produce them. Let us unleash an initial wave. Such strategic resources, explosive tags, were also a staple for the Hyuga clan. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. With the unique fire techniques of the Uchiha clan erupting forth, the members of the Hyuga branch likewise cast their explosive tags onto the battlefield. In an instant, a sea of flames and explosions engulfed a vast area, creating a significant breach that the water-inept Sunagakure could not withstand. Chapter 59. The fury of Rasha. The breach opened by the scholar and Uchiha Shursui instantly captured the attention of all. Although they occupied the flanks of the battlefield, it still incited panic amongst Sunagakure's forces. The momentum of their assault was abruptly halted, cultivating an air of disarray. The second assault unit finally converged. The central commander, Hokage, also noted the situation on the flank and thought to himself, Uchiha Tech, Hyuga Hayashi, please assess how many remain in the converged second unit. Since the second unit had gathered, Hokage sought to comprehend their current strength, although the distance exceeded what he could discern with the naked eye. The Byakugan and Sharingan allowed for clear observation. Thus, Hokage directly inquired. Upon hearing Hokage's question, the two did not hesitate. Byakugan, Sharingan. Both Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Tech activated their respective ocular techniques, bringing the distant figures of the scholar and the Uchiha into view. The second unit comprises 37 elite ninjas, with 12 from the Hyuga and 25 from the Uchiha. Hayashi's expression darkened, yet he provided the response. His dismay stemmed not from mere numbers, but rather from the fact that the second unit originally boasted 50 ninjas, 30 Uchiha, and 20 Hyuga. Now, the Hyuga had suffered greater losses than the Uchiha, which tarnished his dignity as the clan leader. After all, the Hyuga were renowned alongside the Uchiha as the two great houses of Konoha. Beside him, Uchiha Tech paid little mind to Hayashi's troubled countenance. The haughty Uchiha would not genuinely regard the Hyuga as equals. Nonetheless, upon witnessing the command over the second unit, Hayashi felt a slight sense of relief, while the smile on Tech's face faded. What is Shursui doing? Allowing himself to be overshadowed by a Hyuga. Although Riju had previously been swayed by the elders, he now felt a sense of joy at the prospect of Hinata Aki gaining command over the squad and directing the Uchiha. The subtle rivalry between the two prestigious clans of Konoha had gone unnoticed by the masses. Upon hearing the number of personnel mentioned by Riju, Lugio nodded. With 37 remaining, they had sufficient strength to provoke a shift in the Sunagakure formation. Once the formation was disrupted, they could carve a larger breach. Among the 20 elite Ch-nin, even without a J-nin leading, a well-coordinated effort could potentially hold back a true J-nin. Furthermore, the second squad boasted 2 J-nin. Although Hinata Aki was merely a nominal special J-nin at present, his earlier performance had not gone unnoticed by the team before they had separated too far. As for Uchiha Shursui, he was a prodigy. With the collaboration of the two, even subduing or eliminating an elite J-nin was within the realm of possibility. One must not underestimate elite J-nin, even in the formidable Hidden Leaf Village. Such high-caliber ninjas are scarce. After all, even renowned figures like Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru, and Shimura Danzo are fundamentally elite J-nin. Attaining elite J-nin status signifies a true ascent to the upper echelons, as such individuals can typically command or influence battles devoid of Kage involvement. It is worth noting that even some clan leaders have yet to reach the elite J-nin tier. Thus, even amidst the blood-soaked battlefield of Tachikawa Mountain, the overwhelming majority remained Genin and Ch-nin. Just as Shuren and Shursui were poised to breach the Sunagakure formation, the commander of the Sunagakure headquarters, Raza, could no longer remain passive. Yakura, swiftly lead the third elite squad to intercept them. We must not allow them to unite with the main force of Konoha. Understood. Yakura, engaged in combat with the Konoha main force, did not hesitate upon receiving the command. She unleashed her fire release to carve a path. Subsequently, a portion of her elite troops followed her to provide flank support. However, as Yakura sought to advance, the other Konoha ninjas were not inclined to let her depart so easily. As the first and only developer of the fire release Kekkei Genkai in the ninja world, Yakura, though still exploring her abilities, had become a formidable weapon on the battlefield. Each time she unleashed her scorching steam technique, she effortlessly claimed the lives of numerous Konoha ninjas. At that moment, witnessing her deliberately break away from the Sunagakure formation, Lu Jio seized the opportunity and commanded, "Sarutobi Shino, you lead a team to intercept Yukura. Uchiha Tetsuhan will provide support. Do not allow her to gain flank assistance." Yes. As soon as the command from the esteemed Jiraiya was issued, a young ninja clad in the verdant armor of a Konoha Jonin swiftly made his way towards the direction of Yekon. Being the eldest son of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the unequivocal heir of the Sarutobi clan, he is also the father of Sarutobi Konohamaru and the brother of Sarutobi Asuma. Sarutobi Shino's prowess is undoubtedly formidable, ranking him among the true elite Jonin. However, relying solely on him to halt Yekon seems a daunting endeavor. Unlike his father, Shino's skills are somewhat specialized, predominantly excelling in earth and fire release techniques, which render him less effective against Yekon. Thus, upon their initial encounter, Sarutobi Shino quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Although the ninjas from the Sarutobi clan who followed him managed to encircle the elite team from Sunagakure, they could only barely impede their advance. Step aside, or face death. Yekon's voice, once imbued with a gentle femininity, now resonated with a chilling ruthlessness as she confronted the Konoha ninja. "Humph, Yekon of Sunagakure. There is no way I will let you pass." Sarutobi Shino, undeterred, engaged in a brief exchange of taijutsu before swiftly forming hand signs to unleash the unique fire release techniques of the Sarutobi clan. A massive inferno surged forth, engulfing the ranks of the Sunagakure forces. Simultaneously, Uchiha Tenkai, who had arrived slightly later, rapidly formed hand seals, leading several members of the Uchiha clan to cast their own fire release techniques. In an instant, flames erupted into the sky, completely disrupting the advance of the elite Sunagakure team, with numerous Sunagakure ninjas caught in the conflagration and meeting their demise. This scene incited a furious rage within the command center, particularly in the heart of Rasha. Observing the effectiveness of his strategy, Sarutobi Shinizuke, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly formed seals once more, eager to expand his triumph. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. The newly empowered Shinizuke, who had garnered high hopes from Sarutobi Natsuki, did not disappoint. He had indeed mastered his signature ninjutsu. However, this time, fortune did not favor him. A wave of unparalleled terror surged through him, sending shivers down his spine. Beside him, Uchiha Tetsuhan bellowed, "Get out of the way." The colossal fire dragon and earth dragon were repelled, but before the dust had settled, four crimson fireballs suddenly expanded. They grew larger in an instant, appearing before the multitude of ninjas from the Sarutobi clan. Alas, they scarcely had time to evade. Mere moments passed before they shrieked in agony, as their bodies were instantaneously deprived of all moisture, transforming them into desiccated husks. A breach had emerged, disrupting the encirclement of the Sunagakure elite forces. This scene brought immense joy to the surrounding sand-hidden village as they fervently cheered for Lord Yekon. Long live Lord Yekon. The resounding acclaim swept through the entire sand-hidden forces. Observing the figure at the forefront of the ranks, renowned for possessing the most beautiful back in the ninja world, all the sand-hidden ninjas experienced a profound sense of security. Noticing the shift in the morale of the sand-hidden troops, Rasha's fury intensified. However, within the command center, apart from Chiyo, there was no one else present, leaving no one to comprehend Rasha's sentiments. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Yekon remained oblivious to this. In her eyes, as long as she could protect the village, it was worth any sacrifice. After breaking through Konoha's encirclement, Yekon promptly addressed her comrades, saying, "You all go ahead and provide support. I will hold them off." With that, she charged alone towards Sarutobi Shino and Uchiha Taika. The remaining elite ninjas exchanged glances and swiftly made their way towards Shuren and Shizue. Chapter 60. Dare to compete? Initially, under the command of Rikuju, the Konoha forces gradually withstood the onslaught from the allied sand and cloud forces. They began to counterpress the sand-hidden troops, especially after Shuren and Shizue arrived with the second unit, which effectively disrupted Sand-Hidden's attacking formation. The last trump card of the Sand and Cloud Alliance was prepared to be unleashed against Konoha. However, with Yekon's resurgence, the previously faltering morale of the Sand-Hidden troops began to coalesce once more. Witnessing this, although Rasha was infuriated by Yekon's growing influence, he ultimately recognized her significance upon regaining his composure. Meanwhile, at the Cloud-Hidden Command Center, the third Raikage ceased his tirades. He turned to his secretary and instructed, "Go. Inform Han and the others that when Konoha's formation advances a bit further, we will strike." I refuse to believe we cannot force Sarutobi Hyazan into action. Yes. The third Raikage wrapped his fingers on the table before him, his gaze fixed upon the battlefield below. He and Chiyo had long awaited Sarutobi Hyazan's arrival. The vulnerability of Konoha was undeniable, and this time he was confident in his ability to overpower them decisively. He was determined to seize a piece of Konoha for himself. Crack. After dispatching yet another advancing sand-hidden ninja, Shuren felt a twinge of fatigue. This exhaustion is not of the body, but rather of the mind. His entire being is drenched in crimson. The once white attire of the Hyuga clan now transformed into a deep red, exuding a pungent scent of blood. Blood continues to drip from the hem of his garment. Compared to those ninja who engage enemies from a distance with ninjutsu, the close combat approach of the Hyuga is far more susceptible to the splatter of blood. However, the battlefield is unlike other one-on-one duels in the chaos of true warfare. The opportunities to unleash ninjutsu are indeed rare. As he relentlessly clashes with foes, his understanding and utilization of chakra continue to evolve, particularly in the aspect of chakra application. Chakra on the battlefield is exceedingly precious. At this moment, the amount of chakra within his puppet body is insufficient to perform many ninjutsu techniques. Faced with an overwhelming tide of adversaries, without vast reserves of chakra and extensive destructive ninjutsu, physical techniques and swordsmanship emerge as the most practical skills in the arena of war. This is evident from the presence of Uchiha Shuren, who follows closely beside the protagonist. Within the pale eyes of the protagonist, Shuren's chakra reserves are considerable, surpassing that of an average jonin. However, apart from employing fire release techniques during specific instances, he predominantly relies on the body flicker technique and Jinjutsu to manipulate his adversaries, subsequently dispatching them with his swordsmanship. This was also the most prevalent method of combat on the battlefield of the Shinobi world prior to the disappearance of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, as well as the emergence of the Six Paths of Pain. The confrontations held within the Ninja Academy, where techniques are exchanged, are merely called sparring, not slaughter. However, compared to such conventional methods of battle, those who possess foresight regarding the future evolution of the Shinobi world and the true combat styles of formidable warriors undoubtedly prefer a more sophisticated approach, one that decisively concludes the conflict. Nonetheless, the only constraints on his chakra at present are his physical body and the chakra itself. Chakra is generated through the ratio of physical and mental energy. He harbors no concerns regarding his mental energy. Having arrived in the Shinobi world with the accumulation from his previous life, his spirit is inherently robust. Furthermore, he possesses the ultimate in-release chakra, transformed by the system, which is a source of confidence in this regard. However, the energy of his physical form cannot be rushed. It must develop naturally over time. Currently, his puppet body has been maximized to its limits, without revealing his hidden techniques or the chakra of the Rinnegan. He has reached an impasse. After all, this body is merely a puppet and cannot facilitate further growth of chakra. Nonetheless, the strength of a Jonin is already considered formidable on the battlefield of Kaiki Mountain. At the very least, he can face the majority of opponents without fear. With a clatter, he discarded the kunai, a nondescript ninja tool, stolen from an unknown Sunigakure ninja, now dulled from battle, as he stood back-to-back with Uchiha Shuren. After taking a few deep breaths, he fixed his gaze on the approaching sand ninjas and inquired, "Shuren, do you think we can hold on?" "No problem, Senior Akira." After taking a deep breath, Shizuka positioned his side blade horizontally, his pupils reflecting the rapid rotation of 3 tomo. Following the prior fierce skirmish, a considerable number of sand shinobi lay lifeless around them. Although they appeared somewhat disheveled, both remained unscathed. In stark contrast, the second squad trailing behind them faced a grim fate. Having already endured an encounter, they now converged with the main force, encountering an even greater number of adversaries. Many of the Uchiha clan members and the Hyuga branch had perished, and those who survived bore grievous wounds. Shuren surveyed the fallen Uchiha and Hyuga around him. Many met a tragic end, their bodies marred by darkness or bruising, a consequence of being struck by poisoned weapons, leading to their demise. Countering the Sand Shinobi's toxins was crucial. The ninja of Konoha were well aware of this, as Tsunade had deciphered the majority of Sand's poisons during the Second Shinobi World War. However, the antidotes were consumables that depleted rapidly, and the Sand's toxins had not remained static. At this moment, their second squad was nearing the brink of despair. Shuren scanned the battlefield with his Byakugan. Though he was unaware of the Konoha command's strategy, this comprehensive perspective allowed him to glean significant insights. The fiery jutsu of Uchiha Tetsuharu and Sarutobi Shinosuke had entangled them, while other elite sand teams encircled their position. The AB brothers from the cloud were exerting their utmost to hold back Namikaze Minato. Meanwhile, Nichihisa and several elders from the Hyuga clan were engaged in fierce combat with the opposing Jonin. The remaining Konoha forces included only the leader of the Yamanaka clan, Hinata Hizashi, and the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. They were approaching their limits. Shuren uttered softly, causing Shizuka to glance at him in confusion, seeking clarification. With a profound gaze, Shuren looked at Shizuka, then turned towards the elite sand team that had come to their aid, and stated in a calm tone, "Shizuka, the sand and cloud have yet to unleash their full potential. If we can breach the flank of the sand's formation, they will be unable to prolong the battle. Senior Akio, do you have any thoughts?" Upon hearing this, Shuren smiled and replied, "Dare you to compete with me and see who can break through the opponent's formation first?" "Senior Akio, I fear nothing. We had previously agreed to a spar. Then let us commence." Shuren and Shizuka spoke almost in unison. Their prior agreement had yet to materialize. But unexpectedly, another opportunity had arisen. They exchanged knowing smiles, and Shuren turned to the remaining members of the Hyuga branch. "We must hasten our breakout. Remember to keep pace with us." The members of the Hyuga branch nodded in silent agreement. Whoosh! In the eyes of the remaining members of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, Shuren and Shursui vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the elite team from Sunagakure, encircling them, regarded the approaching Shuren with malicious grins. What audacity! How dare they disregard us? Eliminate them. The Hyuga and Uchiha are surely exquisite trophies. Chapter 61. The Puppeteer Captain. We have yet to acquire a body from either the Hyuga or Uchiha clans. Indeed, the two foremost clans of ocular jutsu in the shinobi world. Imagine the form their bodies would take as puppets. This is an unparalleled opportunity. The elite squad from Sunagakure was markedly different from the ordinary shinobi. Each member bore a mask, and behind them, they carried human-like puppets. They were all puppeteers. A crucial legacy established by the second Kazekage. There exists a peculiar phenomenon among the 5 great shinobi villages. The first Hokage was responsible for unifying the land and founding the village, yet he perished early. It was the second Hokage who truly solidified the village's legacy. For instance, Senju Tobarama of Konoha created numerous forbidden techniques and laid the framework for the Hidden Leaf Village. The same held true for the second Kazekage. He, having learned from Tobarama, established a ninja academy and, due to the sparse population of the Wind Country, pioneered the art of puppetry. He subsequently studied Shikaku, the One-Tail, and devised methods to manipulate sand from his research on tailed beasts. It can be said that all of Sunagakure's traditions were founded by the second Kazekage. Similarly, the second Tsutsuki, Mu, was renowned for his dust release technique, which has remained a vital part of Wagakure's legacy, though few could master it. The second Mizuki, on the other hand, faced a more tragic fate, despite the numerous powerful techniques of the Zuki clan, which could withstand even-tailed beast jutsu. The clan was ultimately decimated by its own kin, leaving only a handful of survivors. Shuren paid little heed to the disparaging remarks from Sunagakure. Yet Shursui felt a flicker of anger. However, upon noticing the puppets behind their adversaries, he swiftly approached Shuren and remarked, somewhat astonished, "I heard from villagers that Lord Minato destroyed Sunagakure's puppet manufacturing facility at the onset of the war. I had no idea there were still so many puppeteers left in Sunagakure." Puppet factory? Shuren was unfamiliar with this so-called puppet factory, for the war had commenced 5 years prior, and he had not been present at the beginning. It is said that in a place called Lulan, Sunagakure annihilated the nation and transformed it into a puppet factory. With astonishing speed, Shursui conveyed the information he possessed, emphasizing, "Senior Chio, your Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique seems somewhat inadequate against the puppet master. This time, I have gained an advantage, but do remain vigilant regarding the opponent's poison. The toxin wielded by the puppet master is far from the ordinary poisons coated on weapons." Sarah nodded, yet when Shursui mentioned the land of Lulan, a thought struck him. It appeared that the area had already been sealed by Minato Namikaze, precisely to curtail the Sand Village's relentless puppeteering capabilities within Lulan. After all, the war had commenced. And without such restrictions, the Sand Village's strength would undoubtedly escalate significantly. Moreover, it seemed that there existed a dragon vein rich in natural energy and chakra in that region. Saren contemplated this, resolved to visit Lulan regardless. The chakra from the dragon vein surely warranted collection, not to mention the so-called natural energy. His thoughts raced like lightning. Yet they did not hinder his actions as he and Shuren surged forth into the sand's reinforcements. Upon their arrival, the previously silent captain of the squad abruptly halted, signaling to his subordinates with a gesture. Instantly, several puppet masters rearranged their formations, splitting into two teams to launch an assault on Shuren and Uchiha Shuren. Meanwhile, the leading sand shinobi swiftly made his way toward the Hyuga branch and the Uchiha Jounins behind them. The battlefield, merciless in nature, allowed the captain of this elite sand squad to maximize his influence. First, he would ensnare the two strongest from Konoha, followed by swiftly eliminating the other leaf ninjas, and finally turning back to besiege the remaining Shuren and Shuren. He was well versed in the essence of overpowering with numbers and executing a coordinated annihilation. Shuren and Shuren quickly recognized the situation and ceased their separation, drawing closer together. Observing this development, the captain signaled to his team once more, abandoning the idea of surrounding the other ninjas and leaving them to the other sand shinobi in the vicinity. He then charged with his squad towards Shuren. Compared to Uchiha, the threat posed by the Hyuga clan was evidently lesser, thus, dealing with them would likely be swifter. The sudden and adaptive formation changes directly severed the connection between Shuren and his ally. Realizing he was completely surrounded, Shuren evaded several attacks before charging towards the sand ninja captain. He understood the principle of capturing the leader first. Moreover, during the mission in the Land of Soup, he had already grasped that eliminating the commander was essential for any chance of victory. Once again, he unleashed the Hyuga Gentle Fist, simultaneously employing the wind style, empty dance to enhance his agility. Like a bolt of lightning, Shuren deftly dodged all lethal strikes with the keen insight granted by his Byakugan. However, two fists could hardly contend against four hands. Witnessing Shuren's ferocity, the sand ninjas made every effort to obstruct him. Surrender, little Hyuga. Use your Byakugan to survey your surroundings. This time, your leaf village is destined to lose this war. While fiercely attacking Shuren, the sand ninja captain attempted to unsettle him with taunts. Yet, given Shuren's current prowess, even if he withheld his trump card, his opponents could not swiftly defeat him. Thus, a smirk curved his lips, revealing an unmistakable disdain and mockery. The outcome of this battle is yet to be determined. Do you not realize that the harsher the words spoken in the face of an enemy, the more they reflect one's own insecurity and fear? You, sharp-tongued little Hyuga, can only talk so much now. When I turn you into a puppet, I will surely silence you. Shuren's attitude and words seemed to sting the sand ninja puppet master, inciting an even more frenzied assault. Suddenly, the puppets behind him leaped from his back and soared into the air, their chests opening to reveal a multitude of ominous holes. In the next moment, a barrage of shurikens rained down upon Shuren. Faced with this onslaught of hidden weapons, Shuren's Byakugan allowed him to perceive everything with clarity, and he evaded the projectiles with an impassive demeanor, expending minimal effort to avoid them all. However, the puppet master's attack had merely commenced. As Shuren began to dodge, the puppet master swiftly retreated, leaving only puppets surrounding Shuren. Puppet technique, bind. The instant Shuren halted, the ground beneath him erupted. Serpentine puppets and centipede puppets surged from the earth, spewing venom and toxins towards Shuren. Not only that, the serpentine puppets swiftly coiled around him, seeking to ensnare him tightly. If their scheme succeeded, Shuren would be unable to counterattack, let alone move a finger, with poisonous mist restricting his movements and puppets constraining his body. The strategy was indeed brilliant, and the coordination formidable. Yet, Shuren was inherently a puppet himself. He was not afraid of poison. Just as the puppet masters from the sand village believed the battle had reached its conclusion, their smiles could no longer be concealed. The captain of the sand puppet masters suddenly changed his expression dramatically. Quick, retreat. Chapter 62, The Puppeteer's Demise. The bound Shuren erupted in a blaze of blue and white chakra. His chakra, as sharp as a scalpel, relentlessly expanded outward. The surface of the puppets entwined around him resembled peeling wallpaper, continuously flaking away. In a remarkably brief moment, these puppets lost a substantial layer of their integrity. Feeling a slight loosening of his restraints, Shuren finally managed to move his arms. In an instant, he unleashed a barrage of chakra spikes of varying sizes from his body, completely obliterating the puppets. Although the destruction of their puppets caused the puppet masters some distress, it did not lead them to a fatal obsession over their loss. Upon witnessing Shuren charging towards them once more, they hastily employed the body replacement technique, swiftly widening the gap between them. After all, Shuren's prior close-quarters combat had led to the demise of numerous sand ninjas. Among them, the captain of this puppet squad reacted the quickest, while executing the body replacement technique. The puppet cases strapped to his back shattered entirely. He deftly traced 10 strands of chakra with his hands, swiftly connecting to the other puppets behind him. This is a genuine humanoid puppet. In the Hidden Sand Village, puppet masters are ranked according to their abilities. Ordinary puppet masters can only manipulate animals or humanoid marionettes, while the more powerful human puppets are the domain of the esteemed Chio and the Scorpion of the Red Sand, who truly command the core technology. Such humanoid puppets represent the highest inheritance accessible to these puppet masters. The might of humanoid puppets is not limited to the execution of physical and ninja arts. Their movements are also remarkably agile. Art of puppet technique, assault. With a subtle movement of his fingertips, the Sand Village puppet master commanded the manipulated puppets, which swiftly charged toward the target, armed with poison-long knives. Meanwhile, the puppet master himself retreated swiftly, taking refuge behind a colossal tree, a mocking smile adorning his face. Truly befitting of a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan from Konoha, he had just employed such a method. However, the situation was far from concluded. Art of puppet technique, control. As his voice fell, 2 of his fellow puppet masters activated their own puppets, simultaneously advancing toward the target. Unbeknownst to them, a black crow with blood-red, Tomo-like eyes was coldly observing them from a short distance behind. Ultimately, it was that puppet master concealed in the tree who possessed the keenest perception. Just as he was remotely directing his puppets to attack the target, he suddenly felt an intense heat emanating from behind him. Alarmed, he turned to look, only to see several fireballs hurtling toward him. Fire release, peony technique. The wielder of the fire release technique is none other than Uchiha Shuren, who has mysteriously arrived here. Danger looms, the Sharingan Genjutsu. The leading puppet master instantly realized that they had unwittingly fallen victim to Uchiha's illusion. Were all previous events merely an illusion? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a fierce gust of wind surged forth. A phantom handprint struck mercilessly, shattering several of the puppets he controlled. The wielder of the Byakugan, Shuren, effortlessly discerned the location of both the puppet master and his shadow clones. Moreover, the synergy between him and Uchiha Shuren was undeniable. Seizing the advantage, Shuren pressed forward, launching a direct assault upon the puppet master. Undoubtedly, the leading puppet master was a formidable J-nin, even while hindered by Shuren's Genjutsu. He demonstrated remarkable resilience in countering Shuren's ambush. Puppet technique, guard. Under his command, a bull-headed puppet swiftly interposed itself between Shuren and the puppet master. The puppet showcased exceptional close combat skills, striving to impede Shuren's advance. However, Shuren was not one to squander the hard-won opportunity. His chakra, refined by divine techniques, concealed the ferocity of the 8,000 spear goddess assault, an onslaught no mere puppet could withstand. Upon contact, the puppet began to disintegrate. The leading puppet master, displaying great decisiveness, immediately abandoned the puppet upon witnessing the magnitude of Shuren's attack. The strike, merely deflected by the puppet, grazed past him. The puppet master sustained only minor injuries before skillfully distancing himself from Shuren once more. Shuren could only lament the lost chance. This is his first encounter with a puppeteer ninja, and he finds himself lacking in both intelligence and experience, as is the case with Shimizu as well. This is also the reason why they would voluntarily join forces. However, what the attendant does not realize is that the one who just assisted the leading puppeteer in his escape was, in fact, his last remaining puppet intended for personal protection. This is an essential defensive measure for every puppeteer, designed to prevent their fragile bodies from being ambushed by adversaries. Yet, this final resort has now been utterly dismantled by Shuren, instilling a profound sense of unease within the leading puppeteer. At this moment, his comrades have once again gathered by his side. The recent outburst from Shuren has not only devastated a single puppet. Sensing the formidable nature of Shuren, they covertly maneuver their remaining puppets to mount a defense while contemplating strategies. However, just as the leading puppeteer prepared to utter a word, he suddenly felt a subtle tremor beneath his feet. In an instant, a pair of hands erupted from the earth, seizing his ankles with force and attempting to drag him into the ground. Earth release, heart decapitation technique. At this moment, Shuren could no longer afford to conceal his trump card of possessing elemental chakra. After all, the prowess he had displayed was already that of a jonin. Such prowess makes the transformation of chakra forms seem entirely reasonable, let alone mere alterations in chakra nature. The sudden assault by Shuren indeed exceeded the expectations of the leading puppet master from Sunagakure. Curse be it, the chief puppet master, left with no choice, had to relinquish his remote control, as his chakra surged violently within him, resisting the pulling force from those hands. Observing this, the other two puppet masters immediately commanded their puppets to launch an assault on Shuren, who was positioned underground. Suddenly, a sharp blade emerged from the mouth of one puppet, forcefully piercing the ground beneath him. However, the anticipated spray of blood did not materialize. Not only that, it seemed as if the enemy below was untouched by the attack. Could it be a clone? No. Any form of clone would not withstand such injuries without dissipating. Just as panic began to set in, Shuren appeared before them, unbeknownst to them. The blue-white chakra blade, imbued with a lethal cutting intent, surged towards the astonished chief puppet master. Cursed Hyuga, this is utterly different from the intelligence regarding them. The leading puppet master felt utterly mocked by Shuren, igniting an unusual fury within him. Yet, despite his rage, there was no time left to evade Shuren's impending strike. Resignedly, he positioned his puppet in front of himself, hoping to mitigate the damage as much as possible. Boom! The puppet stood before him like mere parchment, shattered with a single blow from Shuren. Suddenly, Shuren's figure and distance elongated in his vision. Just as he felt a fleeting relief at having narrowly escaped death, he was struck by the sensation of falling. No, not himself, but his own head. The chief puppet master's head and that of his puppet were simultaneously cleaved by Shuren's palm. In an instant, his body, frozen in place, erupted with blood from the neck like a gushing fountain. Chapter 63. Collecting genetic cells. Luo Sha strikes having slain the chief puppet master. Shuren did not pause, swiftly charging towards the remaining two puppet masters. After dismantling their puppets once more, Shuren appeared before them. At this moment, they beheld the same sight as the previous chief puppet master. His figure stretched again in the eyes of the two puppet masters. The carnage wrought by Shuren silenced the surrounding Sunagakure shinobi, who instinctively recoiled upon meeting his cold gaze. The lower and middle-ranked shinobi of Sunagakure, witnessing Shuren drenched in flames and blood, were engulfed in terror, as though confronted by a demon rising from the depths of hell. Witnessing the terror reflected in the eyes of the crowd, the warrior emitted a syllable from his nostrils. He then cast a glance at the still battlefield and swiftly charged forward. A palm strike. Boom. Crash. It must be said that the puppets of Sunagakure indeed possess their merits, particularly their close combat defensive constructs, for the warrior's frontal assault failed to entirely dismantle one. However, despite the puppet's resilience, its master was seized by the opportunity and swiftly dispatched by the warrior. As the three Sunagakure puppet masters, who had been besieging the warrior, witnessed the demise of their comrade, panic set in as they approached. With the sight of their allies fall, the remaining two, disregarding their dignity, hastily fled from the inferno still raging due to the fire release technique. They frantically beat at the flames consuming them, plunging into the ranks of Sunagakure in a desperate bid for survival. It was evident that they were enveloped in sheer terror. Yet, how could the warrior allow their escape? He propelled himself forward, elevating his speed to its utmost limit. In an instant, he traversed the blazing inferno, directly confronting one of the fleeing individuals. The puppeteer gazed at the young man with wide, incredulous eyes, taking note of the flaming garments adorning his form. The azure and white chakra once again coursed along his neck, while confusion filled the fading depths of his pupils. Are all the Hyuga from Konoha this ruthless? Alas, the young man would not provide an answer. Meanwhile, the last puppeteer, who had come to assault them, upon witnessing the demise of one of his comrades at the hands of the young man, fled with greater haste. Then, he beheld a pair of crimson, otherworldly eyes. In an instant, his body froze in place, his expression of shock forever etched upon his visage. Illusion technique, Sharingan, with a swift slice. The last puppeteer met his end at the hands of Shursui. As the young man and Shursui vanquished the elite Sand Ninja reinforcements, the Konoha shinobi surged through the flanks. The forces of Sunagakure began to retreat in disarray. At this moment, the slightly fatigued Shuren and Jishue were respectively sheltered by the Hinata clan members and the Uchiha clan members. Their prior performances on the battlefield had not gone unnoticed, showcasing them as the genuine prodigies of their esteemed families. This scene, of course, was also witnessed by Sarutobi Hisashi from the distant encampment. Observing the breach in the flank and the battlefield advancing steadily under Riku's command, Sarutobi Hisashi finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The scales of this war have begun to tilt in favor of Konoha. Chiyo, the third Raikage, you must be growing restless. With a decisive strike of his pipe against the table, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Ahead, Minato and the various clan leaders are holding the line. The moment you choose to act will mark the final battle, and I await your move. At this moment on the flanks of the battlefield, The medical corps has commenced treatment for the surviving individuals. The second squad, led by Shuren and Shursui, has suffered considerable losses. Those who remain, aside from Shuren and Shursui, are largely wounded. Many have been afflicted by toxins and require urgent medical attention. Moreover, the relentless series of battles has significantly drained Shursui's chakra, necessitating a period of rest. However, at present, he is engaged in collecting the Sharingan of fallen Uchiha warriors from the battlefield. Those who have made it to the front lines are predominantly awakened, with a fair number possessing either 1 or 2 tomo, even if they do not necessarily bear the 3 tomo design. These eyes are treasures that the Uchiha clan must never allow to fall into the wrong hands. Even on the battlefield, they must be collected. If collection proves impossible, they must be destroyed. Previously, when Kakashi received the eyes gifted by Obito, the Uchiha clan raised a considerable uproar. Ultimately, it was only after a discussion between Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha that a reluctant agreement was reached. Considering the personal gift from Obito and the reputations of the third Hokage and Minato. However, they stipulated that when Kakashi nears his end, the eyes must be returned. At this moment, witnessing Shursui collecting Sharingan, Shuren recalled his earlier thoughts, especially after observing the impact of the Sharingan's Genjutsu on the battlefield. He too desired to obtain an eye for himself. Nevertheless, he found that the effects of a 1 tomo or 2 tomo Sharingan would be minimal. Only a 3 tomo or a Manjiki would pique his interest. However, it seemed that no one had awakened the Manjiki yet. He wondered if Fugaku had done so. Redirecting his gaze from Shursui, Shuren made his way towards the Hyuga clan members. There was no rush for the Sharingan. He could begin collecting the genes and cells from the Hyuga branch family instead. After all, these elements were far more relevant to him. And the battlefield presented an excellent opportunity for such acquisitions. With this clarity in mind, Shuren began gathering the bodies of the Hyuga clan members. In the sand-hidden village's main camp at Takajingsen, upon witnessing the annihilation of the squad sent to support the flank, Raza's expression darkened significantly as the flank was torn apart by Konoha forces. Having experienced several fierce battles, Chiyo swiftly made a decisive call. Raza, it's time to act. Proceed as we previously discussed. Understood. Let Konoha revel in their temporary triumph. We shall surely prevail in this war, Raza responded resolutely. With that, he stepped out of the main tent, leading his selected elite squad directly towards Konoha's command post, not far from the sand camp. Figures of considerable strength emerged from the cloud-hidden camp as well. They joined forces with the sand troops, moving in a grand procession towards the direction of Konoha's command center under Raza's leadership. On the Konoha side, as Raza initiated his actions, the ninja from the Oil Girl clan, who had been monitoring him, swiftly reported the development to Shimi Oil Girl and others. Shimi, we must act now. Yahi, DZA. There is no need for further command. Let's join the fray. The battle was set, matching soldier against soldier and commander against commander. As per the earlier allocations made by Rokuge, Hinata Hizashi and Shimi Oil Girl sought their respective opponents. Konoha understood that neither Hinata Hizashi nor Shimi Oil Girl alone could contain Raza, especially with the support of the Cloud Ninjas. Therefore, the Inoshikacho trio would also need to contribute. At this moment, aside from the yet-to-appear Sarutobi Hiruzen and the potential threat posed by Orochimaru from the Hidden Stone Village, all of Konoha's forces have been mobilized. Such results have truly alleviated the anxieties of Chiyo and the Third Raikage, instilling within them a sense of impending victory. Chapter 64. Scorch Release, Yukura. Thousands of ninjas from Konoha, having breached the flanks, gradually divided into 3 squads, encircling the coalition forces at Orange Stem Mountain. Observing this scene, Rasha remained unperturbed, directing his troops towards the heart of Konoha. Before even nearing the Konoha command center, he discerned the full-scale mobilization of the Konoha forces. Humph. I thought you could hold out longer. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, must be growing restless by now. Let me raise the stakes. Rasha promptly initiated troop movements. Chiyo, however, was unable to move, as she needed to maintain her position on the battlefield to stabilize the morale of the troops. Meanwhile, he required flexibility in the deployment of Yukura, especially considering the impending assault on Konoha's center. Thus, Yukura was tasked with repelling the enemies on the flanks. Each moment she could hold them back would alleviate some of Rasha's pressure. Although Rasha harbored disdain for Yukura, his rival for the position of Kazekage, she was nonetheless distinct from the average elite jonin. Elite Squadron 4, proceed to support Yukura and shield my left flank. The rest, follow me. Rasha led his men swiftly forward, the magnetic release of his bloodline limit stirring a tempest of golden sand towards the Konoha army. In the next instant, a massive swarm of black insects surged forth from the direction of Konoha. The gold-eating insects, led by Shibi Aburame and several elite members of the Aburame clan, had made their move, successfully intercepting Rasha. On the battlefield's flank, having finally caught their breath, Tsunagakure launched another assault. The moment the sand ninjas encircled them, Shuren caught sight of their approach. The sand ninja, Yakura. The striking beauty of their visage and the unparalleled elegance of their form were unmistakable, prompting Shuren to take a deep breath, feeling overwhelmed by the pressure. Not far from him, Uchiha Shursui activated his Sharingan, the tomo spinning rapidly. He too recognized Yakura. As a hero of Tsunagakure, Yakura's renown was hardly inferior to that of the legendary Konoha White Fang. After all, the title of hero is not one that just anyone can bear. Yet, despite the mounting pressure, neither Shuren nor Shursui would choose to retreat. Tsunagakure may have been outnumbered by Konoha, but they fought as a coalition, further fracturing Konoha's formation. Thus, the numbers of Konoha and Tsunagakure have now become somewhat comparable. Should Shuren and Shursui falter, Yakura would not hesitate to pivot and rush to aid Ro, inevitably resulting in catastrophic casualties for the first unit. Prepare for water release. A glint of determination sparkled in Shuren's eyes as he assertively seized command of the 2nd Combat Division once more. Yakura, the possessor of the unique Kekkei Genkai, Shikuten, is the sole wielder of this rare ability in the ninja world. Shikuten, a fusion of wind and fire release, is most effectively countered by water and earth release. Although these two elemental affinities are not the forte of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, it is certain that the civilian ninjas of Konoha possess the capability to wield them. Previously, as they surged forth, the casualties among the Hyuga and Uchiha forces were significant, yet the civilian ninjas suffered even greater losses. However, with the reunion of the main forces, their ranks of civilian ninjas have been bolstered. Many Konoha ninjas witnessed Shuren's recent slaughter on the battlefield. Thus, they instantly obeyed his commands. Upon hearing Shuren's directives, a dozen ninjas skilled in water release leapt to the forefront, forming hand seals. Water release, water chaos waves. Numerous streams of water gradually converged, resembling a tidal wave. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, fireball. The resounding clash of water, wind, and fire erupted, creating a mist of droplets and vapor. Although the Land of Wind is not particularly adept in water release, it possesses commendable prowess in wind and fire techniques. Earth release, earth flow rampart. With Shuren's prior warning, several ninjas promptly crouched and forcefully struck the ground, raising a formidable earthen wall several meters high. The wind blades generated by wind release relentlessly sliced through the earthen barrier, allowing all ninjas sheltered behind the earth flow rampart to acutely feel the potency of the concurrent assault. Do they intend to exhaust us first? As the mist began to dissipate, Shuren's gaze remained fixed on the distant Yakura, clearly more intrigued by him than anyone else. Disperse. Do not afford them the opportunity to concentrate their fire. With a swift gesture, the shinobi from Konoha behind the protagonist began to disperse in an orderly manner. This formation, maintained in such a way, allowed them to avoid obstructed vision and react promptly while providing support to one another. As for the protagonist, he cast a glance at Shursui beside him before stepping forward. With his current puppet body, he was not afraid of being slain by Yakura. However, to contend with Yakura, he would require the assistance of Uchiha Shursui. Though individually, both Rasha and Yakura seemed inferior to a true Kage, when combined, they could engage any Kage-level opponent. Their prowess, even when isolated, surpassed that of a typical elite J-nin. Moreover, due to Rasha's mastery of large-scale magnetic ninjutsu, he could, without the aid of others, manage to suppress the one-tail Shikaku. Yakura, on the other hand, excelled in combat against other shinobi. The offensive and destructive power of his scorch release was formidable enough that even the mighty Third Reikage would hesitate to confront it head-on. Today, the Hyuga and Uchiha geniuses shall remain here. Yakura's gaze flickered with intent. She had witnessed her support team being completely annihilated by the two opponents, and she was determined to exact vengeance for her fallen comrades. With a crack, she unleashed her scorch release. 2 strands of hair danced wildly as 5 fireballs, capable of incinerating the very air around them, materialized at her side, significantly amplifying her aura. Be cautious of their scorch release. Do not let any part of your body make contact. Upon uttering these words, the protagonist and Uchiha Shursui swiftly diverged, charging toward Yakura from different angles. In the face of the protagonist's assault, Yakura appeared unfazed. although she regarded him as a member of the Hyuga clan. Her previous encounters with them had led her to believe that their gentle fist technique posed little threat. However, as the battle unfolded, the prowess of the protagonist's taijutsu far exceeded her expectations, compounded by the presence of Uchiha Shuren, a master of Uchiha fluid techniques, aiding him. It soon became apparent to Yakura that she was at a disadvantage in the taijutsu confrontation, feeling the increasing intensity of the attacks from both the protagonist and Shuren. She realized that she could not resolve this situation through physical combat alone. Fortunately, she was not particularly adept in that area. Abruptly, Yakura halted her advance, raising her hands as 3 fireballs encircled her in a protective formation, while 2 fireballs settled in her palms. Scorch Release, Overheating Kill. Chapter 65, Golden Scorch Release. The Jinchuriki Strikes. Scorch Release, Overheating Kill. The relentless assault from Shuren surged forth with an unstoppable momentum, his form lunging towards Yitsong's flank. However, as the scorching flames of the incineration technique erupted, an intense heat bore down upon him. Shuren's eyes narrowed in focus as he swiftly evaded. The terrifying heat swept over his previous position in an instant, evaporating the moisture from the air and the earth below, leaving the surrounding grasslands parched and brittle. Waves of heat continuously emanated from Yitsong's being, as 5 fireballs, each the size of a basketball, returned to her side after passing by Shuren. Realizing the challenge posed by Shuren, Yitsong swiftly recalibrated her strategy. Unable to resolve the situation with Shuren and Jishui in a short span, she directed the fiery orbs towards the Leaf Village ninjas surrounding her. The temperature of the fireballs was so high that the very air seemed on the verge of igniting. The unsuspecting Leaf ninjas, caught off guard, were instantaneously reduced to lifeless husks. Everyone retreat, commanded Shuren, prompting the recently evaded ninjas to hastily withdraw, escaping the lethal range of Yitsong's scorching technique. Damn that Suna ninja. Your existence poses the greatest threat to our village. Seizing the moment while Yitsong's attention was diverted to Shuren, Jishui's Sharingan spun rapidly, and he unleashed his own shadowy teleportation technique. In an instant, the figure of Uchiha Jishui encircled Yitsong. Some figures wielded kunai for close combat, while others began forming seals. Observing this, Yitsong retracted her 5 fireballs, shielding herself with them. An opportunity. The empty palm. At this critical juncture, Shuren's Byakugan discerned the flow of chakra within Yitsong, revealing a flaw in her control over the fireballs. With a striking empty palm, he struck one of the fireballs, causing it to momentarily halt. In their previous exchange, Shuren had noted that Yitsong's incineration attacks consisted of fireballs and waves of heat radiating from her body, each motion accompanied by an aura of searing warmth. Yet, all transformation stemmed from the flow of chakra within her. A fleeting delay could disrupt the frequency of her chakra waves. This disruption would expose the most crucial meridian hidden within her body. With that understanding, Shuren propelled himself to unparalleled speeds, appearing at Yitsong's side in less than a second. A radiant blue-white chakra burst forth from his palm. Sensing danger, Yitsong suddenly shouted, "The taijutsu of the Hyuga and the fire techniques of the Uchiha are the gravest mistakes you make in confronting me." As the fire-style attack initiated by Shuren synchronously unfolded, Yitsong paid it no heed. Her gaze turned icy, and with her hands clasped before her chest, the 3 fireballs surrounding her coalesced into a singular entity, enveloping her entirely. In an instant, Yitsong seemed to transform into an enormous fireball. Shuren felt the moisture rapidly dissipating from his puppet body and hastily ceased his contact. Simultaneously, the fire-style technique unleashed by Shuren was absorbed by the fireball. In the next moment, a faint golden spark emerged within the palm of Yitsong. It was, astonishingly, a flame of gold. Shuren was taken aback and quickly retreated. The temperature of a flame often determines its hue. However, typical fire techniques manifest as red or orange flames, the most common and mundane forms resulting from chakra's conversion to fire attributes. Yet, variations in flame color indicate different levels of potency, such as the blue flames of the Two Tails, which are evidently far more formidable. Yitsong's golden flames were no exception. Even as mere flickers, their destructive capacity was astounding. Shuren's Byakugan clearly revealed that as the flame emerged from Yitsong's hand, a slight distortion in space occurred. The golden fire spread across her chest, and Yitsong swiftly sprinted toward Shuren, seemingly finding it easier to confront him, given his Hyuga lineage. With heightened senses, Shuren perceived the imminent threat and continued to retreat, his gaze fixed intently on Yitsong. At this moment, beads of sweat dotted Yitsong's forehead, indicating that even she struggled to endure the intense heat. Scorch release, solar explosion. Recognizing that she could not close the distance to Shuren, Yitsong's eyes glimmered with a golden light. The fireball she had condensed resembled a miniature sun, which she propelled toward the forces of Konoha. An unimaginable wave of searing heat instantaneously engulfed all surrounding ninjas. Yitsong wasted no time in retreating. What was this? In the midst of a fierce battle, several leaf ninjas caught a glimpse of a dazzling sunlight in their peripheral vision. A thunderous roar ensued as pale golden sparks erupted. At the moment the fireball blossomed, the surrounding trees appeared to be instantly drained of moisture, and the flora at their feet withered in an instant, exposing the parched earth beneath. A powerful wave of heat swept through, eroding the surface layer of soil. After several layers were stripped away, earthen clumps revealed themselves, which, under the intense heat, carbonized, transforming from a charred black to a ghostly white. Such a technique was utterly astonishing, damn it. Shuren felt an involuntary tremor within, wishing to withstand the onslaught. However, having just activated the fire rat cloak for defense, his chakra began to deplete rapidly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shuren dared not confront it head-on and swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, he fervently compressed his chakra, refusing to pause. Without the chakra sustaining the fire rat cloak, he feared that the moment he came into contact with the golden flames, his puppet body would be obliterated. Retreat! 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 Meanwhile, Uchiha Shuren was also bellowing in alarm. The sheer terror of such a technique left him unable to fathom the devastation it would wreak upon the leaf forces. The flames continued to spread, but the sand ninjas, already aware of the fearsome prowess of the attack, had retreated in advance. The blazing light of the scorch release illuminated the battlefield's flanks. No, no, no. Lord Hyuga Akira, save me. Save me. A ninja, adorned with a leaf forehead protector, gazed in horror at Shuren as he fled past. Yet, the moment Shuren glanced back, flames engulfed the terrified ninja's body. In but an instant, he was swept away by the scorching gust of fire, vanishing completely. Such circumstances are not uncommon. Numerous Konoha ninjas, unable to escape in time, were reduced to mere ashes. In a fleeting moment, the number of the Konoha flanking forces was diminished by nearly 100. Such a scene not only left the individuals on the front lines in a state of shock, but also rendered Sarutobi Hizashi, observing from the rear, unable to remain composed. However, none of these sentiments could compare to the profound impact felt by the witness, Shinran. His gaze was fixated intently on the distant Yitsong, an unsettling chill creeping into his heart. Such formidable power! It is likely that, when considering the sheer destructive force unleashed, no one would dare to dispute that she has truly ascended to a cinematic level of prowess. After escaping the perilous zone, the flames surrounding Shuren dissipated, and as she gazed at the panting Yitsong in the distance, a flicker of understanding dawned within her. Such a formidable technique, it seems, is not something that Yitsong can wield at will. Of course, this conclusion stems from the fact that Shuren possesses the Byakugan, allowing him to perceive the flow of chakra within her with clarity. Others, however, hold a different perspective. For instance, Luo Sha, who is currently engaged in fierce combat with several jonin from the Oil Girl clan, is witnessing Yitsong employ this move for the first time, and his expression is as dark as the depths of water. The power displayed here is no less than that of his sandstorm burial. In fact, when it comes to lethality, it far surpasses it. Contemplating this, the unease in Luo Sha's heart regarding the potential usurpation of the wind shadow position by Yitsong intensified. He could not allow such an eventuality to transpire. He must seize the popular support that Yitsong had garnered in Sunagakure. He could no longer be hindered by the ninja from Konoha. With this thought in mind, Luo Sha intensified his assault on the Oil Girl team. Subsequently, he unleashed his most formidable technique of magnet release, the sandstorm burial. In an instant, the forces at the forefront of Konoha suffered grievous losses. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kurabi, entangled with Minato Namikaze, seemed to grow weary. Big brother, I can't hold back any longer. Let us do this. Roar. After once more thwarting Minato's attack, Kurabi became enveloped in a red chakra cloak, and swirling chakra bubbles began to manifest. Big brother, leave Minato to me. You go assist elsewhere. At that moment, Kurabi lost all interest in his usual rap, adopting an air of utmost seriousness. Fully aware of his temperament, decisively relinquished the battlefield. Just as Kurabi's words fell, he was entirely enveloped by the chakra of the tailed beast, several tails and a skull emerging behind him. However, Kurabi was not consumed by the will of the beast. Witnessing this transformation, Minato's expression turned grave. As he took a deep breath and prepared for a fierce confrontation, a red figure swiftly approached from behind. It was Kushina Uzumaki, who, sensing the rapid expansion of the Eight Tails chakra and fearing for Minato's safety, could no longer remain idle. Kong FN. Several golden chains erupted from behind Kushina, encircling her and Karabi like a barrier. Minato, leave the Eight Tails to me. You go provide support. With the Jinchuriki on both sides taking action, the battle escalated to a new level. Naturally, Minato held great confidence in Kushina. While she might not hold such an advantage against others when it came to tailed beasts, her sealing techniques as a member of the Uzumaki clan and her status as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails made her exceptionally qualified. Chapter 66. Joining forces against Yetsong in such circumstances, have they managed to escape? Observing the extensive slaughter of Konoha ninjas around him, yet remaining untouched by the flames, Yetsong's gaze was filled with indignation. After all, the daylight explosive vaporization technique was a newly devised, highly potent maneuver of hers. This technique, even for Yekong, is exceedingly perilous. Yet, her utmost effort surprisingly failed to land a blow, prompting Yekong to reconsider whether this move could serve as her trump card. After all, she harbors profound animosity towards the Leaf Ninja, stemming from the tragic loss of her former team leader, Akasha Jun, who fell victim to the infamous Konoha White Fang. Moreover, her previous squad was annihilated by the duo, Shuren and Shursui. Thus, she had unleashed her full power without restraint after executing the daylight explosive vapor technique. She had depleted more than half of her chakra. Despite her grievances, the seasoned Yekon concealed her emotions and seized the opportunity to refine her chakra anew. For a moment, none of the Leaf Ninja dared to approach her, not even Shursui. After a brief silence, Shursui approached Shuren, stating, "Senior Chio, this individual poses a significant threat. We must eliminate her, for her presence endangers the village." True to his reputation as a devoted Uchiha, Shursui's words were entirely for the welfare of the village. Shuren, unfazed, activated his Byakugan, perceiving Yekong's ongoing chakra refinement. However, his thoughts were not solely on this matter. As a natural wielder of the ocular bloodline limit, he, like Shursui beside him, regarded other bloodline limits with indifference. After all, the so-called Hokage ninja is indeed a legend of the eyes. The ocular bloodline limit possesses unparalleled advantages that other limits cannot match. Yet, after witnessing Inoki's dust release and Yekong's scorch release, Shuren began to entertain new ideas. The strength of bloodline limits is well known across the ninja world, surpassing mere ninjutsu attacks. Furthermore, beyond bloodline limits, there exists bloodline elimination and the all-encompassing bloodline amalgamation. Having studied the formidable nature of bloodline amalgamation techniques, Shuren holds a unique perspective, as all the divine arts he practiced were derived from the simplification of bloodline amalgamation techniques. While delving into bloodline amalgamation might be a mere fantasy for him now, the prospect of studying bloodline limits presents an opportunity worth pursuing. This is an exceptionally significant topic. Although the secret to creating bloodline limits is comprehensible only to those who have accomplished such a feat, the ninja world is not devoid of research in this area. At the very least, Orochimaru possesses research findings pertaining to this subject. In the Sand Village, the second Kazekage harnessed his own ingenuity to create magnet release. As for Yakumo, despite being unable to cultivate magnet release, she successfully forged her own bloodline ability, Scorch Release, by unraveling the secrets of the bloodline limits left behind by the second Kazekage. This is a unique bloodline limit within the ninja world, characterized solely by its aggressive nature. The formidable power of the blazing release has just been witnessed by all. Such terrifying offensive power may not rival the strength of the bloodline limit that eradicates dust release, yet it undoubtedly surpasses the so-called lava and boil release techniques. With such formidable might, Shuren's gaze was fixed intently on the distant Yitsong, nodding in agreement to Jishui's suggestion of joining forces to eliminate him. As the intense heat gradually dissipated, the epicenter of the previous flame explosion had transformed entirely into a barren white expanse. Under the influence of scorch release, even the earth had been crystallized by the searing flames. Jishui, I shall take the lead in the assault. Seize the opportunity, Shuren declared, reclaiming the responsibility of the offensive, not out of a desire to protect Jishui, but rather to be the first to make contact with Yitsong, in hopes of collecting his cellular genes. Be cautious, Lord Aki. I will seize the chance you create. Jishui did not argue, for the battle was far from over. The cost of Yitsong's recent attack on Konoha was exorbitant, and the destructive capabilities he wielded must be dealt with at all costs. In many respects, Yitsong's scorch release made him a nemesis to the majority of ninjas. It was no wonder that the terms for the Mist Village's eventual peace with the Sand Ninjas included the elimination of Yitsong. Ordinary scorch release techniques would render Yitsong marginally stronger than the average elite Jainin, but there were limitations. However, the technique he had just executed placed him in an entirely different league compared to Jainin. Although his offensive power merely reached the level of a Kage, Yitsong possessed the ability to alter the course of a small-scale war. Nevertheless, it was evident that such a technique could not be casually employed by Yitsong. Water Release Ninja. Shuren stepped forward, his eyes locked onto Yitsong as he called out coldly. Yes. Behind him, a dozen water release specialists surged to the forefront. Having gained experience from previous coordinated assaults, they hesitated not for a moment as they swiftly formed hand seals. Water Release, Water Surge Wave. Streams of water erupted from the mouths of Konoha's ninjas, colliding with the scorched white ground, producing a series of sizzling sounds. As the high temperature met the rushing water, a rising mist quickly enveloped the battlefield. Although Shuren was not skilled in the assassination techniques of the Mist Village, he was capable of achieving a similar effect. With the ocular bloodline limit he shared with Jishui, they could unleash their maximum potential under such circumstances. Given the advantage of their ocular techniques, it was imperative to utilize this strength when confronting such a formidable foe. Lord Third, something is amiss. The chakra signatures of our village's ninjas have suddenly diminished significantly. Meanwhile, in the Konoha headquarters, there was a slight upheaval. The sensing ninjas observed the white water sphere. Noting that the chakra belonging to Konoha's ninjas had rapidly diminished within mere seconds, and the intelligence officer struggled to conceal his anxiety. Inform Orochimaru. He may commence his actions now. The rear is in your hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose to his feet, discarding his tobacco pipe. Third Hokage, he said. Casting a benevolent glance around him, this war must come to an end, and as Hokage, it is my duty to protect the village. As he stood firm, he observed Yukura charging towards him, and instead of retreating, he advanced swiftly to meet her. With a single step, his form darted forward like lightning. The empty palm technique. 8,000 spears of the divine. In that instant, Yukura felt a sudden constriction in her movements, an overwhelming force momentarily halting her. Having faced numerous Hyuga before, she quickly recognized this as the Hyuga's gentle fist empty palm. However, such a technique would not be sufficient to restrain her. Though she had recently expended a significant amount of chakra, she was still an elite jonin. Drawing upon her familiarity with the gentle fist and her instinctive reflexes, Yukura sidestepped the attack with agility. Yet, the terrifying aura generated by the 8,000 spears sent chills down her spine. This Hyuga was peculiar. Before she could devise another response, Uchiha Shursui seized the opportunity, appearing directly behind her with his swift body flicker technique. A surge of scorching energy erupted from within Yukura as she lowered her gaze, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Shursui. A fireball materialized, intercepting his attack. In the next moment, Shursui vanished once more. Witnessing this, Yukura's expression turned grave. The synergy between Shuren and Shursui struck her as flawless. She sensed that if she were not careful, she might truly fall victim to these two. It was imperative to resolve this quickly if she were ensnared by the two young leaf ninjas. How could she provide support elsewhere? Chapter 67. Stalemate once again. Fireballs materialized around Yukura. Within Shuren's Byakugan vision, he noted that Yukura's chakra intensity remained unchanged. Yet he could clearly observe the accelerating flow of chakra within her. Is she preparing to go all out? The hastening chakra flow suggested not only an increase in her chakra refinement speed, indicating her resolve to fight desperately, but also signified that her ninjutsu release would surpass previous levels. The danger had escalated. Yukura recognized the futility of hiding from the Byakugan and Sharingan, so she resolved to fight with all her might. Only by swiftly eliminating Shuren and Shursui could she rush to aid her comrades in other areas. The solar explosion killing technique, I can only deploy it twice at most. To maximize its effectiveness, I must approach the Leaf Ninja forces during battle, otherwise I shall refrain from using it. Yitsong swiftly moved, guided by her keen perception, and promptly devised her battle strategy. The technique Solar Explosion, Vaporization Kill was one she would refrain from employing unless absolutely necessary. The war was far from over. Exhausting her chakra recklessly would lead to perilous consequences. In confrontations with formidable opponents, success relied heavily on seizing opportunities to ensure her attack struck true. Her Scorch Release, over Vaporization Kill, if it connected, possessed formidable lethality. Was it that the flow of chakra from her previous technique? Shuren's eyes sparkled with realization. Although he was unaware of Yitsong's intentions, the flow of her chakra revealed far too much. Understanding that she would refrain from unleashing that devastating technique, he dashed forward. After the baptism of water release, the ground temperature had subsided. Shuren's Byakugan intensely scrutinized Yitsong's every movement while his fingertips interlaced to form a seal. At that moment, Yitsong advanced as well. 2 crimson fireballs orbited her hands, hurtling toward Shuren. Throughout her assault, several fireballs continually circled her, serving as a defensive barrier. Observing the seamless blend of offense and defense, Shuren remained undeterred. His azure-white chakra sharpened to an extraordinary degree, targeting Yitsong's head. It seemed he was prepared to employ a life-for-a-life strategy once more. Yet, Yitsong's expression remained unchanged. She did not evade but instead positioned a fireball to obstruct Shuren's attack. The fireball swirling in her palm, however, made contact with Shuren's chest a moment earlier. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. Illusion technique? Yitsong was taken aback, surprised that a Hyuga could wield Jinjutsu. Nevertheless, for one as physically and mentally robust as herself, typical illusions were utterly ineffective. Where is he? Yitsong concentrated, sensing a faint disturbance, and immediately 2 fireballs expanded, racing toward the location she had discerned. 8 trigrams palm. Return to heaven. As the fireballs approached, Shuren stepped forward, manifesting a colossal 8 trigrams array beneath his feet. Rapidly rotating his chakra, he managed to deflect the attack slightly, mitigating its impact. At that moment, Uchiha Shursui made his move once again, aiming at Yukura with a decisive gesture. With a resounding thud, a plume of white mist billowed forth, revealing that the Yukura before them was, in fact, a mere clone. When had this occurred? Shursui was taken aback, yet Yukura's delicate voice rang out from behind him, compelling Shursui to employ the body replacement technique and shuriken mastery to evade. Scorch release. Overheating destruction. A searing wave of heat brushed against Shursui's garments, igniting a fierce blaze in an instant. He hastily severed the burning sleeve with a swift motion to avert the impending peril of being engulfed in flames. At this moment, the elusive Shuren made his move. Seizing the opening created by Yitsong's attack, he reappeared at her side, just when Yitsong anticipated that Shuren would employ his gentle fist technique. Intending to endure and swiftly deal with the evasive Shursui, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Shuren swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed water release, water chaos wave. A torrent of water surged forth, catching Yitsong off guard and causing her to lose her balance. The fireball from the blaze release collided with the rushing water, causing the dissipated mist to rise once more. The technique she had aimed at Shursui was abruptly thwarted, allowing Shursui to quickly create distance. So you have mastered the chakra nature transformation of the Hyuga. You truly have concealed your abilities well. Shuren's water technique, though not immensely powerful, was deeply humiliating. Drenched and resembling a drenched chicken, Yitsong was filled with fury. Her eyes, tinged with blood, reflected her anger, yet she quickly suppressed it, conjuring a fireball in her palm. Although Shuren's methods differed from those of other Hyuga, Yitsong understood that allowing emotions to cloud judgment during battle could lead to errors. With her composure regained, a cold glint sparkled in her eyes, and her movements became more ruthless. Blaze release. Oversteaming kill. Whoosh. The searing fireball once again hurtled toward Shuren, radiating an orange-golden light that sent shivers down one's spine. Shuren reached into his utility pouch, retrieving a kunai, and vanished from sight. In the next instant, the illusion of Uchiha Shursui reappeared, prompting Yitsong to summon another fireball, the overwhelming heat rapidly expanding. Boom. As the white mist dissipated, Shursui's illusion vanished. Utilizing the cover of smoke, a sharp edge materialized beside Yitsong, and Shuren's kunai descended toward her neck. Out of the corner of her eye, Yitsong met Shuren's gaze, which exuded an icy chill. Once she had resolved to eliminate her opponent, Shuren hesitated not. With a flick of his fingers, Yitsong raised her hand, causing a nearby fireball to suddenly expand, enveloping Shuren. Damn it, is that all you can do? Shuren's expression darkened as he wielded the kunai. Yitsong's blaze release was a quintessential technique that dominated the ninja world. Anyone touched by the blaze release would have all their moisture evaporated, rendering them a desiccated corpse, thus serving as her greatest asset. Yet, Shuren, allied with Shursui, was not without means. Water release. Water barrier. In an instant, Shuren released the kunai and swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a wall of water around him, directing the massive flow toward Yitsong. Once again, the blaze release was obstructed as a vast mist erupted in the air. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. 3 colossal fire dragons, concealed by a veil of mist, surged forth to entwine around Yitsong. Utilizing the water technique to generate the mist, was it then possible to unleash the fire technique? What a splendid synergy. Yitsong fused the fireballs, successfully thwarting the onslaught of the fire dragons, and swiftly retreated, harnessing that very force. For a moment, Shuren and Ji Shui collaborated effectively, truly restraining Yitsong. She became acutely aware of this, a situation utterly intolerable for her. A fleeting glance at the distant sand shinobi, valiantly battling amidst bloodshed, filled her with unease. At that moment, Ji Shui rapidly approached Shuren, the two forming a strategic angle against Yitsong. Noticing Yitsong cease her assault, Shuren retrieved 2 kunai, each adorned with explosive tags. Yitsong, do not entertain thoughts of aiding the other sand shinobi. Remain here, he declared. Upon hearing Shuren's words, Yitsong's impatience intensified. Humph, just 2 brats from Konoha Chapter 68. Chiyo takes action, the 3rd Hokage. Yitsong, who had anticipated a swift victory, found herself unexpectedly impeded by these 2 youngsters. Such a situation rendered the face of this sand-hidden hero somewhat unsightly. However, after engaging in combat for an extended period, Yitsong had gained a profound understanding of the abilities possessed by Shuren and Ji Shui. Although they could not match her prowess, they could still manage to hold her at bay. Even if she were to abandon the battlefield to infiltrate the formation of Konoha and wreak havoc among their Chunin and Jinin, it would not prevent Shuren and Ji Shui from slaughtering her sand-hidden comrades of the same rank. Moreover, as the standoff between Shuren, Ji Shui, and Yitsong continued, her keen senses began to hint at an unsettling truth. The longer the battle persisted, the more perilous the situation would become for both adversaries. For a fleeting moment, a tense standoff emerged among the 3. After such an exhaustive exchange, particularly after battling fiercely to this point and employing large-scale ninjutsu, their chakra reserves had dwindled significantly. Only Shuren, with his puppet body constantly replenished with chakra, remained in the best condition. Yet, Shuren had no desire to embody a hero of Konoha or to undertake any grandiose ventures that might alter the course of their fate. His sole intention was to blend seamlessly into Konoha while seeking to secure his own interests whenever possible. The ongoing attrition, with more ninjas perishing on both sides, was ultimately to his advantage. Nevertheless, following his skirmish with Yitsong, Shuren became acutely aware that, with the limited exposure of his own trump cards, he could not overpower Yitsong alone using his puppet body. The Hyuga clan's strength lay in close combat, while Yitsong's reactions, coupled with her scorch-release bloodline limit, effectively countered such melee engagements. Once in proximity, facing the threat of scorch release, Shuren would have no choice but to retreat, lest he become a lifeless husk or reveal his own secrets. This is precisely why he sought to ally with Uchiha Shursui. Only with Shursui's assistance could he manage to endure without revealing more of his cards. Although Shursui was merely 10 years old, he had already attained the rank of Jonin. However, possessing only 3 tomo limited his mastery of the Sharingan's full potential. In the face of a Jinchuriki, the Sharingan's formidable suppression of tailed beasts, combined with his exceptional genjutsu skills, would undoubtedly give Shursui an edge. Yet, against a top-tier individual like Yakura, who subtly surpassed the elite Jonin threshold, maintaining the battle's equilibrium alongside Shuren had already stretched their limits. After all, individuals like Yakura had faced the Sharingan numerous times before, and she had long since devised her own countermeasures. Unless the Mangeki Sharingan was activated immediately, even if they gained an advantage in cooperation with Shuren, it would be impossible to expand that advantage, let alone transform it into a decisive victory. For a moment, the battlefield that belonged to them fell into an eerie silence. On the battlefield ahead, a colossal meatball soared into the sky, propelled by the massive chakra of Yang release. As a Kimichi Chza hurled it heavily toward the sand ninja forces, the terrifying force left nearby sand shinobi trembling in their legs. Seizing such an opportunity, Inuzuka, well acquainted with the teamwork of the Ino, Shika, CH trio, swiftly eliminated numerous sand shinobi, having prepared in advance. Humph. Konoha has reached its limit. In the Sand Village's main camp, Chiyo surveyed the scene from a high vantage point, her expression grim. Though the numerical disparity was not overwhelming, most of their sand shinobi were seasoned CH nin. In contrast, many of the Konoha ninjas had already entered the battlefield dressed as medical ninjas, some even bearing the faces of children, yet imbued with the will of fire. The Konoha ninjas exhibited a tenacity that defied death, successfully repelling the combined onslaught of the sand and cloud ninjas. Suddenly, a cloud Jonin materialized not far from Chiyo. Bowing slightly before speaking, Elder Chiyo, Lord Reikage has given the signal to proceed. Oh, has the Reikage grown impatient as well? It seems this old body shall have to stretch its limbs. Chiyo, well acquainted with the temperament of the third Reikage, turned her gaze toward the battlefield after the cloud ninja vanished. The sand forces were entangled with the main body of Konoha, while Yukura, a high GA, and an Uchiha, both prodigies, had managed to engage Yukura in a standoff. Chiyo felt somewhat dissatisfied with Yukura's progress, casting a glance toward the distant Yukura and Shuren before swiftly maneuvering toward the flanks of the battlefield. As she moved, Chiyo retrieved 2 scrolls from her robe. Bang, bang, bang. After several resounding noises, 10 puppets appeared beside Chiyo, and 5 strands of chakra emerged from her fingertips, linking her to the puppets. Subsequently, the 10 puppets sprang into action. Yukura, eliminate them and support Rasha. Secret technique, 10 constructs of Chikamatsu. Gazing at the 10 puppets that suddenly materialized and encircled him, even the usually composed Shuren could not suppress a grave expression. The presence of the elderly woman with silver hair, following closely behind the puppets, instilled a sense of imminent danger in both Shuren and Shursui. Chiyo of Sunagakure. Shursui tightened his grip on his tanto, his heart racing with unease. We must flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Shuren cast a glance at Shursui and declared. He harbored no intention of standing his ground, however. Chiyo and Yukura would not grant him the luxury of escape. Just as Shuren began to move, one of the puppets extended its hand, brandishing a circular serrated blade and charging towards him. In a flash of steel, with a resounding clang, Shuren unsheathed a kunai to parry the blade. As he prepared to destroy the puppet, another one loomed above, wielding a massive iron hammer, ready to strike down upon him. The ground trembled as the overwhelming force of the blow created a deep crater in the solid crystalline surface below. Such a scene instantly ignited jubilant cheers among the sand-hidden ninjas on the flanking battlefield. We are on the verge of victory, Lord Chiyo, Lord Raza. And Lord Yukumo will undoubtedly lead us to triumph over Konoha. Annihilate this group of Konoha ninjas. Oh, victory belongs to the sand-hidden. With Chiyo alone effortlessly suppressing Shuren and Shursui, she thrust them into a life-and-death crisis. At last, sand-hidden Yukumo was liberated. Boom, boom, boom. As Yukumo departed from the flanking battlefield, her blazing release effortlessly tore through Konoha's defenses. In an instant, the morale of the sand-hidden surged, while the overwhelming heat wave rendered the Konoha ninjas on the brink of collapse. In this moment of peril, a flash of yellow light appeared above the battlefield. The figure of Minato Namikaze abruptly manifested before Yukumo, halting her advance with a decisive strike. Subsequently, a kunai flew towards Shuren, and in the next moment, Minato appeared before Shuren, swiftly rescuing him from imminent danger. Just as Shuren regained his footing, Minato vanished once more. At that very moment, a piercing sound akin to 1,000 birds chirping reverberated across the battlefield. A bolt of lightning surged towards the sand-hidden. Kakashi Hatake, tasked with protecting Kushina Uzumaki, had arrived. Summoning technique. 2 distinct voices resonated. A colossal toad suddenly materialized on the battlefield, shielding Chiyo. It was none other than Gamabunta. Meanwhile, another formidable stick plummeted from a distance towards the Y in Hidden's main tent. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chiyo utilized her puppets to intercept Gamabunta's attack before swiftly vacating the vicinity of the giant toad. However, upon catching sight of the ominous black rod, her eyes widened in alarm. From the direction of the Y in Hidden's tent, a voice, aged yet resonant, boomed forth. I have awaited you for a long time. Third Hokage of Konoha, Hell Piercing, 4 books converging hands. Boom. The stick wielded by Sarutobi Hiruzen descended, directly countered. Chapter 69. The End of Battle. Third update. The final showdown has commenced. The third Reikage, leveraging his formidable physique and unparalleled offensive prowess, confronted Sarutobi Hizashi without hesitation. At this moment, Chiyo of Sunagakure had no intention of continuing her entanglement with Shino and Shursui. Had Sarutobi Hizashi appeared a moment later, she would have likely disregarded everything to eliminate the talented new generation of Konoha. However, with the summoning of F-Ton by Minato Namikaze and the emergence of Sarutobi Hizashi on the battlefield, the morale of Konoha soared, leading to the complete disarray of the Sunagakure forces. Sensing impending danger, Chiyo swiftly tore through the encirclement and arrived at the battlefield where Raza was engaged in combat with Konoha. After utilizing her puppets to assist Raza in disengaging from battle, Chiyo immediately called out to him, Raza, do not let these ninjas hinder you any longer. I will assist the third Reikage in holding off Sarutobi Hizashi. You must quickly regroup with Yakumo, and gather our main forces. Yet, before Raza could respond, Sarutobi Hizashi, locked in combat with the third Raikage, manifested a series of afterimages with his hands and instantaneously completed the hand seals. A cacophony of explosions ensued as 5 figures wielding enormous black staffs, all resembling Sarutobi Hizashi, appeared before everyone. You think you can hold me back, Chiyo, eh? Do you truly believe you can succeed? The 5 Sarutobi Hizashi encircled the 2, then bellowed skyward, Orochimaru. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thunderous roar erupted from the other side of Orange Blossom Mountain. The colossal serpent, Manda, a summoning beast from one of the 3 great sanctuaries, swiftly emerged from the mountain's base, casting a vast shadow over all. Teacher Sarutobi, how I long to fight alongside you once more. The raspy voice of Orochimaru resonated from atop Manda's head. Following this, Manda opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of toxic mist upon the forces of Kumogakure. Hot on Manda's heels were the troops stationed to defend against Iwagakure and the front lines of Konoha. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's appearance, the eyes of the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee narrowed to pinpricks. Damn it. Does Konoha no longer care for its other defenses? I was acutely aware of Orochimaru's role. It was precisely because Iwagakure's front lines depended on Orochimaru that they felt a sense of security. After all, with Jiraiya and Tsunade having departed, Orochimaru's inability to leave meant that Konoha had effectively severed one of its strongest limbs. This is also the greatest confidence that they from the Cloud Village possess in provoking war. However now, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled upon hearing this. As long as we can decisively eliminate you in this battle, our forces will have ample time to establish any defenses. In truth, issuing the order for Orochimaru to withdraw from the front lines of IWA was not an easy feat. He was also taking a gamble, and Sarutobi Hiruzen could only gamble simultaneously. Because Noki sought to inflict greater damage on the Cloud Village, he sent a peace treaty to Sarutobi in advance to put him at ease. Sarutobi Hiruzen was undoubtedly aware that Naka's promises were unreliable, yet through decades of acquaintance with Noki, he discerned that the latter harbored ulterior motives. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was powerless. Just as all the shinobi villages believed, Konoha was indeed weakened. Therefore, even when faced with the invasion of various ninja from other countries, led by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, wreaking havoc deep within the land of fire, he feigned ignorance. He merely dispatched freshly graduated students, such as Might Guy and other lower-ranked ninjas, to track and harass them. His sole focus was to concentrate all forces on eliminating the alliances of the Cloud and Sand. Sarutobi Hiruzen's strategy was to exchange space for time, to eliminate the coalition of the Cloud and Sand, thereby instilling fear in the other shinobi villages. Only then could he free his hands to deal with other matters. As if sensing Konoha's formidable presence and the coalition's imminent collapse, the desperate Rasha burst forth from the vicinity of Yakura, arriving at the periphery of the battlefield with a loud proclamation. Elder Chiyo, I come to assist you. If we can slay the 3rd Hokage here, we shall surely triumph in this war, and Konoha, stripped of its leader, will descend into complete chaos. Rasha, cease your foolishness. Chiyo exclaimed, producing an exceedingly long sealing scroll and forcefully striking it against the central seal. The 3rd Hokage of Konoha was reputed as the hero of shinobi, for he had never known defeat on the battlefield until this day. As soon as Chiyo's words fell, countless puppets materialized around her, obscuring the sky. We have already lost this war. Let Yakura and the seeds of our sand village break through. I will buy you time. Meanwhile, the 5 Sarutobi Hiruzen split apart, 3 charging toward the 3rd Raikage, while 2 surged toward Chiyo and Rasha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands danced once more, leaving shadows in their wake. With a whoosh, a massive whirlwind ensnared the surrounding puppets at its center, as a torrent of water surged from the ground, merging into the storm to form a water tornado. The water, guided by the tempest, transformed into countless blades, relentlessly slicing through Chiyo's puppets. Puppet technique, mechanized light shield sealing. Secret technique, Chikamatsu's 10 puppets. Puppet technique, 3 treasures absorption. As Chiyo erupted with fervor, the 3rd Raikage was equally resolute. The mightiest spear and the strongest shield harmoniously converged within him. The formidable body technique of lightning release chakra mode compelled Sarutobi Hiruzen to summon Orochimaru for assistance. Meanwhile, after a prolonged engagement with the AB brothers, Minato Namikaze finally extricated himself, once again showcasing his prowess as the Yellow Flash. His presence permeated every corner of the battlefield, and the intensity of this genuine Kage-level confrontation overshadowed all other ninja present. This is what it means to be a Kage. This is the essence of Hokage. Almost simultaneously, Both Shuren and Shursui expressed their sentiments, yet the essence of their thoughts diverged significantly. Shursui's reverence reflected an almost blind faith in the Hokage, while Shuren exhibited an obsession with such overwhelming power. However, the youthful Shursui was oblivious to this distinction at that moment. Rising to his feet, Shuren discreetly tidied the bandages that Shursui had just used to tend to his wounds. Let us proceed, Shursui. The war is far from over. With that, Shuren vanished from his position, appearing as if he had traversed space, directly in front of two hidden cloud ninjas. With a swift motion of his kunai, a chilling flash of light severed their defensive earthen wall in twain. Witnessing this, Uchiha Shursui regarded Shuren with profound respect. Indeed, Senior Aki is as I imagined, genuinely devoted to the ninjas of Konoha. I cannot lag behind. The commotion stirred by Shuren and Shursui was considerable, first vanquishing an elite sand team, and subsequently engaging in a series of skirmishes with Yakumo and Chiyo. Although Chiyo swiftly subdued them, their youth and burgeoning strength caught the attention of both the hidden cloud and hidden sand, as they once again plunged into the ranks of the ninja army, wreaking havoc. It was impossible not to marvel at the abundance of talent in Konoha. Yakumo, suppressing the urge to confront Shuren and Shursui once more, coldly approached Rasha, stating, "Retreat." Rasha, filled with indignation, gazed at Chiyo, who was desperately holding off Sarutobi and Orochimaru, as well as Minato, who effortlessly maneuvered against the formidable Killer Bee with the support of the Raikage. Overwhelmed by a sense of inadequacy, he forced down his fury and bellowed, "Withdraw." Almost simultaneously, news of retreat emerged from the direction of the hidden cloud. The Battle of Orange Ridge has come to an end. Chapter 70. Rewards and Eye Ointment. Observing the few individuals mercilessly wreaking havoc on the battlefield, alongside his peer, the formidable Minato Namikaze, who could partake in such a conflict, Raza felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction as he withdrew. With Konoha in such a weakened state, even the collaboration with the hidden cloud had failed to obliterate it. Opportunities like this would be increasingly elusive in the future. However, despite the retreat of Tsunegakure and Kumobakure, the pursuit by Konoha Shinobi would not relent. They aimed to expel the allied forces entirely from the Land of Fire, eradicating all clandestine threats. Naturally, Shuren joined the other Konoha Shinobi in this relentless hunt. Yet, his moment of satisfaction was short-lived. After Shuren and Shursui successfully eliminated several Cloud Ninja, they received orders from the headquarters. Shuren had no choice but to cease his pursuit of the allied forces and return to the base with Uchiha Shursui. At that moment, awaiting them at the headquarters were not Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Orochimaru, but rather Minato Namikaze and Nara Shikaku. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was still occupied in a fierce battle with the third Raikage and Chiyo, unable to spare any attention. Moreover, he had already intended to pass on the position of Hokage to Minato after this war, making it entirely reasonable for Minato to summon Shuren and Shursui as the commanding officer of the Orange Ridge operation. Upon Shuren's arrival at the main tent, Hyuga Hizashi also appeared outside with an elder of their clan. Upon seeing Hizashi, Shuren calmly saluted him, not sparing a glance at the elder. In this great conflict, Shuren represented the Hyuga clan in competition with the Uchiha, significantly enhancing the clan's reputation. Therefore, the still youthful Hizashi paid no heed to such trivial details. "Good job this time, Shuren," Hizashi exclaimed with a beaming smile, helping him to his feet and clasping his hand tightly, repeating his praise. All thanks to the clan's nurturing. Such trivial banter had been articulated quite smoothly by the speaker. Upon encountering him, Hinata Hizashi, who maintained a familial disposition, felt a sense of satisfaction, even easing the expression of the rather displeased elder Uchiha behind him. "Let us proceed. We must not keep Lord Minato waiting too long." With that, Hinata Hizashi and elder Uchiha entered the main tent, promptly followed by the speaker and Shursui. As the prominent figure of the village, Minato Namikaze greeted the speaker and Shursui with customary politeness and encouragement. Moreover, as the sole candidate for the position of the fourth Hokage, Minato had begun to acclimate himself to the mindset required for such a role. He lavished praise upon the speaker and Shursui, simultaneously offering high regard for their respective clans. Minato was acutely aware that the two great clans of Konoha, the Hyuga and Uchiha, were forces he needed to cultivate. His ties with the Uchiha were somewhat closer due to his associations with Obito and Fugaku Uchiha. However, following Obito's death, Fugaku had remained stationed at the front lines of the mist. Were it not for the need to consider the opinions of the village's higher echelons, Minato might have contemplated directly integrating Shursui into his team or the Umbu. Yet, Upon reflecting on Danzo's sentiments towards the Uchiha, he reconsidered. In truth, it was not only the Uchiha. The Hyuga clan had also never been incorporated into the Umbu. Such tacit understanding has been upheld by the village's leadership for decades, and Watergate must comply for the time being. His identity is on the verge of transformation, thus. Each of his actions carries profound political implications, and he can no longer act with the same casualness as before. Shuren, you were able to lead the Uchiha clan in supporting the battle at Orange Blossom Mountain from the front lines of the Hidden Mist. Lord Third is quite pleased with you and your Uchiha clan, and upon your return to the village, there will surely be additional rewards. After contemplating all of this, Minato first reassured Shuren, then shifted the focus of the conversation. The battle at Orange Blossom Mountain has concluded, yet the war in the ninja world is far from over. The Hidden Cloud and Hidden Sand have launched a joint attack against us, and we cannot afford to remain passive. At this point, Minato's tone took on an unusual sternness. The village has already declared war on the Hidden Sand and Hidden Cloud. Even if they wish to retreat, we must initiate a full-scale offensive. Shuren, you are to head to the Hidden Sand and pursue the ambush team, destroying all Hidden Sand's covert operations and strongholds along the way, and suppressing their activities in the Land of Fire, driving them out completely. Upon hearing Minato assign him such a pivotal task, Uchiha Shuren felt a surge of excitement. Yes, Lord Watergate, I assure you I will accomplish this mission. Observing Shuren's demeanor and commitment, Minato expressed his satisfaction. Go forth, and after this mission concludes, Lord Third will likely summon you, at which point I will advocate for your reward. After receiving his orders, Shuren glanced at the attendant beside him, said nothing, and departed. Hinata Aki. After watching Uchiha Shuren leave, Minato turned his attention to the attendant. Yes, Lord Watergate. A radiant smile spread across Minato's face. In this battle at Orange Blossom Mountain, your contributions have been immense. Whether it was your previous mission to the Land of Water to destroy the Hidden Cloud's logistical support or your efforts on the battlefield to breach the Hidden Sand's flank and eliminate their elite team alongside Shuren, entangling their forces, these are all significant accomplishments. Given your merits, merely promoting you to Special Jonin to lead the 9th Reconnaissance Team is evidently insufficient. A hint of contemplation flickered in Minato's eyes, and after a brief discussion with Nara Shikaku beside him, he turned to Hinata Hayashi, Hinata clan leader. I propose appointing Hinata Aki as the vice captain of the reconnaissance unit under the Umbu. What do you think? Hearing Minato's proposal, both Hinata Hayashi and the elders behind him expressed their delight. Although not truly part of the Umbu, this position represented a considerable advancement for the Hinata clan. However, after the initial joy, one elder's brow furrowed slightly, expressing some discontent regarding the branch family receiving such significant authority. He whispered something to Hayashi, causing a flicker of displeasure in Hayashi, almost sparking a dispute. Lord Watergate, the Hinata clan is very satisfied with this decision. But since Hinata Aki is from the branch family, should the main family have other arrangements for him? Could this position be temporarily assumed by a Jonin from the main family? The expression on Hisashi's face was somewhat grim and awkward, however, for the sake of family interests. As the head of the clan, he felt compelled to act in this manner. At the very least, this was how he consoled himself. Oh, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Minato's eyes. He was well aware of the sordid affairs that transpired among these prominent families. Yet he presently possessed no means to alter the situation. Nevertheless, with Minato's consent, Hisashi's demeanor softened, while the elder behind him wore a countenance of delight. As for the attendant seated below, he was entirely disregarded throughout, with no effort made to solicit his opinion. Witnessing this scene, a hint of embarrassment crossed Minato's face. For he intended to reward the attendant, yet after the entire exchange, the only thing he had garnered was the title of Jonin. Hinata Akira. I have observed your deployment of Earth-style and Water-style ninjutsu on the battlefield. Have you completed the transformation of your chakra's nature? Yes, Lord Minato. In that case, you may select an additional B-rank ninjutsu or a sealing technique as your reward. Minato, wishing to rectify his earlier oversight, sought to make amends. While the attendant raised his gaze at Hisashi, assuming a more upright posture. Thank you, Lord Minato. But the matter of reward lies solely in the hands of the clan head. The traditions of the Hyuga clan were unmistakably evident before Minato. To the Hyuga, the clan's honor outweighed all else. At this moment, even the good-natured Watergate found himself momentarily at a loss. However, before he could utter a word, the perceptive Sunfoot interjected with a sharp reprimand. Autumn, Lord Watergate embodies the essence of our village. Even I cannot act disrespectfully. This time, The reward shall be determined by your own judgment. Understood. At this moment, the individual known as Shuren appeared nonchalant as he addressed the central figure, Minato Namikaze, saying, "Thank you, Lord Minato, for your generous grant. If possible, I would like to select the sealing technique." "Ah. The sealing technique can only be bestowed upon you once you return to the village. Proceed, as the Hyuga clan likely has other tasks arranged for you." "I shall not overstep my boundaries this time," Minato declared, signaling the end of the audience. After bowing respectfully to him, Hinata Hazashi and the elder behind him gestured for Shuren to follow, unperturbed by Minato's or the village's sentiments. Shuren was fully aware that the honor of being a member of the Tsutsuki clan was not to be taken lightly. He possessed capabilities akin to those of Itachi Uchiha, and he was confident in his ability to surpass him. Just as he was on the verge of exiting the large tent, a bolt of lightning abruptly pierced through Minato's quarters. Kakashi Hitaki, his silver hair tousled, bore a countenance filled with urgency. "Kakashi, what has transpired?" Sensei Rin was tracking the invading ninjas from the Land of Fire when she encountered operatives from the Mist Village. Her teammates were slain, and she was captured. "I must immediately head to the Land of Water for her rescue." Chapter 71. An important mission. In his state of anxiety and tension, Kakashi failed to notice that his intelligence had been overheard by others. However, such information was of no consequence to them. For Shuren, who grasped the situation, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes. Rin's abduction signified that Obito Uchiha was steering toward a plan of utter darkness orchestrated by Madara Uchiha. It seemed imperative for him to devise a way to detach himself from the unit and seek out the Land of Water, where the power of the Manjiki Sharingan awaited him, a resource too precious to squander on Kakashi. With his gaze lowered, Shuren followed Hinata Hazashi, maintaining a respectful distance of 2 paces. Soon, the trio arrived at the defensive stronghold of the Hyuga clan. At this point, most clan members had already joined the main forces under Hinata Hayashi's command, pursuing the retreating troops of Tsunagakure and Kimogakure. Consequently, the number of ninjas left at the base was minimal. As Hazashi and the clan elder came to a halt and turned around, Shuren once again performed a deep bow. His demeanor and respect mirrored that which he exhibited before Minato, adhering to the clan's teachings of propriety and reverence. "Esteemed head of the clan, honorable elder," he greeted, completing his bow and lowering his head, standing with hands clasped before him. With this set of etiquette, even the most stringent and traditional elder of the Hyuga clan could not find a trace of impropriety in his demeanor. Elder Hyuga Aki regarded him with great satisfaction. He had fiercely competed with others to select this attendant for his grandson, incurring considerable cost in the process. Truly, he is a scion of the esteemed Hyuga bloodline. Though he belongs to the branch family, he has not tarnished the Hyuga name, and his performance on the battlefield this time was indeed commendable. He paused, and his tone suddenly turned cold. "However, you must understand that as a member of the branch family, you cannot bear the responsibilities and honors of our main clan." Hearing such remarks, the attendant nearly burst into laughter. Did he truly think he could shoulder the glory of the Hyuga? This is undoubtedly the most delightful jest he has heard in quite some time. "When I bestow upon you the honor you seek, I wonder if you will be able to bear it." While secretly mocking, Shuren maintained an impassive facade and calmly replied, "The Grand Elder speaks truly. The autumn cannot represent the sun's path. Only the clan leader and the esteemed family can embody that." "Humph. As long as you are aware of this, it suffices." The Grand Elder was quite pleased with Shuren's submission, his expression softening slightly. "Rest assured, the clan is not entirely lacking in reason. In addition to the rewards bestowed upon you by the village, the clan has resolved to grant you even greater honor. I have already conferred with the clan leader and decided to assign you as a close attendant to a prodigy of our clan, allowing you to bask in the glory of the clan and progress alongside him." After speaking, the Grand Elder's gaze sharpened once more, his wide eyes flaring open as he enunciated, "What is your opinion on this?" Shuren glanced at the silent Hayashi beside him, and then, with a face radiant with honor, declared, "Autumn, it is a great privilege." "Excellent. Then you shall proceed at once. This is your position." Observing Shuren's perceptiveness, the Grand Elder's satisfaction grew, and he produced a task scroll from his robe. "Remember, this task is of utmost importance, surpassing all else. You must ensure the safety of the clan." "Yes." Shuren accepted the vital task scroll and prepared to depart. "By the way, the techniques you employed on the battlefield, were they of your own invention?" "Indeed. Upon your return, be sure to inscribe them and submit them to the secret arch chamber of the clan." The Grand Elder regarded Shuren with a relaxed demeanor before turning to Hayashi. "As a member of the Hyuga, every individual bears the obligation to enhance the family's foundation. This is equally for the advancement of the clan. Although the branch families serve as the shield and sword of the clan, only with a strong clan as the wielder of the sword can we lead you to greater horizons. With that, he did not afford Shuren the opportunity to refuse and departed with Hayashi. Shuren lifted his head, pure killing intent surging within him. Yet his smile grew ever more radiant. Yes. Turning around, the figure vanished into the camp. The members of the Hyuga clan had been irrevocably marked by the figure as destined to return to the embrace of the Yu village. Particularly, the individuals from the Zong family had, in his eyes, transformed entirely into mere walking corpses. Perhaps, once the figure entered Konoha and fully seized control of the Hyuga, out of a sudden burst of benevolence, they might even devolve into a state of incessant survival, breeding pure wide-eyed piglets, facing the direction of the land of water. The figure had come to this place for the second time. The defeat of the Cloud Village had forced a multitude of their ninjas into this locale, thus trapping many escapees within the small hills of the land of water. The orders issued by Minato Namikaze mandated the annihilation of the enemy forces. Regardless of whether they hailed from the Cloud or Sand villages, any who trespassed upon the territory of the Fire Nation became the targets of all Konoha ninjas. It was precisely due to the ferocity of Konoha's pursuit that the Allied forces found themselves in a desperate struggle, with Konoha ninjas facing the most brutal counterattacks during this period. The figure paid little heed to the chaos of battle. After all, he had been entrusted with a crucial mission. Following the markings on the scroll, he traversed swiftly. At that moment, his Byakugan discerned a familiar silhouette. Not far off, a team of Konoha ninjas was diligently executing their tasks, led by a woman clad in a cloak, her face adorned with round glasses. Was that Yakushi Nanoyu? The figure halted his steps and approached her. The so-called important person was, to him, of no consequence. In fact, Yakushi Nanoyu, or the child she held by hand, were far less significant than the task at hand. Who? The figure's proximity suddenly aroused Yakushi Nanoyu's wariness. She swiftly drew a kunai, calling out into the shadows. Her alertness prompted the entire squad to tense up, as it was wartime, and all Konoha ninjas anxiously surveyed their surroundings, fearful of the slightest misstep. Are you also Konoha ninjas? What brings you here? The figure stopped 10 meters away, activating his Byakugan. Ah, it is an elder of the Hyuga clan. Indeed. We are all Konoha ninjas, currently on a mission. Upon noticing the Byakugan of the newcomer, Nanoyu and her comrades exhaled in relief. She adjusted her glasses perched on her nose and responded, "On a mission? And what of these?" The figure assumed an authoritative stance, his gaze directed towards the children behind the lower-ranked ninjas. "Sir, after the Sand Village's retreat today, they plundered a small village near the Land of Rivers. These children are survivors from that village." "Survivors?" "Yes, all the villagers have perished, and we are preparing to take these children back to care for them." As the Roots ninja, Yakushi Nan spoke with an air of inscrutability. Shuren was well aware that her words did not entirely convey the truth. Her so-called adoption was merely a guise to gather fresh blood for Root. However, the child behind her was distinctly different from others. So that was it. Shuren had no intention of pressing further. Instead, he approached Yakushi Nan and gently ruffled the child's hair. An ocular mark, perceivable only to Shuren, was implanted within the body of Kabuto. "You may continue with your mission. I too must attend to my own." After concluding this exchange, Shuren departed directly. Yakushi Nan and her companions exchanged glances for a moment before resuming their journey toward the Hidden Leaf Village, accompanied by numerous children. The encounter with Yakushi Nan was merely fortuitous. Shuren's greater objective lay with Kabuto. Of course, at this moment, he was not yet known as Kabuto, but rather a 6-year-old child suffering from amnesia due to a head injury sustained in the war. Nevertheless, Shuren was willing to set a strategic piece in motion for him. In the ninja world, there were few things truly worthy of Shuren's admiration. Aside from combat experience, only 2 disciplines stood out. One was sealing techniques, and the other was sage arts. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, Shuren had yet to discover any proficiency in spatial perception. He could only await the awakening of the Kamui Sharingan, which would allow him to experiment with space manipulation. Regarding sage arts, aside from Naruto and Hashirama achieving perfect sage status, Kabuto was the last in line. The 3 of them practiced different forms of sage arts, one from the Wetbone Forest, another from Maibokuzen, and the last from the Ri-Chi Cave. Each sage art yielded distinct effects and functions. Shuren was quite eager to explore what might occur if he were to merge these 3 forms of sage arts. By marking Kabuto, he would potentially advance further when Kabuto eventually encountered the Ri-Chi Cave sage arts and perhaps became a perfect sage himself. Chapter 72. Does such a person deserve to be called Zonyin? 13. In the Land of the Moon. The news of the defeat of the Cloud and Sand allied forces at the hands of the Leaf Village reached Noki without delay. At that moment, the elite forces of Awagakure were gathered in the Land of the Moon, anticipating a decisive strike when the Cloud forces retreated. Now that the Cloud had been routed and was being relentlessly pursued by the Leaf, they were in disarray. It appeared that this target was within easy reach for Awagakure. Lord Tsutsuki, let us take action. The Cloud had already crumbled. Their vanguard had entered the Land of the Moon, and we could achieve a greater victory this time. Indeed. Lord Tsutsuki, Lord Noki, let us commence. Noki and Noki exchanged a glance before he levitated, surveying all the Awagakure shinobi around him. Wait a moment. We shall strike once the third Raikage and his forces have withdrawn to the Land of the Moon. The extent of our gains this time hinges entirely upon your efforts. However, we must ensure that the third Raikage remains among us. The old man has lived long enough and should meet his end. Daiomoku's words ignited a fervor among those present, instilling a palpable sense of battle spirit in the air. Notably, the explosive Team S member, Shika, wore a chilling smile. The animosity towards the third Raikage from Awagakure runs deeply. During the Second Shinobi World War, they were on the brink of ultimate victory. Yet the sudden intervention of the Land of Lightning turned the tide, forcing the IWA shinobi to contend with both the Cloud and Leaf ninjas in a pincer attack. This catastrophic conflict inflicted severe losses upon Awagakure, compelling them to withdraw from the Second Shinobi World War prematurely. In recent years, Yanin has been preoccupied with thoughts of vengeance. Inform Lao Zi and Han, instructing them to allow the main forces of Yun In to enter. Upon the emergence of the third Raikage, they are to block his path and surround him for extermination. Understood. At the border where the Land of Water meets the Land of Fire, a team of mist ninjas swiftly traverses the Konoha defenses, carrying a young girl as they seek the designated rendezvous point. Here lies the vulnerable point of the Uchiha defense. And with the diminished forces of Konoha, countless enemy ninjas from various nations are now active throughout the Land of Fire. This is the objective. Swiftly escort her to the rendezvous point. The elders of the village are eagerly awaiting her return with the tailed beast to wreak havoc in Konoha. A tall mist ninja forcibly hurled the girl into the hands of his counterpart. It was none other than Lin Noera. Are you aware that you don't have a tail following you? Ah, you wouldn't believe it, but it seems there indeed is a tail. And it belongs to members of the Hyuga clan and Minato Namikaze from Konoha. The mist ninja tasked with capturing Lin grinned malevolently, revealing a sinister expression. Hyuga? From the main family or the branch family? At this moment, another group emerged from the cabin, led by a man whose tone was somewhat urgent. Lord Ao, I'm not entirely certain of the details, but there are 4 individuals from the Hyuga clan, 3 of whom are from the branch family, tasked with protecting the 4th. Upon hearing this, the mist-hidden youth ninja named Ao became somewhat agitated. If the branch family is involved in protection, it is highly likely that the individual is from the main family. This presents a golden opportunity for us in the mist. Should the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan miss this chance, who knows when the next one will arise? Another mist ninja, responsible for the handover, appeared troubled by Ao's statement. Indeed, Lord Ao, this is indeed a favorable opportunity, yet the Land of Fire is exceedingly perilous at present. It is said that even the 7 ninja swordsmen have encountered danger, with only 3 managing to escape, while the others perished on the front lines of Konoha. Yes, Lord Ao, it is rumored that they were all slain by a single individual. Ao was well aware of this situation and shared the same apprehension regarding Konoha's vigilance. However, the thought of the Byakugan drove him to a resolution. After a moment of contemplation, Ao clenched his teeth. We shall split our forces. You take this individual back, while I proceed with the 3 of you to seek out any potential opportunities. Rest assured, I will personally explain the situation to Lord Yuan. With that, Ao stealthily led the 3 in the direction indicated by the previous Mist Ninja. Meanwhile, the others continued their journey towards the Land of Water, escorting Noera Rin. On the other side, the anxious Kakashi Hitaki broke away from the group. Summoning several ninja hounds, he pushed his speed to the limit, racing towards the location where Rin's scent had vanished. Meanwhile, 3 members of the Hyuga branch family surrounded a young master of the main family, their mission being to eliminate enemy ninjas within the borders of the Land of Fire. Although the prowess of these ninjas vary significantly, the 4 members of the Hyuga clan, united in their endeavors, found little resistance from their adversaries. Growing weary of such lackluster opponents, Hinata Munenori, surrounded by his kin, expressed his disdain. Their strength is inadequate. Let us venture to the border and see if we might encounter some ninjas from a rival nation. With an air of authority befitting the main branch, Munenori issued his command to the 3 members of the branch family without room for negotiation. My lord Munenori, we must consider your safety. The border is fraught with peril. One of the branch members urged anxiously. Upon hearing this retort, Hinata Munenori raised a hand to his lips, casting a mocking glance at the speaker. In the next moment, excruciating pain surged through the nervous system of the branch member, subjecting him to relentless torment that culminated in a chilling scream, until finally, he could produce no sound at all. It was only then that Munenori ceased his hand signs. Humph, as members of the branch family, you must comprehend your position. The decisions of the main family are not for you to dispute. Should you continue to disobey, you shall meet a similar fate. At once, the other 2 branch members fell silent, gripped by fear. However, they remained oblivious to the impending danger. As the earlier curse of the caged bird had drawn all eyes to the tormented branch member, in the distance, a few hidden figures from the Mist Village, initially unaware of the Hyuga's location, were guided by the haunting cries. Ah, truly, fortune favors us. It is indeed the Hyuga clan, and they are embroiled in conflict. Unaware of our presence, Lan, Z, you 2 flank them. Hong, you take the lead, and I will seize the opportunity to strike at their eyes. After swiftly devising a battle plan, the 4 sprang into action. The Hyuga quartet, caught entirely off guard, found themselves in a precarious situation. Nevertheless, those dispatched to protect the main family were no weaklings. Despite the ambush, they quickly regained their composure, engaging in a tactical retreat while battling their assailants. At that moment, the swift and formidable Ao surged forward, lunging directly before Hyuga Munehiko and reaching towards his eyes. A piercing scream echoed as one of Hyuga Munehiko's eyes was brutally plucked from its socket. We must go. The Leaf Shinobi are approaching. Without hesitation, Ao turned on his heel and departed. The others, showing no reluctance, followed closely behind. The ambush was executed with precision. They came and went like the wind, vanishing towards the land of water in less than an instant. This time, their harvest was immense. They were revered as the first in the shinobi world. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, which had never been stolen by others, was now in the possession of the hidden Mist Village. Meanwhile, Hinata Sahiko, having lost his Byakugan, was now driven to madness. The 3 members of the branch family struggled to rise, contemplating a pursuit, yet they were burdened with the duty to protect Sahiko, fearing that any rash action might lead to further calamity. In their indecision, the members of the branch family recalled the loss of the main family's Byakugan, and the impending punishment they would face, filling them with trepidation. They could easily envision the kind of retribution awaiting them upon their return, as despair enveloped their spirits. However, before they could dwell on their fears or await the family's wrath, an overwhelming agony suddenly engulfed them. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Sahiko's vacant eye bled profusely, while the other, bloodshot and fierce, seemed eager to devour. As he gazed at the 3 branch family members who surrounded him in a futile attempt to protect him, there was no trace of gratitude in Sahiko, only boundless rage. His fingers formed seals at his lips once more, and he began to chant the cursed incantation, showing no intention of halting this time. You slaves! Why do you feign concern around me? Are you mocking me? Die! Consumed by a fury that obliterated his reason, Sahiko unleashed his wrath upon the 3 members of the branch family. In an instant, their anguished cries pierced through the forest confines, reaching the ears of the 2-kilometer-distant Shuren. Does such a wretch even deserve the name Sahiko? Chapter 73. The First Perfect Experimental Subject, 23. Although Shuren had long understood the near-perverse evolution of the Hyuga clan system, he could not help but cast a side glance at the scene unfolding before him. Previously, he had been accustomed to the stringent clan rules of the Hyuga. Yet this was the first time he witnessed such a spectacle. While this was not his first encounter with the caged bird phenomenon, it was indeed the first instance of witnessing it being artificially triggered. Such pain and despair, even with the current mindset of Hinata, compassion once again stirred within him. What purpose remains in living under such circumstances? Yet, my benevolent heart cannot bear to witness suffering. Thus, I shall grant you liberation. The sudden voice that resonated beside him struck Hinata Sahiko like a bolt from the blue. The dread of having his eyes plucked away engulfed him anew. Just as the hairs on his body stood on end and uncontrollable tremors seized him, the figure of Shuren swept past him, appearing before several members of the Hinata branch, who were curled up like shrimps. Gazing upon those souls, tormented to the brink of unconsciousness, Shuren's eyes glimmered with pity. He first extracted their chakra, and then swiftly snapped their necks. The world fell silent once more. The 3 branch members, who had met their end at Shuren's hands, wore no traces of fear upon their faces. Instead, They bore an expression of relief. Shuren's actions were executed with such swiftness that Hinata Sahiko could scarcely comprehend them. Initially, he believed that Shuren's sudden appearance was aimed at him, akin to the previous mist ninja, Ching. However, he was taken aback to find that Shuren had effortlessly slain 3 branch members. Nevertheless, Hinata Sahiko did not lower his guard. Such ruthless and decisive actions only solidified his belief that he was indeed Shuren's target. Contemplating this, the remaining eye of Hinata Sahiko was devoid of the earlier madness, now filled with sheer terror. His feelings were not entirely misplaced. The separation of a few members of the branch family merely spared him from the predicament of facing overwhelming odds. However, Hinata Masahiko's sense of dread was short-lived. Upon catching sight of the disdainful glimmer in Shuren's eyes and the vaguely familiar visage, the terror on Hinata Masahiko's face evaporated instantaneously, and he regained his composure. Baka. Is that you, Hinata Aki? My grandfather sent you to protect me, and you arrive only now. Moreover, you dare to slaughter my servants before my very eyes? You are doomed. I shall ensure your demise. Suddenly, a surge of emotions caused Hinata Masahiko to feel a sharp pain where his glasses had been, prompting him to clutch at his eyes, screaming in desperation, I have heard that your strength is commendable. Do hurry and retrieve my eyes. If you succeed, I might spare your life. He haughtily commanded Shuren to recover his eyes. Yet, after his tirade, Shuren remained unmoved, regarding him with a scornful gaze. Witnessing this scene, Hinata Masahiko initially felt a pang of panic, but quickly regained his arrogant demeanor, forming a seal at his lips. You. Do not presume that your slight accomplishments grant you the right to disrespect me. Are you not aware that the branch family must show absolute obedience to the main family? With newfound confidence, Hinata Masahiko's tone grew more authoritative. Hurry and retrieve my eyes, or I shall make you experience the wrath of a caged bird. You are unaware, but the family has already bestowed upon me your secret orders, in an attempt to validate his words and to punish Shuren for his earlier insolence. Hinata Masahiko recited the caged bird order associated with Hinata Aki. However, contrary to his expectations of Shuren collapsing in agony, the latter approached him with an air of calm indifference. Why are you not bound by the caged bird's restrictions? You cannot be Hinata Aki. Who are you? Hinata Masahiko's response was astute, instinctively questioning Shuren's identity. For it was impossible for a branch family member to escape the caged bird's control. Since you have uncovered this secret, your life is forfeit. Shuren lowered his arms, his smile unwavering, showing no signs of the dismay one would expect from someone whose identity had been discovered. Witnessing this, Hinata Masahiko quickly knelt before Shuren. Pleading for mercy, I know nothing, I implore you to spare me. I shall keep everything to myself and speak of it to no one. Such a smooth scene directly amused the scholar, intensifying his disdain. How could a person like you be worthy of the name Zonyin? To his astonishment, Hinata Zonyin nodded in agreement upon hearing these words. You are correct. I do not deserve this name. I can change it immediately. Whatever you wish to call me, I shall be called. This represents a complete and utter transformation in attitude, directly revealing to the individual the true nature of the other party. And he has no intention of continuing the mockery. How unfortunate. However, considering your significant research potential, I shall not drain you of your worth. Rest assured, I will not allow you to perish. Having spoken, the protagonist disregarded the opponent's futile struggles, ignoring Hinata Zonyin's soft punches, and effortlessly kicked him away. Simultaneously, the protagonist leapt forward, ruthlessly trampling on the adversary's back, then leaned over to grasp Hinata Zonyin's head, lifting him up. As his reincarnation eye activated, the protagonist's palm radiated a vibrant green hue, revealing Hinata Zonyin's memories before him. After perusing these recollections, he extracted the scant chakra remaining within him, simultaneously disorienting his mind, rendering him utterly imbecilic. To facilitate control, he implanted a mental orb within his body. In mere seconds, Hinata Zonyin was completely obliterated from the ninja world. Had he displayed even a modicum of resilience amidst their previous exchange, the protagonist might have regarded him with a hint of respect. However, discovering him to be spineless, he found no further reason to engage in dialogue. Once this ordeal concluded, the protagonist silently activated his reincarnation eye. Before long, the long-absent puppet, Fania, reappeared. The protagonist would not squander the bodies of the Hinata clan. He unceremoniously tossed the remains of the 3 branch family members onto Fania's back. He then mounted the puppet alongside the now hollowed-out form of Hinata Zonyin, soaring towards the land of water. The Byakugan, particularly that of the main branch, held substantial value for the protagonist. despite having confirmed that the purity of the opponent's Byakugan did not meet his requirements. He could not bear to relinquish such a rare asset from the esteemed Hinata clan. From Hinata Zongen's memories, the protagonist discerned the identity of the individual who had claimed his Byakugan. Though still quite young, he recognized that this person was none other than Ao, the most important figure beside the fifth Mizukage, Terumime. In the original narrative, Ao was the sole individual, apart from the Hinata, to possess the Byakugan. That particular Eye was undoubtedly the one stolen from Hinata Zongen, regardless of whether the thief was Ao or someone else. Or whether the original course of events deviated from this trajectory, the protagonist was resolute in his pursuit of vengeance. Although the figures from Kirigakure had escaped several minutes prior, the residual fluctuations of the Byakugan had yet to dissipate. Confirming the direction, the protagonist commanded the speed of the Fania puppet to its utmost limit, swiftly bursting through the forest and emerging above the ocean. Chapter 74. A gift delivered to the doorstep. Kirigakure, located overseas in the land of water, necessitated crossing the sea for anyone wishing to reach it. Thus, the protagonist harbored no concerns regarding the adversary's imminent disappearance. Naturally, he also aimed to prevent them from increasing the distance between themselves and the Byakugan. After all, the protagonist's ability to sense the fluctuations of the Byakugan was not limitless. Should they exceed a certain range, he would undoubtedly lose the trail. Alternatively, if Ao were to directly implant the eye into his own, he would swiftly suppress such fluctuations. Ultimately, this phenomenon was a unique manifestation of the Byakugan. The Sharingan, which bears similarities, likely possesses such manifestations as well. In the original narrative, Uchiha Madara could sense Sasuke's eye even without his own, serving as evidence. Only those with profound understanding and research into ocular abilities could detect such movements. In the original tale, only Madara of the Uchiha clan achieved this, while the Tsutsuki clan surpassed the confines of ocular research in relation to the Byakugan. As long as the distance remained within limits and immediate transplantation did not occur, a Byakugan that had been removed could not escape the protagonist's perception. However, sensing such fluctuations required the protagonist's focused attention. Thus, while guiding the Fania puppet across the ocean towards a specific direction, he did not overly concern himself with his surroundings. Although he had not previously ventured into the ninja world, he possessed considerable knowledge of it, and he found little curiosity in the unique landscapes of the land of water. In fact, he understood it more comprehensively than the indigenous inhabitants. The multitude of small islands scattered across the ocean of the land of water were originally part of a single continent. It was only when the Tsutsuki brothers, Kagaya's sons, shattered this land in their devotion to their mother, Kagaya Tsutsuki, that it was fragmented. The broken land sank beneath the waves, leaving only remnants of the peaks transformed into the islands that now dot this maritime expanse. Here lies the front line between the Mist and Fire nations, a territory guarded by the Uchiha clan. Scattered across some small islands are a few remnants of the past, or diminutive, unorganized ninja villages, serving as a buffer zone between the land of fire and the land of water. The protagonist had already encountered such places during his time in the land of hot water, so he did not linger, piloting the flying bird puppet swiftly through the chain of islands. To avoid drawing attention and to conceal himself, he refrained from flying too high. However, as he glided just above the last small island, on the verge of entering the territory of the Water Nation, a disdainful and cold voice echoed, "Do you Uchiha truly regard our defenses as mere air? Fire release, dragon fire technique." A fierce flame erupted, obstructing his path. Without needing to focus his gaze on them, he perceived the two Uchiha ninjas clad in the clan's fan attire through his Byakugan. The Uchiha, having exchanged ample words during the battle at Taki Mountain, he was well acquainted with their temperament. He understood that once entangled with them, even revealing himself as a Hyuga would not guarantee an easy escape. Moreover, at this moment, he needed to pursue the Byakugan, and lingering here would serve no purpose. Thus, he chose to disregard them, slightly adjusting his course and continuing onward. However, for the proud Uchiha, such blatant indifference only fueled their fury. Their arrogance would never allow them to be overlooked. In a fit of rage, their eyes instantly turned blood red, the outlines of 3 tomo appearing within their pupils. "You dare. Prepare to die." With swift precision, the two Uchiha unleashed their exceptional shuriken techniques, embedding explosive tags that swiftly appeared in his path. The protagonist Byakugan granted him a panoramic view of their movements, along with the tomo in their eyes, prompting him to evade in an instant. At this moment, his eyes widened completely, instantly surveying a 2-kilometer radius around him, discovering that apart from these two individuals, there was no one else in sight. Is this the Uchiha team tasked with safeguarding this area? The thoughts flashed through Shuren's mind like lightning. His previously covetous desire for the Sharingan had now swiftly transformed. He turned abruptly and leaped down from the bird. As Shuren pivoted, the two Uchihas caught sight of the Byakugan in his eyes. Hyuga? What are you doing with this group? Shouldn't they all be dead? Are you planning to defect? The remarkable vision granted by the Sharingan enabled the two to effortlessly perceive everything on the bird. Being well-versed in the art of fabricating accusations, the Uchihas, entrusted with the defense of Konoha, were all too familiar with such tactics. Furthermore, upon realizing Shuren belonged to the Hyuga clan, their initially cautious demeanor relaxed. However, this relaxation would prove to be exceedingly fatal. Shuren, having resolved to extract 2 pairs of Sharingan, had no inclination to engage in idle chatter with his targets. If there were words to be exchanged, they would only come after their demise. With a firm stamp of his foot, he unleashed the power of Wind Dance, causing his form to vanish instantaneously. It was as if he transcended space itself, reappearing directly before one of the Uchihas. 8,000 spear gods. Shuren's right arm swung violently, and the chakra bone spikes that erupted from his palm transformed into a blade of blue-white chakra, swiftly slicing through one's neck. In the next moment, another hand seized the second Uchiha by the throat, lifting him off the ground. With his familiarity with the Sharingan and the characteristics of the Byakugan, combined with the element of surprise, the two Uchihas, each of Jounin rank, were unable to react in time. Good advice is often wasted on the damned. You have graciously delivered your Sharingan to me, and if I were to refuse it, that would be a grave insult to your earnest intentions. With that, Shuren, while the two were still clinging to life, drained their chakra completely. Simultaneously, he expertly removed their Sharingan and placed them into 2 pre-prepared jars. Inspired by witnessing Shursui and other Uchihas gather fallen Sharingan on the battlefield, Shuren had conceived this plan. However, he had not anticipated that acquiring the Sharingan would come so swiftly and easily. From the memories gleaned from the two, Shuren learned that the Uchiha were already aware of the mist's infiltration and were currently sweeping the area. The two had discovered the footprints of the fleeing mist shinobi and had pursued them to this location. Upon seeing Shuren arrive on the bird, they had immediately assumed he was one of the mist's operatives, only to realize he was of the Hyuga clan. It was a stroke of fortune that this so-called important family mission would simultaneously yield both the main family's Byakugan and the Uchiha Sharingan. Shuren felt a surge of elation. Since joining the main forces of Konoha, he had been constantly navigating various missions and battlefields, rarely having the opportunity to venture out alone. This time, having been assigned by the esteemed elder of the Hyuga clan, he was presented with an opportunity. Not only had he been bestowed a pair of Byakugan from the main family, but he was also given 2 pairs of Sharingan. Such generosity. In light of the Grand Elder's magnificent gift, he could afford to ease some of the suffering for the deceased. Shaking the 2 vials in his hand, he produced a sealing scroll, encasing the contents within, and subsequently cast the bodies of the Uchiha onto the mechanical bird puppet. The Uchiha corpses held considerable research value and should not be squandered. Once he had lifted the 2 Uchiha, the puppet was slightly overburdened. However, fortuitously, its power source was derived from the chakra of the Rinnegan, ensuring it could still function without impediment. As he gazed upon these experimental materials, he mused. Although the Tsutsuki clan possessed no shortage of experimental apparatus, they lacked comprehensive data and methodologies for human experimentation. It seemed imperative to seek out Orochimaru. Despite his resolve to consult Orochimaru, he recognized that with the latter's current strength, attempting to negotiate with him would be akin to courting danger. Moreover, the core elements must remain under his own control. With an abundance of experimental materials at his disposal, he could undertake initial trials himself, even should complications arise. It would serve as a valuable accumulation of experience. With this thought, he maneuvered the bird puppet swiftly toward the depths of the ocean. Before long, his Byakugan detected a fog-hidden merchant ship in the distance. Through the faint fluctuations of his Byakugan, he discerned that the target was indeed aboard the vessel. Confirming his objective, he resolved to approach alone, redirecting the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha corpses toward the direction of the land of the moon. The experimental materials must be safely returned to the moon. Moreover, the main body can also be subjected to research. After dealing with these matters, the individual submerged himself into the sea, allowing his chakra fluctuations to completely subside, resembling a piece of driftwood as he approached the fog-hidden merchant vessel. Chapter 75. The Byakugan is not something everyone can covet. Navigating through the ocean can be exceedingly tedious. However, having grown up in the environment of the land of water, The people of the Mist Village have largely become accustomed to life adrift at sea. Furthermore, for the current Team Qing, having obtained the coveted Byakugan, it is challenging to divert their attention to trivial matters. At this moment, Qing yearned to return to his stronghold swiftly, intending to utilize medical techniques to transplant the Byakugan onto himself. Just as Qing clutched the temporary sealing scroll containing the Byakugan, overwhelmed with emotion, his teammate, Z, suddenly pushed open the small door of the cabin. Captain Qing, another team wishes to separate from us. Separate? Qing's heart tightened at Z's unexpected announcement. Did they not intend to capture that Konoha Kunoichi and bring her back for interrogation? Although he was not privy to the specifics of the other team's mission. Being a member of the Mist Village's upper echelon, he understood that they were merely tasked with causing disruption in Konoha. However, his high political acumen allowed him to react swiftly. Since they wish to depart, let them go. Yes, Captain. With Qing's affirmation, Z said no more, quietly closing the door and leaving the cabin. Yet, Qing's true thoughts were far more intricate than the indifference he displayed to Z. He could not reveal his concerns to Z or the other members of the team, as he was uncertain whether anyone from the Information Protection Department of Suigetsu's team was among them. This so-called Information Protection Department does not safeguard intelligence for its own sake, but instead ensures that the village's secrets remain undisclosed. Should they perceive any risk of information leakage, they would not hesitate to eliminate all team members. It is precisely this system that renders most team members untrustworthy except for missions directed against enemy nations. Damn it. This village has been drained of its resources by these individuals. How are we to contend with Konoha and Kumogakure if this continues? Qing's gaze turned steely, tinged with a sense of powerlessness. Nevertheless, feeling the sealing scroll in his palm brought a measure of solace to his restless heart, regardless of the circumstances. This latest acquisition is monumental for him. As a perceptive ninja, enhanced by the power of the Byakugan, he is confident that both his strength and sensory abilities will reach new heights. This realization stirs a mix of excitement and anxiety within him. He understands the significance of the Byakugan to the Hyuga clan, one of the two prominent ocular bloodlines of Konoha, yet he remains indifferent. Although the Byakugan is formidable, the Hyuga family's influence cannot extend across the seas to the village of the Mist. Furthermore, once he has implanted the Byakugan, anyone attempting to approach him will be easily discerned. To ensure his safety, the highly vigilant individual, after another squad had departed, once again scanned his surroundings for any signs of danger. Only after confirming that no threats were imminent did he allow himself to exhale in relief. However, the perceptively powerful figure failed to notice a lifeless piece of wood drifting on the ocean's surface, drawing ever closer to their vessel. Shuren, having gleaned insights from Hinata Zonyen's memories regarding the theft of the Byakugan, contemplated how to approach the Mist's ship. While he did not regard Qing's prowess with particular concern, the latter's exceptional sensory abilities are indeed among the most distinguished in the ninja world, arguably making him the foremost sensory ninja of the Mist. After all, it is undeniable that those 4 individuals who remained at the command center during the Fourth Great Ninja War were no ordinary ninjas. Of course, no matter how formidable one's sensory skills may be, they ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming force of the Ten Tails, leading to the annihilation of the command center, leaving no trace behind. Shuren was originally disinterested in such minor figures, yet fate has placed him in a position to confront one. Although Qing had not provoked him, he had taken something from Shuren. The Byakugan of Hinata Zonyen was, in Shuren's eyes, an object of his research. Thus, he was not averse to facilitating Qing's journey. Moreover, having long regarded all Byakugan within the ninja world as his own possessions, Shuren felt compelled to assert his claim to others. The Byakugan belongs to him, and it is not something to be coveted by all. As the puppet, now resembling a withered tree, drew ever closer to the Mist ship, Shuren's consciousness returned. Simultaneously, the chakra fluctuations of this puppet body re-emerged. Activating the Byakugan, he expanded his vision to a full 360 degrees, revealing the surging chakra within the cabin. The intricate networks of the 4 ninjas, apart from the boatmen, and even the dust upon the deck with meticulous clarity. Were these 4 individuals the assailants who attacked Hinata Zonyen? Then who were those that had departed earlier? When the protagonist, having initially observed the multitude of opponents from a distance, chose to infiltrate, he was unaware of the specific threat posed by a group that had previously departed the ship. Although much of his consciousness was withdrawn, he still retained a limited perception of his surroundings. Thus, he did not realize that this group was comprised of the individuals tasked with capturing Noera Rin, orchestrated by Uchiha Madara. Shortly after the protagonist regained control of the puppet body, A profound sense of impending danger suddenly surged within the cabin, felt acutely by the member of Team AO. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the ship's quarters, and in the next moment, a brilliant blue-white light pierced through the very spot he had just occupied. The modest vessel was utterly obliterated by this singular assault. However, the ninjas, capable of traversing the water's surface, remained unscathed, standing steadily atop the waves. As members of Team AO, the trio aboard had dispersed rather than congregating, and since they were not the primary targets of the protagonist's attack, they emerged unhurt. They swiftly converged towards AO and, directing their voices towards the concealed location of the protagonist, called out, "Who goes there? Reveal yourself." Undeterred by the failure of his ambush, the protagonist emerged from the vast ocean. Upon seeing him and the Byakugan in his eyes, AO and his companions were momentarily taken aback, only to be replaced by expressions of mockery. "So it was you all along, a member of the Hyuga clan. You arrived rather quickly. What's the rush? Are you hoping to offer us another eye?" They laughed heartily. With the revelation of his identity, their vigilance eased considerably. Encountering a Hyuga in other circumstances might have posed a challenge, but the context of this encounter was notably different. This is the ocean. They are the misty shadows. This is their home ground. Shuren disregarded the mockery of the members of Kirigakure and calmly remarked, "Finished laughing? Then return my belongings." "Ah, return? Ah. You are quite arrogant, aren't you? Appearing here on the sea, have you lost your wits? Seeing that we outnumber you and remaining unfazed? Have you been stunned like a caged bird?" It was precisely because they were at sea that Shuren believed it should be a favorable location for the people of Kirigakure. There was a hint of impatience in his words. He was still unaccustomed to conversing with the dead. Rather than speaking, he preferred to take action. However, being from Kirigakure, these ninjas, who had emerged from the blood mist, would never truly underestimate any opponent. The moment they perceived a change in Shuren's demeanor, they sprang into action. Water release, water whip, water release, great explosive wave. With the might of the ocean behind them, the ninjas of Kirigakure summoned an enormous water whip, aimed fiercely at Shuren. Simultaneously, the surging waves rose up, crashing down upon him with ferocity. With a resounding clap, Shuren, however, paid no heed to the water whip, effortlessly dispersing it as it approached him. The towering wave, nearly 10 meters high, proved to be a more formidable challenge. Yet, Shuren remained unperturbed. Although the power of the colossal wave could shatter vessels, he was not foolish enough to confront it head-on. As the towering wall of water threatened to engulf him, Shuren swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring an even more terrifying wave behind him. Water release, great waterfall technique. He unleashed his water chakra, summoning a massive tidal wave. But that was not the end. His hand seals continued. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. As one of Kirigakure's signature jutsu, the power of the water dragon bullet was well known among its ninjas, yet this time, the water dragon summoned by Shuren was colossal. Witnessing this spectacle, the members of Kirigakure were momentarily taken aback, their faces painted with disbelief. This is impossible. Aren't you from the Hyuga clan? How can you utilize water release, and with such immense power? Damn it, flee. In the end, it was Ao who reacted swiftly, urging his teammates to retreat at the first sign of danger. Such stealth that even he remains oblivious, combined with the ability to wield water techniques far surpassing that of a typical jonin, renders the situation beyond the capacity of the four individuals. However, should they wish to flee, it remains to be seen whether Shuren is amenable to their escape. If they intend to depart without relinquishing my belongings, it appears I must personally retrieve them. Lightning release, gratitude wave. A vast surge of lightning chakra erupted from Shuren's hands, radiating with electric brilliance. The misty figures, having just evaded the water dragon's grasp, were instantly paralyzed by the lightning jutsu. Seizing this opportunity, Shuren lightly tapped the surface of the sea, reappearing beside the mist ninjas. Water release, water prison technique. Four immense water prisons swiftly enveloped and ensnared the four individuals. After accomplishing this, Shuren refrained from further discourse. The familiar sequence was once more set in motion. The water chakra of the quartet became Shuren's collection, along with their memories, which he meticulously observed. Ultimately, upon discovering the sealed Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, Shuren submerged their lifeless forms into the ocean depths. From this moment forward, the number of mist ninjas capable of being named dwindled further. At this juncture, during the Third Shinobi War, even the most formidable member of the Konoha team, Ao, merely possessed the strength of a special jonin or a regular jonin, lacking any capability to pose a threat to Shuren. Eliminating him yielded no sense of accomplishment. Nevertheless, The memories of his adversaries unveiled some intriguing revelations. It appeared that their group was responsible for the abduction of Lin Yahara. Thus, by trailing them, one could witness Obito's downfall and subsequently reap the rewards. The Kagaya clan seems rather audacious, their dominance unlikely to endure much longer. A rebellion against them could be imminent. However, should they perish, where would I procure the genetic materials necessary to augment my bloodline and sage body? After a brief contemplation, Shuren resolved. It appears that the mission to the village of Mist in the Land of Water cannot be delayed. Chapter 76, The Land of Water. Hidden Mist Village, unlike the Fire Nation, Lightning Nation, Earth Nation, and Wind Nation that reside on the continent, the Land of Water, one of the 5 great nations, is perched atop the deep sea, comprising a collection of islands. Decades ago, the then leader of the Yuki clan, a ninja known as Bailuyan, received a commission from the daimyo of the Land of Water, who was eager to emulate the Fire Nation's pioneering of the ninja village model. Consequently, this task was entrusted to Bailuyan, who was recognized as the most formidable force surrounding the Mist Island at that time. Understanding the intent behind the mission, Bailuyan gathered a coalition of like-minded powerful clans and dismantled the armed forces of the other islands, seizing the opportunity while the terrestrial nations were embroiled in conflict. He transformed the Land of Water from one of the island nations into a unified island nation, thereby becoming the first Mizukage. However, the Hidden Mist Village remained isolated overseas, situated at a considerable distance from the other 4 major ninja villages, limited by its own strength and the developmental stage of maritime technology. The Land of Water had minimal communication with the terrestrial nations. Through the scant exchanges, Bailuyan and his contemporaneous guards witnessed the extraordinary prowess of the first Hokage, instilling in them a sense of vigilance towards these powerful land nations. After all, the closest threats to the Land of Water were the Fire Nation and the Cloud Nation, both of which were formidable adversaries. Moreover, due to its unique geographical position, the pathways to the Land of Water were numerous, and its defenses had always been a pressing concern. Thus, from the death of the first Mizukage until the conclusion of the First Great Ninja War, Hidden Mist Village continuously pondered strategies to defend against terrestrial foes. At that time, both the second Mizukage and the second Tsutsuki fell in battle, leading to the ascension of the third Mizukage. As a clansman of the first Mizukage and a personal guard who had directly witnessed the strength of the first Hokage, he inherited the cautious vigilance towards the land-based adversaries, contrasting with the aggressive and enterprising nature of the second Mizukage, Kagaya Mangetsu. It was under his leadership that Hidden Mist Village adopted an exceedingly insular approach. In the eyes of the third Mizukage, since the defense of the Land of Water was fundamentally unfeasible, it was wiser to consolidate power rather than disperse it, thereby maximizing the efficacy of the Hidden Mist strength. The implementation of this policy has rendered the village hidden in the mist relatively insular compared to other ninja villages, leading to the association of the Land of Water and the village hidden in the mist with seclusion and mystery. Furthermore, by consolidating all of the Land of Water's power, the inherent conflicts among the various clans, previously separated across numerous isles, have intensified. If the third Mizukage possessed the strength of either his first or second predecessors, he could suppress all dissenting voices. However, he is incapable of doing so. This paradox of having the means yet lacking the power to impose control places the third Mizukage in a precarious position. In order to maintain his rule, he is compelled to initiate the Blood Mist, persistently diverting the clan conflicts and the tensions between bloodline limit ninjas and non-bloodline ninjas. Only by inciting continuous strife among the populace can he, as the arbiter, secure his position. This strategy allows him to adjudicate and intervene in various matters. The third Mizukage's tactics are indeed astute for sustaining his dominion. Yet, for external forces wielding greater power, such a state presents a remarkable opportunity. Consequently, the rule of the third Mizukage over the village hidden in the mist has afforded Uchiha Obito greater latitude for manipulation and infiltration. The atmosphere of mutual suspicion and fear of bloodlines characterizes the current state of ordinary citizens in the mist. Simultaneously, they enforce an exceedingly stringent confidentiality system, effectively granting every individual who sets foot on the territory of the Land of Water their own identification. This is also quite beneficial for the investigation of spies. Originally, the protagonist intended to disguise himself as Qing to infiltrate the group. However, the identities of the other members of Qing's team are intricate and diverse. Thus, transforming into Qing's likeness would undoubtedly require considerable effort. The protagonist does not wish to settle in the hidden mist, so such complications are unnecessary. At that moment, he beheld a procession of merchants approaching from the distance. Was that the emblem of the Land of Rain? Shuren raised an eyebrow, a plan forming in his mind. The Land of Rain bore striking similarities to the Land of Tea. One was adjacent to the Land of Water, while the other bordered the Land of Fire. Both nations lacked hidden villages and were, instead, safeguarded by their neighboring realms. Consequently, all matters of the Land of Rain, save for commerce and finance, had been outsourced to the Village of Mist. Thus, it was certain that Mist ninjas were present among the merchant vessels of the Land of Rain. Furthermore, these merchants could traverse various locales within the Land of Water for trade, rather than assume the intricate and convoluted identity of a figure like AO. Shuren deemed it more prudent to seek out a Mist ninja bearing a forehead protector. By leveraging the identity of a Mist ninja and combining it with AO's memories, this expedition into the Land of Mist would likely remain concealed. Having resolved this, Shuren swiftly made his way toward a bustling trade town ahead. In truth, he had overestimated the need for caution. From the moment he set foot on the territory of the Land of Water, he had already drawn the attention of the Mist ninjas. This was not a matter of the Mist ninja identifying the identity of the wanderer and beginning to harbor suspicions. Rather, it was simply a routine investigation of every individual entering the Land of Water. After all, the wanderer was not foolish. He did not brazenly appear with his Byakugan activated. Having acquired a considerable amount of chakra during this conflict, he casually adopted a different appearance. Initially, his actions did not raise any alarms among the Mist, but his subsequent movements swiftly heightened their vigilance. Upon following the merchant fleet from the Land of Rain to the outskirts of the first trading town on Mist Island, the wanderer began to move erratically. In truth, he was initially unaware of who might be tracking him, as he had not received formal training as a ninja. Furthermore, the personnel on this trading island of the Mist were numerous and diverse, with many eyes and chakra fluctuations in the vicinity. Nevertheless, adopting a better safe than sorry mentality, he assumed he was being monitored and, accompanied by a ninja in a state of uncertainty, began to meander through the streets, his trail elusive and unpredictable. At one moment, he lingered outside a ninja tools shop. In another, he sampled the unique flavors at a Japanese dango shop. He then ventured into a bookstore operated by the Mist, endeavoring to uncover something of interest. At another juncture, he loitered outside a hot spring, seemingly captivated by some inappropriate visuals. The wanderer indeed experienced the vibrant entertainment culture of the Land of Water. It was during his visit to the second establishment that he first detected his pursuer. The Byakugan was quite adept at discerning chakra flow, and although the Mist ninja was expertly disguised, he was ultimately revealed to the wanderer's discerning gaze. To ascertain whether others were also tracking him, the wanderer led this Mist ninja on a series of convoluted paths, ultimately confirming that only one had taken notice of him. At that moment, the Mist ninja was in a state of dismay, feeling he might have misjudged the situation. The individual he was trailing was not a spy at all, but merely a wandering ninja seeking entertainment, exhibiting a certain LSP nature. However, adhering to a sense of responsibility, the Mist ninja persisted. Observing the wanderer indulging in food and drink while he himself refrained from even a second helping of military rations, he concocted various methods to deal with the wanderer in his mind. Yet, as he followed the wanderer into an empty alleyway, the latter suddenly vanished from his sight. In an instant, he sensed a steady breath near his ear. When had that happened? The Mist ninja felt an impending sense of danger. A slight shift in his footing allowed him to catch a glimpse of a figure behind him. Who are you? This is the Mist Village. At this moment, the Mist ninja found it difficult to articulate his words, yet the shinobi did not engage him in idle chatter. The blue and white chakra blade swept across his neck. Darkness enveloped him, and the Mist ninja collapsed to the ground, devoid of breath. After dealing with the lower-ranking Mist ninja, the shinobi removed his forehead protector and equipment, subsequently sealing his corpse within a scroll. Given that they were in the Mist Village, carelessly using chakra to obliterate evidence would undoubtedly alert the Mist ninjas. So it was prudent to dispose of everything only after departing. Once all traces were meticulously erased, the shinobi styled his hair to assume the appearance of a Mist ninja. Donning the forehead protector, guided by Ao's memories, he skillfully avoided inhabited islands and hidden sentries, stealthily infiltrating the central island. Throughout his journey, the shinobi continuously evaded or neutralized any potential sentries that could discover him. A day later, the esteemed Lord Shinobi, descended from the great Tsutsuki, finally arrived at his loyal Mist Village. Chapter 77, The Simple Folk of Mist Village, Abundant in Talent Amidst the Blood Mist. 33, Mist Island. The Mist Village and the Mist Capital are all situated upon this grand island. Originally, clans thriving in the surrounding archipelago had all relocated here due to the efforts of the Third Mizukage over decades. Various clan conflicts, interpersonal disputes, And even the bloodline rivalries deliberately incited by the third Mizukage continued to fester under the policies of the Blood Mist. Additionally, the island's perpetual, impenetrable fog provided an optimal environment for assassination and murder. It is said that the first Mizukage, Hakuren, devised the mist technique based on these environmental characteristics. During the campaign to unify the Land of Water, Hakuren utilized this technique to vanquish hundreds of formidable opponents, thus establishing his legendary reputation as the first Mizukage. Regardless of whether it is hearsay or the shinobi's own intuition, the Mist Village may be deemed the finest locale in the ninja world for breeding malice. Chaos, bloodshed, brutality, vendettas, and assassinations are the quotidian occurrences within the Mist Village. Glancing at the plaque above, the shinobi confirmed he had not taken a wrong turn. This place bears little resemblance to Konoha. There are guardians at the gates, and the entrance stands wide open, evoking a sense of futility regarding the efforts expended by those before. However, as the protagonist steps through the gates of the hidden Mist Village, he becomes acutely aware of the myriad murderous intents and scrutinizing gazes that linger in the air. A wry smile graces his lips, indeed. The rustic charm of the hidden Mist Village, a veritable breeding ground for malevolence, captivates him utterly. As he distances himself from the entrance, a pervasive scent of blood clings to the air. The entire village appears neglected and dilapidated, reminiscent of the crumbling Tsutsuki city upon the moon. As he progresses, a thick fog rolls in, monotonous and oppressive. Quietly, he activates his Byakugan, and the hidden scenes within the mist materialize vividly before his eyes. The bloodthirsty and frigid gazes do not waver in their hostility, despite his status as a mere hidden mist ninja. In this village, discontent with the Mizukage is rampant. Many of the ninjas who have survived the blood mist refuse to serve him. Indeed, upon encountering a sycophant like the protagonist, they would not hesitate to eliminate him themselves. Observing the encroaching crowd, he notes the disdain etched into their expressions, simmering with murderous intent. Silently, he draws forth the ninja blade from his back, a weapon belonging to this unnamed hidden mist, which he merely borrows for the time being. As for the small fry gathering around him, mere denizens of the hidden mist's entrance, he pays them no heed. His Byakugan continues to pierce through the dense fog, revealing decaying corpses in shadowy alleys, children gnawing on unidentifiable flesh, hollow-eyed civilians, and ninjas exuding the stench of blood. The Blood Mist Wall, the infamous inner gate of the hidden Mist Village. Only by traversing this threshold does one truly cross into the hunting grounds of commoners and lower-tier ninjas, entering the domain of the nobility of the hidden mist. This place undoubtedly serves as the epicenter of power and strength within the hidden Mist Village. A slender figure, emanating a faint aura of bloodlust, descended from the heavens. After briefly orienting himself with the memories of the blue, the individual hastened in a particular direction. Thank you for the invitation. I find myself in the hidden Mist Village. Having just experienced the insipid offerings of the blood mist due to my negligence in thoroughly examining the memories of the mist ninjas, I must concede that the policies of the hidden mist have indeed fostered a plethora of formidable talents. Throughout my journey, the singular sensation I have encountered is one of an abundance of skilled individuals. It is no wonder that this village is notorious for harboring the highest number of rogue ninjas in the shinobi world. Even now, I find myself compelled to avoid drawing attention to my prowess. What should be a bustling thoroughfare is now beset by a throng of pursuers, causing the surrounding populace to glance over in curiosity. Some mock in silence, others curse inwardly, and a few linger in the shadows, hoping to seize the opportunity to strike. Yet, not a single soul is inclined to offer assistance. However, I find myself in little need of rescue. My perception is exceedingly acute. The malevolent gazes cast from every direction are not lost on me. Since my arrival in the hidden mist village, from the village entrance to this wall of blood mist, I have already dealt with 7 or 8 waves of those enamored with the blood mist policy, all of whom I utilize to replenish my chakra. Upon reaching the wall of blood mist, although my pursuers once again encircled me, they have curbed their impulsive desire to strike. Observing my lack of intention to emerge, they exchanged a deep glance before vanishing into the thick fog. To kill within the confines of the blood mist wall, one must await the transformation of the fog into a swirling mist of blood. At that moment, the entire hidden mist village may descend into unrestrained slaughter. Witnessing a mere subordinate ninja withstanding such fervent hostility, the surroundings fell into a hushed silence. Cursed lackey, how audacious of you to enter through the main gate. This is a provocation. I have etched your face into my memory. Even if you escape, your fortune shall not hold when the blood mist rises again. Indeed, you are but a lowly ninja. This is the true hidden mist village, and your previous notions of being a ninja are nothing more than childish play. Since you have endured this initiation, welcome back to the Hidden Mist Village, a sanctuary for the strong. Reflecting on the flamboyant banter of these wretches, I find each one more ostentatious than the last. In the Hidden Mist Village, one may not survive, but one must certainly live. It is from the words and memories of these scoundrels that I glean the reason for my pursuit. When a Hidden Mist ninja embarks on a mission and re-enters through the main gate, it is a clear declaration of confidence in their abilities. Aspiring to ascend through the ranks of the Blood Mist, should one succeed in this ascent, even the Mizukiage must acknowledge their prowess. This represents a distinct and straightforward avenue for advancement, separate from mere task completion, unique to the Hidden Mist Village. Many who wish to escape the constraints of the Mizukiage while still enjoying the benefits of being a ninja opt for this path. A notable exemplar of this choice is Zabuza Momochi. This is common knowledge in the Hidden Mist, something universally acknowledged. Hinching's memories did not emphasize this point. Shuren was puzzled as to why his recollections involved detours from other paths. It is only now that understanding dawns upon him. Indeed, it is no wonder that this land, renowned in the Shinobi world, is celebrated for its unadulterated customs. With such thoughts in mind, the scholar stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the towering dome structure shrouded in the mist of blood. This edifice, constructed entirely of bricks and cement, stands in stark contrast to the other structures within the Shinobi world. In a moment of reverie, one might experience the illusion of traversing from ancient times to the modern era. As soon as the protagonist stepped inside, a well-trained ninja approached. "Welcome back, Mist Ninja. Are you here to accept a mission or to submit one? I have just completed the baptism in the bloody mist and seek promotion, along with the ninjutsu rewards I rightfully deserve," the protagonist replied while surveying the architectural layout. "You have completed the baptism in the bloody mist? Please hold on. We will verify this promptly and expedite your processing." The demeanor of the lower-ranking ninja became serious. Without delay, he confirmed the details. The efficiency of the Mist Village was commendable, likely due to the life-threatening consequences of negligence. Before long, the protagonist received their rewards and the certificate of promotion. This promotion certificate holds no value for him. The only thing of significance is this water escape technique. After careful consideration and deliberation, he chose the water escape, water mirror technique. This is the technique of the future fourth Mizukiage, a skill that allows one to replicate their adversary and confront them in battle. If wielded adeptly, it may yield extraordinary results. Initially, the protagonist considered selecting a dam to repair, but this pertains to a domain-specific water jutsu that necessitates a substantial amount of chakra. While he possesses an abundance of chakra, it is not universally applicable. Not everyone has the capability to transform into a shark like Kasame. Moreover, he desires the ninjutsu primarily for the benefit of his subordinates in the future. Upon arriving in the Hidden Mist Village, he acquired a commendable ninjutsu, which uplifted his spirits. Stepping out of the mission hall, he felt a sense of freedom in the air of the Hidden Mist. Chapter 78. Recruitment, Objectives, Events in a Secluded Alleyway. The protagonist leaned against the wall, meticulously examining a scroll. Simultaneously, his mind was diligently sifting through the memories of Ching and other Mist ninjas. And this time he was far more earnest. He could not afford to approach the Hidden Mist with a casual attitude, especially after having genuinely witnessed the simplicity of its people amidst the blood mist. As he carefully unraveled Ching's memories, he gained profound insight into the current power structure of the Hidden Mist. The governance is shared between the Mizukiage and the Yondaime, where the Mizukiage remains dominant, with the Yondaime often operating in the shadows. Should the Mizukiage become weak or perish, the Yondaime would temporarily assume leadership. The Mizukiage has already changed 3 times, with the selection of the 4th imminent. Conversely, the Yondaime has retained his position since the establishment of the Hidden Mist. Consequently, many who are dissatisfied with the Mizukiage's rule find refuge under the Yondaime's protection, including Ching. In addition to the Yondaime's existence, the Hidden Mist differs from other ninja villages in its traditions. The second Mizukiage, Terumi-me, sought to solidify the village's development by emulating the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, establishing the Hidden Mist Ninja Academy in the Umbu, as well as formulating secret laws to safeguard the village. However, with the recent misuse of these secret laws, the entire intelligence department has fallen under the control of the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki, leading to widespread dissatisfaction from even the Yondaime. Speaking of Kisame, one cannot overlook the 7 ninja swordsmen, which represents one of the most significant distinctions in the legacy of the Hidden Mist compared to other ninja villages. Terumi-me emphasized the inheritance of the swords and cultivated a plethora of new generation ninjas as prospective members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Unfortunately, he died too soon. Following his demise, the third Mizukage implemented this policy and selected the inaugural members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The 7 members are directly commanded by the Mizukage, tasked specifically with executing high-difficulty missions. However, the current 7 ninja swordsmen are facing a grave predicament. During a mission that involved invading the Land of Fire, they encountered formidable foes, resulting in the immediate demise of 4 members. Presently, only Suigetsu Tsuki, the wielder of the sword Kubikirib Ch, and the holders of Kirin and Kabutawari have managed to survive, albeit severely injured. The transition of power within Kirigakure is stark, marked by a notable generational shift. Esteemed veterans like Yagura coexist with emerging talents such as Ki Shigetsu, the members of the Kirigakure's Tsuki clan, and the Kagaya clan's Chikage. Even within the new generation, figures like Terumi Mei and Momochi Zabuza have endured the baptism of blood and fog. Were it not for the crippling of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kirigakure could be seen as flourishing, brimming with capable individuals. However, with the disbandment of the swordsmen, one wonders if the 4th Mizukage can effectively manage the unrest among the bloodline clans. The situation is clear to Shuren. Keiki Shigetsu does not hail from a true noble lineage of Kirigakure. The Yuki clan, due to the actions of the 3rd Mizukage, was eradicated by the combined forces of the Tsuki and Kagaya clans. The Tsuki clan, too, has dwindled in numbers due to the attrition caused by the 3rd Mizukage and the Kagaya clan. The so-called noble families of Kirigakure have been reduced to a single remaining branch, one that is widely despised as a clan of lunatics. This suggests that Kirigakure is on the brink of a concentrated outbreak of internal conflict. Through the memories of Ao and the recollections of massacring other ninjas in the Blood Mist, Shuren easily deduced the current predicament of Kirigakure and understood why the Kagaya clan faced near annihilation. A 3-legged cauldron requires 3 supports. With the Yuki and Tsuki clans in decline, the Kagaya clan's continued strength is no longer a mere curiosity. Moreover, in such a Kirigakure, the Kagaya clan's descent cannot be contained. The ascension of the 4th Mizukage, Keiki Shigetsu, coincides ominously with the day of the Kagaya rebellion. Shaking his head, Shuren sensed that among the descendants of both Yui and Yugir, there exists a palpable lineage of mental instability. They are fiercely combative, harboring rebellious hearts, yet remain distant from the position of village leadership while coveting it nonetheless. The ultimate fate of both clans is strikingly similar, marked by their respective extermination. This time, the protagonist infiltrated the hidden mist, with the primary objective being the Kagaya clan. It appears that with a slight maneuvering, this ignition point will be ignited directly. He has yet to witness the night of the Uchiha massacre, but he can certainly experience the Kagaya clan's own night of destruction first. However, to instigate this conflict, it seems that certain concessions will need to be made. As he pondered, the protagonist raised an eyebrow. Has someone come knocking so soon? Come out. You have replaced so many people to track me. You must have thoroughly investigated my information. With a swift motion, he rolled up his scroll and lifted his gaze towards a nearby locust tree. Indeed, this kid is worthy of having passed through the baptism of blood mist. His perception is quite sharp. From among the tree's canopy, a rather unremarkable, gaunt man emerged from the thick fog, gazing down at the protagonist with a sinister demeanor. You, a mere genin, managed to survive the blood mist baptism, albeit at the most rudimentary level. This already attests to your talent. Would you be interested in joining our intelligence department within the Umbu? You should know that our superior is none other than Lord Suigetsu, the pufferfish demon. Not interested. Because, suddenly, a voice that could send chills down anyone's spine echoed behind him. I do not like speaking while looking up at others. The figure that once stood where the protagonist was transformed into a lifeless piece of wood, coupled with the otherworldly voice. The Mist Ninja who had come to recruit him felt his hair stand on end, instinctively turning to thrust his kunai backward. Yet, before he could act, a blue-white chakra blade swiftly severed his spinal nerves, rendering the Mist Ninja a mere puddle of flesh. See, now it's much easier to converse. The protagonist sees the incapacitated Mist Ninja, and the familiar duo of techniques came into play once more. After sifting through the man's memories, he swiftly identified his location and departed immediately. Though the Mist Ninja was not yet fully deceased, the protagonist sealed him within a scroll. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a safe house from his memories, and only then did he release the Mist Ninja from the sealing scroll. The information revealed through the man's memories confirmed that he had not deceived the protagonist. He was indeed a subordinate of Suigetsu, and even a squad leader. However, after Suigetsu returned to the hidden mist, he had gone into hiding, and they now completely obeyed the orders of their master. Currently, The 3 squads within their intelligence department were executing a top-secret mission dubbed Annihilate Konoha, as per their master's directives. The team that had previously infiltrated the Land of Fire to capture Noera Rin included him as well. However, due to losses incurred during the prior infiltration, this Mist Ninja was in urgent need of reinforcements to accomplish their task. This led to the discovery of the individual known as the Sage. The destruction of the Jinchuriki vessel, the original master Yagura Karatachi, prompted the Sage to continuously sift through the information retrieved from his memories, a hint of joy appearing on his countenance. Previously, when he overheard Kakashi divulging intelligence outside of Minato's tent, this thought had already crossed his mind. It was one of the objectives of his journey to the Hidden Mist. However, due to the confidentiality surrounding the information from the Hidden Mist, he was still grappling with how to acquire such intelligence and how to involve himself in this unfolding event. After all, although the Sage was aware of the situation, he remained utterly ignorant of the precise timing, unaware of when Rin Noera became the Jinchuriki vessel or where Obito bore witness to this scene. The arrival of this Mist Ninja can undoubtedly be described as a timely boon. Indeed, it is often said that timing is everything. And yet it comes as a surprise that Master Yuan has already begun to usher Citrus Yagura onto the stage. Although this is merely a temporary assumption of the role of Water Shadow, and the true succession has yet to transpire, Master Yuan's strategies are well understood by the shinobi. In this intricate scheme, the future will once again unfold around Mei, as it was during her participation in the 5 Kage Summit that the position of the 5th Mizukage was truly bestowed upon her. However, at this moment, such matters pale in significance compared to the imminent pursuit of dreams by Obito. Gazing upon the still-warm body of the Mist Ninja beneath his feet, the chakra of his Rinnegan began to fervently infuse the lifeless form. After a considerable duration, a puppet, albeit of inferior quality and possessing only a fragment of consciousness, was brought into existence. With a resounding thud, he created a shadow clone, concealing it within a safe house, and donned the mask of the Umbu of the Mist. Manipulating 2 puppets, one overt and one covert, towards the designated meeting point in the cavern. Chapter 79, witnessing the fate of 3 as he approached the cavern. Guided by the memories of the Mist Ninja, he found the area heavily guarded by the intelligence division of the Mist Umbu. From a distance of 1 kilometer, he concealed himself within his puppet, allowing his Byakugan to monitor the surroundings without any blind spots. Subsequently, he concentrated most of his awareness on the newly crafted inferior puppet, maneuvering it swiftly towards the rendezvous point. Due to its inferior nature, this puppet could only bear a fraction of his consciousness and lacked any of the traits of a Rinnegan puppet. Nevertheless, as it was fashioned from a Mist Ninja who had not yet fully succumbed to death, he did not need to alter his appearance. A mere facade was sufficient. As he drew nearer, all the members of the Mist Umbu became aware of him, yet they refrained from approaching. Based on the intelligence stored in his memory, he first arrived at the central clearing directly in front of the cavern. Is everyone assembled? All unverified identities gather. At that moment, a voice belonging to a Mist Ninja echoed from within the cave, accompanied by the sound of footsteps emerging from its depths. A tall figure, adorned with a mask identical to those of his comrades, materialized before the eyes of the caretaker. This is the principal individual responsible for the task at hand, who also serves as one of the leaders of the Hidden Mist's intelligence department. As his words resonated, a circle of masked members from the Hidden Mist's covert organization emerged around Shuren and his companions, all of whom scrutinized them with an air of vigilance. Under the collective gaze, Shuren and the other unverified Hidden Mist ninjas silently began to assume specific hand gestures, one after another. This is the means by which the members of the Hidden Mist's Dark Division confirm their identities, where physical appearance becomes the least significant distinguishing factor. Sequence, gestures, and covert signals, none can afford to falter. Any hint of error would result in an immediate onslaught from the remaining Hidden Mist ninjas, leading to death without hesitation. The leader, with a sharp and icy gaze, meticulously scrutinized each individual's gestures. Only after the thorough examination did he reluctantly nod, his tone devoid of warmth, declaring, "It appears all is in order. Let us proceed and await the catch." The puppet master, too, maneuvered his marionette back to his designated position, awaiting silently. Throughout the entire process, aside from the leader, the other Hidden Mist ninjas exchanged not a single word. Their demeanor was cold and bloodthirsty, a reflection of the current essence of the Hidden Mist Village's Dark Division. However, the puppet master did not relent. He was acutely aware that this incident undoubtedly involved both White Zetsu and Black Zetsu. Yet, despite having meticulously observed every nook and cranny with his Byakugan, he found no trace. Even the previously noted fluctuations of white Zetsu and black Zetsu were conspicuously absent at this moment. This implies one of two possibilities. Either the plan has been meticulously orchestrated by the spots, requiring merely a methodical unfolding, or within the earth, mountains, flora. And among the misty ninjas surrounding him, there surely exists the spores of Baiju. At this moment, the leader of the Umbu spoke again, casting a cold glance at the puppet master and issuing a terse command. Miss 7. You will be responsible for the outermost defenses and prevent the other Konoha ninjas from advancing. The puppet master narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists, for his identity as a puppet was designated as number 7. However, upon hearing the command, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction with what was ostensibly a punishment but was, in reality, a measure of utmost safety. Today, he was merely a witness. He would not intervene until the most critical moment arrived. Understood. Upon receiving the acknowledgement, the leader nodded and continued. Your team has already fallen to Konoha. This is your punishment. Our objective is to escort the vessel to the Hidden Leaf Village. Aside from the vessel, all other Konoha ninjas are our targets. Affirmative. With that, the Umbu team fell silent and dispersed, leaving only a few non-Umbu members around the cave. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves, enveloping the surroundings in a profound silence. Inside the cave, apart from the expendables on guard, lay the recently revived Three Tails and its Jinchuriki, Linyahara. In his efforts to create a perfect stage for Obito, Madara had accounted for every detail. The puppet master had no desire to alter the course of events. He merely wished to remain a close observer, awaiting the final moment's arrival. He did not wait long. Before a day had passed, Kakashi arrived with a team of Konoha ninjas. Kakashi, troubled by Lin's predicament, was in no mood to linger, seizing the opportunity while the outermost ninjas were distracted by the Konoha forces. He fervently channeled his lightning chakra to enhance his speed to its utmost, plunging into the trap prepared specifically for the three of them. The puppet master focused his gaze through the Byakugan's perspective. He observed Kakashi's struggles to rescue Lin, watched as Kakashi summoned his ninja dog pack in search of an escape route, and noted the appearances of the mist Umbu as they relentlessly attacked Kakashi. It was only then that he eliminated the outer Konoha ninjas and followed suit. Kakashi, something feels amiss. Lin, our mission is to escape quickly. Whatever is wrong, once we return to the village and find our teacher, everything will be resolved. Kakashi turned slightly, concealing his weary expression in the shadows. Without pausing, the two dashed into the forest, heading towards Konoha. Kakashi, I believe you can escape alone. You must live with optimism from now on. Obito entrusted his eyes to you. He wouldn't want you to face the world in such a pessimistic manner. After all, he was so full of life back then. If you remain in a state of despair, how can you ever let Obito find peace? He had indeed spoken. Noera Rin wished to continue uttering words akin to a farewell, but Kakashi promptly interrupted her. At that moment, Kakashi's tone was resolute. Rin, I will ensure your safe departure. I promised Obito that I would always protect you. Rin halted her speech, running alongside him, her face adorned with a sorrowful smile. Yet, in the blink of an eye, her expression grew more determined. Kakashi, I cannot return to Konoha. I can sense another life within me. Kakashi, you must kill me immediately. What are you saying? Rin, I have been manipulated. If I return, I may very well attack Konoha. That is inconceivable, Rin. I vowed to Obito to protect you. I cannot allow such a thing to happen. Even if there are issues, as long as we find Master Minato, I believe everything will be resolved. The resolute attitude of Noera Rin and the ensuing debate between them reached the ears of the Umbu of the Mist, who relentlessly pursued them toward Konoha. The leader of the Umbu, in a cold voice, declared, the vessel has become aware. Fortunately, a cursed seal has already been implanted in her heart. She cannot resist. Everyone, enact the second plan. There is no need to chase them anymore. Eliminate the other Konoha ninja, and let the cursed seal control the vessel into Konoha. As the covert orders were relayed, the shinobi were given the command to attack. The Mist Umbu swiftly surrounded them, launching relentless assaults at Kakashi, all of which he managed to fend off. However, since he began to carry Rin away, the battles had been unceasing. The existence of the Sharingan was a tremendous burden, and after repelling wave after wave of the Mist Umbu, Kakashi was on the verge of exhaustion. Despite his overwhelming fatigue, the promise to his friend sustained Kakashi as he fought with the last vestiges of his chakra. Blue-white lightning crackled, echoing like the piercing cries of countless birds across the battlefield. Kakashi charged unwaveringly toward the shadow that lay ahead. At this moment, within the disdainful gaze of the man, a figure swiftly approached, enveloped in a white substance. This being radiated warmth and life through its chakra. Uchiha Obito had arrived. The Chidori pierced Rin's chest. And as she gazed upon the man she cherished most, she uttered his name for the final time. Kakashi. With a resounding thud, Rin's life was extinguished, and she collapsed heavily to the ground. The fateful drama of the three unfolded with exquisite precision, executed flawlessly in perfect timing. Everything aligned just right. Ado. Synopsis. Our correspondent will bring you the latest report from the site of the Hidden Leaf Village. Let us turn the camera over to her. In the frame stands a young reporter before a venerable elder, microphone raised to his lips. Excuse me, Naruto Uzumaki. As the first joint village leader of the new era in the Shinobi world, what do you believe has contributed to the restoration of peace in the present ninja realm?